So this dude totally cashed in all his luck to pull an SSR-rank heavenly demon character with a wild 0.006% drop rate. Then bam, he gets absolutely wrecked by a truck that came out of nowhere. When Junu came to, he was staring up at a hospital ceiling. Asterisk. Oh right, the truck. Just as he remembered that a nurse walked in. Private Kim, you're awake? Hang on, I'll go get the doctor. With that, she ducked out. Asterisk. What is going on? Why did she call me Private Kim? Asterisk, totally confused? Junu shuffled to the foot of the bed to peep the patient chart, which read, Private Kim. Male 22 years old, diagnosis dislocation and concussion from an accident. Asterisk. It seriously says Private Kim. What kind of messed up joke is this? Asterisk. Junu flopped back on the bed and let out a huge sigh. Asterisk. I feel kinda guilty for grinding all those Private Kims into XP for my heavenly demon, but to actually become one myself, no way. As he was shifting around, Junu's foot slammed into a chair leg, making him yelp like he'd been zapped. The nurse heard his shriek and rushed back in. Private Kim, you shouldn't be moving around yet. The doctor had shown up by then too, and taking in the scene, he said with a smirk, You got hit by a truck. You're super lucky it's just minor injuries, but we still need to run a few more tests. You need an MRI and a magical affinity test. Asterisk magic asterisk what? Junu totally snapped. Before he could even process that, he was hit with another gnarly problem. The hospital bill ER fees facility charges a CT scan, x-rays, and a bunch of other stuff, added up to a whopping 22,370,569 won. Junu's jaw just about hit the floor. What, I was only here for 4 days and it's 22 million? You don't have insurance, so you have to pay the whole thing yourself, the receptionist explained. What do you mean I don't have insurance? Every South Korean citizen has national health insurance. The receptionist just gave him a weird look. What's national health insurance? You don't have corpse insurance or magic tower insurance. Right. Asterisk corpse or magic tower. What is she even talking about? Asterisk. Junu was about to argue when he suddenly froze. Asterisk, wait a second. I've heard these names before. Where? The core. Asterisk, the Great Academy, the Magic Tower, the Holy Church. This is the world from the game soon, asterisk. It's a world where God basically ghosted humanity, so mystical science leveled up like crazy. And the polluted earth is crawling with monsters, forcing humans to get body mods just to survive. Basically, it's a world where staying alive is on ultra hard mode. And now I've been freaking isekai'd into it. A totally defeated Junu stood in the middle of the street and just screamed, then started hobbling away on his crutches. Dragging himself back to his place, he thought, asterisk, I went to sleep so hyped that I got the heavenly demon. Asterisk, but I woke up as a basic tutorial character. Ugh, this has to be karma for sacrificing all those Private Kims. For real. Looking at the tiny, sad room in front of him, Junu fell even deeper into despair. Asterisk, this room is even more of a dump than my old apartment. Why is Private Kim so dirt poor crap? My body's a mess. I have no money. What am I supposed to do, if this really is soon, asterisk? Asterisk, then all those endgame events like the nuclear war, spatial rifts, and the old gods coming back are gonna happen, turning this place into an actual living hell. I don't know why I'm here, but if I just sit around asterisk, I am 100% gonna die. Suddenly, a crazy idea hit Junu. He snatched a pen, clicked it, and slammed his other hand flat on the table. Asterisk, I need to check this before it's too late. Stealing his nerves, even though his arm was shaking, Junu jammed the sharp tip of the pen right into his hand, then gritted his teeth and waited for the results. Super fast, the wound from the pen started sealing up and then just completely vanished. A notification window popped up right with it. Trade acquired wound recovery. Asterisk, I knew it would work. Asterisk, Junu was mentally screaming with joy. This was the exact reason he'd farmed countless Private Kims. The Private Kim is a free starter character, the only one with no base traits. However, you can unlock and swap out traits, giving you way more freedom to build the character compared to others. For a major strategy gamer like him, the Private Kim was the ultimate customizable character, even better than other rare ones. Asterisk. This means wound recovery just activated, fixing all the injuries I've got so far, asterisk. An absolutely ecstatic Junu threw his crutches away and started ripping off his bandages because his body was now totally fine. Asterisk. Now that I'm a Private Kim, I can get any trait as long as I earn it. In this world of soon, being poor and weak means you're dead. Or if you're unlucky, asterisk. But Junu was not about to let that happen. He had the meta-knowledge from wasting 10,000 hours in the game. As a free-to-play player using the Private Kim character, he even grinded his way up from rank 115,689 to rank 9. The very next day, Junu walked into the player recruitment office. Cho, the director, looked over Junu's profile and then gave him a serious side-eye. Private Kim, you're telling me this is your first time in one of our offices? Yes, I'm here to join the mana purification project, Junu said, thinking to himself. Asterisk, man, what a crappy system. First things first, I need to make some money. Since all I have is this body, the only play is to earn a massive payout. They can call it mana purification asterisk. But do you even get what a dungeon raid really is? As he talked, Cho propped his feet up on the desk. Yeah, I know all about it. You say you know, but there's literally nothing on your resume. Junu played it cool, thinking asterisk, duh, of course I know how messed up this gig is. That corrupted mana is the whole reason monsters are about to start wrecking the place. And these dungeon raids are basically just taking out the trash that's spewing all that nasty stuff. Being around this mana for too long can totally zero you out or make you mutate, so yeah, this job is crazy dangerous. Alright, once we get enough people, I'll get you hooked up with a team, Cho said. But before Junsu could bounce, he dropped a little warning. You for real though, I've seen tons of guys just like you roll up here for the cash, only to end up completely burnt out. Don't sweat it, I might even school you at this asterisk, Junsu shot back with total confidence, then turned and walked off with a smirk. Like, what's the big deal? Grinding like a maniac was the specialty of Warrior Kim, a free-to-play legend with 10,000 hours logged. A little later, Junsu got his first assignment. Stag, the team leader, immediately tried to get in his face. So you're the new blood on our crew, huh? Yeah, I guess so. They just told me to be here. Stag yanked Junsu up by his collar. Hey, you think this is some kind of game? Where's the fire in your eyes? You better not come crying to me to save you when you start mutating. If I see one sign of it, I'll put you down myself. Yeah, got it. Junsu shot back totally unfazed, thinking asterisk classic new guy hazing. Same deal in a game or in real life, huh? But why is an L-rank character like Stag even here? So asterisk? Asterisk. This is what he looked like before he powered up. His stats are pretty basic too. Whoa, chill out, Stag. You don't have to go that hard on the new guy. We're already short on people, so we need every person we can get. Hedgehog, a dude with 5 years of dungeon cleaning experience, jumped in to back Junsu up. That's only if he can actually help. Look at him. We'd be lucky if he doesn't just get in our way. Stag just scoffed and let Junsu go, then told the group, all right, we've got exactly 4 days to clear 5 of these nasty zones, so let's move. Asterisk that jerk. He's way more of a pain than his game version. As Junu shot a death glare at Stag's back, Hedgehog threw a friendly arm around his shoulder. Don't mind him. His bark is way worse than his bite. He's a good dude deep down. Okay, Junsu replied. His anger cooled off a bit, so he just shook it off and followed the crew to the mission site. Stag led them to some creepy abandoned train station. The place reeked like something had died in there, making it hard to even stand nearby without wanting to hurl. Pop in the door. Everyone get ready, Stag ordered and swiped a card to open the dungeon gate. The second they saw the gross-looking slime's total low-level mobs, everyone else just charged in with their shovels ready to swing, except for Junsu, who just chilled in the back watching. The basic strat for clearing corrupted mana or mobs like these slimes is that even though they're super weak, they're a total pain to handle because they just won't go down till you find the mana core inside them. After struggling with the slimes and failing since smacking them just made more of them pop up, the cleaning crew started freaking out. Find their mana cores! How are we even supposed to find those things? If this keeps up, we're all gonna get jacked up by this corrupted mana. Just as some young guy was about to get wrecked by a slime, he heard a voice from behind him. Yo, back up! I'm not responsible for what happens if you don't. After that warning, Junsu blitzed forward and brought his shovel down hard right between the young guy's legs. The slime there, instead of splitting like the others, was just like instantly deleted, leaving behind a glowing yellow mana core. In the next few moments, Junsu basically soloed all the slimes, leaving his teammates just staring with their jaws on the floor in shock. What the heck, he one-shotted all of them? How's that even possible? Junsu kept swinging his shovel, feeling pretty pleased with himself. Asterisk, of course it's possible. Before you fight any mobs, you gotta know the basic mechanics while you grind for the right stats. First, asterisk. Asterisk collecting stats is literally just like a game as long as you hit certain requirements. So like 2 days ago, Junsu was crawling on the street looking for a coin to get the asterisk treasure hunter attribute, and literally stuck his face in trash cans to get the toxin resistance perk. Second, Junsu could have 6 attributes total, and he could swap them out on the fly. By flipping on his treasure hunter stat, which basically lets him see an enemy's weak point, Junsu could spot the mana cores easy peasy. This let him totally own the slimes in a flash. And then he switched on toxin resistance to fight off all the nasty mana that splashed on him while he was cleaning up. Still, even with what felt like cheat codes, grinding all day totally wiped him out. On the ride back, Hedgehog came over to Junsu's seat to chat. We're clocking out early today, and it's all thanks to you, man. Just watching you, I can tell you're a total natural. You waiting to awaken like Stag? Junsu just smiled and said, Nah, not really. It's just some stuff I picked up in the military. Dude, for real, you've got serious skills, Hedgehog said, totally impressed. Right then, 2 little horns suddenly popped out of Hedgehog's head. Asterisk yikes, this dude's mutation is getting worse. Guess he's soaked up way too much corrupted mana. Thinking that, Junsu offered, Hey man, you're looking kinda rough. Why don't you take tomorrow off? Hedgehog just waved him off with a weak smile. Nah, I'd rather deal with mutating than face the debt collectors. Asterisk, yeah, that tracks. Not a lot of other reasons why people sign up for this gig. With that thought, Junu figured he'd just drop it. But of course, the thing everyone was afraid of happened anyway. 4 days later, every team member except Junsu was pretty much messed up by the tainted mana, especially Hedgehog. His body was getting bigger and bigger and his breathing got all harsh, and his eyes were all glazed over. Man, I told him not to overdo it. While Junsu was checking on Hedgehog, Stag came over to talk. He was way friendlier than the first time they met. You're really into this. Huh. Guess that's youth for ya. I seriously never thought you'd be this good at your job. Nice work. It's all thanks to the team. Junsu replied with a fake smile, thinking to himself, these new attributes from clearing monsters are making this job way easier. Then Junsu glanced over at Stag. He looked wrecked too. Maybe because he's a high ranker? Right then, Hedgehog just lets out this scream, then grabbed his head and started growling as the sharp spines on his body started popping out like crazy. The rest of the team saw what was happening and stopped everything to run over asking what was wrong. No way. A horrible idea just popped into Junu's head. Looks like Hugh was thinking the same thing as Junu. He rushed over to Hedgehog looking dead serious. He tried to talk him down. Hedgehog, chill, let's just get out of here. But Hedgehog just whipped his head around to face Hugh. His eyes were totally empty, completely like some bloodthirsty animal with crazy sharp fangs. And just like that, bam, the sweet Hedgehog was gone, replaced by this giant mutated monster. He's mutated, I think he's completely lost it. If we don't take him down, we're never getting out of here. Junu frantically checked his attribute panel, but since all his new attributes were for clearing monsters, none of them were any good for a fight. No matter how he sliced it, Junu looked at Hedgehog, who was staring at him with this messed up loving look, and screamed in his head, I'm so screwed! A punch from the mutated Hedgehog sent Junu flying and he coughed up a ton of blood. He thought, terrified, the power gap is insane. At this rate, I'm toast. The system pinged, endurance acquired. You have acquired a trait. Seeing that notification, Junu snapped out of it. Like he'd just been thrown a lifeline, he yelled in his head, a trait, that's it, I have traits, it's not over yet. Then he scrambled to open his trait panel. To make it out of this, I gotta use my brain. How do I take this thing down? Okay, first ditch some traits. Next, strength is a must. Right now, mana heart will help control my mana, and endurance will cut down the damage I take. Mana absorption lets me soak up mana, and deep breathing helps me get more back. Finally, the last piece of the puzzle, corruption resistance. After tweaking his stats, Junu shot right back up to his feet, glared at the mutated Hedgehog and yelled, Bring it on, you freak! The mutated Hedgehog, of course, was happy to oblige. It charged right at him. Junu kept his eyes locked on the monster. He pulled back the mace in his hand, and it started glowing green. The system announced, strength trait activated, amplifying strength tenfold. Waiting for the mutated Hedgehog to get in range, Junu gripped the mace with both hands, and swung with everything he had, sending it flying back. Yes, it worked, Junu was cheering inside. I can totally do this. But that feeling lasted for like 2 seconds before Junu saw the mutated Hedgehog still in the air suddenly curl into a ball and start spinning like crazy. Just like some deadly wheel of death covered in spikes, it came rolling at him super fast. What the hell is that? Junu yelled. Then he watched the spiky wheel use a rock to launch itself high into the air, and it was coming down right where he was standing. Oh crap! That's all Junu could get out before the spiky wheel slammed down, totally smashing the ground where he stood. After that move, the spiky wheel morphed back into the mutated Hedgehog and stared at the mess it made. The system pinged again. Endurance trait activated, amplifying. Strength tenfold. Thanks to the endurance trait, Junu somehow survived the mutated Hedgehog's insane attack and jumped up into the air right over its head. Even with endurance, that still hurt like hell. As he said that, Junu went all in, trading hits for hits, just unloading a storm of punches on the mutated Hedgehog. He knew deep down that if he stopped for even a second, it was game over. The only option was to keep attacking. Just then, one of the spines on the mutated Hedgehog's back suddenly swiveled, aimed right at Junu, and shot out. The attack came out of nowhere. Junu could only react on instinct, twisting to dodge. But a sharp spine still clipped his shoulder, ripping his clothes and leaving a nasty bleeding gash. But what was even more terrifying was that a whole ton of new spines on the mutated Hedgehog all aimed at Junu, and fired at once, giving him zero chance to react. Junu was instantly skewered by a volley of sharp spines, which threw him backward in total agony, slamming him into the ground. No, just a little more! A little more! Junu kept screaming in his head. He fought to get back on his feet, charged at the mutated Hedgehog, and landed a punch. But after that one hit, his right hand was completely wrecked. And it didn't even faze the mutated Hedgehog. In fact, it just made it even more ticked off. The mutated Hedgehog roared, aimed its sharp spines at Junu, and fired, totally shredding his left arm. It tore through everything all the way to his shoulder. The insane pain just washed over him. And Junu totally couldn't take it, crashing to the ground and just screaming his head off. Figures, he thought. This gold soldier build is a total bust. He just laid there, completely wrecked, watching the mutated Hedgehog mash its hands into a giant fist and bring it crashing down. Suddenly, Junu's mind flashed back to the good old days when he was just chilling and gaming, a smirk on his face as he said, Bring it on. Let's go, I'll smoke them all with just a gold soldier. But right then, everything clicked. It was like he finally got it. Back when it was just a game. Everything was so easy. One tap and the monsters were toast. I never even thought about how the character felt. I just grinded him to the max, calling it efficient training. But now, I get that you gotta go through some serious pain for even a mid-tier trait. There's no winning without a catch. You know, the whole thing happened in a flash. By the time Junu snapped out of it, he saw the mutated Hedgehog's giant fist coming right for his face. But then boom, Junu threw up an arm to block it. And this arm was just as huge as the Hedgehog's. The freaky Hedgehog. was shook that its attack got blocked so easy. It just froze for a sec before Junu's surprise punch sent it flying. Junsu, like he just powered up, had his arms totally healed, but now they were crazy huge, making his whole body look kinda lopsided. The system pinged that the mutated muscle trait had been activated. Junu balled up his fists, thinking to himself, this was the whole point of going in so reckless to push past my limits and score a new trait activating the mana heart and strength traits to get this mutated muscle. It was all for this moment. As for the mutated hedgehog after getting decked, it was majorly ticked off, jumping right back up and lunging at Junsu with a punch. Junsu just threw up an arm and blocked it no sweat. He smirked and was like, yeah, that's not gonna work anymore. Then he just unleashed a storm of punches on the mutated hedgehog. The thing could only cover up just taking the hits. Seeing his chance, Junu started trash-talking it. Stab me, go on, I dare ya! The mutated hedgehog, totally enraged, dropped its guard and went for it. A bunch of sharp spikes shot out of its fist as it slammed him right in the chest. This time he couldn't block it and got thrown to the ground with a few nasty holes in his chest. Junu coughed up a ton of blood, thinking it still wasn't even going all out. Even though I got wrecked again, it was worth it. System alert. You have acquired mutated body. You have obtained a trait. Junu instantly slapped on the mutated body trait in his status menu. And just like that, his whole body started bulking up, finally matching his crazy huge arms. Junu got up again, smiling at the freaky hedgehog. Thanks, dude. Because of you, I've leveled up. Then they both charged at each other, and it was a total deadlock with neither one getting the upper hand. Junu laughed. Now we're even. The non-stop sound of punches echoed so loud it even woke up Hugh, who was passed out on the ground. What's all that noise? He thought. Hugh turned his head toward the sound and saw Junsu and the mutated hedgehog just trading blows. One punch from you, one from me, neither one backing down. Hugh was just staring, completely blown away. Soldier Kim, what is he, like Superman or something? How is he going toe-to-toe with a mutant? Right then, they both knocked each other flat. Junsu sat there gasping for air. He looked over at the mutated hedgehog, which was already back on its feet, still hyped enough to roar. He thought, man, this is tough. I'm its size now, but I'm still getting owned at this level. Then he gritted his teeth, thinking, this is super risky, but I'm out of options. Having made up his mind, Junu shot back up and whispered, activate corruption resistance trait. The system announced that the corrupted mana resistance development trait had been activated. Gotta trust myself, he muttered, and then whispered again, purge. And in a flash, while Hugh just stared, totally freaking out, Junsu's entire body morphed. The whole thing was over in a split second. System notification, mutated soldier Kim status. In his new mutated soldier Kim form, Junsu threw his head back and roared like he was charging up a laser in his mouth before blasting it right at the mutated hedgehog. Against that insane power, the mutated hedgehog got totally vaporized with zero chance to fight back. After that, Junsu's eyes landed on Hugh, and he started walking over one step at a time. What is that thing, a monster? He was fighting a mutant, and then he became one. Still in shock, Hugh felt this crazy chill run down his spine. It felt like some predator had him in its sights, and when Hugh looked up, Junsu was just staring at him, making him scream inside his head, no way, this can't be happening. Looking at the mutated soldier Kim, Hugh was filled with pure terror. The only thing on his mind was bailing from this place. But just as he turned to scramble away, a huge shadow fell over him. Hugh turned his head like a robot and saw that Junu was standing right there, looming over him, reaching a giant hand out for him. This is it, I'm toast, Hugh thought, and squeezed his eyes shut. But after a few seconds, nothing happened. So, he cracked his eyes open and was shocked to see Junu was back to normal. As for Junu, the second he changed back, he just collapsed like all his energy was gone and whispered something faint. Nailed it! The corruption resistance trait was my last-ditch effort. See if you've got the mutated form and muscle, and then you ditch the resistance, boom, you get the mutation. Everyone thinks once you go mutant, there's no going back. But Junsu, he's built different. He'd literally just swapped his trait. He knew that as long as he could just hang on to a tiny piece of his mind, he could flip his traits. And that's exactly how he traded the mutation for corruption resistance and got his human body back. A sec later, Junu managed to push himself up, slumping against a wall, totally wiped. He let out a huge sigh, thinking, that felt like every bone and muscle in my body was rearranging itself. Never. Again. He barely got to his feet when this purple orb about the size of a ping-pong ball just popped into his hand. The system was all like, acquired a rank 1 mana core. Junu's face just lit up with this huge goofy grin. Okay, yeah, totally worth it. I scored a rank 1 mana core. This cleanup gig is actually legit. Right then, Hugh and two other guys walked up. Hugh was just staring at Junu like, dude, are you good? You totally went full-on mutant. What was that? Junsu snapped out of his happy little world, got his cool back, and faced the three of them. Man, it's gonna be a major headache if crazy rumors about me start flying around. Thinking fast, Junsu was like, I kinda just rolled the dice hoping I could change back. Guess I got super lucky. Hugh wasn't buying it and pushed. What you're saying, that was asterisk luck asterisk, but that whole move was just too... Before he could even finish, Junu whipped out a handful of orbs, tossed a small marble-sized yellow orb to Hugh, and was like, here, this is for you. Then he just turned, gave a little wave, and said, all right, you guys head on back. I need to catch my breath. The two dudes with Hugh were freaking out. A 0-star mana core, whoa, and there's a whole bunch of them. Junu just kinda smirked to himself, thinking that since he saved their butts and hooked them up with some cores, they would definitely keep their mouths shut, right? Hugh just watched Junu walk away, totally silent and lost in thought. The next morning over at the Players Guild office, this guy Choso had this super fake butt-kissing smile on rubbing his hands. Together as he gushed to Junu, "Oh my gosh, I heard you had quite the ordeal, that must have been awful." Junu just smiled back and said, Yeah, things got a little wild there at the end. On the inside though, he was like, okay, why is this dude suddenly trying so hard to be my best friend? Choso kept going. Anyway, you really should have told us you were a superhuman, you know? We could have hooked you up with a real gig instead of just cleanup duty. Hearing that, it clicked for Junu instantly. The guy thought he was a superhuman. Superhumans are like the awakened elite who can sling some serious mana. In a world where being strong means you've got power and status, superhumans are basically royalty. Well, it kind of makes sense. He'd think that since only a superhuman could actually take down a mutant, even though I only pulled it off because of my trait. Just then, Choso turned and grabbed a paper bag he had ready, saying with a big grin, "Well, in that case, I suppose I should get you paid for that cleanup job." "That sounds awesome." Junu shot back, laughing to himself and deciding, yeah, I'll let him think I'm a superhuman for now. As Choso started pulling out these fat stacks of cash from the bag and slapping them on the table, he explained, "So you guys cleared 5 sectors, and we take a 20% fee from the total of 50 million. Normally, if we split it evenly, you'd get 5 million, but we're gonna do things a little different this time. We're only gonna take a 5% fee from your cut, plus we're throwing in an extra bonus. We are so looking forward to working with you again." But Junu wasn't really hearing any of it. His eyes were totally locked on, the mountain of cash on the table screaming in his head, 12 million man being a superhuman is pretty sweet. A minute later, Junu was bouncing out of the room with his massive payday. He was still daydreaming about all the ways to spend that cash when some guy came up to him and said, "You look pretty happy. Must have been a nice payout." Junu recognized him as one of the dudes from the job, so he just gave a humble little smile and was like, Well, we got the mission done." The guy then said, "Hey, actually I came over because I was hoping to ask you for a favor." Junu got a little suspicious. "A favor?" The guy replied, "Yeah, see, my wife is really, really sick, and I was kind of hoping, maybe you could lend me some money? I know it's a lot to ask since we've only worked together that one time, but please." After he'd said it, the dude gave this super deep bow. Faced with this, Junu's brow furrowed a little. In this world, helping people you barely know is a bad idea. Who knows when they might turn around and stab you in the back. It's hard enough just trying to survive on your own, but man, I'd feel like a total jerk just blowing him off. Looking at the guy, Junu hesitated for a split second, but that was it. His good heart totally won out over his common sense. He grabbed the guy's hands and said with a warm smile, Hey, don't do that. You're my elder. It's not a lot, but please take this." And as he said it, Junu shoved a huge handful of 0-star mana cores into the man's hands. Later that night, in some dark alley, the same guy who begged Junu for help was staring at the pile of cores in his hand and just bursting out laughing. "What a total sucker. All I did was play the poor old guy card and he just handed all this over, haha." But surprise, surprise, he wasn't alone. Hugh and the other 2 guys were right there with him. Hugh asked with a smirk, "Is he a total noob or what?" The first guy said, "I bet if I told him my kid was sick, he'd have given me even more. But what really ticks me off is that he got a bigger cut than us. He tossed us a few scraps and is now parading around like a superhuman, probably trying to take our share too." Hugh cut in. "He's not a superhuman." The other guy looked at Hugh and said, "Then we better teach him a lesson." "Got any bright ideas?" Hugh smirked, crushing the Manhwas in his fist as he said, "Since we know his little secret, let's show him just how messed up this world can be." Junu had absolutely no idea a trap was being set for him. He was just chilling in bed, feeling pretty awesome about his good deed that morning. Man, it feels great to be a good guy. At this rate, I'm totally gonna become a hero in this world. A few days later, Junu was living the high life at a fancy hotel, stretched out on a bed by the window, soaking up the sun, while getting an amazing massage from a mage staff member. Having cash is the absolute best. I never thought I'd be getting a massage in a place like this. This game is so much better than real life. But when the mage worked on his left bicep, Junu almost yelped. "I've been kicking back at the hotel for the last 3 days and it's still killing me. From now on, I seriously have to think before using a mutant trait." Switching traits isn't as simple as I figured. Your body literally changes depending on the trait. The worse the side effect, the bigger the physical change. Problem is, can I even survive if I start holding back? As he was stressing about it, Junu rolled over for his back massage and just happened to spot a guy with a tattoo of 2 black dragon heads on his chest lounging on a chair by the pool down on the first floor. 2 rows of dudes in black suits were standing guard next to him. Wait a sec. Isn't that the Iron Fist gang still rocking that same arrogant vibe? Zen Soon is run more by the local gangs than by the actual law, which makes sense since they're all over the place. People have no choice but to rely on the superhumans. I've barely managed to stay alive. But just relying on my status in a dangerous city like this is just plain stupid. Suddenly something clicked and he grinned, whispering, "Wait, there are still items, right?" By that afternoon, Junu had shown up at a shop. The girl at the counter smiled and asked, "Hey, are you here to sell something?" Junu answered, Yeah, I've got some monster byproducts." The counter girl said, "Just so you know, I don't take any level 0 mana ores." "I know. What I'm selling is this." As he said it, Junu pulled a blue orb bigger than his fist from his backpack and set it on the counter. The girl saw the orb and gasped. "No way, this is a level 2 mana core." Junu just smiled and said, "That's right. Go ahead and look." He was loving this. Seeing her this surprised is actually pretty fun. Grinding it out in the hotel room was totally worth it. I fused everything I had to make this one level 2 mana ore. A moment later, Junu stared at the fat stack of cash in the girl's hand and thought the price jump between levels is insane. Selling it for top dollar was the move. The girl handed the money to Junu, saying the core went for 4.77 million. Junu took the money with a grin and said thanks. Then he asked, "You guys sell weapons or armor here?" "Of course. Right this way." The girl led Junu into a room in the back. The second he stepped in, Junu saw tons of different weapons displayed on racks along the walls. Whoa, they've got everything, he thought with a smile. "All the basic starter items from the game are right here." The girl said, "Take your time," and Junu's heart started pounding with excitement. Time to gear up, he thought. By the time the sun went down, Junu walked out of the shop with a backpack stuffed with weapons and muttered with satisfaction, "Okay, now that I have weapons, it finally feels like a real game." Just then, a pretty girl with long hair ran up to Junu looking totally panicked and asked, "Excuse me, are you a mercenary? I need help." Junu just waved a hand. "Oh, I'm not. You should probably find someone else." As soon as the words left his mouth, the long-haired girl pulled out a thick wad of cash and pleaded, "I'm here on business, but the Iron Fist gang is terrifying me. Can you just protect me on the way back to my place?" Junu's eyes were locked on the cash in her hand. 500,000 for a bodyguard job. It's like a daily quest, and I'm all geared up now anyway. I should probably give it a shot. Decided Junu put a hand on her shoulder and said with a charming smile, "I can't just leave a damsel in distress. Let's go." Hearing that, the girl's face lit up and she quickly followed him. "Thank you." Junu then followed the girl into a completely deserted alley. He started to get confused, thinking, "Why is she leading me to such a dead-end spot? There's nobody here. You couldn't even find an ant here." Suddenly, the girl picked up her pace and ducked around a corner. Junu ran after her and found a pitch-black alley. He could just barely see her silhouette up ahead, thanks to a distant streetlight. From the darkness, the girl's voice called out, "They're coming, hurry up and get in here." Junu started walking forward, complaining, "It's way too dark. I can't see a thing." The instant he stepped into the alley, a system window popped up. "Night vision trait has been acquired." A new trait, Junu thought, stoked. "Whoa, I can see now. I totally wasn't expecting to get a new trait." His vision got incredibly sharp. Everything in the dark alley slowly came into focus, and he was shocked by what he saw. He could see the long-haired girl pointing a gun right at him, a smile on her face. "You're more careful than I thought you'd be." Junu was stunned, thinking, "A gun? Who is this girl? Wait a minute, is this a setup?" Junu slowly started to back up, but he bumped right into someone. He turned his head and saw it was Hugh. He was looking down at him with a nasty smirk and asked, "Where do you think you're going, Junior?" At that exact moment, the alley lights flickered on and like 3 more guys just stepped out of the shadows. Junu stared down Hugh, ready to throw down. Hugh just smirked and said, Well, look who it is. Miss me?" Junu's face tightened like, "What is happening?" "Dude, what did I even do to you to deserve this?" Hugh just busted out laughing. "Nothing. You just look like a total chump. That's it. You're just that gullible, you loser." But before he could even finish his lame insult, Junu saw his opening, ducked past him, and just booked it. Hugh snapped back to reality, screaming, "That punk, you start talking and then just light him up." Hearing that, the long-haired girl didn't even hesitate, aiming her piece at Junu's retreating back and pulling the trigger. A split second later, a bullet slammed into Junu, making him cry out as he face-planted on the ground. Hugh and his crew ran over to see what was up. When they saw Junu just lying there in a puddle of his own blood, Hugh totally lost it. "What the heck? I said shoot him in the leg, not his body, you idiot," the long-haired girl shot back. "Hey, it's better than him getting away." Hugh muttered under his breath. "Crap, I think he's actually gone." One of the other guys spoke up. "He's already changed back to human after mutating. The mages will definitely pay for this kid's body. We would have scored way more cash if he was alive, though." Another dude said, "Just jack his gear then." Hugh sighed and was like, "Yeah, whatever. Guess we have to do that now." But when they looked back to where Junu was to grab his stuff, they freaked. There was nothing but a pool of blood. He was just gone. Hugh yelled out, totally panicked, "Where'd his body go?" Right then, a loud crash echoed as something shattered the only light in the alley, throwing them all back into total darkness. Then the guy next to Hugh got jumped from behind, hit right in the neck without even making a sound. He just dropped to the ground out cold. The others were shouting, all confused, "What was that? Who got him?" "No way he's still alive." Suddenly, Junu's voice echoed from the shadows. "Yeah, I'm still kicking." He looked nothing like a guy who just got shot, and one of his pupils was now glowing yellow. The 6 traits he had active right now were immense strength, endurance, mana, heart, night vision, and mana recovery. At that moment, Junu said with a smirk, No way I'm getting taken out by some backstabbing loser. He was seriously glad he'd bought that bulletproof vest from the shop earlier. On top of that, after getting shot by that girl, Junu unlocked a brand new trait, Feign Death. Thanks to that new skill, Junu totally played Hugh's crew, making them let their guard down and giving him the perfect opening. Now Hugh and his buddies were stuck in the dark without any lights. They were like headless chickens, freaking out and yelling, "He broke the streetlight, I can't see anything, where the hell is he?" Then Junu popped up right behind Hugh and whispered, "Looking for me." Hugh spun around on instinct. Junu immediately decked him right in the face, yelling, "I saved your life and now I'm taking it back, you piece of trash." Hugh took the full force of Junu's punch and hit the deck. He scrambled back up, wiping blood from his mouth. "You little—" Hugh cursed as he charged, aiming a kick right at Junu. Junu dodged to the side easy. "You should be thanking me for saving your butt. You really think trying to off your own savior is cool?" As he was talking, Junu landed another heavy punch, knocking Hugh down again. Just as he was about to stomp on Hugh, a gunshot went off. Bang! A little ways off, the long-haired girl was holding a gun, the barrel still smoking. She yelled out, all confused, "Are you over there, you good Hugh?" Hugh froze up, staring at the fresh bullet wound on his own arm. "I was so careless. The scariest thing out here isn't the monsters or the mutants. It's people. I was way too naive and trusted someone I shouldn't have. I'm never making that mistake again." After telling himself that, Junu didn't hesitate to whip out his own pistol and fire off 2 quick shots. One slug hit the long-haired girl's wrist, messing it up so bad she couldn't hold her gun anymore. The other bullet hit the guy next to her in the shoulder, sending him to the ground, groaning like crazy. Seeing that those two were out of the fight, Junu whispered with a grim smile, "Okay, that's enough." Then, just as he was about to deal with the main threat, he heard a whooshing sound right behind him. On pure instinct, Junu whipped his head around to see Hugh's leg just inches from his face. Like it was muscle memory, Junu threw his arms up to block his face and got kicked backward. Scrambling back to his feet, Junu looked at Hugh and was shocked to see he looked different. Wait, did his legs just transform? He thought, as a seriously bad feeling hit him. Hugh had awakened as a level 1 superhuman. The chill attitude was gone. Junu's face got dead serious as he cursed in his head. "Hugh, this freaking game, superhuman awakening." Since pretty much every character can go through the superhuman awakening phase, it's like the basic power-up stage in this game. In the game's world, a level 1 superhuman is strong enough to be a major threat to any normal person, even one with a rifle. In other words, I have to fight a soup with just my normal dude body. Just then, Hugh tilted his head, glaring at Junu, and said, "I'm going to end you." Then his body just blurred and vanished from sight. Junu frantically got his guard up, his mind racing to remember Hugh's traits. Hugh's trait is omnidirectional movement kick. With omnidirectional movement, the user can use their crazy elastic legs to move freely in any direction. Putting 2 and 2 together, Junu knew what was coming. He's pulling some crazy omnidirectional moves, scrambling up the side of the building. And yup, the second he looks up, he sees who's about to stomp him from above, screaming, "I'm gonna end you!" Against a massive attack like that from who, Junu knew his only move was to dodge. So he bailed to the side, just barely missing the hit. Who just glared at Junu, all rage. "You can dodge that, but you can't dodge this." The moment he said it, Who charged Junu and threw a massive kick. He totally smirked when he felt his foot hit something. But uh-oh. That smile died on his face when he saw Junu had blocked the kick with a weapon. He hadn't even touched him. Across from him, Junu just smirked back. "Sorry, dude, but I wasn't planning on dodging. You're a total beast." He was feeling pretty good, thinking to himself, man, buying that baton was a seriously good call. Just a few hours ago, Junu was staring at the weapon racks like, is a gun even worth it since Warrior Kim is a warrior class? No matter how much I level up, my aim is always gonna have a cap. Just in case, I should probably grab a warrior class weapon too. In the end, Junu decided to grab a baton on the side. And back in the now, it was super obvious that buying that baton was the most clutch decision ever. Every character has weapons and skills that just click with their class. That's why to take down Who, I've got to use a melee weapon and a warrior trait, he thought. Junu hoisted the baton high and brought it crashing down on Who, slamming him onto the ground for the 3rd time. The system pinged. "Trait collected. You have collected the striking trait." Seeing that pop-up, Junu was stoked. He whispered to himself, "Yes, my first class specific trait." With that striking trait in his pocket, Junu's confidence went through the roof. He went on the offensive, charging at Hugh with a flurry of double slashes and upward cuts, and even some horizontal swings. But Hugh was crazy agile and dodged every single one. Then Hugh went for a counter, swinging a kick right at Junu. Seeing it coming, Junu thought, okay, this is my shot. Do I dodge? No way, I can't stop the momentum now. Even if I break a bone, I have to push the attack. With his mind made up, Junu gritted his teeth and took the gamble. He threw up one arm to block Hugh's kick and used his other hand to slam the baton hard into Hugh's thigh. System notification. Trait acquired. You have acquired the combo trait. Junu was internally freaking out. This is it, the absolute best trait for a warrior in the early game. Right after that, Junu immediately used the striking and combo traits to unleash a total storm of attacks on Hyu, giving him 0 chance to escape. The more he got hit, the worse the pain got. Every blow was chipping away at Hugh's consciousness. It didn't take long before he couldn't take it anymore and just weakly begged, "Please, stop." And Junu actually did. After one last full power slam to Hugh's chest, he stopped. Seeing Hugh just lying there, not moving, Junu threw both hands in the air, looked up at the sky and yelled, "I did it, I actually beat and awakened." Then all of a sudden Junu's skin flushed red and the rain hitting him sizzled into steam. "Whoa, what is this feeling? My whole body is on fire, but I can feel something insane flooding through me." Junu doubled over, crying out from the pain. But in that same moment, a crazy thought hit him. No way. Is this the day I find out how messed up the world really is? System notification. Awakening level 1. Superhuman warrior. Once the shock wore off, Junu, realizing he'd awakened, was as psyched as a little kid. He was doing backflips and screaming, "I'm finally a superhuman. Now I can get those insane offers from merc guilds, and even get the cheapest bank loans." Then a voice cut in from behind him. "You about done?" Junu whipped his head around to see who was talking. When he saw the guy, Junu's face soured as he muttered, "Crap, it's that guy Kim Ironfist. He's the second base character they dropped in Exention after Warrior Kim. He's an augmented warrior class, uses guns as his main, and hunts with a prosthetic arm. The real problem is that Kim Ironfist is a seriously feared member of the Iron Fist gang, the top dogs of the underworld. Since I just threw down in their territory, I definitely got their attention." Just then, Kim Ironfist grilled him. "Did you even check whose turf this was before you started your little brawl?" As soon as he said it, the goons with him all aimed their guns at Junu, looking like they'd start blasting if he even breathed wrong. Seeing all the guns, Junu's face went white. "I was jumped, okay? I couldn't just lay there and take it." Hearing Junu's excuse, Kim Ironfist just pulled out his own pistol, cocked it and asked, "Oh, really? So you're saying those guys are scarier than the Iron Fist gang?" Junu froze, his mind racing. "A gun if I have to fight now in this condition, I'm so totally dead." Kim Ironfist didn't give Junu a second to think. He raised his gun, aiming right for his chest. "You little punk! You made a huge mistake! I'm gonna show you what happens when you disrespect our territory." After he said that, Kim Ironfist's face got all twisted and ugly. He was just about to pull the trigger when he heard Junu's voice, which was weirdly calm. "Oh, is that right? But you forgot one little thing." As he talked, he snatched the pistol, shoved the barrel right against his own chest, and yelled, "I'm not the kind of guy who goes down that easy." Then without even flinching, he pulled the trigger himself. A super loud gunshot echoed out as a bullet tore right through Junu's chest. Kim Ironfist finally snapped out of it, his face a mask of total disbelief, thinking, did this psycho just really shoot himself? Meanwhile, on the other side of him, Junu, who literally just got shot, was all casual, like it was nothing, saying, what's this kind of itches?" And at the same time, the hole in his chest was visibly sealing up like super fast. A system notification popped up, regeneration trait acquired. This whole scene definitely got Kim Ironfist's attention. His face broke into a grin as he said, "Oh, check you out. You've got a pretty sick ability there." Junu thought to himself, "This is regeneration, the upgraded version of wound recovery. It's a trait you can score once you hit level 1 superhuman. This'll all be over as soon as they start underestimating me and I hit him with my intimidation skill." But out loud, he just smirked, pointed at the bodies behind him and said, "As you can see, I don't get by on dumb luck. I don't care who you are. If you mess with me, Kim the Warrior, you better be ready." Hearing this, Kim Ironfist wasn't even mad. He just laughed and said, "Kim the Warrior. Huh, is that your name or something? I like your nerve, kid. Aight, I'll let you slide this time, but that just means you'll owe me one." Then he clapped Junu on the shoulder and whispered right in his ear, "I'm sure you know what that means, don't you?" Junu smiled and shot back, "Yeah, I got it." But inside, he was totally bugging out. Wait, did he actually recognize me? Seeming happy with Junu's answer, Kim Ironfist stuck his hand out to him and said, "All right, let's team up for something next time." Junu stared down at the hand Kim Ironfist was offering. This dude, Kim Ironfist, isn't the type to backstab someone, so linking up with him here probably isn't a bad move. Thinking that, Junu casually shook hands with Kim Choluan, smiling as he said, "Sounds like a plan. I'll see you around." The next morning, Junu, dressed like he was headed for a beach party, walked into Jamsu, the superhuman building. I couldn't really tell from the game, but seeing it for real, this place is epic. It's a whole different world from my hometown. Just as Junu was looking all around, totally hyped, a woman in a business suit came up to him with a super welcoming smile. "Thank you for visiting the superhuman tower. How can I help you today?" Seeing this employee, Junu's face got a little red as he had the random thought, "Whoa, what? She's crazy beautiful, but she's giving off major NPC vibes." It looked like the employees here were all on another level. The woman noticed Junu staring at her, but she didn't get embarrassed or annoyed at all. She just kept that professional smile going, pointed to a huge machine on the right, and explained, "If you're here to get your superhuman certification, please head to the machine over there to measure your mana and traits." Junu thanked her. Then he started walking toward the massive machine. As he went, he thought, I didn't even ask and she still helped me out. I must totally look like a noob. Anyway, once I get my superhuman certification, my real life in Insoon is gonna kick off for real. Suddenly, a bunch of people started yelling, "What's that? Look at the ceiling, the saint is here." Hearing that, Junu looked up curious and saw a little golden dot of light up there. He thought to himself, kinda doubting, isn't that just a ship or something? Just then, the golden light totally flared up, beaming down onto a big circle on the floor so bright that everyone had to shield their eyes. Next, a group of people stepped out of the light, appearing right in front of everyone. When Junu saw them, especially the girl leading the pack, he got this look of total disbelief on his face as he screamed in his head, "This is their main squad, why? Why are the Saints here?" Meanwhile, the arrival of these people started a huge wave of cheers. "Greetings, Saints, it's such an honor." Unlike them, Junu was not feeling the hype at all. "I'm still in the tutorial phase and she's already the Saint." But as the story goes, you find out they're a psycho cult hiding behind a peaceful religion, and they start attacking people for no reason. At that moment, everyone started buzzing with theories. Is the Saint here to measure her mana, or to renew her level? The Saint just smiled, and let her actions do the talking, walking straight up to the big machine. A few seconds later, the machine roared to life. The sound totally bugged Junu, who complained under his breath, "Oh, the sound of this mana measurement is so loud." Super quickly, with the whole crowd watching, the electronic screen lit up. Saint Class Priest Mana Level 8 with 6 auxiliary traits. Another round of gasps rippled through the room. What the heck, level 8 and she even has 6 traits? That's insane. Oh yeah. The Saint just smiled, totally soaking up the feeling of everyone admiring her. Junu watched the Saint for a few more seconds before turning toward the mana measuring machine himself. He thought, grimly, this is not the time to be impressed. A level 8 superhuman is like a whole squadron of fighter jets, a walking talking national level weapon, and a superhuman with that kind of power is going to wipe soon off the map in the future. But if I say that now, they'll just call me a lunatic and come after me. I'll deal with the future later. For now, I'll just get my mana measured first. It'll draw way too much heat if a rookie like me shows up with 6 traits, so I'll knock it down to 3. At that exact moment, as Junu opened his trait window to tweak it, the Saint, who hadn't gotten far, suddenly stopped dead in her tracks and turned her head to look right at him. Someone in the Saints group saw it and asked, "Your Eminence, is something wrong?" The Saint, still staring hard at Junu, replied softly, "It seems there's someone here I've never met." Then in a flash, the Saint was right behind Junu and said, "You seem to have a pretty interesting ability, don't you?" Junu jumped and yelled, "Whoa, you made me jump." But then he freaked out, thinking, "Hold up, what did she just say to me? Can she tell I switched up my traits?" The people around them started whispering, "What's the Saintess up to? He looks like a total nobody, right?" While they were still confused, the Saintess did something even wilder. She grabbed Junu's hand and asked, "Warrior, what's your name?" Junu totally stuttered, I'm Warrior Kim." He was panicking inside, thinking, the Saintess asking for my name in Arnoon, just like he called it. The Saintess said, "All right then, Warrior Kim. On behalf of the Order of the Old Father, I'm gonna grant you a baptism. The old master of the Black Gold Throne is always thirsty for people with rare powers like you. Just submit to him and find some peace on this messed up planet." At the same time, a stream of golden letters started flowing from the Saintess's hand onto Junu's arm. Seeing this, the crowd totally lost it with awe and jealousy. "A baptism, I'm so jelly." The Saintess herself is doing it. But Junu, the guy in the hot seat, was gritting his teeth and cursing in his head. "Crap. If I accept this baptism and get that trait, I'll be stuck as a holy knight for the Order. And the Order of the Old Father is totally gonna lose the war against the major powers in Arnoon. This is like being forced to buy stock in a company that's about to go belly up. I can't do it." That was the only thing on Junu's mind. So to everyone's shock, he yanked his hand back, dropped to one knee and said, "I refuse the baptism." The Saintess's face went totally blank. She asked again like she couldn't believe it. "Huh, did I hear you right?" Junu shot back, "Nope, I'm dead serious." After a super awkward pause, the Saintess said, "Have it your way. Serve or refuse. Ditching the gods is your choice." Then the Saintess helped Junu up and said, "But your patron god has already picked you. And if you can't get past this little bit of worldly drama, then your so-called freedom is completely worthless." As she was talking, Junu noticed with pure horror that his arm, right where she was touching it, suddenly burst into flames. By the time the Saintess bounced, the fire had covered Junu's entire body, burning him over and over, forcing him down to his knees. He was clutching his head and screaming his lungs out. The people around him were kinda enjoying the show. They just stood there watching Junu struggle in the fire. Some random commoner thinks he can refuse a baptism. A non-believer, how pathetic. A system alert popped up. Trait activated divine fire. You must suffer through insane non-stop burning pain for the sin of refusing baptism. Junu cried out in his head, "I knew this would happen, but my whole body feels like it's being vaporized. Divine fire, one of the absolute worst debuffs in all of LoN. The constant burning fever from it makes everyday life impossible, and there's no way to shake it except by going to the cathedral for a baptism. I said no for my future, but am I about to just die right here?" Just as Junu was about to black out, the woman in the business suit who'd met him earlier ran over with a bottle of water and poured it on his face, asking all worried, "Warrior, are you okay?" Junu suddenly felt this awesome cool sensation on his face. He got his head straight, and the blurry person in front of him slowly came into focus. "Huh, who's that? Oh, it's the woman who guided me here. Everyone's avoiding me because of the divine fire and no one helped. I'm so thankful for her. That's right. I just gotta hang on a little longer." Pumping himself up, Junu managed to sit cross-legged on the ground. System notification. "You have acquired the fire resistance trait. It's not like I turned down the baptism without a plan. The Divine Fire debuff has this thing where it gets stronger depending on the target's mana. I'm only a level 1 warrior, so the Divine Fire is weak, and I've still got a few tricks to deal with it. The first step is getting the fire resistance trait. Now to pump up my mana. Thinking to himself, Junu opened his trait panel and rearranged his traits just like he planned. The second he was done, the fire on his body went wild, flaring up even bigger, making him scream in pain. Seeing this, the woman in the business suit poured 2 more bottles of water on Junu and cheered him on. Hang in there. The effect was crazy obvious. Thanks to those 2 bottles of water, Junu got his focus back again. The cool water against this burning agony? I have to focus on this opposite feeling. Fire and water. The scorching pain and a cool head. Following Junu's train of thought, the water and fire in front of him started to connect and swirl together, finally forming a yin-yang symbol. I'll snuff out these flames with my own mana! A loud shout echoed in his mind. Junu's eyes snapped open. The pain from the burning flames was completely gone. System notification. You have acquired the Mana Shield trait. The woman in the business suit saw Junu get up and asked, OMG, are you okay? Junu replied, Yeah, I'm fine, all thanks to you. The people around them started freaking out. Did he just tank the Divine Fire? What's going on? Is he using a cheat code or something? Junu grinned and thought to himself, even though I haven't totally beaten it, and this shield is just a temporary fix, at least I'm free from the burning pain for now. The black flames look pretty sick, though. I guess only I can see them. Next up, he strolled over to the machine to get his mana read. Everyone else was glued to the electronic board, super curious. In a flash, the results popped up. Warrior Kim, 22 years old, warrior, class mana level 1. 6 traits. Whoa, level 1, and he's already got 6 traits. A super rookie is born, so that's why the Saints are here. Hearing everyone buzzing, Junshu awkwardly rubbed his nose and thought, I'm way too in the spotlight right now. My whole plan was to get stronger on the down low because of this mana shield. It's not like I can just lower my number of traits. The woman in the power suit walked up with a smile and said, Congrats, warrior. I've been working here a while, and this is the first time I've ever seen someone pop off with 6 traits from the get-go. Should we go get your warrior certificate card made? A second later, the woman in the suit slid a card over to Junshu, who was sitting across from her, and said, Here's your official warrior card. Congratulations on officially being recognized as a warrior. Junshu, with actual tears in his eyes, picked up the card, just staring at it, and said, I worked my butt off for this. The woman in the suit tilted her head, smiled, and said, Oh, in that case, let me fill you in on the perks for level 1 warriors. First off. But before she could finish, Junshu cut in, rattling them off. Yo, I already know all about it. Tax reduction, the right to carry weapons, and when you level up, you get total tax exemption immunity from arrest-free rides on all transport and a bunch of other benefits. The woman in the suit said, surprised, Oh, you really know your stuff. Junu laughed and said, What can I say, I'm a total game nerd? Nah, you're an expert in warriorology. Ha ha. Then, Junu added, By the way, I'm not the type to waste time. As he said it, he glanced at the loud crowd staring at him through the glass door. We gotta snag him for our guild. Can I get his autograph? The super rookie column needs to do a whole feature on him. The woman in the suit also turned to look at the crowd outside, who were staring like a pack of wolves. Junshu asked, Is there any way I can ghost out of here? The woman in the suit stood up, smiled, and said, Of course I already planned for it. Junu was shocked. Huh, you already planned for it? The woman in the suit pulled out a big black cloak, smiled, and looked back at Junshu. Just follow me. In that moment, Junu just stared at her, totally spacing out his face, getting a little red. A second later, Junu threw on the cloak and followed the woman in the suit, making a clean getaway from the mob. He spoke up. Thanks for looking out for me for real. Even giving me an invisibility cloak and showing me a secret exit. The woman in the suit said, It's no big deal. It's always good to help each other out. The system pinged, Invisibility trait. You have acquired the invisibility trait. Seeing the notification, Junu thought happily to himself, No way, I can't believe I just scored such a sick trait. Just then, the woman in the suit stopped, pointed down the hall, and said, Warrior, just head straight this way to get outside. According to the rules, this is as far as I can take you. Junu bowed and said, This is more than enough. Thanks so much for everything today. The woman in the suit smiled and said, Of course, be safe out there. Junu watched the woman in the suit leave, smiling to himself and thinking, I never thought I'd meet someone so nice and soon, and she's really pretty too. When I get stronger, I'm definitely going to pay her back. But what's her name? I think I have her business card from before. Junu remembered the card and quickly pulled it out to check. Associate human, manager B something. Seeing the name, Junu's whole expression changed, and he looked back at the woman who wasn't too far away yet. What BJ as in BJ, one of the 3 most OP SSR warrior characters in the game. And since she's a swordsman class, she always has this intimidating vibe, but she did seem kind of familiar. I guess she always looked so fierce in the game I couldn't even imagine it. I never would have pegged BJ as such a kind person. What is even happening? Meanwhile, a happy smile spread across BJ's face as she whispered, Thank goodness. I'm so glad that warrior is okay. 1 week later, to keep the mana shield going, Junu had to tweak all his traits, which accidentally made clearing the dungeon harder than ever. If I could just use my specialized traits to clear these monster floors, I would have been done ages ago. But because of this stupid debuff, my hands are tied. To cure the heat poison, I need a rare item called netta, and it's ridiculously expensive. How am I supposed to afford it just by grinding and clearing dungeons like this? As Junu was thinking, his phone went off. It was a call from that guy again. I thought we were done with this. Junu was about to answer and give him a piece of his mind when a brilliant idea popped into his head, making him totally switch gears. A little while later at the player recruitment office. Well, if it isn't our assistant Kim, the guy who shook off the heat poison like it was nothing. The one who started out with 6 different traits. It's a huge honor to meet the man of the hour, Chiso said as he handed a boba tea to Junu. His brown nosing was like 10 times more extra than before. Yeah, well, I didn't see things going down this way either. Junu took the boba tea and had a sip, asking at the same time, So did you find that thing I asked for? Ugh, don't even get me started, Chiso sighed. That was seriously tough. Netta is an item you can only score from a tier 5 healer or higher. If you couldn't find it, then I'm out, Junu said, totally faking like he was about to bounce. No, this is about your contract, dude. I had to lock it down no matter what. I got it, Chiso blurted out. I knew Major Choi was desperate for a warrior contract, so I totally bet he'd find me a quest with Netta as the prize. Junu thought for a sec, then gave in and sat back down. So spill, what's the quest? Ever heard of G Security? Chiso asked, handing Junu a tablet. Nah, first time I'm hearing about it. Is it like a security company? It's a private military company, one of the 10 biggest out there. The director and vice director are a husband and wife duo. They come from this old-school martial artist family, so their background is totally solid. Hearing that, Junu was like, why would people that loaded need to post a quest? Turns out the whole problem is their son. Even though he's over 20 years old, he still hasn't awakened his warrior abilities. Huh. But both his parents are from a martial artist family, Junu asked, looking at a pic of the son. The rumor is he's stacked up level 8 mana, but still hasn't popped. That's why it's a huge mystery. The requirement they set is for someone who's awakened as a level 1 warrior or higher. This is the perfect gig for you. Warrior. Hearing the deets, Junu was actually interested and figured he'd give it a shot. And that's pretty much how Junu and Chiso ended up chilling in the living room of this insane mansion. Looks like the director and his wife are busy. They're not normally this late, Chiso explained, nervously shaking his leg. Junu wasn't even tripping about the hosts being late. He was just scoping out the place and couldn't help but think, dang, this house just screams money. Sorry, have you guys been waiting long? A woman's voice made Chiso and Junu jump. The two people who just walked into the room were the power couple from GC, the director and vice director. The woman smiled and kept going. We're the clients. The name's Sundu and Lemzi. Oh, no worries at all, Chiso shot back, bowing his head to greet them. Thanks for taking the time to come all the way out here, Lemezi said with a smile. Junu gave a polite bow too, while low-key sizing up the couple by the aura they were putting out. They're probably level 6 warriors at least. Both of them had some serious power. Sundu, who'd been dead silent till now, suddenly scoffed and said with total disgust, One look and I can tell this kid is a total waste of space. What did you just say? If you're gonna be like that, just go to your room. Not happening. Sundu replied, dead serious. So stubborn. Just sit down, Lemezi told her husband before turning to talk to Junu. So about you two. Does being here mean you're accepting our quest? First, I'd like to check out your son's condition. If there's a specific reason he can't awaken. Junu didn't even get to finish before So Jongdu slammed his hand on the table and yelled, Some rookie who just popped out of nowhere. You think I'm just gonna obediently spill everything to you? Honey, chill out. Lemezi calmed her husband down and then said to Junu, looking sorry. My bad. He's just super stressed because of our son's situation. This isn't something we just tell any random person. If you accept the quest, we'll call our son down and explain everything. You're a warrior who also needs Netta, right? They know exactly what I want, Junu thought, smiling as he answered. All right, I'll take the quest. Please call your son. A moment later, this kinda shy-looking guy appeared. Hello, I'm Suan. Oh hey, it's nice to meet you. Junu shook Suan's hand, sizing him up on the down low. It's kinda sus that I can't sense any mana from him at all. Just then, Junu noticed the engraved seal on Suan's gloves. Those gloves are pretty sweet. Oh yeah, they're super precious to me and I'm always grateful to use them. That's it. Suan must need a crazy powerful mana seal. Junu's words completely stunned Suan and his parents. Seeing the looks on their faces, Junu knew he was on the right track. Seeing the gloves just confirmed it for me. This is a huge deal for a noble family. And yet the requirement was for a level 1 warrior. The simplest reason I can think of is you wanted to use Netta as bait to lure me in. Suan, you also went through the baptismal rite from the order, didn't you? Junu turned to So Jongdu. The reason your son can't awaken is because he rejected the baptismal rite. He sealed his mana to dodge the divine punishment, which is why you couldn't talk about it publicly. Lately, there have been rumors that a level 1 warrior beat the baptismal rite and its divine punishment. That's gotta be why you were looking for me. Hearing Junu's breakdown, Suan couldn't help but be impressed. That's amazing. I don't even need to explain the rest. It's like you're the main character in some detective novel. I just have a decent read on the situation, Junu replied with a smile, adding in his head, yeah, when you know the future, nothing's that hard. I had a hunch ever since I saw that future photo of Suan as the vanguard paladin of the Holy War Order. If he rejects the baptismal rite and tries to defy the Order's command, a super dark future is waiting for him once his parents lose their power. Sir Dongdu's whole attitude did a 180 as he timidly asked Junu, "Is there a way for my Suan to escape the baptismal rite? The guy who was so cocky before LOL is now totally sold." Junu celebrated inside and replied with a smile, "Of course, it's possible. Who do you think I am? I've spent 10,000 hours playing this game. How could I not know the way I feel you, Suan, because I've been through it too." Junu patted Suan's shoulder, assuring him, "Don't even trip. For real, I got you. I'll help you beat this thing." Yuan was so freaking moved, he just pulled Junu into a massive hug. His parents were a mess too, hugging and sobbing some saintist or whatever. "A total poser like her trying to pull a baptism on me wild. And your future crew. Yeah, they're on my side now." Junu hugged Yuan back then was like, "But one thing. Before we get this treatment started, I have one more condition." Yuan's parents were shook. Another condition. Okay, this just got way more complicated, didn't it? Lemaisie wiped her eyes and was like, "You're right. This isn't just about unlocking his mana anymore. It's about curing this whole nightmare. Just do whatever it takes if you can save our Yuan." But before she could even finish, Junu dropped his condition. "I want you to teach me the Kongan sword break." That classy chill vibe on Lemmy's face totally gone. "Do you have any idea what you just asked for?" Junu was low-key terrified by the death stare and killer vibe coming off Lemmy. Asterisk damn, so the vice director is even more intense than the actual director. Seeing his wife go full-on serious mode, Seung-do knew better than to argue. He just gently tried to calm her down. "Babe, chill for a sec." He got why she was mad, but the Kongan sword break. I mean, who even decides to learn swordsmanship in the 21st century? Kinda weird, right? But like, it's a whole different ballgame in this world where might makes right. A master swordsman can literally wreck a tank. And a top-tier martial artist is basically on the same level as a fighter jet squadron that costs trillions. If a level 1 superhuman learns the Kongan sword break and just grinds it out, they can hit level 4 no sweat. It's basically a cheat code. For the early game, I remember hearing only the absolute elite get to learn this move. "Of course, that's only if I pull this off," Junu said, trying to de-escalate the whole situation. "Mom," that one word was all it took to snap Lemaisie out of it. "Okay, fine." Lemaisie dropped the killer aura, bowed her head, and said, "If you actually do this, I'll give you the memory chip with the sword art on it, password and all." "For real, thank you so much, ma'am," Yuan replied, bowing totally overwhelmed. He was secretly sighing, thinking he'd just dodged a bullet. Asterisk sweet, now I've got the sword art locked in. Asterisk, this is epic. "But," Lemaisie added, her voice getting low, "if you fail, my husband and I won't just be disappointed. We'll be furious." "Not gonna happen, I promise." "All right then, let's get this show on the road like now." Super fast, they set up a room with a mana circle and 200 mid-level mana potions, just like Junu asked. "Yeah, this should do it. I need to be alone with him for the treatment. So if you guys could just..." But as he was talking, Lemmy cut him off. Listen, I'm sorry about before. Yuan had to go through that whole baptism thing before he even started school. He never got to make any friends or even go on a family picnic. He was just stuck in his room all the time. I guess we were being way too over the top, so from here on out, I'm trusting you with everything." As she said it, Lemmy gave him a super deep bow. Hearing Yuan's backstory made Junu even more pissed. Their whole family was suffering this much all because of that messed up saint's trap. An emotional Yuan ran over to hug his mom. "Mom, I'm fine." Asterisk. So this is the real Yuan, huh? In the game, he totally turned on his own family. No wonder he ended up so jaded. Asterisk, man, I kinda feel bad for them. Thinking that, Junu said, "Don't even worry about it. I'm gonna make this happen no matter what." Hearing that, Lemmy finally left, looking a little more hopeful. "All right, now that it's just us, let's get started," Junu said, stretching like it was no big deal. "So what do I do?" Seeing Yuan's pale face and how he was shaking like crazy, Junu kinda pouted. "Dude, why are you shaking so much? Just chill." "My guy," Yuan asked, looking super nervous. "You're not gonna torture me with needles or electric shocks to try and force an awakening, are you? 'Cause that's what they always do." "Dude, what have they been doing to you?" Junu asked with a sigh. "Normally for the holy power fever, you just drink some nectar after you awaken. But since Yuan has way too much mana built up in his system, the fever's just way too strong, which is why every attempt to get him to awaken has been a total bust. You don't have to worry, though. But you gotta promise me one thing. Whatever you see today, it stays between us. It's a secret." "I promise," Yuan said, dead serious. Junu grabbed 2 water potions and got down to business. Asterisk. "Okay, first I gotta push the mana barrier to its absolute max. After that, the barrier's gonna get weaker." And bam, the holy power fever hit and it hurt like hell. Junu slammed the 2 nasty-tasting water potions he was holding. Super fast. All those water potions were gone straight into Junu's stomach. Acquired the drug addiction trait. Damage taken and mana usage are up, but potion effects are insanely boosted. I've gotten the drug addiction trait. Asterisk. Okay, now what if I focus my mana into a shield? Asterisk, he thought. Junu poured all his focus into making a shield around the circle, and just like that, the holy power fever. was totally shoved outside the barrier. Yuan's eyes went wide just staring at Junu. Whoa, that's insane. Junu just grinned back. Dude, it's way too early to be impressed. Now you gotta take off your maniling gloves. Stick your hand outside the barrier and grab my hand. Yuan's face went completely white when he heard that. But won't that cause a resonance reaction between our two holy power fevers? You'll be good as long as you stay inside the barrier. As he said it, Junu stepped right outside the barrier, and the holy power fever instantly slammed back into him. Don't ask questions. Just do what I say. So Yuan, who literally never took his gloves off since his baptism, actually listened to Junu. But the second Yuan's hand broke through the barrier, this crazy holy power fever just exploded out of him, totally blasting Junu. Seriously, how much mana is packed into this guy? Junu knew it was gonna hurt, but he grabbed Yuan's hand anyway. Man, this is way worse than when that saintess baptized me. It feels like my bones are turning to dust, but I gotta power through this. That stupid saint! This freaking holy power fever. Junu just clenched his jaw, fighting through the agony, battling both Yuan's power and his own before ducking back inside the barrier. I took my gloves off, but I'm totally okay, Yuan said, his voice full of awe as he stared at his hand. You got it. That's why we had to pull that insane stunt, Junu shot back. On top of the barrier, Junu had used his damage absorption skill to suck some of that holy power fever into his own body. Basically, Yuan's fever was way down. Then Junu grabbed a wooden sword and tossed it to Yuan. All right, last step. Don't you dare stop. You come at me until you awaken. Got it. Time to finally use the sword skills I've been grinding since I was a kid. Yuan nodded and swung hard at Junu. Junu threw up his arm to block, then had to dive out of the way. 'Cause he saw his iron gauntlet was completely wrecked by one hit from a wooden sword. Right then, the system pinged him with a new protection trait. But even with that, a clean shot from Yuan would be game over. After playing cat and mouse with the guy for a bit, Junu was getting gassed, and Yuan still hadn't awakened. It was starting to tick him off. What kind of crazy sword style did she even teach this kid? I'm barely dodging his attacks. Just then, another ping. You have acquired the evasion trait. At that exact moment, Junu risked a look back at Yuan, and saw this aura starting to pour off him. He was about to awaken. But before Junu could even crack a smile, he saw the wooden sword in Yuan's hand was glowing too. SSR-rank Yuan sword and man is 1. Junu was floored when he read the pop-up. Sword and man is 1, a state where the user and their sword basically become the same thing. It's an insanely OP state for a warrior. But he's totally zoned out right now. If that thing hits me, I'm toast. Facing an attack that could literally erase him, Junu obviously wasn't about to just stand there and take it. He yanked open his trait window, his mind scrambling for a plan that wasn't totally suicidal. Okay, first activate every single defensive trait I've got and stack all the shields on my arms. And I'll tap into the magic circle in here. The second Junu finished setting up his traits, Yuan's attack came crashing down. Junu clenched his jaw and threw his arms up in an X and braced for it. A heartbeat later, a huge explosion and a flash of blinding light rocked the room. When the smoke cleared, Junu was standing there totally untouched. A massive shield had appeared right in front of him. The system dinged. Mana shield, you have harvested a trait. Junu couldn't help but smirk to himself. Nailed it. I combined the mana barrier and protection traits and made a brand new mana shield. After that, he let out a huge sigh, thinking about how a dude with a wooden sword almost punched his ticket. He was just about to crash and take a break when he heard a small sound from Yuan. Junu looked over and saw Yuan swaying on his feet before he just crumpled to the floor. The nerve of this guy passing out all peacefully after nearly killing me. Muttering to himself, Junu walked over to Yuan and saw he was totally out cold. Guess he went a little nuts after awakening. In the game, Yuan was a super strong SSR-ranked character, but since he awakened as a warrior instead of a knight, he got Sword Unity as his starter trait. Looks like I accidentally created a total monster by having him awaken as a warrior. I have no idea how this is going to mess with the plot later on. Oh well, he's a rich kid with insane power, and now he totally owes me one, so I guess it's not all bad. Right, thinking that, Junu grinned, then hauled Yuan over his shoulder and carried him out. A little later in Yuan's bedroom, his parents were watching their son with so much love in their eyes, sleeping peacefully in his bed. Our Yuan, his mom whispered, he's really beaten the mana fever. Then they both turned to Junu and bowed deep. Thank you, we can't thank you enough. Junu just smiled and said, it was no big deal. Told you I had it covered. Choi brought a glass of water to Junu, totally sucking up, I knew you could do it. Lemaisie gently brushed Yuan's hair, saying, it's been so long since we've seen him sleep like this. I don't know how we can ever thank you enough. After saying that, she gave her husband a little smile and a nod. Dongdu caught her meaning, smiled back, and then pulled out an envelope as he walked over to Junu. So here's the NTA we promised, and the memory chip for the no mountain sword technique. On top of that, we want to give you a little something extra for succeeding. Junu was grinning on the inside, but played it cool. Oh wow, you really don't have to do all this, Junu said, trying to sound modest. Please, Dongdu insisted. I hope you'll accept our 1 billion won, even though it's nowhere near enough to thank you for what you've done. Hearing the number 1 billion, Junu was basically doing backflips in his head, but kept a straight face. Well, it would be rude to say no twice, wouldn't it, so? I guess I'll have to take it. After that, Junu and Dongdu shook hands, both of them totally thrilled with the deal. A little while later, Junu and Choi left Yuan's place. Sitting in the car, Choi finally broke the silence. Dude, we totally hit the jackpot today. My man, Junu replied, staring at the vial of NTA and the memory chip for the no-mountain sword technique in his hand. I know, right? This stuff is insane, Choi asked. You're not actually gonna drink that, are you? Junu shot back. Totally, and I'm about to go off the grid for a bit. Choi said, smart move. You definitely don't want the government or anyone else sniffing around after a score like this. Still, it's a shame. If you refine that NTA and juice up, your mana would go through the roof. Junu was like, no doubt. He looked at the vial of NTA in his hand, thinking, if I just down this stuff, I could seriously level up my superhuman game instead of blowing cash to fix this mana fever. Before he knew it, the car pulled up to Junu's hotel. Choi parked and said with a grin, Warrior, I'll see if I can hunt down the gear to refine that NTA, so just think it over before you chug it. Junu hopped out and replied, for sure, thanks. I'll give it some thought. The second he was back in his room, Junu popped the top off that vial of Ina, laughing to himself. Think about it, nah, I'm drinking this right now. That whole deer thing taught me exactly how messed up people can be. I can't even be 100% sure Director Choi won't flip on me. Getting hooked on this stuff, relying on some substance for my mana fix. Whatever. I've got traits that'll max out this NTA's power anyway. With that thought, Junu didn't even hesitate and chugged the entire vial of Ent. Instantly, his entire body was on fire with some next-level pain. Junu felt like every single muscle was being ripped apart and stitched back together. A crazy amount of mana was just surging through him. After a sec, the pain vanished, and this insane golden light exploded in Junu's room. The system voice hit, Superhuman Level 2 Kim Warrior, you have leveled up. Junu was screaming on the inside when another system notification popped up. You have harvested a trait. Harvested trait Black Flame. Whoa. By kicking the mana fever with Ina, I just scored one of the sickest tier 1 traits in the whole game. So now I've got Black Flame and the No Mountain Sword technique. Major relief. I can just grind on these 2 traits, and I'll be golden. While Junu was zoning out, his phone buzzed on the desk. It was a text from Director Choi. Sir, we need to talk about a few things. Junu glanced at the screen. Director Choi, why is he hitting me up all of a sudden? He was sketched out for a second, but then just shrugged it off with a laugh, whatever. Time to go train. But like not even a few seconds later, his phone started blowing up with notifications. So annoying. What's the big emergency? He yelled, totally fed up, and snatched up his phone to read the texts. Sir Superhuman got a lot to go over, but figured texting first was the move. I'm positive you're gonna need my help. I get why you're holding back. It's probably 'cause of those dudes in the rival sect. Forget all that and just decide. Time to do some soul searching. Once you learn the sword style, your path will be clear. Yeah, some people are gonna whine about it. Hit me back as soon as you see this. After reading all that, a massive question mark basically popped up over his head. Junu thought, what the heck is this? What is he even talking about? But a few seconds later, it clicked that something was way off with these texts. He reread them super carefully and found the hidden message. Run from the Dagger Gang. As soon as he pieced it together, he thought, he buried a warning in the text, the Dagger Gang. They're rivals with the Iron Fist Gang. If Director Choi was going to double-cross me, he'd just called a stall. The way he sent these texts, he must already be caught. Looks like the info got out while he was getting the gear. As it all clicked into place, Junu's face went ice cold and he whispered, Welp, I'm just going to ignore it. I got what I came for. Everyone's got to look out for number 1. The very next day, in some sketchy empty alley, a guy's painful screams just kept echoing. Inside a tiny warehouse, Choi was tied to a chair, completely surrounded. One of the guys grabbed Choi's head and was like, You're a tough one, huh? Made it all night without ratting out where that superhuman punk is, huh? Choi shot back defiant. He signed the contract 'cause he trusted me. I'm not saying a thing no matter what you do. Hearing that, the guy flashed a nasty grin. I really didn't want to do this, but you're not giving me a choice. Then he waved over one of his goons. The goon got the signal, brought an axe over to Choi and asked, Left or right, which hand you eat with? Choi just stared him down, saying nothing. Seeing that, the man started laughing like a maniac. Not gonna answer, huh? Well, people usually use their right hand, right? As he said it, the dude lifted the axe way up, ready to bring it down on Choi's right hand, right when the blade was about to hit. A massive explosion rocked the place, making the guy freeze up. He whipped his head toward the sound and screamed, What the hell was that? Just then, one of the crew crawled in yelling, Boss! The axe guy demanded, What the heck is happening out there? The guy stammered back in total fear. Some psycho just threw a grenade at our building. Meanwhile, perched on a rooftop nearby, Junu was totally smirking. He had a grenade launcher casually slung over his shoulder, pointed right at the Dagger Gang's HQ. You guys picked the wrong dude to mess with. I can't just ditch someone who actually keeps their word in this messed up world of bad guys. Aight, let's get this party started. And just like that, Junu squeezed the trigger. A grenade rocketed out of the barrel, streaking straight for the Dagger Gang's building, and boom, a massive explosion. A couple seconds later, a ton of people started pouring out of the giant new hole in the wall, all packing heat and scrambling out. Where's he shooting from? Find him now! Watching the chaos from above, Junu just smirked. Just as I thought, scurrying out like a bunch of roaches. That building might look like a regular old apartment complex, but I know you're all holed up in there. This place is the Dagger Gang dungeon, and I've cleared this level so many times I could do it in my sleep. It's a super complex dungeon spread across 6 different buildings. The Dagger Gang mission was basically a tutorial quest, so yeah, I can totally ace this with my eyes closed. All that grinding back in the day is finally paying off. And now the pro gamer has arrived to finish the quest. With that, Junu, his backpack loaded with gear, leapt over to the next rooftop, so he wouldn't get spotted by chilling in one place for too long. Down below the Dagger Gang, goons had already split into teams to search the area. A few minutes later, in some random alley, 3 of the gang members were creeping around. The guys who hit us? Gotta be the Iron Fist crew, right? Only they're psycho enough to pull a stunt like this. When we find them, we're gonna wreck them. As they were talking, smack one of them heard a weird noise from a dumpster behind them. The dude spun around all cautious and was like, "Yo, what was that? I'm gonna go check it out." His buzzcut buddy was like, "Aight, but be careful." So the guy who heard the noise tiptoed over to the back of the dumpster, took a peek inside, but saw nothing. "It's clear," he whispered. But right as he turned to go back to his crew, a hand just grabbed his head and bam, slammed it into the pavement. And there was Junu appearing out of thin air. He propped the KO'd dude in a corner and gave a little grin. I was literally standing right in front of him, and he had no clue. Seriously, for sneaking around, there's no better combo than feign death and stealth walk. So while these goons are running around outside, I'm just gonna waltz into their main base. This is almost too easy. Time for the secret entrance. And with that, Junu strolled over to the dumpster, popped the lid, and climbed down a ladder inside. Once he hit the bottom, Junu scanned the area, super cautious. Okay, so far so good. I've been trying to avoid a fight to sneak in. The Dagger Gang always keeps their hostages right next to the boss's room on the 5th floor. So there's gotta be a path. I'll just keep it low-key so they don't spot me. Yeah, that was the plan. But life's never that easy, is it? Junu had barely taken his first stealthy step when alarms started screaming. Emergency, emergency, we're under attack, intruder in the building. Everyone gear up and get to your stations. Hearing that, Junu's face went totally serious as he thought, so much for stealth. His eyes locked onto the closed door in front of him. Okay, this is bad. If I go through that door, I'll be in a hallway the best way to go since the main staircase is right there. But the major problem is now that they know I'm here, they're gonna set up a barricade in that hall as their first line of defense. If I open this door, I'm gonna get lit up. After thinking for a sec, Junu decided to just go for it. And inside, just like he called it, a bunch of Dagger Gang dudes were hunkered down behind a barricade, guns aimed and ready. Hey guys, have a little something. On the house. With a smirk, Junu whipped out a gun and just started unloading on the Dagger Gang members. In a flash, the hallway was filled with the screams of guys who got tagged. The ones still standing scrambled to react. What the heck is that? A Gatling gun, you psycho, shoot back! They swore and raised their guns to fight back, but then they spotted a grenade sailing right at them. A huge explosion shook the entire room. Junu, ducking outside the door, just laughed. If you can't handle the heat, get out of the kitchen. Gotta make an entrance right. Then he pulled a few more grenades from his pack. One's no fun, so here's a few more. With that, Junu lobbed the grenades in, slammed the door shut, and stepped back. He heard a few more massive explosions and some pretty gnarly screams, which just made a wicked smile spread across his face as he said, "I'm glad you guys liked my presence." After waiting a couple minutes, Junu stepped back into the room. His eyes darted around super alert as he thought, is that everyone? A few could still be playing possum. Can't get careless now. And just then, one of the guys on the floor jumped up and fired his gun right at Junu. But since he was already on high alert, Junu totally sensed the bullet zipping for his head. He just tilted his head and dodged it like it was nothing. The system chimed in. Sensitivity trait acquired. Sweet, he thought. Just the trait I needed for this dungeon, he thought, glancing over at the dude who tried to jump him. After taking a couple of seconds to deal with that guy, Junu wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. All right, minions are toast. Time to head up. A sec later, Junu hit the 4th floor. Okay, so I made it to the 4th floor in one piece. But this is where the real party starts. Gang members are supposed to be crawling all over this floor of the casino right before I hit the boss's room on the 5th, he thought, creeping up to a corner. He took a peek and was shocked to see no one. Super sketchy. Junu walked over to the casino and pushed the door open, but it was a total ghost town inside too. Realizing something was way off, Junu's face went grim as he told himself, something's not right. I need to focus. The system pinged, announcing he'd acquired the focus trait. The second he got it, Junu's ears picked up a weird sound from above. He looked up and saw a drone buzzing out of an air vent. Next thing he knew, the drone dropped a grenade that went off in a blinding flash, forcing him to slam his eyes shut. He cursed in his head. Crap! A flashbang. In that exact moment, a figure popped up behind Junu, lunging with a dagger, stabbing like a maniac for his neck and laughing wildly. Gotcha, you little rat! The attacker was the boss of the Dagger Gang, a level 2 superhuman assassin class. But the Dagger Gang boss's stab just clanked against a shield that appeared out of nowhere. Junu's vision came back and he turned to the guy asking, You said you got who now? The Dagger Gang boss freaked out. My knife, it can't get through. He immediately jumped back. making some space between them. Junu didn't even flinch, just asking, "Who are you calling a rat? You're the one dressed like you're about to raid a cheese shop, aren't you?" he thought to himself. I totally didn't expect the boss on the 4th floor. That was way too close. That never happened in the game, but I can still read the playbook. The flashbang is a combo attack pattern that's supposed to trigger when the player hits the boss's room. I was supposed to have the sensitivity and focus traits equipped before he jumped me. The Dagger Gang's boss is a straight-up assassin. I'm gonna have to use all 5 senses to feel where his attacks are coming from. Right then, the Dagger Gang boss yelled totally mad, "You blocked my ambush!" Junu just laughed and said, "Don't get so shocked already." Then he pulled a weapon from his backpack and said, "Seriously, I'm gonna make you regret ever targeting me." Junu took charge and rushed the Dagger Gang boss, swinging his sword, but it sliced through empty air as the boss just vanished right before it hit. The Dagger Gang boss popped up behind Junu. "You're so slow, but you try to act all tough," with a nasty sneer. The Dagger Gang boss threw a dagger glowing with a gross green light at his back. Seeing it, Junu whipped around and knocked the dagger away with his sword, thinking, he's crazy fast. A true assassin. If I didn't have the sensitivity and focus traits just now, I would have been toast. He juiced his dagger with poison magic. So if that thing even grazed me, I'd be sent to the great beyond. The longer this fight drags on, the bigger the disadvantage for me, the Dagger Gang boss said, surprised. "Oh, you're pretty lucky, huh? If you surrender now, I'll be merciful and only chop off one of your hands." Junu laughed and said, "Stop the trash talk and bring it." The Dagger Gang's leader laughed back. "Just from that ugly way you hold a sword, I can tell you're a marksman. You've got a big mouth for someone who can't even read the room." Hearing this, Junu was startled and thought to himself, he called me a marksman. That's right. 'Cause I've been using a gun this whole time, he must have pegged me as an augmented soldier. Seeing Junu stay quiet, the Dagger Gang's leader thought he was right and flashed a nasty smile. "I'll tear you to shreds and make it hurt as much as possible." He roared as he charged at Junu and swung his weapon. At the same time, Junu also gripped the handle of his sword and raised it high over his head. "I've only got one shot, and it's right now while his guard is down," he yelled in his head, bringing his sword down without a second thought. Seeing this, the Dagger Gang's leader pulled back his attack and sidestepped to dodge it. A smug smile spread across his face as he said, "Too slow." Little did he know, this was the exact moment Junu was waiting for. A glint flashed in his eyes, and with a quick twist of his wrist, he switched the downward slash into a horizontal one aimed right at him. Seeing this, the Dagger Gang's leader cried out, "What a marksman using a combo attack!" He frantically tried to block with his dagger, but the force of the hit still sent him sprawling. At this point, the Dagger Gang's leader didn't dare underestimate Junu anymore. His eyes were filled with caution as he stared at him. Junu raised his sword one more time. "Sorry, but I switched my traits. I'm not a marksman anymore, but a first-class warrior who's pretty good with a sword." With that, Junu used Kong's sword break first form. The massive slash slammed into the Dagger Gang's leader, messing him up bad. His dagger fell to the side as he bent over, hacking up a ton of blood. Junu smirked and said, "You lose when you let your guard down." The Dagger Gang's leader cursed angrily. "You little punk!" Copying Junu, he took advantage of the second Junu was gloating and had let his own guard down, snatched up his dagger and hurled it at him with all his strength, yelling, "This isn't over!" Junu gasped in surprise. Is he really trying a last-ditch effort? An instant later, blood went flying as Junhu's sword took out the Dagger Gang's leader, just as a thrown dagger nailed him in the side. A few seconds later, Junshu totally hit his knees, frowning. He yanked out the dagger and cursed under his breath. "Ugh, seriously, I got careless at the very end. This poison is already racing through me. Gotta switch up my trait stat." Traits equipped: wound recovery regeneration, robustness, mana core deep breathing mana recovery. After swapping his traits, Junshu managed to get back up. "I can handle this. But man, this hurts like crazy." As he said that, Junshu stashed his weapon in his backpack. He was about to bounce when he heard a ton of noise outside the window. "Get up there now! An intruder just popped up around here." Junu peeked out the window and whispered, "No time to mess around. I gotta get out of this building like right now." Meanwhile, in the torture room on the 5th floor, Choso was also trying to make a break for it. He was throwing his weight around, making the chair tip over and crash backward. "I have to get out of here fast," he thought, stretching for a piece of broken glass nearby. He was gonna use it to slice through the ropes, but before he could even touch it, a shadow suddenly fell over him. He shot a look up, surprised to see it was Junshu. "How in the world did you get caught by these guys?" Junshu asked, pulling off Choso's gag. Choso was totally stoked. "My hero." As Junsu started untying him, he let out a sigh. "You're a real handful, you know that." "Getting all choked up?" Choso asked. "You seriously came all this way just for me?" Junshu's face got dead serious. He put a hand on Choso's shoulder and said, "Let's just get out of here first. They're coming up right now." Choso grinned and said, "Yeah, for sure, for sure." But when he tried to walk, a crazy pain shot through his legs, making him yell out. Junu turned back like, "What's wrong?" And when he saw Choso's legs shaking, he frowned and cursed to himself. "Those total jerks. Look what they did to him." Then he just bent down and said, "Hop on." Choso quickly waved his hand, saying, "Whoa, what? You don't have to do that. I've probably already asked way too much of you." Junu pushed, Dude, it's cool. We gotta move, so let's just get somewhere safe first. Figuring he was right, Choso could only reluctantly agree. Okay, fine. Just this one time. Thanks, man. With Choso on his back, Junsu cracked a small smile and thought, even after they put him through all that, he's still loyal. I figured this world was a total nightmare, but I guess it has its moments. A couple hours later, Junshu and Choso were safely back in Choso's office. Junshu was just chilling in a chair, chugging can after can of recovery potion. A system notification popped up. Poison resistance trait. Trait acquired. Seeing that Junshu finally stopped drinking and kicked back in his chair, saying the recovery potions totally flushed out the poison. Choso, super hyped, brought out another stack of recovery potions, saying, if you need more, they're all yours. Junu smiled and said, nah, I'm good. This is plenty. He happily added in his head, cause I already snagged the trait. Just then, Choso spoke up, looking super sorry. By the way, dude, I'm so sorry. It looks like while I was setting up our party, our info got leaked. I totally messed up trusting my staff like that. Junshu told him, it's cool. Besides, I already drank the immortal wine. Director Cho was like totally shocked. Wait, what, you drank the immortal wine already? Jun said with a grin. If I hadn't drunk it then… I never would have been able to save you. Hearing that, Director Cho looked completely wrecked, grabbing his head and groaning. No way. You had to use the immortal wine just now to save me. Junshu looked away and thought, it's not really his fault, but whatever. I'll let him think that. All of a sudden, someone started pounding on the door. Director Cho totally freaked out. What's that, the Dagger Gang found us? Hey kid, what are we gonna do? Junshu crossed his arms, glanced at the door and smirked. Looks like we've got company. Let's go say hi. Then he got up and walked over to open the door. A super stressed Director Cho tagged along right behind him. When Junshu opened it, Director Cho totally gasped. The Iron Fist Gang. It's Kim Chi-kwan and a whole crew of his guys. Junshu smiled and said, so you made it. Kim Cho-kwan spoke up. I gotta say I didn't expect you to just wipe out the Dagger Gang. I knew from the get-go you weren't some average Joe. So what's up? Why'd you call me, Junhu thought to himself, cause it's time to cash in on that hidden quest reward. The Iron Fist Gang and the Dagger Gang are rivals, both fighting for the Salim territory. The game guide says the player has to help the Iron Fist Gang take out the Dagger Gang. The Iron Fist Gang offers a ton of rewards for trashing the Dagger Gang. Seeing Junshu just standing there, Kim Cha-kwan asked, so what's the plan? You starting your own crew or something? Junshu shook his head and said, nah, running a crew isn't really my thing. I called you here to tell you that the Dagger Gang's old turf is all yours now. Kim Choluan's jaw dropped in shock. Wait, for real, Junu explained. I'm more of a solo act and have zero interest in getting into the whole underworld scene. So let's just call us even for that favor I owed you. Kim Chi-kwan thought about it for a sec, then was like, so I don't lose anything by saying yes, but this seems kinda extra for what you owed me, right? Junu just smiled and said, looks like we're on the same page. Since I basically handed you the Suim territory, you owe me one. A wish. Kim Chi-kwan was like, a wish. And if I actually did that, what would you even ask for, spill it? Junhu thought to himself. Duh, it's what literally everyone in Sun is dying for. Out loud, he just smiled and said, just hook me up with a house. Then he thought, it's finally time to get my own place. Kim Chi-kwan asked, a house for real? Junhu replied, ever since I've been on my own in this insane world, I figured I need a legit place to crash. Kim Chuan thought for a moment, then said, all right, bet. That works. I mean, you did take out those knife-wielding goons. You got a deal. Hearing that, Junshu grinned and said, you're straight up. I dig that. Kim Chi-kwan asked, so what's the vibe, a fancy villa or just an apartment? Junshu laid out his needs. Nah, none of that. I need a house somewhere quiet, with solid security, totally soundproof, and it's gotta have a training room in the basement. Hearing this, Kim Chi-kwan started thinking mumbling a house in a quiet spot. With a basement gym, huh? Junhu tried to play it cool just waiting, but inside he was totally freaking out. Come on, say it. Say the name of the place I'm thinking of. In a flash, Kim Choluan spoke up. I know a place that's a perfect match. It's a house out in the Suim suburbs right by the Junabong mountain range. Hearing that, Junshu was screaming inside. Bingo, a house on the side of the Junabong mountain range. It was the absolute perfect spot for a player's first base in Soon. On the outside, Junshu kept a total poker face so he wouldn't look sus. The next morning, Junshu was chilling at his new crib. He was sprawled out soaking up some sun on the second floor terrace with snacks and drinks right there. So this is that awesome vibe you get when you finally have your own place, huh? As he said it, June walked to the railing, stretched and yelled happily, I love the chill smell in the air. The view from up here is insane too. This house is seriously next level. When I first got dropped into Soon, I was totally clueless, and my hospital bills hit like 20 million. But now, I've got this epic house that's basically a mansion. On top of that, I've got the #1 security crew and Director Cho backing me up financially. At this rate, I could be in the hospital for a whole year, and not even sweat it. After the hype died down, Junshu calmed himself and stared off thinking, but this is Soon. I can't just chill. Once the main story really kicks in, psycho bad guys like the Saints and the Pope are gonna show up and totally wreck the city. Then Junshu casually grabbed a pickaxe nearby and said with a smirk, All right then, guess it's time to find the real reason I wanted this house. A minute later, Junshu headed down to the basement training room, pickaxe over his shoulder, and started tapping all over the walls like he was looking for something. It's gotta be around here somewhere, Junshu muttered, tapping away until he hit a spot that sounded totally different. Let's get this party started, he yelled, swinging the pickaxe and smashing it into that spot. A huge piece of the wall crumbled away, showing a hollow space inside. Looking at what he did with just one swing, Junu said, all hyped, "Whoa, looks like my stats are seriously paying off. At this rate, I'll be done way sooner than I thought." A while later, Junu was still grinding away, but he hadn't found what he was looking for. His face was totally wrecked as he cussed out loud. Sooner than expected? My butt, I had no idea this thing was so deep. But even so, Junu wasn't about to quit. Gotta keep pushing. Just show yourself already, he screamed, lifting the pickaxe high and slamming it down with everything he had. After that hit, water just exploded from the spot. There it is, Junu yelled, totally stoked. He scrambled to catch a few splattering drops in his mouth. And just like that, a few seconds later, he looked totally refreshed. He looked down at his hands and said quietly, "I can feel my body getting back to 100%. So this is what a mana spring does. A spring literally overflowing with mana. A legit mana spring. Even characters with 0 health can bounce back super fast just by soaking in this stuff. And it gets rid of most debuffs too. This is an insane perk. The only place you could get free access to a mana spring like this was the house near the Gyeonyuang mountain range, the first base for the Iron Fist gang. So Junu got to work setting up some plumbing and dragging in a massive bathtub. He cranked the tap, filled the tub with mana spring water, and hopped in. "Man," he said, totally relaxed. "To get this house, I had to go through some serious stuff, not like in the game where it's just one click. This place is buzzing with so much energy you can feel the effects right away. The mana spring is the ultimate recovery hack for training. And with this, I can grind until I'm completely wiped, then just take a quick soak and I'm good to go again. All right, it's time for the only free-to-play guy who grinds like a total whale to get to work." With that, Junu whipped out a sword and started practicing like a maniac. Fast forward 2 weeks, it's evening, and Junu's standing in the basement training room with his sword thinking, "I've been holed up in this, been grinding in the training room for 2 weeks straight, and I've totally got this black flame on lock now." Then with total focus, he started busting out the moves from the empty mountain sword style. First form, Mountain Crusher. Second form, River and Mountain Divider. And the finisher, third form, Piercing Mountain's Heart. Sheathing his sword, a grin spread across Junu's face as he said, "Sweet. Now I can combo the empty mountain sword style with the black flame. Plus I snagged some super useful traits during my grind. Trait window, Explosive Descent. One-stroke finger fire resistance and predestined mana stabilization." Staring at these new skills, Junu got totally lost in thought. Okay, training's done, so there's just one major thing left to do. The mana forging ability, the one thing I can't just grind for. If I just refined that celestial elixir before chugging it, I'd probably be at superhuman level 3 by now. But nope, I'm stuck at level 2, which means my mana pool is kinda pathetic. To max out the celestial elixir's power and hit level 3, I absolutely need that mana forging ability. Yeah, it's not gonna be easy to get, but the payoff is gonna be huge. Just then, a memory from his gamer days popped into his head. Back then, Junu was controlling his character, Kim the Warrior, and hit up Kim Chumbo's weapon shop. Inside, the shopkeeper was totally bug-eyed at his request, asking, "You for real want to buy that? It's been collecting dust in the warehouse for almost 10 years. Junu was dead serious. "I want to buy it." The shopkeeper just shrugged and went to grab it for him. System notification, you have purchased the mana forging skill. Seeing that pop up on his phone, Junu, who was chilling in bed playing the game, got this huge smug grin on his face. "I'm probably the only player who knows you can just buy the mana forging skill at that old antique shop, right?" Snapping back to reality, Junu grinned. "Time to hit up the Sing World shopping district and pay that antique shop a visit. It's leveling up time." And just like that, Junu was on his way. But when he got there, it was a total bummer the shop was closed. What the heck, why is it closed? And to top it off, the door was sealed with mana to keep anyone from getting in. Muttering to himself, Junu got closer and spotted a little sign hanging on the lock. "Closed until the situation in Can Market calms down." Junu glanced around and was even more shocked all the other shops were shut down too. The whole place was a ghost town. Totally not the packaged Sinan district he remembered. The Sinan commercial district was supposed to be the busiest shopping hub around. In the game, there's no way this place would ever be closed. This place was open 24/7. So why is it all boarded up now? Almost every other store is closed down just like this one. Is this world different from the one I knew? Wanting to get some answers, Junu wandered down the street and saw a dude smoking in front of the only shop that still had its lights on. Junu cautiously walked over to start a conversation. "So, is business in the market kinda slow lately?" The guy who was the shop owner shot Junu a cranky look. "You got eyes, don't you, kid? I'm totally wiped out here, with all these goons showing up to throw down all day long." "What customer in their right mind would show up?" Junu was surprised. "Goons, I thought the Iron Fist gang ran this turf." The shop owner just waved him off and grumbled, "Iron Fist gang. My foot. Ever since the Dagger gang got wiped out, it's been a total free-for-all with gangs battling it out day and night. You got the Iron Fist gang, the Poison gang, and even the Naked gang. Hearing that, Junu instantly got what was going on. The gangs are all fighting each other. Ah, so that's what's up. In the original game's storyline, the Iron Fist gang took down the Dagger gang solo and claimed their territory. So the Sinon market automatically became Iron Fist turf. But this time I was the one who took out the Dagger gang. So now this whole market is a battleground, up for grabs for the other gangs. What am I supposed to do now? While Junu was trying to figure out a plan, a shout echoed from down the street. Look at these clowns, get them out of here! The shop owner clicked his tongue. Ugh, it's them again! Junu decided to head towards the commotion. He had to see what was happening with his own eyes before making a move. Just a little ways off, some dude from the Iron Fist gang went flying and slammed hard into a stack of tarp-covered crates behind him. 3 other Iron Fist members looked mad, but were too scared to do anything, just standing there looking totally beat, staring down their rivals. Across from them was a crew of 4 from the Poison gang, led by Gang Hija, a sub-boss and a titled level 2 superhuman. After launching the Iron Fist guy gang, Hija laughed like a total jerk. Are you guys idiots? I told you this intersection is Poison gang turf. You get it, now beat it. You Iron Fist scrubs and crawl back to whatever hole you came from. The hurt Iron Fist member clutched his side, gritting his teeth. You jerks! And right then, another voice cut in. What do you think you're doing causing a scene on our turf? At that, both the Iron Fist and Poison gangs whipped around to see a crew from the Naked gang rolling up, led by the Flasher, a sub-boss from the Naked gang, and another titled level 2 superhuman. When Gang Hija saw them coming, he muttered, Great, now these weirdos are here. The Flasher just laughed and called out, This intersection belongs to the Naked gang. Gang Hija and his crew started walking toward the Naked gang saying, Don't be stupid, get lost. The Flasher just asked, Are you guys seriously gonna keep this up? The dude from the Iron Fist gang who'd just gotten wrecked saw the whole scene and muttered, These guys are insane, I gotta bounce like now. Just as he was trying to get up, he saw someone standing next to him. It was Junu just watching the 2 crews face off, and he quietly said, What a total mess. The injured guy asked, totally stunned. Wait, you're the superpowered dude who totally wiped out the Dagger gang, right? Junu turned and looked at him, then pulled him up with one hand. What are you just sitting there for? Get up, it's go time. The injured dude just stared totally lost. Huh, what are you talking about? Junu turned right to the 2 gangs and yelled, Yo, you meatheads, knock it off and get over here. The guy started freaking out and was like, Whoa, what are you doing? Junu just glanced at him and said, Chill out, I'm helping you. He thought to himself, to get this market back to normal, I need to set up a pecking order. Siding with the Iron Fist gang is probably the move. Gang Hija looked over at Junu and sneered, Well, look what we have here. Who do you think you are trying to boss me around? The Flasher crossed his arms, giving Junu the stink eye and asked, Is this clown trying to offer himself up or something? Junu looked at both of them, then at the townsfolk watching all the drama, and thought for a sec. Okay, they're both level 2 supers. If I go all out, I can totally win, but there's no reason to drag the shopkeepers into this. That being the case, I gotta show them what I'm made of first. With that, Junu cracked a smile, pulled a sword out of his backpack and held it. Then he quickly tweaked his status window. A second later, his whole body was lit up with black flames, and his sword was glowing with that signature blue energy of the Empty Mountain sword break. Seeing this, Gang Hija totally freaked, Huh? What the heck, Empty Mountain sword break and that insane aura? No way! The Flasher's jaw dropped. Are you the super who single-handedly took out the entire Dagger gang? Junu just smirked and said, That's me. And this time I'm feeling generous. I'm gonna make you an offer you can't refuse. Instead of making this a whole big thing, let's settle it. With a one-on-one duel. Winner takes the market. So sounds fair, right? Gang Hija snapped back. You think I'm an idiot I'm not going one-on-one with a warrior? The Flasher didn't say a word. He was on the same page as Gang Hija. Junu said, Don't sweat it. We'll fight based on whatever you guys are best at. A moment later, the 3 crews from the 3 gangs backed off. In the center, it was just Junu, Gang Hija, and the Flasher. Junu looked at the Flasher and said, So your whole deal is mind control. If I can fight it off, I win. A super creepy look spread across the Flasher's face. He smiled at Junu. It's a real honor to have a hottie like you know who I am. How about we just skip this pointless fight and you can join our cult of the primordial goddess? Junu looked totally grossed out. You, why would I ever join your crew? Use your head. Your cult isn't even one of the 7 B-list faiths. It's some random no-name group. Why would I join some fake cult that's not even on Westphalia's radar? Hearing Junu's words, the smile on the Flasher's face just vanished. He roared, You non-believer! I'll fix that thinking of yours with the goddess's love and mercy. Kneel before me and I'll grant you an audience with her. At the same time, he threw his hand toward Junu, activating his mind control power. Junu just stood there and took it, not even trying to dodge. In a flash, his head felt super heavy and his knees started to buckle like he was about to kneel. That priest-level mind control was legit powerful. But sorry, buddy, not even your goddess can mess with me. Thinking that to himself, Junu pulled up his status window and equipped the mental resistance trait. Instantly, Junu felt his body get lighter and his head clear up. Then without a second thought, he threw a punch and knocked the Flasher out cold. The other members of the nude gang saw it and rushed over to help him up. Lord Flasher, are you okay? Let's get out of here for now. As the nude gang dipped, Junu turned to Kang Hee-ja and said, "You're up." Kang Hee-ja spoke up. "Oh, you're not half bad, but let me tell you the poison gang is on a whole other level than those weirdos." Junu said, "I wouldn't be so sure. We'll see about that. Your special ability is mixing poisons, right? Give me the gnarliest thing you've got and I'll drink it." Kang Hee-ja laughed and said, "All right, if you're that eager to die, I'm happy to help." Just then, the guy who got beaten up earlier ran to Junu's side and warned him, "Hey kid, I know you're tough, but drinking their poison is a death wish." Junu just smiled and replied, "Don't worry about it. I got this." At the same time, Kang Hee-ja took out a cup of poison and handed it to Junu. "Drink up! If you can handle it, you win. If you die, I win." Junu took the cup of poison and stared at it, thinking, "Just as I expected, she gave me pick." Then he made a disgusted face and said, "God, this smells awful. If I don't die from this, you better be ready to catch these hands." Kang Hee-ja said angrily, "Don't even dream of asking for an antidote after you drink it. Sorry, but that's not happening." As soon as she finished speaking, Junu decisively chugged the entire cup of poison. A second later, Junu collapsed to the ground. I was seriously fuming inside. It felt like my blood was literally boiling. Seeing this, Kang Hee-ja just strolled over, all smug, kicked me a few times and laughed. "Oof, you're feeling that already, huh? If you get on your knees and bark like a dog, maybe I'll think about helping you." Yeah, right. I didn't have time to deal with her. I was too busy gritting my teeth through the pain trying to figure a way out of this disaster. I gotta focus. This poison is some kind of custom mix of special drugs. My poison resistance isn't gonna do squat. I just have to tank as much of the damage as I can with my healing trait and find a way to get this poison under control. With that plan, I jumped right into action. First, I pulled up my trait window. Then I focused all the poison into my left hand. The system pinged toxin resistance. "You've acquired a new trait. Done. Now that I got toxin resistance, I can control this poison with my mana. Time for the final step," I muttered. I used my sword and sliced my left palm open. A whole flood of that nasty poison just poured right out. The guy who got beat up earlier yelled out, "Holy crap! He pulled all the poison into his arm just to get it out." Kang Hee-ja screamed totally in disbelief. "That's impossible!" Then she looked horrified when she saw I was suddenly right in front of her, grinning. Man, that poison was seriously no joke. Now it's my turn. Before she could even react, I grabbed her arm, yanked one of her fingers up, and snapped it clean off, making her shriek in agony. Her crew in the back saw it and yelled out, all worried, "Boss!" Kang Hee-ja dropped to her knees, giving me a death stare as she said, "You think you can just get away with this?" I just casually picked at my ear and said, "Stop with the classic sore loser speech and get lost." Kang Hee-ja seethed, "You little punk." Her goons rushed over, putting a hand on her shoulder, and said, "Let's just go for now, boss." So Kang Hee-ja had no choice but to take off, spitting, "I'm gonna remember your face." The Iron Fist gang saw the whole thing and started cheering their heads off. "We won, haha, serves you jerks right, hooray for our warrior Kim Junu." I just smirked and looked over at the merchants, thinking, winning was a given. Now comes the hard part. Not too far away, the merchants were all whispering to each other. The Iron Fist gang won. I wonder how much they're gonna push us around now. I looked away from them, and over to the guy who got beaten up earlier. "Hey, you better report that I was the one who did everything." The guy laughed and said, "You got it, sir. Thank you so much." I held up one finger and said, "There's one thing that Iron Fist gang absolutely has to remember in this market." The guy nodded like a bobblehead and said, "Yes, what is it, sir? Please tell me." I said, "The protection fee for this market can only be half of what the Dagger gang used to charge." Hearing this, the guy totally flipped. "What, we won't make any money then?" My expression got real dark as I asked, "Are you talking back to me?" The guy immediately got scared. "No, of course not. I'm sure our boss will totally understand." We weren't exactly being quiet, which of course was all part of my plan. So all the merchants nearby heard every word. They started cheering, "Whoa, the protection fee is cut in half. He's the hero of Single Market." I was fist pumping on the inside. This is exactly why I went through all that. Haha. Just then the merchants swarmed me, bowing and thanking me. Thank you so much." I just smiled and waved it off, saying, "Nah, I just did what anyone would do. Just hook me up with a discount next time, okay?" The merchants were all about it. "Of course, we'll give you an 80% discount anytime." I was totally psyched, thinking to myself, Single Market is a legit bargain, and on top of that, my rep with all the merchant NPCs is gonna skyrocket. The next morning, every single shop in Singo was open again. Kim Chunach's place was no exception. The second I walked in, he greeted me like an old friend. "I've heard all about you from the other merchants. You're the hero who saved Single Market." I just smiled, soaking in the praise, and said, "I just did what had to be done." "Don't be so modest. Those gangsters were a total nightmare. I mean, look, I had to close up shop because I got caught in a fight and broke my arm." Chunach held up his injured arm and sighed. "Oh man, are you okay now?" "I got some key treatment. Thankfully, it totally worked. If it wasn't for that therapist, I'd probably still be stuck in some hospital bed." I asked, surprised. "There's a key therapist in Se-Hung Lim." "That's right. Do you need an introduction?" "He's super talented." I smiled and said, I appreciate it, but first I need to buy a couple things. Oh right, feel free to look around. We've got everything except for the stuff we're out of. I didn't even look at the items he had out. I looked straight at Chunich, tapped my foot on the floorboards, and asked with a grin, "You've got a lot of cool stuff here, but can I see the items? Down there?" Chunich looked stunned. "How did you know?" I just smiled back. I have my ways, I thought to myself. You should never underestimate a gamer with 10,000 hours of playtime like me. What secret could I possibly not know? Chunich didn't even try to argue. He led me down to a room in the basement, and as he was opening the door, he looked back at me. I hardly ever show this to first-time customers. But for you, I'll make an exception. I grinned and said, "Thanks a lot, I appreciate it." As the door opened, Chunich led me in and said, "This is my collection of magical items." "Go for it, look around," Junsu said, totally stoked. "Sweet." Then he was all over the place, checking out every single thing. He finally landed on the flute of the ancient god. He picked up the item with both hands, thinking, "Okay, I've snagged some sick loot in this game, but for real, the flute of the ancient god, the one that seals a legit mana cultivation technique. This is the ultimate jackpot. Now that I've got this S-tier item, it's time to make some magic happen." A minute later, they were back upstairs in the shop. Junsu dropped the flute and a couple of other things he'd picked out onto the counter. "Yo, this is my haul for today." Chunbok checked out the stuff, totally impressed. "Just as I thought. You've got a killer eye. The 5-colored diamond, the spellbook, the magic gauntlets, and the flute of the ancient god. These are all super rare drops." Then he hit him with the price. "That'll be 2 billion. Junsu's eyes practically popped out of his head. "Whoa, 2 billion. Seeing his reaction, Chunbok just laughed. "Chill, that's the price for randoms. But since you're basically the guardian angel of this market, I can hook you up with a better deal. For you, it's 500 million. Junsu let out a huge sigh of relief. "Dude, Chunbok, you almost gave me a heart attack." After that, he paid the man, and Chunbok carefully wrapped everything up and handed it over. An 80% discount from an NPC just for having high affinity? That's insane. Now I just gotta find a priest-class superhuman who can unseal this thing. And I've already got a lead on where to find one. With that thought, Junsu grinned at Chunbok and asked, "Oh, by the way, can I get the address for that key therapist?" That afternoon, Junsu followed the address Chunbok gave him and ended up in front of some house. He reached out to knock and called, "Hello, anyone home?" When nobody answered, Junsu got a little sus and pressed his ear against the door, whispering, "Guess he's not here." Just then the door swung open. A young guy poked his head out and was like, "What do you want this early in the morning?" Junsu checked the guy out. "Whoa, white hair and a super pale face." "Yep, this is totally the dude I'm looking for," he thought. Junsu replied cheerfully, "It's the afternoon, my guy. You call this early morning?" The guy was like, "It is for me. So what do you want?" Junsu scratched his head and was like, Well, I heard you're like really good at what you do." As soon as he heard that, the guy's whole vibe changed. He got all friendly and said, "Oh, a customer, I thought you were one of those goons. Come on in." As he led Junsu inside, the guy pointed to a single bed and said, "You can just lie down there. So where are you hurt?" Junsu didn't answer right away. He was busy scoping out the room when his eyes locked onto a statue, and he thought to himself, "Seeing that statue here? Yeah, I've definitely got the right guy." The young dude asked, kinda suspicious, What are you doing? The bed's right there." Only then did Junsu turn back to him. He pulled out the flute of the ancient god and said, "Oh, actually, I'm not here for a treatment. I need you to unseal this item for me." The guy waved his hands like, "Unseal something? Dude, I'm just a key therapist. That thing looks like it has a holy seal on it. You should probably go ask someone at a temple." Junsu explained, "Nah, places like that would charge a crazy high price and I might even lose my item." Then he opened a bag stuffed with cash and dropped it in front of the guy. "If you can get this thing unsealed, I'll give you 100 million. Priest Kim." Priest Kim was totally shocked. "You know my name?" Junsu just smiled and said, "Of course." Inside he was thinking, Priest Kim is the third guide character. He's a priest for some forgotten religion serving a god that vanished like 3,000 years ago. He's one of the only super pure and genuinely good characters in the game. With all the sketchy priests running around, it's rare to find someone this nice. In other words, he's totally exploitable. Priest Kim stammered, How? How do you know that?" Junsu just held the flute out to him and said, "I'll keep it on the down low, so just please help me out." Priest Kim sighed, took the flute and said, "I don't think this is going to be easy, but fine, I'll give it a shot." Junsu thought happily, "Knew I could count on a good guy." After that, the two of them sat on the floor with the flute of the ancient god between them. With a super serious look on his face, Priest Kim reached for the flute and started trying to break the seal. Right away, the paper wrapped around it started to come loose. "Whoa, it's working!" With a small gasp, Priest Kim kept pushing his mana into the flute, not giving up. The paper started to loosen up even more. Finally, the paper just peeled off completely and fell to the floor, revealing the item's true form, which was glowing with this insane golden light. Item flute of the ancient god. You can get the Inha cultivation technique trait. Priest Kim was blown away. It actually worked. Junsu was like, "See, your skills are legit amazing. When Priest Kim saw the flute's effect, he totally freaked out. No way is this a mana cultivation technique, Junsu happily confirmed. You know it. Thanks a ton. He lifted the flute to his lips and played a note. As the sound echoed, Junsu could feel all the wasted mana in his body getting absorbed. A system notification popped up. You have obtained the Inha cultivation technique trait. Junsu smirked to himself and said, this effect is seriously next level. It feels like the chill vibes of the Nordic Sea are flowing through me. In about 2 weeks, I'll be able to soak up all this mana and hit superhuman level 3. Priest Kim, who was standing nearby, started clapping like, whoa, this is the first time I've ever seen a warrior-class superhuman use a mana farming technique. Junu strolled over to the single bed, plopped down, and was like, yeah, well, it's not exactly something you see every day. Seeing how wiped he was, Priest Kim said, dude, you look totally exhausted. You should totally lie down here and get some rest. Junu wasn't about to argue. He collapsed onto the bed and mumbled, my brain is just overloaded with info. I'm so beat. All right, I guess I'll be crashing here for a bit then. Priest Kim grinned and said, for sure, make yourself at home. You paid me some serious cash so you can chill here for as long as you want. Junu, already drifting off, thought to himself, thanks. He's a good dude, just like I knew from the game. It's awesome finding a priest I can actually trust. This is definitely going to be a huge help later on. And with that, Junu let his guard down completely and was totally knocked out. Until like super late at night when some weird noise totally woke him up. He groggily sat up, scratched his head, and was like, what is that sound? Then Junu spotted Priest Kim holding a can of gasoline and dumping it all over the bag of cash he'd brought. Junu was suddenly wide awake. He asked, super suspicious, what are you doing? Priest Kim didn't even answer. His eyes were just empty and zoned out. As he stood over the gas-soaked money bag and flicked open a lighter, oh, forgotten God, please accept this offering from your follower and come back to life. The second he finished praying, Priest Kim just dropped the lighter and it started falling toward the money bag below. Seeing this, Junu was like, what the heck, what is even happening? This dude is nuts. Junu totally lunged for the lighter and shoved Priest Kim out of the way. What in the world do you think you're doing? Is any of this your problem? What were you about to torch for this offering? I have to burn all the money and offer it to the god, Priest Kim yelled, totally frustrated. Hearing this, Junu just gave him a blank stare. What money is an offering? Our god only takes cash, that's literally the only way to get power, Priest Kim explained. Junu instantly figured out the problem. Oh, I get it. This must be from way back when you guys actually believed in the gods, right? Now it was Priest Kim's turn to look all confused and ask, what are you talking about? The god Priest Kim was all about had actually died like 3,000 years ago. Even in the game, this whole religion was basically useless until Priest Kim brought that god back and got the training method. Still, it was wild that he didn't even know the right way to serve his own god. Thinking to himself, Junu gave him a tip. Dude, your method is all wrong. You're not supposed to be burning cash like that. You have to melt gold until it turns to vapor. Priest Kim gave Junu a super sketchy look. Gold, I know that sounds totally heretical, but you've never even tried it, have you? Priest Kim said, totally grossed out. Don't say such ridiculous stuff. Our church has created and done this for thousands of years, but there's gotta be a reason your god still hasn't come back. Don't you think? That shut Priest Kim right up. Look, it's kinda hard to burn gold right now, so I have another idea. Since you helped me with that mana training technique, how about I help you out in return, Mr. Priest? A minute later, Priest Kim was staring at some bubbling yellow liquid on the stove, looking freaked out. I seriously don't think this is a good idea. Let's just stop. Junu poured the liquid gold from the pot into a cup and passed it to Priest Kim. Trust me, when you drink the gold, your divine power is gonna skyrocket. Just focus and see if your god hits you back. Fine, if you're gonna be like that about it. I'll trust you just this once. And with that, Priest Kim chugged the whole cup of golden liquid Junu gave him. Just a few seconds later, Priest Kim felt a major change. His whole body was glowing with this insane golden light. Oh my gosh, it's for real. This is so much more effective than burning millions of won. Junu just grinned and replied, you'll level up way faster if you keep doing it this way. Priest Kim looked at Junu, his eyes literally sparkling. I don't know how I can ever thank you for this priceless info. Oh wait, this is for you. And as he said it, Priest Kim handed a necklace to Junu. Whoa, this necklace is, Junu asked, pretending to be surprised. Though inside, he totally knew the answer. It's a holy relic with a healing trait. I'm pretty sure my god will be stoked to know you have this item. Well, if you're insisting, I guess I can't say no, Junu said, acting like he was on the fence. Inwardly, I was so psyched I could have busted out a victory dance. This deal was way more awesome than I'd even imagined. Come to think of it, Priest Kim's whole crew has been giving out some seriously good quests. With that in mind, Junu made a suggestion. Mr. Priest, would it be cool if I prayed to your god? Maybe in like a week stop, I feel like my entire body is turning into gold. As he spoke, Priest Kim slapped a hand over his mouth to keep from gagging on that golden potion Junu had mixed up. But you gotta drink more. Saying this, Junu brought out 10 more bottles of the potion, making Priest Kim scream in terror. I'll get mana poisoning if my power keeps spiking this fast in such a short time. I guarantee that won't happen, so just keep praying. Junu literally forced Priest Kim's mouth open and poured the golden potion straight down, laughing to himself. No biggie, the 4 guide NPCs all have their own special perks. While the warrior is built tough, the priest is totally immune to mana poisoning, which lets him level up super fast. And yep, sure enough, after Junu force-fed him, Priest Kim successfully hit level 3, becoming Bishop Kim. Priest Kim just stared totally amazed at his glowing body. I can't believe I hit level 3. At this rate, I could even become an apostle. This is sick. At this pace, it won't be long before you're an apostle for the god, Junu said, totally satisfied. Priest Kim replied humbly, I'm still way too weak to pull that off. Nah, I think you've already got enough experience to be an apostle. Anyway, since you're level 3 now, you need to call a regional council to make your bishop status official. That's right, I do. I was able to level up so fast. It's all thanks to you. I will never forget this, Priest Kim said gratefully. Don't even mention it. I just like helping people. Junu replied, though he was thinking something totally different. Yeah, you better not forget. Become a bishop ASAP and bring me the holy relics from your order's vault. By the way, could I ask you for another favor? I'm thinking about calling a regional council. But I'm kind of freaking out about going solo. Can you be my bodyguard for the meeting? All the other bishops are going to be there. Junu was like, totally. So the next day, Priest Kim took Junu to where it was all going down. When the other priests found out Priest Kim hit level 3, they were hyping him up like crazy, and Priest Kim was totally loving it. But like, this meeting is kind of lame with just a few people here. Junu was feeling super let down when out of nowhere some voice goes, wow, this is pathetic. Everyone whipped their heads around to the door, and there's this old dude standing there, a bishop of the order who just rolled in with a whole crew of guys in hoods. Bishop, you made it. But in response to Priest Kim's greeting, the guy just snapped back. Who do you think you are calling a regional council meeting? Priest Kim. Priest Kim kinda mumbled back. But every priest in the order is allowed to call a council. Yeah, for normal priests, not for some rule breaker like you. You jumped to level 3 in just 3 months. No way you leveled up that fast doing things the right way. You must have done some shady stuff to get that kind of power. That's ridiculous. I just found an awesome new way to level up. But even after Priest Kim tried to explain, the old bishop was like, arrest him. And right when his crew was about to jump him, Junu jumped in and blocked them. Whoa, chill out, don't go scaring the guy. One of the hooded dudes asked, and who are you? His bodyguard Junu shot back with a grin. This is our order's business. Outsiders need to stay out of it, the old bishop grumbled. I already told you I'm his bodyguard, which makes me an insider. Get a clue, old man. And while the old bishop was totally losing it, Goody Two-Shoes Priest Kim was still trying to explain things. But after hearing him out, the old bishop got even more ticked off and yelled, what, you're absorbing gold, you fake? How could you do something so messed up and think you'd get away with it? It's not wrong. Our God said it was okay. Shut it, you poser. I'm gonna take you out myself and make you pay for this. As he said that, the old bishop blasted a fireball from his staff right at Priest Kim. Sucks to be him, though. Junu was right there, and his attack got shut down by a shield. Junu threw up. Whoa, dude, a sneak attack, that's so not cool. The old man, the bishop, looked totally shocked. You blocked my magic, Junu shot back. You really want to throw down with a future apostle? Don't be an idiot. How could a rule breaker like him ever become an apostle? Priest Kim was freaked out by how mad the old bishop was, so he grabbed Junu's arm. Mr. Superman, I don't get why you called me a candidate. Just trust me. Here, take this and pray. And with that, Junu gave Priest Kim this round gold pill. Meanwhile, the old bishop was running out of patience and started threatening Junu. If you don't want to get torched like him, move it. But what if I can prove Priest Kim asterisk is asterisk an apostle? Junu smirked, totally ready for the drama that was about to go down. What? Before the old bishop could even process what was happening, he saw this insane glowing aura surround Priest Kim, who was kneeling and praying. It's the arrival of an apostle, the old bishop yelled, looking totally freaked out. Junu was thinking to himself, yeah, get a good look. Bet you didn't see that coming, huh? This is the exact reason I held off on making him an apostle yesterday. This useless old geezer. He's not just a jerk, he's basically a supervillain, just oozing bad vibes. I should probably just take him out right now. Anyway, the whole trick to Priest Kim awakening. His apostle power was that he had to swallow a golden relic from a different group, while a bishop was calling him a fake. So yeah, turning Priest Kim into an apostle was actually pretty easy. The second Priest Kim's glow-up was finished, Junu whipped out his sword and said coldly, all right, time to school these haters. Then, Junu tilted his head a little and asked Priest Kim, who was right behind him. Yo, priest, can I ask your god a question? Yeah, what's the punishment for jerks who try to hurt their own people just cause they're jealous? And this isn't even the first time. He's done a ton of other messed up stuff too. When he heard that, the old bishop totally freaked. How do you know about that? At the same time, Priest Kim, who had just checked in with his god, gave the answer. He says to clean house. That's a direct order from the big guy, so I gotta do it right. And just like that, Junu charged the old bishop and took him out with one clean slice. I just took out some future trouble before it could even start. Junu thought, feeling pretty good about it. But Priest Kim, being the sweet guy he is, was obviously torn up watching it all go down. But he was still one of our bishops. Junu just waved it off. Don't feel bad for him. He totally had it coming. So what's the next move according to your god? Oh, he said to go to the LV.1 region where the first church council ever met and give him gold there. See, told you gold was the answer? You should head over there and build up your crew, Junu said with a grin, thinking to himself, and when you're done, you better pay me back for all this. And he didn't have to wait long, cause Priest Kim's super grateful for everything. Hooked him up with a few awesome items from his inventory. And in there were 2 things Junu had been dying to get. Yes, my first holy sword. This thing is worth $1 billion. And hold up, what's this? A holy statue that gives off this crazy powerful vibe. The sanctuary filled with holy power is a skill that basically lets the owner turn any area into a total safe zone. If an enemy steps inside, it'll emit energy to repel or suppress them. In other words, I don't have to worry about getting ambushed while training anymore. Now it's time to play with my new toys. The scene changes. Junshu is all shriveled up in a bathtub, trembling as he says softly, maybe I've overdone it with the training. Even recovery potions aren't very effective anymore. But even so, I still have tons of time to practice the holy light technique and the mountain-breaking sword style. I can feel my power increasing like crazy. It's time to test out the results of all my hard training. Thinking this, Junu took out his phone and called Choice to ask if he had any work for him. We're having a few problems right now, Choice said with a sigh. Do you remember the first landfill? Of course. How could I forget it? Junu replied, thinking to himself, that was the first place I realized just how terrifying the sole attribute of monsters could be. The entire cleanup crew that went in was brutally massacred. That means there are at least 6 mutants there. Is that right? Shouldn't you contact the Protection Association? Well, the government officials asked us to keep it a secret. They don't want to make a big deal out of it, right? At least a few people would get fired if that got out. So what's the reward for cleaning up that mess? It's a little stingy. 100 million for a level 1 and 300 million for a level 3. On top of that, they're offering a holy relic rifle with a special effect. Junshu was immediately drawn in by the reward. A rifle. What kind of effect does it have? That depends on you. It was an item used by the father of the order. An image of the saints appeared in Junshu's mind, getting him all excited. A request he couldn't refuse. Haha. The rifle used by the father of the order causes a black flame effect on anyone it hits. This is a pretty valuable item. And so Junshu accepted the mission without a second thought. Arriving at the mission location, Junshu was stunned by the thick, nasty air. Did this place get this polluted after just a few days of no one cleaning it? Something's not right. I can't see far ahead. My field of vision is super limited. I have to be ready for a surprise attack! Just then, the sound of monsters came from all directions, making it impossible for Junhu to pinpoint their exact locations. As Junshu aimed his gun in one direction, he sensed movement behind him. Immediately, Junshu spun around and fired at the monster charging at him from behind, making it yelp in pain and forcing it to change direction and fly up into the sky. That's the leader! Junshu kept firing at the monster, but then he discovered that its wings were somehow bulletproof. Suddenly, the monster dove at Junshu from the sky. Luckily, he managed to dodge just in time, otherwise he would have been a goner. An enemy that's bulletproof can fly and is also super fast. I'll be at a disadvantage if this battle drags on. In that case, I have to end this with one perfect shot. Thinking to himself, Junshu raised his gun, and just before the monster got close, he fired a single shot right between its eyes, sending it straight to meet its maker and also snagging a new attribute. I knew I'd win, not to mention I just got a high-level aiming attribute. But Junu's celebration was cut short when he heard the roar of more monsters. This is bad! The mutants are coming here because of the noise from before. I can't face this whole horde by myself. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and June suddenly came up with a plan. First, he used his stealth attribute to hide in a corner and then waited. Sure enough, after a moment, the monsters showed up, gathering around the corpse of the one he had just taken down. Waiting for that exact moment, Junshu immediately threw a grenade, then just started blasting them. I should use tactics in battle more often, Junshu thought, looking at the monster corpses with satisfaction. The creatures were lying scattered on the ground, and then he deactivated his stealth mode. But he'd totally underestimated his enemy, because only now did he realize he was surrounded by a horde of monsters. These things made no sound when they came up on me, so I didn't even notice they were here. But they weren't mutated monsters. They were ghouls summoned by a dark mage. There are so many of them! While Junshu was nervously trying to figure out a plan, one of the monsters suddenly spoke. Sir Superman, I have something to say. How are these guys talking? Jun looked at the monsters, totally confused. Then he understood when he saw the speakers attached to their heads. The one who wants to talk to me must be the summoner of these ghouls, Junu guessed. At that moment, the speaker on the ghoul's head kept playing the message. I want to ask you something. Why are you destroying our territory? Your territory, Junu asked, confused, calling a contaminated facility their territory. Just a few seconds later, Junu figured out the answer himself. I get it now. The Outer Protection Association. They're a charity organization, specializing in cleaning up contaminated magic energy, but in reality, they're one of the most notorious villain groups around. Cleaning up magically contaminated areas is just a cover for who they really are. They're willing to do any dirty work to expand their power. This whole incident must be their doing too. They create situations where the government has no choice but to ask for their help because of their power and influence. Meanwhile, they use these incidents as an excuse to get rid of officials who are against them. At this point, the person on the other end spoke again. If there's no reason to continue this fight, let me make a suggestion. You're a talented person. Why not join the Protection Association? Junshu replied with a smirk. Yeah, you should totally join the group that unleashed those mutant freaks at the junkyard. I'm being for real. With your skills, you'd be like top tier in our crew. Hard pass, Junshu shot back, flipping him a little goodbye gesture. The name of your crew is so lame, it's not even funny. Not cool at all, dude. Guess you don't know who you're messing with. If you won't join willingly, you can just join my army of the undead. As soon as the mage said that, the zombie horde charged straight for Jun. Jun hit back with his guns, dropping monsters left and right, but like super fast, their body parts started stitching themselves back together. Realizing his guns were basically useless against these things, Junshu totally switched gears and whipped out his sword, cause its holy light power would absolutely wreck these dark-type monsters. Whoa, a sword, bro, I thought you were a gunslinger. Before the freak could even finish its sentence, Junshu straight up deleted it from existence. Let's talk more dying, kid. I'll find you and send you to your respawn point soon enough. And after that, since he had the type advantage, the fight got way easier for Junshu. The only problem was the monster horde was just massive. To keep from gassing out, Junshu decided to switch up his strategy. Besides the specialized traits that buffed his stamina like strength, vitality, speed, protection, endurance, and perseverance, Junshu also had special perks from his gear, like recovery from his necklace, steel gauntlets from his gauntlets, and holy sword from his blade, bringing his total active traits from 6 up to 9. After decking himself out, Junshu gave his sword a test swing. It was kinda effective, but it wasn't nearly enough to handle a mob this huge. So it wasn't long before Junshu started feeling dizzy from the strain. But right then, he unlocked a brand new trait, Quick Dash. Quick Dash lets him zoom forward a certain distance, dealing damage to anything in his way. Thanks to this new move, Junshu was moving like lightning, taking out any monster that got in his way. But he didn't stop there. Junshu kept trying to combo his traits and unlocked another one, Leap. With Quick Dash and Leap breaking out of this trap, was gonna be a total cakewalk. As for these low-level mobs, Pish, I can clear 'em out in a sec. A moment later, the entire monster horde was completely gone, all thanks to Junshu. The voice came over the speaker again. Whoa, for real, didn't peg you for a night. That just makes me want you on my team even more. Junshu whipped his head toward the sound and challenged, if you're so tough, then come out and face me. What kind of mage is dumb enough to go one-on-one with a warrior? Here's a little present for you. The mage just laughed and sent Junshu a supersized gift. That's a level 2 zombie guardian Karen's personal undead pet. Asterisk crap. I'm still not at full health. Asterisk Junshu thought, totally stressing. Not giving him a second to breathe, the monster swung its mace right down where he was standing. Junshu leapt out of the way just in time. But while he was distracted, an arrow came out of nowhere and nailed him in the back. Ha ha, I see your moves aren't half bad. You're gonna make an awesome addition to my undead army, the summoner gloated over the speaker. This reminds me of a classic rule in gaming. When you're fighting a summoner, you don't fight the summons. You gotta go for the summoner himself. With that thought, Junshu faked a charge at the monster, then slid right between its legs and made a break for it. Then, he did a quick scan of the area and spotted a figure chilling on the second floor. Junshu spammed Quick Dash to dodge the monster chasing him while closing the gap with the summoner. This little rat is just being a pain, Junshu muttered, totally annoyed. Getting a better look, Junshu realized the summoner was Karen, a ranked player. He's a leader of the Protection Association and the final boss of this whole level. So you actually have a few brain cells to rub together, huh? Being spotted. Karen was a little shook, but he recovered fast. This isn't going down how you think. You'll never even get close to me now. Karen threw his hands up, and suddenly a ton of magical tentacle-like hands shot out to lock Junshu down, setting him up for a bunch of arrows to slam into his body, making him cry out in pain. Ugh, I just love the sound of screaming. You should really learn your place, buddy, Karen said, totally hyped. A blazing red orb started forming in his hand. It was Karen's ultimate. Asterisk black flame asterisk Junshu thought, desperately trying to break free from the binds. Seeing Junshu struggling, Karen's smirk got even bigger as he taunted, Is that really all you've got, kinda lame for a final boss fight? You're dead wrong if you think this is it. I haven't even started trying for real. See if I equip the right traits when I use my skills against a summoner like you. Something pretty epic happens, you know. While he was talking, Junshu was already rearranging his trait board, slotting in the empty mountain sword break skill. Enough talk, just die already! Karen screamed, launching the fireball right at Junshu, totally clueless that his own game was about to be over. When the perfect trifecta of sword magic and pure strength all sync up, a new skill awakens when you're about to bite the dust. The ultimate sword aura that can slice through anything, real or not. And just like that, with one swing, Junshu cleaved the fireball clean in two. To Karen's absolute shock, Junshu then got a new trait, Thunderstorm, the ultimate swordsmanship, something only true masters of the blade could ever get. After landing the finishing move on Karen, Junshu totally crashed, completely gassed. He was dead tired, but you could still see this massive grin on his face, whispering, Man, that was way too close. But I still took down a level 3 soup and the dungeon boss, Karen. In the game, you'd need a whole squad to even try that at level 2. And even at level 3, there's no way you could solo her with basic stats and gear. The only reason I pulled it off is because I've sunk like over 10,000 hours into that game. After a sec to catch his breath, Junsu got up and laughed. All right, time to grab the loot. About an hour later, Junsu was chilling in Choi's office. In the room, it was him, Choi, and 3 suits from the Quest commissioning agency who were there to drop off his reward. Choi was totally sucking up, fanning Junsu like, "You seriously cleared out that whole mutant-infested dump, dude? You're a legend?" Junsu leaned back in his chair, all cocky feet kicked up on the desk, and laughed. Hey, it was a piece of cake. But then he remembered the 3 other people there and quickly pulled his feet back, grabbing his arm and whining, "Ouch, that's where I got hit!" "Whoa, be careful," Choi said, looking all worried. "Oh man, I'm so sorry we put your precious bod through that." The 3 employees from the agency were so over their terrible acting. One of them, a guy with blonde hair, finally cut in, "We appreciate your work, Superhuman. It's insane that you took down all those mutants." "Okay, business time." Junsu and Choi straightened up. "Hey, just doing my job. By the way, when I got to the junkyard, something went down that was totally... not part of the deal. You guys recognize any of this stuff?" As he was talking, Junsu pulled out a bunch of electronic gadgets he'd snagged off the zombified bodies in the junkyard. The second they saw them, the blonde guy knew exactly what they were. He looked totally shocked and blurted out, "These are monochips, for making phantoms. This is Karen's tech from the Protection Association." Junsu got serious. Bingo. This whole thing wasn't some random accident. It was a setup. The blonde dude slammed his fist on the table, totally pissed. The Protection Association. Those dirtbags. Seeing him flip out, Junsu was like, "So I take it you're not a fan either, huh?" The blonde guy gritted his teeth and said, "They're always trying to rip us off with insane prices. So we've definitely butted heads with them before. We've had our issues, but I never thought they'd actually stoop to turning regular people into mutants." Checking out the guy's face, Junsu thought to himself, okay, he's clueless. Makes sense. In the game, the Protection Association's whole evil empire thing doesn't even start coming out until after you finish the junkyard quest. At that point, the blonde guy actually bowed to Junsu and said, "My bad, Superhuman. We put you in way more danger than we should have." On the outside, Junsu played it cool. "Hey, just had to take out the trash, you know." But inside, he was thinking, "Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. This better come with more than just a sorry." The blonde guy slid a case over to Junsu and said, "Here's the reward we promised." Junsu grabbed it, popped it open, and was like, "Thanks. But wait, why are there 2 things in here?" The blonde guy just smiled and explained, "That's the ascent gun plus a little something extra for taking on a job this gnarly." Hearing that, Junsu was all smiles. "Oh, sweet, thanks a ton." After that, Junsu started checking out the bonus loot. Whoa, is this holy water getting a vital elixir for free instead of grinding for it at a temple is a major score. But just as Junsu was geeking out over his new stuff, the blonde guy added, "But for real, watch your back, Superhuman. We're gonna go after the Protection Association with the evidence you brought us." But before the dude could even finish, Junsu cut him off, calling it, "So they're gonna come after me now." The blonde guy nodded. "Yeah, that's pretty much the plan. But we can't just let something this big slide." Junsu just shrugged, looking totally chill. "I'll be fine. I'm good at not dying." The chat wrapped up pretty quick after that, and the 3 agency guys bounced. Choi ended up playing chauffeur for Junsu. In the car, Choi was like, "Hey, Soup, maybe you should lie low for a bit, steer clear of the Protection Association." Junu. Sue thought for a second, then went, "Nah, I don't think that's the move." In his head, he was remembering that after you beat the junkyard quest, you get a whole new quest chain that basically forces you into a showdown with the Protection Association. It totally made sense since the player just wrecked their plans, not to mention taking out their director, Karen. The key thing was, the Protection Association's quest had a bunch of different paths, and the absolute worst one was just sitting around doing nothing. If you did that, the association's big boss would roll up to your house with a dozen soups. So Junsu, who was basically the easiest target right now, turned to Choi and asked, "Director, you ever heard of a place called Jongmyo?" Choi was like, "Yeah, of course. That's that off-limit zone south of Seoul, right? They've got a huge poppy farm there, so you'd be in deep trouble if you went." Junsu dropped the bomb. "That place belongs to the Protection Association." Choi totally freaked out. "What, the Protection Association? What the heck are they doing with a poppy farm?" Junsu explained that it was way more than just poppies. They were also running some crazy, messed up body mods and straight up human trafficking. "They're nothing but a glorified gang," Cho spat out, totally pissed. "What, those insane freaks?" Junu said, not even blinking. "Exactly. So I'm gonna hit John Yubong first." Hearing that Cho's hands started shaking so bad he almost slammed the car into the curb. Good thing he snapped out of it and got the wheel back under control. Junu just casually flashed his phone screen at Cho like it was nothing. "Gonna need a bunch of stuff, so here's the shopping list." Cho took a quick look, then his face scrunched up as he asked, "Claymores and other mines. Dude, what is this? Are you trying to start a whole war or something? Besides, all this is gonna cost a fortune." Junu just smirked and said, "Only rookies worry about money." Then he handed Cho a long box. "Here's the stuff I scored from clearing out those freaks at the junkyard." Cho snatched it up. Okay, this should cover it, but I'm serious, man. You can't take on the association by yourself. The chairman is a level 4 superhuman, and the directors are all level 3. Junu just grinned. Who said I was fighting alone? Cho looked totally shocked. What? Junu gave him this sly smile and said, for now, just chill. Focus on getting everything on that list. Fast forward 2 days that evening, a couple of armed dudes were on guard duty. Near the edge of the John Yubong base, all of a sudden, an invisible hand chopped the back of one guard's neck. He let out this one little yelp before he just dropped. The other guard saw it happen, totally freaked, and raised his gun yelling, who's there? Then he felt this sharp jab in his gut before he blacked out and hit the deck. A second later, Junu pops into view, holding a silenced pistol. He let out a little laugh. Man, sneaking in is such a blast. No matter how many times I do this, it never gets old. All right, outer guards are down. Time to check out the basement. After saying that, Junu pulled out his phone to hit up Kim Cho-gwan. Somewhere else, Kim Cho-gwan was knocking a guy out with one hand while answering his phone. I'm on it, Warrior Kim. Thanks to you clearing the path. We took the underground area, no problem. Then he looked over at the people they were holding captive and added, but man, these guys are actual garbage, forcing these messed up body mods on people and selling them. They've gone way too far, Junu said back. For real. They deserve to be erased. You check it out yet? Kim Cho-gwan replied. Yeah, this place is a full-on body mod workshop. Junu then said, once this is all over, it's all yours. It'll help you power up your crew. Kim Cho-gwan was like, sounds awesome, but are you seriously sure you can handle the Protection Association? It's gonna be a huge problem for us if we get caught in the fallout. Junu just laughed. Dude, of course, I'm sure. Have you ever known me to do anything without a solid plan? After he hung up, Junu muttered to himself, the John Yubong base is their main cash cow and their security is a complete joke. Then he pulled out a lighter, flicked it open, and let out this wicked laugh, which makes it the perfect place to start watching the association burn. The next morning, high up in a city skyscraper, some guy from the Protection Association busted into a room, yelling, Chairman, we've got an emergency! The John Yubong base has been hit! Inside, the chairman of the Protection Association, Park Do-job, was just staring down at the city through a massive window. He frowned at the news and shot a look at the guy. What are you talking about? The messenger answered. Well, it's the same guy who took out Director Karen. He's taken over the John Yubong base. The messenger barely got the words out before his jaw hit the floor, terrified, as he watched Do-job absolutely rage out and smash a piece of his stone desk, his eyes looking totally murderous. As he roared, how dare he come after us so openly? The terrified messenger pulled out a phone, his hands shaking as he held it out to Do-job. He also sent this. Do-job grabbed the phone to see. When he saw a selfie of Junu cheesing with a whole inferno blazing behind him, Do-job instantly crushed the phone in his fist and screamed, that punk torched our entire farm. So it's Warrior Kim, huh? I'm gonna find him and I'm gonna rip him to shreds. Super early the next morning, a whole bunch of heavily armed crews started moving in on the John Yubong base from all sides. They were the Protection Association squad sent to take Junu out and get the base back. One of the teams stopped to scope things out when they were still a few hundred yards away. The bald dude in charge saw black smoke still pouring from the base and angrily ground his teeth. He really torched the whole poppy farm. The guy with the dyed hair behind him chimed in. That Warrior Kim dude is totally unhinged. The bald leader turned to his squad and yelled, all we gotta do is grab that lunatic. Let's move and breach and shut this down. Show the chairman what the External Affairs Department can do. His guys all yelled back, you got it. As they kept moving up, the bald dude turned to the guy with the colored hair and said, he could be aiming for us from inside the building. Stay sharp. The colored hair guy nodded. Got it. The second we see him, we light him up. But right as the words left his mouth, he spotted a gun barrel poking out of a cracked open window. He pointed right at it, yelling, hold up, gun in the window! The bald guy's reaction was instant. He snapped his aim right at it and fired one shot, shattering the glass and sending the gun tumbling out. The bald dude smirked. Told you so. The dude with the crazy hair laughed, totally sucking up to him. Whoa, that was epic, Captain. But just then the ground started shaking like crazy, making the guys stumble all over the place. The whole crew freaked out, yelling, what the heck was that? The bald dude whipped around looking super suspicious and saw a massive explosion tear through the crowd behind them, taking out a ton of people in a second. The bald guy screamed in pure terror. Crap, it's a Claymore mine! The guy with the colored hair was even more terrified, shaking all over as he asked, what do we do, Captain? Before the bald dude could even answer, he heard someone scream, Captain Rocket! Hearing that, the bald guy's head snapped up, and he saw Rocket heading straight for him. His eyes went wide as he muttered, oh shoot! And then with a deafening kaboom, a massive cloud of smoke and dust just shot into the sky. Back in the control room, Junu, who looked like he hadn't slept in a week, was watching it all on the monitor and just busted out laughing. Pulling an all-nighter to plant those was so worth it. He then glanced at the stealth trait on his status screen and said with a cocky laugh, all thanks to my special little trait. They never saw him coming. I'm not dumb enough to fight 100 of you head on. I'm gonna take every last one of you out from this underground control room. With that, Junu slammed his hands down on 2 big red buttons on the table, setting off bombs in a bunch of other spots. For a minute, explosions were just going off non-stop all around the stronghold, wiping out anything and everything in the blast zone. Only one team out of all of them was completely untouched. They were just chilling inside a protective bubble, and their leader was none other than DOP. When the explosions finally stopped, DOP got this super thoughtful look on his face. This kid's got more going on than you'd think. Looks like he came prepared, which I guess you'd expect from someone with the guts to call us out like this. Right then, a guy from the team stepped up and said, "Let me handle him. I've already got his whole strategy figured out." This dude was Sibik, a third-class G-rank superhuman and the vice chairman of the Protection Association. DOP seemed to have a ton of faith in Sibik. So not only did he let him go, he actually cracked a smile and said, "Bring him back alive. I want to make his end as painful as possible." So Sibik led a crew forward, and one of them chucked a grenade a little ways ahead. After it blew, the guy reported, "We're clear here." Sibik said, "Good. Keep tossing grenades to check for traps and take it slow." The guy who threw the grenade yelled back, "You got it, sir!" All of a sudden, Sibik spotted a rocket flying right at him from above. He didn't even dodge, just used his weapon to smack the rocket and change its path, making it explode way off in another direction. After that, Sibik turned to a guy behind him with a sniper rifle and asked, "Did you get a lock?" The sniper just said, "Yep." It came from the right side of the rooftop. And just like that, the guy aimed and fired a single shot, totally blowing up the rocket launcher Junu had set up. Sibik smirked and said, "Perfect. We're close to the stronghold. Let's show him what hell really looks like, though he might be getting a preview." In no time, Sibik's group was inside the base. Junu watched the whole thing play out on his surveillance monitors. Man, Sibik is on a whole other level. They're seriously ruthless, aren't they? As he was thinking, Junu saw a red alarm light start flashing on his desk. He immediately shot up and said with a grin, "They got here way faster than I thought. The rookie killer mission is legit, I guess." A few seconds later, the doorknob outside was just blown to pieces. "Why are you hiding underground like a little rat? Come on, come out and play with us." In the middle of some laughter, two women holding guns walked right into the room. These two were Eon and VIP, third-class L-rank superhumans and directors for the Protection Association. Seeing the room was empty, VIP and Eon were like, hold on, did he know we were coming?" What they didn't know was that Junu had used his stealth and feigned death traits to go completely invisible and was standing right next to them. Of course I knew. The Protection Association's big plan was to cause a huge distraction at the front. "Acting like you're gonna wear us down while the assassin directors sneak in through the back. I know all your moves. Here's a present." Laughing to himself, Junu pulled the pin on a flashbang and rolled it across the floor, making a noise that made Eon and VIP whip their heads around just in time to get blinded by the super bright flash. Junu used that chance to bolt out of there, yelling with a laugh, "Got no time to play with you two. Bye-bye." Eon and VIP knew they'd been totally played by Junu, but since they still couldn't see anything, all they could do was scream in rage. "You little jerk, I'm gonna tear you to shreds when I catch you." Junu didn't have time to worry about that. He was sprinting up the stairs thinking, the assassins are gonna catch up any second. I've gotta move. But right as Junu hit the top floor, two bullets suddenly whizzed at him from behind. Luckily, they both missed, grazing past his head and punching two holes in the wall. "Crap! They're already on me. Gotta defend now," he thought. Junu quickly activated two traits, Mana Shield and Protection. He then spun around and threw up a shield big enough to block the entire hallway, stopping Eon and VIP from following him. Eon and VIP both started blasting at the huge shield, but they couldn't even make a dent. Seeing this, Junu stuck his tongue out at them. "Shoot all you want. I blocked every single one." VIP didn't get mad at all. She just smiled and raised her gun again. "Our little bullet storm? You really think that's all we've got?" And just like that, Viper pulled the trigger. This time the bullet blasted right through his shield and tagged Junu while he was trying to bail, sending him crashing to the ground. Viper got this nasty smirk and was all like, "How's that for a taste?" "It's an explosive magic bullet, duh!" Junu was struggling to get back on his feet, muttering crap. Ione chimed in, ready for dessert, and then bam, she sinks a green arrow straight into Junu's hip. Ione goes, "Oh, this is nothing. The pain I'm about to bring is next level." Junu somehow gets to his feet, gives them the finger and sneers, "Yeah, right. You're just a couple of wannabe villains in skin-tight cosplay." Viper totally lost it. "What did you just say, you little brat? I'll teach you some respect." And with that, she charged and booted Junu right in the face, sending him flying back, slamming hard into this huge clock, and then hitting the deck. He tried to get up, but this insane wave of pain just slammed him back down. Stings, doesn't it? It's a super strong poison that messes with your arteries. Not exactly easy to shake off. As she's talking, Ione and Viper creep closer to Junu. Viper yanks him up by the collar, smiling. Time to take him to the big boss. But then Junu just grins, grabs her wrist, and says, "Nah, you've arrived at your asterisk destination." Inside, he's like, "Phew, faking it is way harder than it looks." Ione and Viper were totally thrown by his sudden flip. "What the?" Junu just laughed. "You guys don't hear that ticking sound familiar at all." Ione and Viper just screamed, totally frustrated. "What the heck are you even talking about?" Junu gave them this wicked smile and said, "Kinda sounds like a giant time bomb, don't you think?" Then before they could even process, he pops the swift dash trait into his status window. Peace out. You guys can just chill here. And with that, Junu was gone like a blur already dozens of feet away in a blink. Both Ione and Viper are on Karen's level power-wise. I knew I probably couldn't take them in a straight-up fight. I had to ditch all my traits to pull off this whole act, baiting them over to the clock when they thought they had me, because hidden inside that clock, I planted a crazy amount of white phosphorus explosives. Cost me over 1 billion won. Thinking about it, Junu glanced back at Ione and Viper hit the detonator in his hand and grinned. Sweet dreams, ladies. That's when it finally clicked for Ione and Viper. They'd walked straight into another one of Junu's traps. But it was way too late. All they could do was freak out. Right before the massive explosion just ate them whole. Looks like I took care of them, but I know more are coming. I gotta get my health back like now. Especially since I have no idea when that cyborg dude is gonna show. Junu barely finished the thought, and boom, Cyborg and his crew were there. Seeing the mess next to his friend's weapons, Cyborg just clenched his jaw, totally ticked off. So you're the one who took out Ione and Viper. Junu wasn't even a little scared. He actually winked and shot back with a smirk. Yep, and you're next on the list. And trust me, it won't be quick. I'm gonna make you wish you were never built. You're twisted. Enough talk. I'm finishing this right now. Cyborg raised his hand and his goons instantly pointed their guns at Junu. But for real, I'm kinda stoked you all showed up. This is like better than I ever planned. By souping up your bodies with all that tech, you basically walked right into my trap. So thanks for that. You guys are just here to level me up. As soon as he said it, Junu hit a button setting off the 1 billion won demolition mines he planted on the ceiling and then just started blasting at them with a shotgun. Once the smoke cleared, all the bad guys were toast, except for Cyborg. Junu put on a surprised face and was like, whoa, dude, how much did you drop on that chrome body? Even those mines didn't do squat. Well, guess there's only one thing to do. I'm just gonna have to rip you apart myself. Like lightning, Cyborg lunged at Junu, smacking the shotgun out of his hands with his blade arm, and then swung again for the kill. Luckily, Junu whipped out his sword just in time to block it, otherwise he'd have been totally done for. And just like that, Cyborg went all out attacking like a machine, making Junu play defense hard. Crap, this guy's way too strong. I gotta be faster if I want to win this. Junu suddenly dropped low and swung his sword right at Cyborg's side. But the attack literally bounced right off him. All it did was give Cyborg a chance to grab his blade, yanking Junu in super close. Then he fired up some system in his leg and sent Junu flying with a crazy powerful kick. This is so not good. His whole body is covered in reinforced mana. My sword's not gonna do anything. Without giving Junu a second to recover, Cyborg was on him again in an instant, slamming a kick right into Junu's gut before stomping down on his chest. He looked down at the beat-up kid like he was trash and sneered, "What did you think was gonna happen with that weak little body of yours? I think I'll start by taking your arm off. You know, just to show you what real pain is." But as Cyborg raised his hand to do it, he saw Junu was holding another gun. "What's up with the pistol?" "Just looking at your gross metal body gave me an idea." Junu shot back with a smirk. "You figured out that regular bullets are useless, right? Well, this isn't a regular bullet. This is black flame." The second it hit Cyborg's whole body just burst into flames. The pain was so insane he was screaming his head off. See, your cyborg body runs on mana, and black flame just eats mana for breakfast. Basically, once that black flame grabs onto you, you can't put it out. Ever. That's why I said turning yourself into a machine had its downsides. Junu popped up sword in hand and totally finished Cyborg with a single hit. With that handled, Junu grabbed a gun, booked it to the roof, and started picking off the rest of the Protection Association's goons. Without your big bosses, you guys are so toast. Your screams are literally music to my ears. But just as Junu was getting cocky, a deafening roar totally blasted his eardrums. A battle cry. Seriously, is he finally jumping in? Just then, this huge, intimidating dude appeared on the ground below. The second he saw those glowing tiger-like red eyes, Junu knew exactly who it was, Park DOP, a level 4 superhuman, and the head honcho of the Protection Association. "You are so dead." With that, DOP bent his knees and just launched himself into the air, flying straight from the ground to the 5-story rooftop where Junu was standing. "No one's ever clowned me like this before. I'm going to enjoy making you pay for messing with my crew." DOP juiced up his arm with mana and blitzed Junu so fast he couldn't even grab his sword, taking the full force of that loving punch. Man, if I hadn't switched my trait to defense, I'd have been totally wrecked. But yeah, playing defense isn't gonna win this. Thinking fast, Junu zapped DOP with a lightning bolt, but the guy just tilted and dodged it like it was nothing, then sneered, "Cute tricks you got there. But how about this?" Junu whipped out his gun and fired a black flame at DOP, but it just bounced off his shield. DOP immediately took back control, just unloading a storm of punches and giving Junu a serious beatdown. He's way too strong. This was a losing fight from the jump. Dop's like a natural-born SR-rank character, and I'm just the starter pack. He's got me completely out-leveled. The power gap is insane. The only way a level 2 superhuman can beat a B rank is if I activate my mutant body and mutant muscle traits to unlock the mutant warrior Kim trait. Basically, I'd have to go full-on monster. Knowing I could totally lose my mind in that form, I had an ace up my sleeve, the Berserker's glasses. They give you the Berserker trait for a little while. This is exactly the boost I need. Junu shattered the Berserker's glasses in his hand, and a system window popped up instantly. Berserker trait acquired. It clears your head of everything but the fight, letting you unleash some next-level power. With his prep done, Junu dove right back into the fight, rushing in to give DOP another one of those loving punches. DOP threw up both arms and actually managed to block Junu's insane new power. I have no idea what you just did, but one thing's for sure. This just got way more interesting. Let me see what you've really got, DOP said, totally hyped. He activated his reinforcement trait, and they went into a straight-up slugfest, just trading hits blow for blow. This actually gave Junu the opening to snag 2 new traits, superhuman strength and iron armor, and the rush of the fight was totally taking over. I can do this all day, Junu said. Okay, I'll give you that. It's been a hot minute since I've had a fight this good, but I've got you all figured out now. This one's mine. Dop's eyes flashed a deep red. Then he declared with total confidence, quit playing games. Junu furiously swung at DOP only to punch thin air. He kept attacking like crazy, but DOP was reading him like a book and dodging everything. Your punches and kicks are sloppy. You don't know the first thing about how to fight. With that, DOP slammed a fist right into Junu's gut, making him cough up a ton of blood. Watching you is like watching some kid flail around who has no clue what he's doing. DOP ducked under the swing, then nailed Junu with a perfect uppercut to the jaw, sending him flying back like a dozen meters. Okay, this is bad. He's totally turning the tables, and the Berserker trait is fading. I've got to risk it all on this next attack. I've got to ditch the close-up fight. Having made up his mind, Junu quietly swapped out the Iron Armor trait for the Manicore trait. Noticing the vibe around Junu suddenly shift, DOP looked suspicious and said, "What kind of trick are you trying to pull now I'm ending this?" With that, he charged straight at Junu, ready to finish him off. I'll admit it, you're better up close. But see, the thing is, I'm not a brawler. I'm a swordsman. Junu's left hand grabbed Dop's right arm, locking it in place as his own right hand morphed into a blade, and punched a hole straight through Dop's stomach. That was a hell of a fight, you monster, DOP whispered before he collapsed. Abnormal status changes detected in body. Right after the notification, a golden light surrounded Junu. His body changed back to normal, and at the same time, he leveled up to a superhuman level Kim warrior. Oh, thank God! I leveled up right in the nick of time. Guess it's my lucky day, Junu mumbled before he started to black out and fell into a coma. When he finally woke up, he was in some kind of mana bath. Wait, am I home? While Junu was still totally confused, Director Choi showed up. Mr. Superhuman, are you all right? She rushed over and hugged Junu, totally sobbing. Whoa, what happened, Director Choi? I seriously thought you were a goner back there. You were just lying on the ground with all those Protection Association guys, Choi replied, sniffling. The way she was acting like a total kid made Junu chuckle. Oh, so you're the one who brought me home? I get it now. I saw you were still breathing, so I stuck you in the mana spring. You were out cold for a full week. Oh wow, now that you mention it, I do feel way better. You're incredible taking down the heretic cult all by yourself. We've gotten a ton of calls from the office about this, Choi said excitedly. I know, I'm really special. You're not just special, you're freaking awesome, Choi said, giving him 2 thumbs up in admiration, which made Junu grin from ear to ear. I've gathered up the loot from the fight. Check it out and let me know if you need anything else. I gotta recover first, and now that I've hit level 3, there's a place I need to go. Later on, Junu went back to the superhuman building to get his mana measured. Warrior Kim, 22 years old male, a 3rd class 6th circuit warrior. I'll get my official certification and score all kinds of sweet perks. As Junu was happily thinking to himself, he heard someone clapping behind him. You're amazing. Are you a superhuman? Soy praised him. I've never seen anyone get strong so fast. Are you planning to start your own country or something? Junu scratched his head and laughed. Nah, I wouldn't go that far. Can I get my certification now? Oh, right. Of course. Please follow me, Soy said with a smile. A moment later, Soy handed the official certification to Junu and couldn't help but blurt out, I'm seriously so jealous of you. Junu was a little surprised to hear that. Me, why? For a lot of reasons. I wish I could be as strong as you, Soy replied sadly. Seeing her expression now reminded Junu of her in-game character, which felt kinda weird. But an idea suddenly popped into his head. Do you want to become a superhuman? Junu asked. Of course, who wouldn't? Then why don't you be my student? Soy was shocked by the offer. If you want to, I guarantee I can make you a superhuman. You can trust me because I can see your potential. Little did Soy know just how powerful she would become later. So she couldn't help but be moved by his words and immediately agreed to Junu's offer. Smart choice. You don't have to pay any tuition. You can pay me back after you become a superhuman, Soy said with some worry. That sounds good. But I should let you know that I failed. To awaken even after taking a specialized class. It's not going to be easy even for you. Don't worry about a thing. Just trust me. Junu obviously wasn't worried about this at all since he knew the story of Soy's awakening like the back of his hand. The Heavenly Slaughter Star, a trait that represents the rebirth of a bloodlust that stains the world red. This is the #1 core trait of the Berserker Soy. However, even though it grants a ton of experience points through combat, it also has a major side effect. There's a high risk that her spirit could get worn down, turning her into a psychopath or a crazed killer obsessed with fighting. Soy has an awakening story that fits her trait perfectly. Thinking about that story, Junu reminded Soy that she would need to be mentally prepared. Hearing this, Soy smiled shyly. Will I need a lot of money? I only make 20 million won a year. Junu smiled and replied, no, you need mental toughness more than money. Soy was about to ask more when a girl suddenly walked into the room. Excuse me, Mr. Kim. Someone has requested a meeting with you. Could we go up to the 5th floor area? An invitation. From the 5th floor. Junu was a little surprised, but he followed the girl anyway. The superhuman tower divides its floors by class. Since Junu was called up to the 5th floor, it meant a 5th class superhuman had summoned him. While Junu was racking his brain trying to figure out who it was, the elevator quickly stopped on the 5th floor, and the person who called for him was someone Junu totally didn't expect. Eskin, thanks to his awakening, Ewan had now become the #1 director of security, as well as a 5th class superhuman. I had a feeling, but it really is you. Congratulations on getting your 3rd class certification, teacher. It's great to see you here. You too, Junu said with a relaxed smile, while secretly feeling kinda jealous. Even with his natural talent and rich family, isn't becoming a 5th class a little too fast? I want you to have this. It's a gift to congratulate you, Ewan said, as he handed a gift box to Junu. You don't have to, Junu said politely, but his hands were already opening the gift box, an item with a mana concentration trait. It's perfect for a mana-using warrior like me. Junu grinned from ear to ear and happily patted Ewan on the shoulder. I mean, I can't just turn down a gift from a friend, right? Thanks. Please make good use of it, Ewan replied with a smile, then asked with some hesitation. Warrior teacher, there's actually another reason I wanted to see you. Can I ask you for a favor? A favor? Why so serious all of a sudden? Would you be willing to help my friends? Are they also infected with the divine fever like I was? Were they also infected by the Temple of the Father's Will? Yes, I have 4 friends who have been suffering since they were kids. Ewan answered honestly. 4 people infected with the divine fever. Wait, does he mean those characters? If so, this is the perfect chance for me to make things easier, he thought to himself. Junu immediately put on a righteous expression and agreed to help. I can't just ignore people in need. But can I meet them before the treatment? Ewan of course didn't refuse and immediately arranged for them to meet at his house. Looking at the 4 people in front of him, Junu knew he had guessed right. They were the supporting characters for the Holy Knight Ewan. All of them were kids from high society families who were basically being held hostage by the Temple of the Father's Will. Let me get one thing straight. You were all baptized against your will. Right, yeah, that's right. Can it really be cured? Junu replied. My treatment is actually super painful, but if you can tough it out, you'll awaken just like your friend. So, are you guys in? The other 4 looked at each other, then said together, We'll do anything to get rid of this divine fever. We're counting on you. And so 1 week later, with Junu's help, though it was mostly thanks to their own natural talent, Ewan's 4 friends also successfully awakened. In return, Junu got a bunch of valuable gifts from the families of these 4 rich kids. But that stuff wasn't the real prize he was after. Junu went ahead and set up a private meeting with the representative of the Galaxy Store who was the parent of one of the 4 rich kids. I need to ask you for a favor. Of course, for you, I'd do anything. 1 week later, Junu said with a serious expression, I want to go into the underground gold mine located under the H&M branch of the Galaxy Store. The Galaxy Store representative heard this and totally denied it. A gold mine. There's no such thing under our mall. I'm talking about the one between the walls of Area Aeon and Atu on the 8th basement floor below the parking lot. Are you sure it's not there? The Galaxy Store representative waved it off. I don't know how you found out about it, but I can't do what you're asking. Junu promised, I won't say a word about what I see there. Seeing the hesitation in the representative's eyes, Junu added, just for 1 day. That's all I'm asking. I'll keep whatever secret you're trying to hide. So the very next day, Junu dragged Baji to the gold mine. No way, I can't believe there's a secret space behind the wall, Baji said, totally amazed. See, I told you this is where you'd awaken. You have no idea the strings I had to pull to get us in here? Baji asked, sounding a little nervous. But for real, are we gonna train in a creepy, isolated place like this? Of course. I guarantee it's gonna be a blast, Junu shot back with a grin. See, people with the heavenly killing star trait can't awaken the normal way. You gotta throw them into some insane life or death situation. And this place was an undiscovered dungeon, the exact spot where Baji was supposed to awaken. Junu, dude, it's so dark in here, and it smells super weird. This is giving me the creeps. The second Baji said that, a scream ripped through the air and a zombie popped out, swinging its arm to attack Baji and totally shattering her glasses. Junu, help me! Baji screamed, totally terrified. But instead, she just saw Junu toss a sword at her and say, It's go time! Huh, what you want me to take out the zombie? Junu just replied, ice cold. Baji stared at Junu, horrified. What do you think I mean? It's fight for your life. That's the deal. It's the only shot you have at awakening. Baji shot back. What kind of crazy talk is that? But before she could even finish, the zombie charged her again. Get away from me, you freak! Baji, who was so over it, already just swung the sword and sent the zombie straight to its doom. Even Junu was shook. What was that? How can a random swing be that powerful? Whoa, Baji. Her talent might be on a whole other level than I thought. Asterisk asterisk. Not bad. Great start, huh? Junu clapped, trying to hype her up. Baji just grumbled. You are so mean, you can't just throw me into a fight like that with zero warning. But you totally crushed it, Junu said with a smile, pointing at the zombie that was flat on the ground. Just as I'd expect from one of the top 3 warrior characters in the game. She's not even awakened, but the second a fight starts, she's already got the instincts of a heavenly killing star. That's insane. Asterisk asterisk, Junu thought to himself. Seriously, I have to fight all by myself. Yep. But don't worry, I won't let you, actually die, Junu promised. That is not comforting at all, Baji said, clearly not happy. So they kept pushing deeper into the gold mine. Baji was doing so good, it made Junu curious. You said you took some classes on superhumans before, right? Did they teach you sword fighting there? Nope. I've never had a single lesson on how to use a sword. Like you said, I've got talent, right? Baji answered with a smirk. Junu gave a wry smile, thinking asterisk asterisk, and I had to go through actual hell just to get one trait. This girl is seriously asterisk asterisk. The two of them kept going. But dude, this place is way bigger than I thought. I can't even see the end. How much farther do we have to go? Junu didn't answer, he just kind of chuckled to himself. Asterisk asterisk, little does she know this doesn't end until she awakens. Asterisk asterisk. All of a sudden, a zombie lunged out, attacking Baji with a drill for an arm. Luckily, Baji was quick enough to dodge the zombie's gnarly attack. Asterisk asterisk, I remember from the game, the drill zombie was a major pain. Maybe I should step in. Asterisk asterisk. But it turned out Junu didn't need to worry at all. If you're a zombie, you're supposed to fight with your hands. Right. Who said you could use a weapon? Baji yelled right before taking the zombie down with just 2 basic hits. Whoa, a total win. It feels like my body is just moving by itself. Baji turned to tell Junu. But because she let her guard down, the zombie snuck in and bit her leg. Baji finished the zombie off, then asked in a panic, what do I do now? Junu ran over to check Baji's wound and said, well, usually if a zombie bites you, you turn into one. Please, you have to finish me before I turn, Baji begged with tears in her eyes as these dark, blue veins started popping up on her face and arms. Junu put on a super serious face, then whipped the vial out of his pocket and grinned. Chill out, I came prepared with the cure. After he treated her, Baji and Junu sat down for a break. Baji said, full of relief, that was so scary. I legit thought I was about to become one of those gross things. Hey, it's a rough world out there, Junu replied with a smile. But these zombies are kinda sus. Their clothes, their gear, it all feels staged, you know? Like this whole place is artificial. You're so right. The Galaxy Store went up way too fast for a place this massive. They probably had a huge crew, but the schedule was insane, so a ton of people got hurt and some didn't make it. But on the official record, the death count for the project was 0. The shady construction companies just buried them right here. Later, the Galaxy Store execs found out, but since it would have been a total PR nightmare, they just locked this area down and hid the whole secret. Junu was like, whoa, I never would have guessed this place was hiding something so dark. But wait, how do you know all this? Because Dongden's about to unleash these zombies to take over, and this off-limits part of the store is the dungeon that's going to open up. That's the real tea. But of course Junu couldn't say that, so he dodged. Let's just say I've got a special talent. And she totally bought it, no more questions asked. Junshu stared hard at Soren, thinking to himself that since this is where she awakened after a zombie jumped her, it has to be the perfect spot for her to power up. But there was still nothing. These poor people were still suffering even in death. Hearing this, Soren stood up, her eyes blazing with purpose. Then the least we can do is help them finally rest in peace. Oh, look at you finding your fire. That and I just have this weird gut feeling that I'm supposed to keep fighting, Soren said, being totally honest. Haha, it's starting, Junshu thought, totally hyped inside, and then he pushed Soren to keep moving. The deeper they went, the darker and creepier the path got. It's suddenly ice cold in here. This place is giving me majorly bad vibes. We gotta be careful. After walking a little more, they found a warehouse where some messed up kid's story was playing, and the narrator's voice was pure nightmare fuel. Out of nowhere, the radio screeched with static, and a deafening sound blasted out, making Junsu and Soren cover their ears. A shard of ice fell right for Soren's head. Luckily, Junsu was paying attention and yanked Soren out of the way, saving her from a really close call, but he got clipped in the process. It was the combined spirit of the Galaxy Store's off-limits zone. A level 3 mutant, a freaking level 3 monster. Junsu clutched his bleeding arm and yelled at Soren, "You have to bounce now! This thing is way out of your league!" But before Soren could even say a word, 100 sharp icicles shot right at them. Junshu's sword was a blur, shattering the spikes, but then a huge ice beam slammed into him and pinned him to the back wall. "Soldier!" Soren screamed, about to run to Junshu, but he stopped her. "Soren, run, I'll try to buy you some time." "How can I just ditch you here?" Soren cried. "One of us has to make it out." "I can't do that." "Soren, the reason I know you've got this is because you are the Heavenly Slaughter Star. So believe in yourself, and if you do that, you will awaken." And as Junhu saw another storm of ice spikes flying at them, he finished, "My lesson is over. Believe in yourself." How is that even possible? In a flash, the ice storm was just wiped out by some invisible force. I will believe in myself and in you, soldier, so don't you dare give up. Soren's entire body erupted in a brilliant golden light, which meant she had awakened as a level 1 SSR-ranked superhuman warrior. With one clean slash, Soren shattered the ice pillar, freeing Junshu. What is this power? It's insane, I really awakened. Soren was so stoked she didn't even notice another ice pillar rocketing toward her. Right before it could take her out, a figure zipped in and smashed the ice pillar to bits to save her. Now that you've awakened, I guess I can drop the act, Junshu said with a huge grin. The only way a heavenly slaughter star awakens is in a life or death battle with the mental game to push through it. You put yourself in all that danger just to awaken me. You crushed it. Now it's time for the real fight. Just then, the monster let out a massive roar and started firing bone ice darts right at them. Seeing it, Soren couldn't help but mutter nervously, I think we made it angry. Junshu whispered back, don't sweat it, just block its attacks head on. The second the words left his mouth, he dashed forward and his sword flashed. The ice darts were swatted away like nothing. Junhu shot a look at Soren and said, see easy? But when he turned back, he saw Soren was frozen completely solid. He scrambled over asking, are you okay? But then he remembered right. Even though she awakened, she's still only level 1 and can't fully control her powers yet. The bone ice took a hot second to melt off. Soren shivered a little, shaking her head as she answered, I got hit by a bunch of ice spikes, but it barely hurts. Junshu nodded like he felt bad. Okay. Everyone gets a unique trait when they first awaken. Soren's trait is straight up invincibility. Before awakening, she felt like she could be taken out at any second, so this is perfect for her. A top-tier defensive skill. As for Junshu, he's awakened a bunch of times. He got the insight trait, which lets him see other people's abilities. That skill is crazy powerful. While Junshu was lost in thought, Soren suddenly spoke up. I don't think I need any more help. He nodded instantly. All right then. Let's let our heavenly slaughter star get some practice in. And right then, the bone ice darts started flying like crazy again. This time, Junshu and Soren didn't just stand there and take the hits. They bolted. Turns out Soren had just awakened the dash trait, so she was totally dodging the ice darts. Seeing this, Junshu was actually impressed and was like, whoa, you've already got the dash down. Nice. Soren just smirked and replied, dude, I feel so light like I'm flying. This is making me want to fight all day. But like the second she said that, she saw something and her eyes went wide. Up ahead, 2 massive chunks of ice were barreling right for them. Junu instantly jumped it up to dodge, but then he remembered Soren and yelled, no, hold up, I got this. But before he could even finish, Soren totally cut him off. Don't even worry about it. And then bam, she leaped super high into the air, blowing Junshu's mind. With this huge crash, the 2 ice blocks slammed into the ground and just exploded. Seeing this, Junshu immediately praised her sick move. He seriously didn't expect Soren to be able to pull off a leap too. Soren let out a relieved breath and said all hyped, it's totally like flying. After saying that, she stretched and gave him this look like she was ready for round 2, asking, so soldier, what's next? The more Junu watched her, the more he started to freak out a little. Soren's about to get even stronger than me, just like Owen. Junshu shook it off and said, all right, you keep it busy for a sec while I end this. He'd already taught Soren the basics, so it was time to wrap this up like now. Soren was totally cool with it, just nodded and was like, okay, got it. The second she said that, she stepped up. And then whoosh, she was off like a shot, weaving through all the monster's ice attacks and just yelling, come on, hit me, you big idiot. Junu, just watching from the sidelines, was kind of stunned and mumbled, wow, Soren has all those traits too. Her talent is seriously insane. At this point, he couldn't help but just laugh. Okay, class is over. Time to finish this for real. And with that, he charged in sword ready, unleashing this crazy sharp blade aura just pulsing with energy. The aura moved so freaking fast, it hit the monster in like a split second. A massive world-rocking explosion went off, totally filling the whole basement with smoke and fire. Soren was watching this A+ performance and was just like, whoa, warrior, that move was seriously powerful. Junu just kind of shook his head with a little smile and was like, it was nothing. While they were talking, something dropped out of the air that looked a heck of a lot like a phone. Junu went over and grabbed it, frowning as he mumbled, this is the monster's mana core. Soren was like, no way a phone can be a mana core, Junu explained. Yeah, for a magic-type monster like that, it's pretty normal. Just then, a picture of a little girl popped up on the screen. After checking it out for a sec, Junu explained again. Some worker died trying to protect his daughter with everything he had. All his anger and sadness got soaked into this phone and turned it into the mana core. Hearing the whole story, Soren was totally crushed and said through her tears, I just hope he's at peace now. Junu gave a small nod. He will be. Just then, the phone suddenly started glowing. It floated up into the air like something was lifting it, and in a flash it turned into 2 weird-looking things. Soren stared at them blankly and asked, whoa, what are those? Junu explained. They're called crystals. If you know what you're doing, you can get some way better gear. It's a super sweet reward from the Galaxy Store dungeon boss. Right then, the ground started shaking like crazy and they both jumped. Soren freaked out asking, what is going on? Junu figured it out and said urgently, we beat the boss, so this whole place is about to come down. Hearing that, Soren got all worried. So what do we do? Junu gave her a serious look and asked, "How are you feeling about those new moves you just learned?" Soren was kinda confused, not really getting what was happening. Junu didn't have time to explain. He just turned and started sprinting, yelling, "Run, if you don't want to die, you better run!" He was booking it and covered a ton of ground in a second. When he saw Soren was way behind, Junu yelled back, "Run as fast as you can, you're gonna get crushed if you're too slow!" Soren was already giving it her all. She was desperately trying to keep up, panting. "I can't go any faster." Hearing that, Junu frowned. "Ugh, the portal's still a long way from here. Can she actually push past her own limits?" While he was thinking that, a huge rock fell and totally blocked Soren's way. She freaked for a sec, but then her eyes got this super determined look. Then, Soren just floored it and charged ahead. She'd finally awakened her powers. There was no way she was gonna die here. Right then, cracks started shooting everywhere, and the floor behind her started to completely fall apart. Up ahead, Junu spotted the portal and yelled, "It's here, the portal!" Soren couldn't help but frown and mutter, "We made it." Junu looked over at how beat up she was, totally worried. He couldn't help her, though, because Soren still had one more trait she needed to get. The whole reason she becomes one of the strongest people ever is because of 3 traits. The Killing Star trait makes Soren level up crazy fast, and invincibility helps her handle the nasty side effects from the Killing Star. And then there's the last one. Meanwhile, Soren was just desperately sprinting for the portal, but at the same time, all this stuff kept getting in her way. A chunk of debris fell from the ceiling and slammed into her shoulder, and she started bleeding everywhere. Soren just collapsed onto the ground, totally in pain. She bit her lip hard, grabbed her wound, and forced herself back up, muttering, "I'm not giving up. I have to make it out of here." And just like that, these streams of blood-red energy started swirling around Soren's body, and then, at the same time, she just vanished in a flash. Her final trait had awakened the runaway train. Soren just plowed right through the junk in her way. Junu, watching from up ahead, was just like, "What the? Where'd she go? Did she fail?" His expression instantly darkened, but just then Soren's figure shot out of the air. She grabbed onto Junu's body and screamed, "Let's go, move it!" Junu was totally thrown off by her grabbing him, but before he could even process it, this energy bubble popped up around them and poof, they just vanished from the crash site. That narrow escape skill totally saved our butts. Next thing we knew, we were standing on some random city street with a huge crowd just staring at us. Our sudden pop-in totally confused everyone, but Junu couldn't care less. He let out a huge sigh of relief. "Awesome job. I knew you had it in you." Soren had unlocked all 3 of her traits, narrow escape included. That's when a sobbing voice suddenly called out, "And Mr. Warrior!" Junu jumped and looked down, and it hit him. Soren was still in his arms. He quickly backed up, super worried. "Soren, are you okay? Can you even stand?" Soren just kinda shook her head and was like, "I'm fine." But Junu could totally tell she wasn't saying urgently, "How can you be fine? Your face is crazy red." And it wasn't just her face either. Her ears were beet red too. She stumbled over her words for a sec before finally mumbling, "That's 'cause you held me for a little longer." And just like that, Soren basically dove back into Junsu's arms, her voice all pleading, "Can you hold me for just a little longer?" Junsu was completely lost. But then Soren whispered, "Let me just fix my clothes real quick." Soren fixed herself up super fast and said gratefully, "Okay, I'm good. Thanks." It finally clicked for Junu, and he got all awkward, scratching his head. "Oh, no problem. You seriously freaked me out." They both scrambled into their feet, and Soren let out a breath. "That was way too close, but I'm so glad we're okay." Junu watched her, totally impressed, but he was still kind of worried about her. I mean, unless her awakening was totally different from the original story where she had to go through so much crap to survive. With that on his mind, Junu was like, "All right, let's bounce from this disaster zone." The second they were out of the gate, he held out a crystal to Soren and said quietly, "Here, take this." She just stared at him, confused, and asked, "You're giving me a crystal? Isn't this thing worth like a few billion?" Junshu just gave a cool nod, acting all casual. "Yep, make sure you use it to level up and fast." Soren took the crystal, still looking totally floored. She was still hesitating, whispering, "This is way too much. I can't take this. I don't think I could ever pay you back." "It's cool. Just pay me back whenever you can," Junu said, with this generous smile. But inside his brain was running a mile a minute. There was a legit reason he was investing so much in Soren's awakening. The Blazing Star sword technique is one of the top 3 sword skills out there, and once you learn it, your experience points go through the roof. The catch: it's a special trait only Soren can use, so the only way for him to learn it is to get it as a memory chip. Of course, Soren had no clue what he was really up to. She just looked at him super grateful and smiled. "Thank you, seriously." The warrior Junshu just waved it off and replied, "Don't sweat it, but don't forget it either." A little while later, Junu finally made it home, but he barely had a chance to chill before a car was already parked outside waiting for him. He was like literally speechless. All he wanted was a little downtime, but this world of Soon just didn't do breaks. The guy in the car was Owen. He leaned out the window with a big smile and said, "Warrior, hop in." Junsu opened the door, slid in, and started to say, "Hey, thanks for coming all the way out here to get me." Ewan just shook his head and replied, "No, I should be thanking you. I'm just glad I finally have a chance to pay you back for saving my friend." "True that," Junshu nodded with a little smile, but inside he was totally groaning. He kinda wished Ewan hadn't shown up at all. He was just so wiped. Ewan kept going all cheerful. We finally scored a meeting with the blacksmith, I'm so hyped. And yeah, Junu knew he absolutely could not skip this. In this world, good gear gives you insane skills. The master blacksmiths, the ones who can forge tier 3 items, are always swamped. While Junu was spacing out, Ewan kept talking with a smile. The guy we got this time can forge tier 7 armor. Hearing that, Junu's eyes lit up. Tier 7 for real, alright, floor it. A little bit later, their car pulled up to this huge building. When they walked in, there were 2 whole rows of knights just waiting for them. Junu couldn't help but be like, whoa, is this for real? Ewan was just as impressed. This blacksmith's place is seriously epic. But then Junu got this weird feeling and asked, hey Ewan, do you have any idea what this blacksmith's deal is like religion-wise? Ewan looked at him, kinda confused. Why are you asking that all of a sudden? Junu just sighed and mumbled, so you have no clue. And of course Ewan didn't. Just like that time he got into that whole mess with the Temple of the Father's Will. This was the house of Jun the blacksmith, a major follower of the Temple of the Father's Will. Like Jun was super devout. He was basically the poster child for the temple's blacksmiths in all their future fights. And since Junu had refused their whole baptism thing, why would Jun even agree to make armor for him? What the heck did this guy want? Just then an arm shot out, blocking their way. A knight said slowly, hold out your hand for ID verification, please. Junu's face scrunched up. Identity check, seriously. Before he could even process what was going on, the knight snatched his hand and ordered in a super cold voice, show me the black flame! Junu was so ticked off he gritted his teeth, wanting to fight back, but he couldn't move. With literally no other choice, Junu summoned the black flame to his palm and showed the knight, asking, with total annoyance, happy now? The knight's eyes narrowed, locked on the black flame in his hand, and the icy vibe around him got even more intense. Ewan, who was standing right there, couldn't take it anymore and jumped in. What is this all about? Let him go. We have an appointment, you guys. Stop. Just then a voice full of authority boomed from behind them. A middle-aged guy, in a wheelchair, rolled up. This was Chun, the tier 6 master blacksmith. He asked in an icy tone, who gave you the right to treat my guests like this? The knight immediately bowed his head. Master blacksmith? Chun didn't answer, just narrowed his eyes at Junu and said, refusing the baptism and awakening the black flame. You really are a different kind of guest. Junu just snorted, and asked, totally unimpressed. And this is the welcome I get. Chun gave him a cold smile. You have my apologies. Light and salvation are brought to us by the Supreme Being. Junu was like, wait, what? Light and salvation. What kind of weirdo talk is that? Before he could even wrap his head around it, Chun suggested, all right, then let's go inside and talk about the kind of armor you're looking for. Junu narrowed his eyes, watching him go, a calculating look on his face, but he quickly followed him in. Chun immediately started showing off his armor sets. This type of armor is my specialty. These are the sets the saints usually ask for. But he said he could totally customize it to Junu's style. Junu looked around for a while until his eyes landed on a set of armor way on the other side. A second later, Junu walked straight over and said coolly, I've made up my mind. I'll take this one. As he said it, he pointed to a super plain-looking set of armor just sitting in a corner. Chun saw it and was like, for real, you're picking that one. Junu just replied, super chill. Yep, I like it just like this. In the next second, Chun burst out, totally annoyed. That's ridiculous. Seriously, do you have any idea how hard it is to bake magic into armor like that? I can't make a holy armor set with that base. Shrugging like it was no big deal, Junu smirked and said, I don't need holy armor. You just need to infuse it with the giant and extreme attributes. From Chun's reaction, he'd be able to tell if his request was even possible. See, holy armor, which is basically what holy knights wear, gives the person wearing it a massive defense boost. But this armor had one major flaw. To use it at full power, you needed a ton of divine energy. And to get more divine energy, Junu would have to join a religion. So basically, they were acting like they were giving him this awesome gift, but really they were just trying to recruit him. Realizing that, Junu zipped over, grabbed Chun's hand, and flashed a super charming smile. Well then, I'll be counting on you to work your magic, blacksmith Chun. After that, he and Ewan bounced. They walked off laughing and chatting it up, totally clueless that the knight from before was staring daggers at them. A second later, the knight turned and went back inside. Hearing the footsteps, Chun immediately spoke up. I can only infuse a couple of attributes into this kind of armor. The knight asked, full of doubt, are you actually going to do what that kid asked? Chun just shook his head, not looking happy about it. So you want me to defy the goddess's will? You're the one who said he's the light and salvation of the temple. The knight, still not buying it, shot back. But I just can't wrap my head around it no matter how much I think about it. He said he had to see it for himself. With that, he gave a slight bow, his eyes filled with determination. A week later, over at Chunbok's shop, Chunbok was pretty much non-stop, trying to talk Junu down. You really shouldn't chug that many Manjara essences at once. But Junu wasn't listening one bit, just tilting his head back and downing 3 vials of the stuff. To Chunbok's absolute horror, after he was done, Junu gave a genuine smile and said thanks. Chunbok stared at him, terrified, and stammered, are you okay? Junu just raised an eyebrow and shot back with a smirk. Totally fine. Thanks for hooking me up with all this for free. Seeing that he wasn't, dead, Chunbok's face lit up. You totally saved our butts because of you. Business has been booming. Honestly, this is nothing compared to what you did for us. While they were chatting, some guy walked up, bowed to Junu, and said with a weirdly intense vibe, "Hey there, Superman." Junu was totally confused for a second, but then it clicked. He clapped the guy on the shoulder and laughed. "Oh hey, you're from the Iron Fist clan, right? It's been a minute, man." The guy leaned in close to Junu's ear and whispered, "Can I borrow you for a sec? Our boss wants to have a word with you." Junu asked, a little suspicious, "What's this about?" The man looked around for a solid minute before answering, "Too many eyes and ears around here. How about we go somewhere more private first?" Junu nodded without even thinking twice. "Yeah, sure." Junu followed the young guy into a car and they left the market. The guy drove and said with a smile, "We've prepared one of the most advanced armored cars for you. What do you think?" Junu didn't really pay attention and just gave a casual nod, thinking it wasn't half bad. The car quickly drove into the Morum area. If I remember right, that place is a total hive of scum and villainy. While Junu was thinking that, the man suddenly spoke up. "Car's running on fumes. We gotta hit a gas station to fill up." Junu just played it cool. "All right, sounds good." But then it hit him. The car was pulling into Morum station. That's when the driver looked back with this nasty smirk on his face. "All right, hope you get some rest." The second he said that, he hopped out of the car. Junu's face totally darkened. This was so obviously a setup, but Junu reacted just in time, yanking the guy's arm to keep him there and sneering, "You scumbag! You think I'm some kind of idiot? Seriously, who do you think you're playing?" The guy just stared at him all confused and asked, "Whoa, what? What are you even talking about, dude?" Junu didn't say a word, just kicked the car door open and bailed. He smirked and said, "You can just chill in here with all those little party favors you packed? Forever." As soon as he said it, Junu tossed a nade back into the car. With a huge boom, the whole car just went up in flames. Junu was already booking it to get clear of the blast. Once he found a safe spot, he raised an eyebrow, muttering to himself, "That explosion was way bigger than what one little grenade should do. Just like I thought that guy was totally a snake." Then Junu started connecting the dots. From the crazy expensive bulletproof ride, to heading into Morum, which is basically Thug Central, and finally getting dropped at the station. There was a reason this all felt weirdly familiar. It was because this whole chain of events went down in the story when the Iron Fist clan got backstabbed by one of their own. He had no clue why, but someone in the Iron Fist clan was gunning for him. While Junu was trying to figure it out, a ton of bullets started flying out of nowhere. He glanced over and saw a whole crew of guys with guns rolling up, and they were definitely aiming for him. The lead guy was yelling his head off. "That's him! The guy from the picture! We take him out! We get a massive payday! Let's get this bread!" In a flash, the whole crew just went wild and charged straight for Junu. Junu gritted his teeth. "I knew it. Figured the car bomb wasn't the only surprise party they had planned for me." Meanwhile, the crew kept unloading on him. Junu had no choice but to dive for cover behind a car. He muttered, totally annoyed, "Crap, there are way too many of them. This car is gonna be Swiss cheese any second. Gotta bounce like now." The second the thought crossed his mind, Junu used his power to launch himself into the air and stuck the landing on a nearby roof. He gave a satisfied nod. "All right, bet they didn't see that coming." But nope, they just aimed their guns up and started blasting. Junu was instantly like, "Are you serious?" not believing they'd already clocked him. He threw up his mana shield real quick to block the hail of bullets. Junu yelled, totally shocked, "These guys aren't even supers. How are they so fast on the uptake?" But things were about to get even crazier. One of them shouted, "Everyone focus fire on the center. Let's drop him." Immediately, every single barrel pointed right at the middle of his shield and just let loose. The insane firepower slammed into it, making the shield vibrate like crazy. Junu's heart totally dropped. What is with this insane accuracy? I gotta get back. This is way too sketchy. With that thought, Junu vaulted away. And literally a split second later, the shield totally shattered, and a bullet zipped right past his arm. That's when it finally hit Junu. He couldn't just write these guys off. He really didn't want to use his new toys because they were brand new, but he was out of options. So he whipped something out and chucked it hard. "Eat this, you jerks!" In the blink of an eye, a bunch of smoke bombs landed right in the middle of the crew. Instantly, thick smoke just filled the whole area. Seeing this, the guys started freaking out, covering their faces and yelling in fear, "It's tear gas! We can't let him get away! We gotta take him down to get the antidote." Junu just scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, "Who do you guys even think you're chasing? You're not even supers. Time for me to ghost." And with that, Junu turned and bolted. He booked it straight for a nearby neighborhood. Junu didn't stop until he was sure he was in the clear. He hopped onto another rooftop. Junu frowned, thinking out loud, "How could a bunch of the random thugs have the focus and power of a superhuman anyway?" As he said it, it suddenly clicked. There's only one thing that could do this, a combat enhancer. The side effects are gnarly, but it gives you a temporary massive boost in a fight. Junu was pretty sure that was it. He nodded and muttered, "They mentioned an antidote. Maybe that's the catch." And the only person who could get this whole crew of Miorum thugs together? The only name that came to mind was that hunter. He's like the top long-range fighter in all of Miorim. The hunter's playbook would be 1, use a mole to plant a bomb. 2, get the local thugs all jacked up on combat enhancers to do the dirty work. And 3, pick off the target with his own insane aim. Right on cue, Junu saw a tiny flash of light in the distance. In that same instant, a bullet sliced through the air, heading straight for him. Junu didn't even hesitate and dodged like his life depended on it. The bullet whizzed right past his head. He let out a shaky breath. If I was even a split second slower, I'd be toast right now. But then a smirk spread across Junu's face. But hey, the gamble paid off because now I know exactly where that hunter is hiding. Junu's eyes narrowed, his gaze sharp and calculating as he scanned the area below. Immediately after, he leapt off the roof. Junu muttered with a smirk, "I see you, you coward." With that, he took off sprinting to take down some lame sniper who could only fight from a mile away. Junu knew his only move was to close the distance. With that in mind, Junu pushed himself to go even faster. Even though every muscle was screaming, he had to just push through it. Junu had to use the smoke to stay off the hunter's radar. As he bolted, another shot whizzed right by him. Way too close. But yeah, he had a plan for dealing with some pro sniper. After a solid sprint, Junu pulled up short. He glanced up, a total smirk on his face, and was like, "Gotcha." The hunter heard him and totally lost it. Dang it, he couldn't see Junu at all. Junu, on the other hand, was feeling pretty epic. He'd used the smoke and all the chaos to basically go invisible. The hunter was searching like crazy but couldn't spot him anywhere. Junu kept pushing forward and boom, he was right at the hunter's hiding spot. The guy totally freaked when he saw him. Junu didn't even wait for a reaction, he just went for it. Junu brought his gun up, ready to fire. The hunter wasn't backing down though and scoffed. "You seriously challenging a sniper to a shootout?" But before he could even pull the trigger, Junu unleashed his black flame. Right after that, he fired. It was like they both shot at the exact same time. The hunter's bullet skimmed Junu's shoulder and Manny had to bite his lip to keep from yelling. Ouch! Okay, this guy's legit. Nailing a shot in a crazy situation like this, super impressive. But Junu wasn't sweating it. He just smirked because he knew on the other end. The hunter got tagged in the shoulder too. But unlike Junu, he was totally covered in black flames, screaming his head off. Even a graze from one of Junu's bullets was basically game over for this guy. Junu just watched as the black flames did their thing. He smirked, feeling it, I won. But then the ground under him just gave way. His legs were totally stuck. Junu yelled out, "A magic trap!" At the same time, the hunter was dumping some weird potion on himself, gritting his teeth and spitting, "You little punk. You really think it's gonna be that easy?" Junu's face went serious real fast. "This is not good. If I don't get out of this, I'm toast." Just then, the hunter growled again. "Now get ready to get lit up by black fire." Junu was struggling like crazy to get free, knowing that fire attack would be the end of him. He never thought it would turn into a frantic race against the clock. Okay, plan B. Junu had to slow this sinking thing down by fighting the magic. It was a total long shot, but he had to survive first and figure out the rest later. So right away, Junu slammed his hands on the ground. He could feel his power surging and used it to try and yank himself out of the pit. Then he tapped into his purification attribute, hoping it would help him just totally nuke the magic in this trap. But before he could even break free, his eyes went wide. The hunter had actually put out the black flames and was slowly walking right toward him. He sneered, "Gotta hand it to you trying to fight the trap, but it's too little too late." Junu's face just froze. He couldn't believe the hunter actually put out his black flames. The hunter didn't even care about his shocked face, just reached down with a shaky hand to grab something off the ground. He said all casual, "So, looks like I win this round, huh? If I take this kid out, I'm set for life. I'm gonna end him." But when the hunter lifted his gun to aim, there was nobody there. His face went blank, and before he could even figure it out, he got clocked by Junu. Junu just grinned and said, "Now asterisk, that's asterisk what I call a plot twist. You jerk, that was way too close." Right at the last second, Junu unlocked a new attribute. The one he got, earth resistance. At that moment, Junu was seriously so hyped. It totally saved his skin. Junu grabbed the hunter's collar and was like, "You're a sniper. Up close like this, you're basically useless. So start talking. Who paid you to come after me?" The hunter was shaking and quickly spilled. Okay, you win. I'll tell you everything, just let me have a smoke first." "Fine, whatever," Junu said, letting him go without a second thought. As soon as he was free, the hunter pulled out a cigarette to light it up. Junu watched him, his eyes narrowed, and his face giving nothing away. Junu frowned and asked, "You like how that tastes?" The hunter let out this super creepy laugh, with this messed up smile spreading across his face. He laughed like way too loud and said, "Oh yeah, I love it. Tastes like winning." And right after that, the dude just charged at him like a maniac. But before he could even make a move, a loud asterisk bang asterisk went off, and red stuff went everywhere. The hunter just stared totally dazed and stammered out, You knew?" Junu just smirked and said, "Duh, of course I knew. You seriously think a player with 10,000 years of experience wouldn't recognize a smoke that turns you into some kind of freak? Like, seriously?" That's all the hunter could get out before he just face-planted. Junu looked down at him, sighed, and muttered to himself, "Okay, that part I didn't see coming. This guy was a real piece of work. I mean, before he was ready to give up and spill all the tea when he was about to lose. But this time he was willing to go down fighting even if it meant turning into some kind of monster. There had to be a reason for that. Junu paused for a sec, then bent down to check the hunter's gear. And yep, there it was, a USB drive. Junu grinned. All right, let's see who's pulling the strings. The next day over at Joy's company, Chal and Junu were watching the news. It was all about some crazy gang shootout in Moram last night. Chal was totally bugging out like, you made it out of that asterisk alive. Junu gave a small nod and was like, yeah, and that's how I ended up in this whole mess. I legit almost died. Hearing that, Chal got totally pissed, gritting his teeth and demanding, who tried to jump you? Junu just let out this huge sigh. Dude, it's a super long story, I don't even know where to start. But right then there was this massive crash as the office door got busted open. Some guy got tossed to the floor like a rag doll, while another dude was just standing in the doorway. Chal and Junu both looked over. It was Iron Fist. The guy's voice was all gravelly as he said, my bad. Looks like I can't keep my own guys in line. Junu, who was just chilling in his chair, gave a little smirk and was like, well, at least you know it. Chal, though, was totally freaking out, yelling, do you have to smash the door every single time you show up? Was it one of your Iron Fist crew that went after him? Hearing that, Iron Fist jumped in to explain, it was just some low-level nobody from our guild. But after I did some digging, though, I found out some pretty useful stuff. Junu's eyes narrowed. Staring at the dude Iron Fist was holding up like a sack of potatoes, he frowned and mumbled, the guy who came after me? He seemed like he was desperate for cash. Something like that. Iron Fist looked kinda surprised and said, whoa, how'd you know this clown loses all his cash? Every time he gets paid, he blows it all on gambling, and now he's like totally buried in debt. After hearing that, Junsu just nodded like he got it. So the reason the guy turned on them was super obvious, right? Iron Fist sounded sorry, saying, no matter what his reasons were, it's still on me. For real, I'm sorry. Junsu didn't seem too bothered by it, just coolly replied, it's cool, apology accepted. I get it, even for the boss of a merc guild, keeping tabs on everyone can't be easy. The Iron Fist guild isn't all-knowing, right? I mean, if it wasn't Junsu, the person they were really gunning for would have been Iron Fist himself. Just then, Iron Fist spoke up again. I'll take full responsibility and figure out who's really pulling the strings here. Junsu raised an eyebrow with a little smirk. Oh, about that? I've already got proof. Then he pulled out a flash drive and explained, the superhuman who tried to take me out was carrying this. You know your way around a computer? Chal gave a little nod, all hyped up. Dude, I'm literally certified. So he hopped on the computer and got straight to work. After a minute, Chal was like, whoa, this guy's Major League, huh? He's already taken out like 20 superhumans. Junsu was totally unfazed and just said, forget that. Check his last job. Hearing that, Chal nodded and checked, then shot back. It's the one he took 3 days ago? But when he saw the payout, he totally lost it. The reward is 20 billion won. Even Iron Fist and Junsu were completely floored. Junsu quickly asked, who in the world has that kind of cash to throw around? Chal glanced over at him and answered, the job came from someone at Ascendant Security. After hearing that, Junu frowned and mumbled, someone from a megacorp. Chal slid the laptop over so he could see. It's this guy. The second Junsu saw the info on the screen, he was like, oh my god, it's that jerk. He totally recognized him as the knight he ran into at Yu's house, right? Junsu let out a sigh. Okay, this is starting to get messy. Chal gave him a suspicious look and asked, why would he want you gone? Junsu didn't answer, just quickly changed the subject. I've got an idea. Can you pull up the Ascendant Security family tree? Chal nodded and was like, for sure, give me a sec. He started digging for the info. A few seconds later, he showed it to Junsu, whose face immediately went dark. Just as he thought he'd finally understood what was going on. Ascendant Security is a private military guild run by the Ascendant Group, which is one of the 5 biggest guilds out there. And Leon is basically the prince of that whole company. He was supposed to be next in line to take over, but after his dad made him go through that baptism and he became a holy knight, Leon got booted from the inheritance list. So now his only option is to become some famous holy knight. But the saint sees Junsu as her hero. Junsu sighed and mumbled, he must have seen me ace the baptism and get all this attention, and it probably ticked him off enough to order a hit on me. When he heard that Chal was all fired up, we gotta teach that guy a lesson, Iron Fist just frowned a little, muttering, yeah, but how? This isn't some kid from a rinky-dink merchant guild we're talking about. He's from the family that runs a major league guild. One wrong move and the whole guild will be on our asses. Obviously, Chal knew that, but he still sounded ready for a fight. That doesn't mean we should just let him get away with it. Hearing that, Junsu jumped in. You're right, and I've got a plan. Chal's face lit up. I knew you'd have something up your sleeve. Junu let out a little laugh and said, since we're going up against a major player, we should probably focus on leveling up first. A little while later, someone else showed up at Chal's office. After Yuan heard the whole story about the assassination attempt from Junsu, he completely lost it, slamming his fist on the table and yelling, that psycho, how dare he try to take out Warrior Kim? Seeing how worked up he was, Junsu tried to calm him down. Whoa, chill out. I'm still in one piece over here. Yuan was the guy you could count on the most, since he was loaded and a level 5 superhuman. Right then, Yuan said with total conviction, I'm not letting this slide. You know what they say, an eye for an eye. Let's just hire our own hitman and get some payback. Hearing that, Chol quickly jumped in. Dude, I can't even imagine the price tag on a job like that. We're talking about taking out the son of Ascendant Security. Yuan looked like he was about to argue, but Junsu cut him off. I've got an idea. Yuan kinda glanced at him and was like, so spill it. Junsu just smirked and said, I'm challenging Jian to a duel. His words totally shocked the other three, who all freaked out. A duel. Dude, that's way too dangerous. Shaking his head like it was nothing, Junsu said flatly, it's the only way. If I just let this slide, he'll hire some even crazier assassin to take me out. Yuan quickly jumped in. He'll just get someone else to fight for him. This world's always been totally unfair. Junsu replied calmly. If I win, I get an apology and some serious compensation. The room went dead silent. After a super long pause, Iron Fist hesitantly mumbled, Look, it kind of feels like the only real option we have right now. Junsu gave a small nod, holding up the USB drive. With this evidence, I've got enough to force his hand. If we let him use a proxy and keep it to just close associates, he'll totally agree. He was making a crazy amount of sense. Cho's hand shot up to volunteer. Okay, I'll send the official duel request. We're also gonna need a lawyer to rep us. After a beat, Yuan spoke up. I got that. My parents know a lawyer who used to be a legit Supreme Court judge. Seeing everyone stepping up, Junsu cracked a smile and said, Thanks, you guys. But the three of them just stared at him super intensely, not saying a word. Come on, Junsu sighed. Why are you all giving me that look? I'm not going out there to die, you know? Iron Fist asked nervously. Are you sure you can win? The enemy knows how strong you are. He's definitely gonna find a fighter who's level 4 or higher. It's not gonna be a walk in the park, Junsu shot back instantly. He said that because he knew he couldn't use his mutated attribute in the duel, which made this way harder than when he fought the chairman. But it wasn't like it was impossible to win. Junsu said confidently, I have a pretty good idea who he'll get to fight for him. Hearing that, Iron Fist was like, Whoa, so you know who you're up against? Junsu nodded, Yep, so I need to prep. Ujin, you up for some sparring? Ujin agreed without a second thought. Of course, I'll go all out to help you, master. Seeing how hyped he was, Junsu quickly warned him, Thanks, but try not to get yourself killed like last time, okay? 3 days later at the dueling grounds, Junsu's crew was already in the stands. Eugene and Joyelle were cheering like crazy. We're rooting for you, Master Fighter, you got this, Kim. But honestly, Junsu didn't look so hot. He looked totally wiped out. He must have been training like a maniac for the past 3 days. But because of that, he was ready for whatever came next. Just then, a group of people started walking over. Junsu recognized the leader. That guy, Ditch, the commander of the Father's Holy Knights. Ditch had this faint smirk on his face and said, It's been a minute since I've had to duel. Jian, who was walking behind him, quickly said, Commander, you didn't have to come all this way. Hearing that, Ditch snapped at him. Shut up. You think you have the right to speak. As long as I'm the commander, no Holy Knight from our squad is allowed to lose. Jian went totally silent, not knowing what to say. Seeing it all go down, Junsu couldn't help but scowl. Jian acts all tough in front of me, but in front of his boss, he's just a coward hiding in his shell. While Junsu was thinking, Ditch spoke up. Fighter Kim, it's an honor to meet you. Junsu just gave a polite nod. Hey. But then Ditch suddenly bowed super low and got all formal. First, I want to apologize for this whole messed up situation. Junsu was stunned. Asterisk. What is this? Is he actually apologizing, asterisk? Before he could even process it, Ditch kept going. This whole thing is the fault of one person and has nothing to do with the Saints. Junsu narrowed his eyes at him and asked in a low voice, So what's the Father's Order's official position on this? Ditch hesitated for a second before whispering, The Saints said that you, Fighter Kim, will be our light and our savior. Junsu was floored all over again. Light and Savior Rochan said the same thing last time. What the heck is that even supposed to mean? Ditch totally ignored his reaction and continued. So my condition is this, if I win you join our squad. What, join their squad? Hearing this, Junsu was so shocked he yelled, Are you guys that obsessed with me or something? While he was freaking out and holding his head, Jian was just grinding his teeth in anger. But there was nothing he could do about it. Ditch spoke again. This is all the will of our master and the saintist. Before Junsu could answer, the lawyer Yuan hired arrived. He announced slowly, It is time for the duel. Everyone is here. Please confirm the magical duel oath. If the Holy Knight wins, Junsu will join the Father's Order. If Junsu wins, Jian will be forbidden from harming him. Directly or indirectly, and he has to pay compensation. The lawyer looked at them both for a final confirmation. Is that correct? Both Junsu and Jian answered at the same time. Yes. As soon as they said it, a wave of magic just radiated from Junsu's chest. In Zenun, a dual oath is a magical vow. Anyone who breaks it gets their heart blown to bits. The same thing now applied to Jian, and in this chaotic world, no one was crazy enough to break a vow like that. Just then, the lawyer spoke again. Now I will confirm the rules of the duel. The duel will follow standard international rules, allowing all special abilities and personal weapons, but any consumable items have to be crafted right here on site. Junsu's supporters were still in the stands, their faces looking kinda worried. The other holy knights were just hanging out outside. Then Duish got all hyped like, I'm so ready. But Junsu just smirked and was like, I'm gonna craft my items now. Duish's whole vibe just died, but he still nodded like, all right, you got 10 minutes for each item. It took like no time for Junsu to whip out 3 potions. If he kept switching up his stats like this, he was basically an alchemist. These were the miracle potions for fighting a holy knight. Seeing his 3 potions, the announcer guy was like, Diamond Body Elixir, Speed Elixir, and Magic Dragon Elixir. Is that right? Junsu gave a little nod and said, Yep, I'll be using them. When you're fighting, you gotta use buffs. So he chugged all 3 vials at once. With both of them ready to go, the duel was about to pop off. A countdown timer flashed up on the screen. Both Junsu and Duich stepped onto the dueling stage. Duich squinted at Junsu and said, Fighter Kim, it's a huge honor to join our crew. Why not just change your mind and join up willingly or get lost? Junsu just scoffed, not even thinking twice. Seeing he wasn't playing along, Duich said coldly, Then there's no other way. But you don't have to sweat it too much. He said he wouldn't actually finish Junsu off because he still had to join the order. The second he stopped talking, a crazy amount of mana just exploded around Duich. Junsu couldn't help but frown. That mana was insane. He was on a completely different level. And no matter how prepped Junsu was, he couldn't beat him without putting his life on the line. In a flash, the countdown was down to 1 second. And then the clock finally hit 0. Duich let out a huge roar, his mana surging even crazier. And in a blink, he just vanished, leaving a crater in the ground. Junsu was totally stunned, frowning and muttering he disappeared. But then, he quickly figured out Duich had just popped a flash step ability. And yep, a second later, Duich appeared right in front of Junsu, roaring like a maniac, Warrior Kim, you're gonna become a god! Hearing this, Junsu was shook. What become a god? While he was still trying to process that, the hammer in Duich's hand came crashing down and smoke and fire just erupted everywhere. Yuan's crew in the stands saw this and freaked out. What, that guy is so strong, is it really over in just 1 hit? But when the smoke and fire cleared, Soren saw something and suddenly screamed. Over there on the stage, Junsu was still standing totally fine, because right when Duich swung his hammer, he threw up a shield to block it. Junsu narrowed his eyes at Duich and said, You said I'd become a god? What kind of nonsense are you even talking about? Duich, on the other hand, didn't say a thing, just stood there all calm with a little smile on his face. Junsu's guess was spot on. He had totally used the haste attribute from the very start, a top-tier move for a sneak attack, but Junsu had already seen it coming, so there was no way he was going to fall for it. Even so, that last attack still cracked Junsu's 3-layer shield. Just then, Duich laughed and said, Now I get why the Saints actually gave you the time of day. Junsu just snorted. Stop talking trash and explain. Before you called me a light and a savior, and now you're calling me a god. Smiling a little, Duich said super casually, It's exactly what you heard. You're the hope of our legion and the champion who's going to save us from the apocalypse that's coming. After hearing this, Junsu's brow furrowed up big time. The hope of the Father's army. Now that I think about it, the god they serve is already dead. A few years down the line, when the main story gets going, the Saints do these rituals for the gods, and a huge boss battle goes down right in the middle of soon. Junsu suddenly realized what was up, and yelled in horror, Don't tell me the savior is actually the vessel for the god. You got it. Duich let out a grim laugh and said coldly, A noble sacrifice and a sacred offering. That confirmation made Junsu roar with rage. You psycho creeps, so you just want to use me as a sacrifice? Duich didn't seem to care at all, just laughed excitedly. Your body and soul will become a part of the Father and his big god level up, because you're gonna lose this battle and join us. Junsu snorted, then charged forward completely furious. Duich didn't dare get careless and quickly used his shield to block. Still, he got pushed back a few steps. Duich's eyebrow couldn't help but twitch. This guy's strength was just ridiculous. Seeing his reaction all worried, Junsu sneered to himself. Yeah, you should be. I switched all my stats to be a full-on offensive warrior. With that thought, Junsu rushed forward at a speed that tore through the air. And now he was going to unleash some warrior traits on Duich that would have him shaking. Duich wasn't even flustered. He blocked with his shield, a small smile playing on his lips. Haha, your sword skills are pretty sick, aren't they? Junsu didn't answer. He was already planning his next attack. Nice. Now that he's on defense, I can switch my stats. It's over. Immediately, Junsu pulled out another weapon to attack. Just as he planned, the weapon hit Duich's bicep. But Duich wasn't phased at all, and even hyped him up. This is getting way more interesting, isn't it? Junsu bit his lip hard. It's working. My 3 days of prep weren't for nothing. The reason I had Yuan train me wasn't just to get the right stats for this fight, but it was also to learn how to switch stats in the blink of an eye by fighting a higher-ranked superhuman like Yuan to use defensive stats when I'm defending and offensive stats when I need to go on the attack. Plus, I can switch up my warrior skills whenever I need to. That's why Junu was just wailing on Ditch, totally backing him into a corner. Get ready! Just then, Junu let out this crazy roar, his eyes went all red, and he just charged at Ditch like a maniac. He knew exactly when to go full-on berserker mode. When a rank 3 goes up against a rank 4, you gotta be able to switch up your style mid-fight. And with Junu coming at him non-stop, Ditch couldn't even get a single hit in. All he could do was grit his teeth and block. And like a second later, Junu sent his hammer flying. Jian's face totally dropped when he saw that. Ditch was just as shook. It felt like he was fighting 4 dudes at once. Like, how is that even possible? But Junu didn't care. He just said all cool like, I'm winning this thing because I'm not about to be some pawn for your messed up army. Ditch bit his lips super hard. His fists were clenched and he just scoffed. Fine. Guess I can't mess around with you anymore. I don't care if you're a pawn or whatever. I'm gonna end you. The second he said that, Ditch rushed him with his weapon. Then he just chucked it right at Junu, not taking any chances. Junu threw up a shield to block it. He was gritting his teeth thinking, there's no way a simple attack like that will work. But in a split second, Junu's shield just shattered, and he went flying. Junu bit his lip, cursing under his breath. Crap. Ditch's power just spiked like crazy. So he was totally holding back on me this whole time. While Junu was trying to process, Ditch came at him again full force. He roared, totally furious. How dare you diss our army? Junu was caught off guard and got blasted back again, slamming hard into the wall before crumpling to the ground. Ditch narrowed his eyes at him and said super cold, apologize now, and I'll let you surrender. No way! Junu shot back without even thinking. He pushed himself up and said just as coldly, if you can't take me down, don't even think about winning. And with that, Junu just charged. His energy was insane as he started slashing like crazy. Ditch didn't dare mess up and quickly blocked landing a punch on Junu's shoulder. The two of them just kept going at it, trading insane blows. You could feel the shockwaves from their hits blasting everywhere. They were both just taking a serious beating. After a minute, they both got knocked back, putting some space between them. Ditch was all cut up from Junu's sword with gashes all over his body, but Junu looked just as wrecked. That's when Ditch roared, it's time to end this stupid fight! As he said it, a huge shield just appeared in his hand. He lifted it up and yelled out, oh father! And just like that, this insane wave of water showed up. Ditch was completely swallowed by this massive wave. Seeing this, Junu's face got super serious. That was Ditch's ultimate move, the Dark Tsunami. Seeing it for real, he knew it was a total disaster. If that thing hit him, Junu knew he would 100% lose for sure, but there was no way to dodge it. To win, he had to figure out how to bust right through it. Even though he was scared out of his mind, Junu had to believe in the skills he'd built up as Warrior Kim, the mountain-breaking sword style, the one he practiced non-stop, the sword skills he learned with Ujin and that breathing technique. He worked so hard to master. The mind art that got stronger with him every single day. The river-splitting technique he got when he was pushed to his absolute limit, and the ultimate move that could cut through literally anything, the slash attribute. Junu had to trust his own skills, all the blood, sweat, and tears he'd put in, and most of all, he had to believe in himself. With that thought, Junu gripped his sword and charged. A blinding flash of light from his sword just exploded. Ditch was totally floored by what he was seeing, but there was nothing he could do about it. All he could do was watch as the light from the sword shot right into the tsunami, then started getting bigger and bigger, glowing with this insane light. Jian's crew in the stands was just staring, totally confused about what was going on. Ujun and his friends were the same. The light was so bright they couldn't see a thing. It was only when the light started to fade that you could see Junu and Ditch again. But like right away, Junu coughed up a ton of blood. Over on the other side, Ditch wasn't looking so hot either. He mumbled something under his breath. That was a sick fight! Warrior Kim, huh? And then he just collapsed. The ref immediately grabbed Junu's hand and yelled, the winner is Warrior Kim! Seeing that it was all over, Ujin's crew immediately rushed down to the arena to celebrate with him. Junu had this satisfied smile on his face. I did it. I actually beat a higher-level superhuman without even using my mutant skill. Ujin gave Junu a huge hug, totally freaking out. Master, you're seriously the best. The three behind them were so happy they were actually crying, and they all started crowding around him, cheering for him. You were a total beast out there. I knew you were gonna win. But right then, this furious yell cut through everything. You punk. Junu whipped his head around and saw John charging right at him with an axe. Before Junu could even move, Ujun leaped in front of him to block. There was this huge bang as an energy wave exploded out, and of course John was the one who got wrecked. He got sent flying. Ujin totally went off yelling, you spineless jerk! Are you seriously jumping our master just cause you're a sore loser? You're literally asking for it, aren't you? But before he could make a move, a bunch of refs jumped in to stop him while shooting Gian a look like, don't forget that magic oath. You pull a stunt like that and your heart's gonna go boom. But Gian wasn't having it and yelled back, Warrior Kim, this is all your fault. Our captain is gone because of you. We're gonna get revenge for our captain. The army of the father never forgets a grudge. The second he said that, his whole crew of knights stepped up. Junu didn't even flinch and was super chill. So you're saying I'm the one who offed Ditch? Gian shot back without even thinking. Yeah, that's right. We literally saw you do it with our own 2 eyes. Cut the BS! Junu scoffed, his voice like ice. The person who really got Ditch taken out was you. Hearing that totally wiped the smirk off Jian's face, and he started shaking like a leaf. Junu just ignored him and said flatly, look, he was my rival, but the guy was a legit warrior. He wasn't the kind of guy who deserved to die in a match that only went down because of your nasty little scheme. For ditch his honor, just take the L and keep your word. When he heard that, Jian just stared at the ground, totally speechless. Junu didn't even wait for a reply and just dropped another bomb. This is all in your major inferiority complex. Jian just stood there with his head hung low, shaking and whispering, Captain. Seeing him like that, a couple of holy knights came over and helped him walk away. Junu watched him go, his eyes narrowed, thinking, so even after all that, the army of the father is still gonna come after me? Whatever. The next day over in Choisel's office, he was on the phone, totally stoked. That's right. We officially locked in a contract with Warrior Kim. You know the guy who just wrecked that team? Yep, I got you. Just then someone walked up. He was like, oops, gotta go. I'll hit you back. It was Junu, who just got the new armor he ordered from Joe Chun. He was all hyped saying, I was kinda worried the master blacksmith Joe Chun would go off script with my armor. But he totally stuck to the plan and made it massive and super tough. Seeing him, Cho rushed over all excited with the gift box and said all suck up like, hey, since you're here, you should totally try this on too. It's a little something from me. Junu was like, okay, but he took it and opened it. The second he saw it, his face lit up. Whoa, now this is what I'm talking about. Cho was buzzing, explaining, it's a custom-made high-end training suit. It's even got self-cleaning and mana regen features. Junu gave him a big thumbs up, totally grinning. You totally get my style, Director Cho. Thanks, man. The director was even gassing him up, saying he looked like a model in it. But then Cho got all awkward for a sec and stammered, so, could I ask you for a solid? Junu's vibe shifted and he was like, what's up? Cho muttered, keeping his voice down. Look, thanks to you, business is blowing up, but since you're still kinda new, some people are throwing shade on our deal with you. Junu heard him out and nodded like he got it. Okay, if that's how it is, I'm in. You already got a quest lined up for me. Yep, I've got the perfect gig for you. Cho gave a little nod and slid a folder over to Junu. The Sun Tower wants to run some tests on your Blackfire for science. Junu's brow furrowed at that. He knew the Sun Tower was one of the big 4 magic towers. If he remembered right, that was the spot for all the fire magic research. Then Cho threw in, plus they'll pay you like you're one of the crew. Junu gave a small nod and replied, all right, bet, I'll do it. He already knew what the prize was thanks to a certain someone inside the Sun Tower. A little while later, Junu rolled up to the Sun Tower for the quest, a place just buzzing with fire mana. The second he stepped inside, he was like, whoa, a place where science and magic totally mash up. This is insane. Just then, some guy came up to him. Warrior Kim, I'm Park Hyungdu, one of the researchers here. You must be here about the Blackfire research request, right? Yep, that's me. Junu nodded, and Hyungdu started leading him deeper inside. We're kinda on a tight schedule, so let's get a move on. Follow me. Before long, they were in the research lab. Hyungdu then was like, first off, let's just run some basic tests. Junu squinted a little. That machine looked super familiar. While he was trying to place it, Hyungdu said, go ahead and step inside the machine. All you gotta do is stand still. Not really thinking about it, Junu hopped in. Right away, a magic circle lit up in front of him, and just like that, his whole mood darkened. This thing was built to scan every single detail about a person and feed it to the operator. This machine was about to expose all of Junu's secrets. Realizing that, he slammed his fists on the glass and yelled, shut this thing down now, I never signed up for this. Outside, Hyungdu just smirked. Just chill. It's a standard procedure. It was all in the contract. Junu totally lost it. His fists clenched as he roared, screw you, you creep! In a flash, his fist came down and completely shattered the glass panel. Hyungdu jumped back, totally freaked out, yelling, hey, what the heck do you think you're doing? Junu shot back, absolutely furious. The contract I signed said I just had to show you my Blackfire to help with your research. I never thought you'd people to pull something like this. Just then, I heard footsteps rushing over. And boom, without even thinking, the new guy clocks Hyungdu right in the face, yelling like he's totally fed up. You moron, Park Hyung-DDU, are you seriously pulling this crap again? The dude who showed up was Yum Young Sok, the head of the research department. He was fuming. How dare you ruin my project? Seeing him, Hyungdu panicked and tried to explain, it's a misunderstanding, sir. Unfortunately for him, Yum Young Sok wasn't buying it, snapping back angrily. A misunderstanding? Yeah, right. You were trying to sell out Warrior Kim's info. I've been watching you this whole time. Those words totally shut Hyungdu up. He just looked down and mumbled, I'm sorry, I just got greedy. Yum Young scoffed, saying coldly, get out of here. You're off the team. I just stood there watching this whole thing go down, completely clueless about what to do. Yum Young then turned to me and said all apologetic, my bad, Warrior Kim. I'm Yum Young, head of the research department, and about what just happened. But before he could even finish, I cut him off. It's not your fault. I'm guessing this kind of thing is pretty normal around here. Yum Young Sok just sighed like he'd given up. That idiot has been selling info to feed his gambling problem. If it wasn't for his mentor, he would have been kicked out of here ages ago. I see, I replied with a little nod. Still, I came all this way because you asked and my personal info was about to get leaked everywhere. Hearing this, Yum Young said, as my apology, I'm gonna upgrade your membership rank. You'll be able to use our facilities and our training grounds. As soon as he said that, my mood totally flipped. The training grounds of a magic tower are usually just for mages, right? With that thought, I gave a satisfied nod. That doesn't sound bad at all. Seeing my reaction, Young suggested, "Please chill for a bit while I get things set up." I nodded slightly. "All right, I'll take a walk around then." So I headed to one of the Sun Tower's floors. I was in a killer mood. I almost got played which is so Sun Tower, but it was totally worth it. This was my chance to snag more traits from the Magic Tower's training ground. Just then, an announcement came over the speakers, starting up the lightning element magic training. The second they said that the orbs in front of me were just glowing with mana, and in a flash, a ton of lightning bolts came crashing down. I was completely covered in lightning, and it was zapping my body like crazy. The pain was seriously deep. I just gritted my teeth and dealt with it. But I figured it'd be way smarter to use a trait to hang on a little longer. So with that thought, I switched up my trait. Immediately, the lightning started to chill out, lightning element magic training, and I even scored the 6th element resistance trait. Now that I got what I wanted, I happily yelled, "All right, kill the power now. I'm about to get totally fried in here." But right then, the system in the room flashed red as warning alarms started blaring. The training system had been switched to manual. "Warning. Warning, the current intensity has been cranked up." Lightning zapped me again, making me yell out, "Wait, what the heck? I said I'm done training, who's out there?" A second later, I saw that jerk Hyungdu outside. He was holding the control lever, giving me this evil glare as he cursed, "You messed with the wrong guy, you punk." As soon as he said that, Hyungdu cranked the control lever all the way to max. Lightning rained down on me like crazy, and my expression instantly got serious. Hyungdu had gone completely nuts, screaming over and over, "Just die already." And just like that, I was taking the full blast of the lightning at its highest level. Seeing this, Hyungdu started gloating with a huge laugh. "This is what you get when you mess with me." But his smile was wiped off his face real fast, and he just froze because I was still standing there looking totally cool. Completely fine. No way was I gonna lose to some lame trick. There was a reason I came to the training room in my spare time. One of the traits I had equipped was called Divine Resistance. I got that one when I fought back against the Saintess's baptism. Fire Resistance was the trait I got from soaking in the magic spring. Darkness Resistance was what I got in the fight against that necromancer Karen. Ice Resistance, which I snagged in the battle against those messed up spirits. Earth Resistance, which I got when I escaped the Manhunter's magic trap. And finally, Lightning Resistance, the one I had literally just picked up from this training session. I quickly mashed all 6 traits together. A huge wave of mana wrapped around my body. My heart wasn't left out either. It kept changing, and soon enough I got a new trait, which was Magic Resistance. I let out a chilly, satisfied smile. Hyungdu, watching from outside, saw this and totally lost it. How did he block a 3rd-tier magic spell with just his body? Is he even human? This time the magic's gonna be even stronger? Right after that, Hyungdu started messing with the control lever again, and the warning alarm went off immediately. "Warning, warning. The system is now out of control. Please stop the training and evacuate immediately." I wasn't even a little panicked. I just scoffed and said, "The system's out of control. That sounds pretty bad. In that case, I'll just use a trait to dodge all of its attacks." Like at that exact moment, lightning zapped down at Junu. But this time, he dodged it like a total pro. Even better, he unlocked a new trait called Retreat, which had Junu absolutely buzzing. Yes, at this rate, I'll totally score a trait that's way better than Airstrike. But while he was celebrating, Hungo was outside completely losing it. He was just slamming the controls, screaming his head off. I swear I'm gonna end you." But right then, Monguk walked in from outside and just smacked him clean across the face. He totally lost it, yelling, "Are you out of your mind? I heard the alarms. What the heck do you think you're doing, you punk?" Then he barked at someone to shut the whole thing down like right now. The lightning just vanished and the system went back to normal. Mong totally snapped, grabbing Hyungdu by the collar and getting all up in his face, hissing at him. "You psycho, you actually tried to hurt Warrior Kim?" Hyungdu was totally freaking out, waving his hands and denying everything. "Director, it's not what it looks like." Just then, Junu strolled out from inside and just kind of scoffed. "Hurt me?" A super startled Monguk whipped around, asking all worried, "Warrior, are you okay? You're not hurt?" With a little laugh, Junu just shrugged and said, I guess I feel a little statusy." This whole scene had the crowd completely shook with no clue what was even going on. After all that shady stuff, Hyungdu was finally kicked out of the tower for good. No matter how much he begged, it was pointless. Junu watched him leave and asked a little hesitant, "So what's gonna happen to him now that he's been booted?" Monguk explained slowly. "They're gonna cast a spell on his brain so he can never learn any new magic ever." Junu gave a small nod, saying like it was no big deal. So his life as a mage is basically toast. He had it coming. Mong So didn't feel bad either, and said coldly, "That dude has caused way too much drama, so this is just what happens. Oh, and please take this. It's not much, but think of it as our way of saying sorry." With that, he handed Junu a box with a bottle of elixir inside. This stuff has some seriously awesome healing powers. Even though he was freaking out with joy on the inside, he played it cool and said thanks a lot. "This potion is pretty much a lifesaver for me." Hearing that, Monguk just waved his hand and laughed. "Oh, no way, I think it's a fair trade." It was obvious he didn't want this whole thing to blow up, but Junu needed something else from the tower. Thinking it over, he slowly brought it up. But I gotta say, it's kinda messed up that I've been attacked like 2 times just for visiting the tower. Don't you think? Manga couldn't help but ask, all confused. So what is it you want then? Junu pretended to think for a sec before casually dropping, there's this one thing I've wanted for like ever. I want to get hit with all 4 spells of the Great Magic Tower. The second he said that, Mongok freaked out. What, no way, you don't mean you want to get blasted by the solar cannon? Junu just nodded. He admitted it super casually. That's right. Light me up with that thing. Hearing this, Mongok tried to talk him out of it. Dude, a level 3 superhuman can't even take that for 1 second. Maybe when you're stronger. But before he could even finish, Junu cut him off cold. Nah, I'm sure I can take it for about 15 seconds. Mongok was just floored. Huh. But that's something even a level 5 superhuman struggles with. Junu just clicked his tongue and shook his head, stating firmly, I'm not like them. Mongok just stared at him, totally confused, and hesitated for a long time before speaking. Those black flames can literally burn an enemy's mana. It's a cool trick, but it's still crazy dangerous. Junu just laughed softly and said, all confident, guess we'll have to see about that. And just like that, Junu headed to the room with the solar cannon. He stood there facing it deep in thought, and honestly a little freaked out about getting shot by that thing. But for real, it's not like he had a choice. If Junu wanted to score the solar cannon trait, there were basically 3 ways. First, get taken on as an apprentice at the magic tower. Second, beat the tower master in a one-on-one fight. But both of those were only for magic class superhumans, so those were a no-go for him. While Junu was thinking, Mongok spoke up. We're about to fire. Junu gave a little nod like, I'm ready. But yeah, there was still that third way. He could use the secret quests you unlock by getting on the Tower Master's good side. Because, plot twist, the Tower Master himself was right there. The solar cannon started to power up. Junu looked up at the massive energy blast about to come at him, and in a flash, a crazy bright fireball shot right for him. With a huge boom, the fireball exploded the second it hit. Junu was swallowed by a sea of fire, but he could actually handle it. It was all thanks to the traits he'd been collecting with his magic armor. Seeing this, the people watching from up top were completely stunned, yelling in disbelief. No way he's actually taking it. He's only a level 3. But how is that possible? Junu had no idea they were freaking out. He just gritted his teeth and took the full blast of the flames. He had prepped like crazy, but it was still insanely painful. Junu somehow managed to hold on for 15 seconds. Mangok quickly yelled out, 15 seconds are up, shut down the solar cannon. The second he said it, the beam from the solar cannon vanished. Junu was a total wreck, clutching his chest and gasping for air. It was finally over. Those were legit the longest 15 seconds of his entire life. The Tower Master was super impressed with Junu's whole performance and said with a smirk, what was that kid's name again? Warrior Kim. Yeah, seriously impressive dude. A little later in the Tower Master's office, he had Junu over for tea. The Tower Master looked at him totally pleased and said with a grin, you were seriously amazing back there using black flames to take on the solar cannon for that long. He mentioned that Junu would be a huge asset for a project they'd been planning forever. It's an honor. Junu nodded with a smile. On the outside, he was playing it cool, but inside he was totally psyched about leveling up his favorability score. So the Tower Master just starts laughing and goes, haha, I dig your style, kid. And hey, I've got a favor to ask you. Junu was totally floored. A favor. A second later, some young guy walks in. Grandfather, you called? The Tower Master gave a little nod and then introduced them. Say hi to Kim the Warrior. He's a level 3 superhuman. Junu immediately popped up to greet him. Hey, it's awesome to meet you. The other guy bowed back and was like, awesome to meet you too. And then it hit Junu. He knew this dude. It was Mage Kim, the guide character for the magic class. The one who shows up after Iron Fist and Priest Kim, and he always had this super gloomy vibe. Just then, the Tower Master spoke up again. This is my grandson. He's got the potential to be a high-ranking superhuman, but his power's been stuck at level 1. After hearing that, Junu nodded. Oh, that's kinda weird. Mage Kim just sounded defeated. Sorry for being weird. Sorry for being a total embarrassment to the tower. Junu was caught off guard and quickly tried to backtrack. Whoa, that's not what I meant at all. The Tower Master had clearly heard this a million times. He glanced over at Junu and said, so what do you think, Mr. Kim? I heard you fixed up Director Seo's son. I'm betting you might have an idea on how to kickstart this kid's power. Mage Kim didn't dare make a sound, just sitting there completely silent. Junu eyed the Tower Master and his grandson. Then after a beat, he smirked and said, oh yeah, there's a way. Hearing that, both the Tower Master and his grandson were totally hyped. The Tower Master was like, for real, if you can do it, I'll give you anything you want. Anything. Junu's grin got wider, knowing this was the start of the hidden quest for the solar cannon. Junu cut right to the chase. After he laid it out, the Tower Master was stunned. Say that again! You want what now? Junu replied without even blinking. The solar cannon. Was I not clear enough? The Tower Master paused for a sec, then mumbled. The solar cannon, huh? I mean, if the entire future of the tower is riding on this, I can give it to you, but I have no clue what you're gonna use it for. Junu was playing it cool. He winked and said with a smile, then can you hook me up with it on a memory chip so I can learn it like right now? I didn't realize you were in such a rush, but he had to agree. All right, deal. Just then, Mage Kim finally spoke up. Sorry to butt in, but how exactly are you planning to train me? Junu just casually replied, first we gotta figure out the root of the problem. Before Mage Kim could even answer, the Tower Master shot back coldly. The biggest problem is that this kid's brain is a brick. He's supposed to be a mage, but his math skills are basically zero. Of course, Junu already knew all about Mage Kim's issue. He was smart enough for business school at Seoul University, but a total failure at math, which made him a terrible fit for magic. After a long pause, Junu slowly said, Then why don't we just do magic that doesn't need any calculations? The Tower Master looked super confused. What do you mean magic that doesn't involve calculations? Junu just nodded like it was no big deal and said calmly, By using spirits, he can become a fire witch. Hearing this, the Tower Master was shocked. A fire witch, but that's not a mage. Shrugging like he didn't care, Junu gave him a look and asked, So you want your grandson to be stuck like this forever? Or do you want him to become a fire witch and actually use his potential? The Tower Master glanced at Mage Kim, went quiet for a long moment, and finally collapsed into his chair with a sigh before explaining everything. Junu calmly started. Okay, the main issue is casting spells. Right, 'cause you can't do the chance. No chance, no magic. So let's just make the spirits do the hard part, and you just have to be the power supply. Hearing this, the Tower Master just shook his head. That's impossible. The kid has no connection to spirits, so how's he supposed to get one? Junu frowned at them both and said firmly, I'm not saying he has to make a contract with spirits. Like I said, he's going to use them. My plan is for Mage Kim to just etch a spell into a magic circle, so the user only has to worry about feeding it mana, and the mana circle will handle the rest. Hearing this, the Tower Master's jaw dropped. You mean we're supposed to catch a spirit and use it as a mana circle? Or even simpler? We just turn it into a magic circle. Junu nodded. That's right. The Tower Master was suddenly ecstatic. Incredible. That's a genius theory. And I thought you were just a warrior. How do you even know about stuff like this? How could Junu possibly answer? The method was genius, obviously, because they were the ones who were going to invent it in the future. At that moment, the Tower Master leaned in and whispered again. But the gate to the spirit world is totally shut down right now. We can't summon any spirits. Junu calmly said, Then we'll just use a spirit animal as a substitute. Hearing this, the Tower Master's brow furrowed as he thought about it, muttering, A spirit animal? Like a phoenix? That sounds insane. How are we supposed to find a mythical creature? With a small chuckle, Junu spoke with total confidence. Don't worry about it. I've got a way. A little while later, the three of them showed up at a canyon. This place was crawling with phoenixes, and as soon as they saw them, Mage Kim couldn't help but yell, No way a place like this actually has a whole valley full of phoenixes! The Tower Master was freaking out too. Even a high-rank superhuman would have a hell of a time finding a place like this. So how'd you even manage that? Junju just gave this sheepish grin and was like, Turns out the rumors about the phoenixes are totally wrong. They're just hiding out behind the valley and I kinda just stumbled on them. The Tower Master was low-key, not buying it, but he played along with a ton of energy. Haha, oh my gosh, you are seriously lucky. Junshu leaned in all happy and whispered, So, what's the deal with that sun cannon we talked about? The Tower Master gave a little nod and said, All right, I'll hook you up with one. Hearing that, Junshu was totally psyched. He'd just cleared the quest with one stop. What a total score! While he was celebrating inside the tower, Master spoke up again. By the way, how does a warrior like you plan on maxing out the power of a sun cannon? Junshu replied like it was no big deal. I'm gonna upgrade it. My goal is to create a vision. At those words, the Tower Master just threw his head back and howled with laughter. Haha, a vision. Yeah, that's not exactly easy mode. It took us a whole decade to pull that off. Junshu just shrugged, totally unbothered. A warrior tackling it is gonna be way different than a mage, right? Who knows? Maybe my vision will be even sicker than yours. The Tower Master narrowed his eyes at him and scoffed. All right, let's make a bet. The time limit is 2 years. We'll see whose is better, yours or our magic towers. Junshu was super chill about it. What's the wager? The Tower Master thought for a second before saying, If you win, I'll grant you one wish. But if I win, you have to join the Magic Tower security squad. All right, sounds like a plan. Junu agreed in a heartbeat. Another chance to score big from the Magic Tower. Why would he ever say no? While the two of them were talking, Mage Kim had already slipped into the canyon on the down low. It was time to see if this would work. A little bit later, Junshu was waiting outside the operating room when Mongsha came over smiling big. This is unreal, Warrior Kim. I never in a million years thought you could unlock the path to becoming a fire witch in our Magic Tower. Junshu looked up at him with a smirk and said, You know it, Director. But first, let's just cross our fingers. The surgery is a success. Myeongsha sat down with him, nodded, and said, For sure. But about that mage who got kicked out before... Junshu frowned a little and muttered, that total failure. Myeongsha said thoughtfully, After he left, I did some digging and it's super clear he took money from the Kumo Group. Junu's eyes went wide hearing that. The Kumo Group, one of the 5 megacores, is infamous for their aggressive business style being totally ruthless and basically swallowing or just steamrolling any competition. In the game, they're the actual bad guys. Myung looked at him with a serious face and said in a low voice, "The issue isn't that they're stealing our magic info. It's that they specifically want info about you. They probably want to recruit you." Yeah, hard pass. Junu couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine after hearing that. He sighed, completely bummed. I'm never teaming up with villains like Kumo. Great, another thing I have to watch out for. Just then the operating room door swung open. The Tower Master ran right over to Junu and slapped him on the back. He laughed super loud and said, "Ha ha, it was a massive success and it's all thanks to you, my man. My nephew is now a superpowered mage." Junu was totally stunned by the hit. Mage Kim walked out from inside just radiating a crazy amount of mana. He bowed his head and said, "Thank you so much." Junu squinted, sizing up Mage Kim. "So, he's already as strong as me. Level 3 right off the bat. Is this the power of good genes or what?" Mage Kim then spoke up. "It feels so weird being able to use magic this easily." Junu happily walked over and suggested, "From now on, you should use fire attribute elixirs to generate even more mana." Mage Kim heard this and said gratefully, "You're even telling me how to get stronger. Thank you." At that moment, the Tower Master suddenly yelled, "You crushed it, Kim! Here's the reward you wanted." Hearing this, Junu's eyes lit up. He finally got the sun cannon, but there was something else in the reward package. He asked a little confused, "What's this?" The Tower Master opened the bag at his feet and said, "I threw a little something in this bag to help you get stronger, and I used some spatial magic on it." Junu's eyes were practically sparkling. His favorability with this guy had just skyrocketed. A while later at Chosel's office, looking at the cash Junu brought in, Cho couldn't help but yell, "You made a 5 billion reward? That's insane," Junu said with a smug smile. "I think it's about time you got used to my level of greatness." Then he suggested, "Anyway, it's time to drink that nectar I've been saving." Cho hesitated and said, "Nectar dude, you hit level 3 in less than a month. Isn't it a little too soon? Watch out for side effects." Junu pouted and asked, "Well, can you refine the nectar? Can you do that, Director Cho?" Chozio was stunned for a sec, but then he gave a confident wink. "Just trust me." And then he opened his inventory to look for something. After a moment, Chazil spoke up. "I just need the main ingredients. These are the most common ones." Junu glanced over, frowning and muttering to himself, "I'll get different traits depending on what I use. This is a tough choice. I already have super strength and regeneration, and I've got steel armor on my shield." After thinking it over, Junu pointed to an ingredient and said, "Okay, let's go with a horned tiger's heart." Hearing this, Choso was totally shocked and asked hesitantly, "A horned tiger, are you sure?" Junu saw the look on his face and was like, "Yo, what's up?" Cho kinda hesitated, then dropped the bomb. "Dude, this thing's endangered. It's basically impossible to find." Junu was totally shook. So Junu just bounced, hopping in his ride to go find one. He wasn't even sweating it. Like, if he can't buy one, he'll just hunt it himself, whatever. Only problem, how do you even track a horned tiger in this massive place? Junu was like, "Ugh, I really didn't want to do this." But he was out of options. He pulled out a can of fish, took a big whiff, and boom. Just like that, Junu got the dog's nose trait. Seriously, he would have rather smelled a durian. That fermented herring was beyond nasty. It felt like the stench of a backed-up sewer was camping out in his lungs. But hey, the trait worked now. He could smell literally everything. So Junu just pushed deeper into the woods. He caught the scent of a ton of blood. A predator nearby, he thought. Does that mean it's close? He quickly scanned the area, trying to spot it. But before he could lock eyes on it, something else caught his attention. Off in the distance, a jeep was tearing through the trees with a bunch of people on it, and they were chasing some animal just unloading on it. Junu immediately took off after them. Great competition. He was about to lose the trail. But then he saw the claw marks on a dead animal nearby. This wasn't just some regular horned tiger. This was the big one. This was the legendary beast of the Chungo Plateau, the freaking Mountain King, and it had all 6 traits. Just then, the Mountain King came charging straight for Junu. If he messed up for even a second, he was toast. Junu wasn't about to play games and dodged out of the way fast. But what really threw him off was that the Mountain King had an evasion trait too. Junu bit his lip. "Okay, I don't have a lot of shots at this. I gotta end this in one hit, for real." He knew he had to trust his gut. While Junu was planning his next move, the Mountain King charged again, all fury. He leveled his gun right at it. He activated a trait at the same time. Without even thinking, Junu fired, but the Mountain King still managed to dodge the bullet, just barely grazed it. Junu grit his teeth. No way it can even dodge that. But I'm not finished, he thought, and rushed forward again. He went straight for the Mountain King face to face. Junu aimed his gun again, letting out a cold smirk. "I might be a warrior, but my aim is pretty sick." The second the words left his mouth, he fired, and the Mona bullet slammed right into the Mountain King's body. Junu cracked a satisfied smile. "Gotcha!" But his victory lap was cut short when the Mountain King lunged at him out of nowhere, making him totally freak out. Luckily, Junu managed to dive out of the way. He couldn't believe it could still move after getting hit by the black flame. Junu stared, totally alarmed, and muttered, "If the black flame didn't do it, I guess we're doing this up close and personal." Meanwhile, The Mountain King's eyes went all hazy, just radiating pure murder vibe as it stared down Junu. Without wasting a second, it went into a crazy charge. Junu knew exactly what this was. It was the Mountain King's ultimate move rampage. It could bulk up to over 1.5 tons and basically shred anything it slammed into. For a skill with a rep that scared the heck out of tons of players. The way to beat it was almost stupidly easy. You just had to use its own power against it. With that in mind, Junu leapt right onto the Mountain King's back, totally catching it off guard. It let out a little grunt, and Junu just said ice cold, "Surprised you know you can't dodge this, right?" And as soon as he said it, he brought his sword down hard right across the Mountain King's back. Blood just started pouring out like crazy. A little later, Junu was dragging the Mountain King's body back into the city, and a whole crowd started to gather. He held up the box with, "It's hard inside," and yelled out all victorious, "This is it, people, you see this heart right here." Junu handled it all by himself because he was worried any partners would just stab him in the back and try to swipe his trait. So with that, he announced, "I just need the heart, so the rest is for sale. Anyone interested?" He was curious to see what the Mountain King would fetch. The second Junu finished talking, the bids started flying. In like a minute, the price hit 2.5 billion. But then some lady in a hat stepped out of the crowd and threw down an insane number. "I'll pay 5 billion. Junu didn't even blink and just yelled, "Sold for 5 billion. Once everyone saw it was a done deal. The crowd broke up. The woman came over to him and said, "I'll wire you the money right now." Junu gave her his info, and she sent the cash over in seconds. Then she asked him, kinda skeptical, "So by the way, did you really take that thing down alone?" Junu just gave a little nod and was like, yeah, I got super lucky." The woman kinda scoffed and pouted. "There's no such thing as just luck in hunting. You gotta have skills too." Then she handed Junu a business card and said, "Here's my card. It'd be awesome if you hit me up sometime." And with that, she was gone. Junu looked down at the card in his hand. It looked kinda familiar, right? Probably belonged to some crazy rich person. But whatever, Junu didn't really care. He got the tiger's heart and scored 5 billion. Things were already going his way big time. 2 days later, Junu was back at his place. He went straight to the training room. He checked out the potion in his hand and nodded, totally satisfied. You could tell just by the color that the quality was top tier. Earlier, after he got the tiger's heart, Junu had given it to Chiso to get it refined. Chiso promised there wouldn't be any nasty side effects. And the guy looked super confident, so June was like, "Okay, I can probably trust him." It's just that June kinda sighed and muttered, "But I'm still a little sketched out, just in case I should sort out my traits first." So then June chugged the entire potion. In like a second, this insane heat, like actual lava, just exploded inside his body. Jun's body started to evolve, reacting to the major adrenaline spike. The effects were already kicking in, which made Jun totally hyped. It was regenerating his mana flow, and he even hit level 4. Jun couldn't have been more stoked. Now that he was level 4, the vibe was completely different, like his soul had literally leveled up. On top of that, he got a new attribute, Berserk. It was basically proof that the crafting was a total success. And there was a whole reason Jun was out there grinding monsters and selling their loot. With the traits he'd scored from battles, if he mashed them up with the traits in his gear and this diamond, he'd get the sturdy and giant traits. Jun nodded, totally satisfied. "All right, prep's done. Time for the final step." And right then, Jun's body started to change. The muscle fibers inside him literally started ripping apart and reforming, and his whole bone structure was getting rearranged. Before he knew it, the traits started to fuse. Jun had unlocked giant strength. Looking down at his new totally jacked body, he was ecstatic. "I finally got it, giant strength. This is a legit top-tier warrior trait." But like right away, he realized there was a catch. He was getting wider, but that was fine. "Let's see how much of a beast I am now!" The next second, Jun threw a punch at a glass panel. Instantly, the whole thing just shattered. Jun muttered, totally impressed. "It shattered just from the shockwave. This power is seriously insane, but it definitely has some major drawbacks." Jun realized that to use this trait, he'd also need the diamond body, which makes you way tougher, or the invincible trait, which cranks up your healing speed. But both of those are S-tier traits. Jun could probably score them from equipment like before. The problem? He was completely out of diamonds, which was giving him a massive headache. But pretty quick, Jun figured something out. He knew the exact spot to get them, so he just had to go. Except when he got there, he got hit with some shocking news. "We're fresh out of diamonds." Chunbok sighed and said, "There are literally none left. The earliest we'll get more is next month." When he heard that, Jun freaked out. "And next month is way too late." Then Chunbok suddenly whispered, "If that's the case, you want to roll with me to the mine and get the diamonds yourself." Jun was totally stunned. He did not remember this side quest being in the game. Chunbok lowered his voice again. "This is a totally off-the-books trip. It needs to stay on the down low. You in?" Jun agreed without even thinking twice. "Heck yeah, let's go." That evening, cruising through the packed streets of Seoul, Chunbok was driving Junu. He said slowly, "Look, I'm sure you know that to get something like diamonds, you gotta accept some serious risks, right?" Junu gave a little nod and said, "Of course." Hearing that, Chunboki gave him a heads up. "Check it out first. If you're not feeling the vibe, you can totally bail." Junu was confused why he'd suddenly give him an out. But then it clicked. The car was heading straight for Bun. They were flying down the road, not stopping at all. Junu finally realized where they were going. It was the place where superhumans went to throw down for their lives. The biggest underground fight club in the capital. A hardcore one-on-one arena where you could get messed up, but you absolutely could not lose. A moment later, in the basement of some swanky building in Bunchunok, and Junu walked in. The crowd was going absolutely nuts, screaming and cheering. Junu looked around for a second and couldn't help but go, "This place is huge!" Hearing him, Chunboke asked a little suspicious, "You know about the arena?" Junu played it cool. "I've only heard rumors. By the way, you're not connected to this place, are you?" Chunok let out a little laugh and said with a smirk, "Haha, you totally caught me." Junu had always wondered where he got all those rare items, so this was the secret spot. Thinking about it, Kim Chunbo's whole backstory in the game was also super sketchy. While he was zoning out, Chunbo spoke up again. "But just so you know, I didn't bring you here to get in the ring." Junu pouted and whispered, "But you did bring me here as part of some plan, right?" Chunbo gave an awkward nod. "Yeah, you got me. There's no such thing as a free ride in this world. This is one of the many ways to get diamonds fast. The rules are simple. The winner takes the loser's diamonds, and the loser has to destroy their own magic circle to create more diamonds." After hearing that, Junu's brow furrowed. That was basically like resetting his character and losing all his EXP. After a long, heavy silence, he finally spoke up. "So I have to bet my entire life on this. The bigger the risk, the bigger the payout." Chunoki nodded slightly and said, "That's right. If you're not down, we can leave." But before he could finish, Junu cut him off with a smile. "Leave? Where's the sign-up sheet? This is a perfect chance to farm some diamonds." Hearing this, Chunbok got all eager. "Since I'm the one who brought you, I'll handle the registration." Junu gave him a suspicious look and asked, "What's in it for you?" "Ah," Chunbok said cheerfully, "half of the winnings are yours and the rest gets split between me and the organizers." Junu didn't have a problem with that and said casually, "Sounds good. Let me get a feel for this place first." And with that, Junu walked up to the stage to compete. His opponent was this huge dude who was frantically rushing Junu, who was just dodging everything. This got the big guy super tilted and he yelled, "Are you just gonna keep dodging like a coward? I'm gonna use these guns to turn you into a pancake with one hit." But right then, Junu just gave this cold smirk and was like, "You talk too much. It's my turn now, isn't it?" The second he said that, he used the giant strength trait and clocked the big guy right in the face. It was a total one-hit knockout, and the dude just collapsed. So obviously the winner is Junu. Seeing this, Chunboki ran down to hype him up. "That was sick. That's a 5-win streak," Junu said with a huge smile. "I bet you're stacked with diamonds now thanks to me." Chunboke was all over it, starting to massage his shoulders, grinning like crazy. "Not just that, but a ton of betting money too. So what are you gonna do with all the cash you made today?" Junu thought about it for a sec before answering. "I'll probably cop a new stack of items." Chunboke's eyes immediately lit up. "So you're just focused on getting stronger?" Junu nodded like it was no big deal and said, Of course, because in Eric, strength literally decides your rank, and I'm not about to live like some loser getting played by this world." Just then, Chunboke suddenly piped up, "You looks like you just got a challenge." Hearing this, Junu asked, totally surprised, "From who?" Chunboke casually replied, "From the rank 1 level 4 superhuman named the King of Destruction." Junu was completely stunned when he heard that name. Chunboke knew this was gonna be rough and warned him, "This seems a little sketchy, man. You don't have to accept the challenge." But Junu totally knew that name and accepted the fight on the spot. A minute later, he was just stepping back onto the stage. Below, the crowd started going wild, cheering and shouting. A big dude in a mask was already standing on the fighting platform. Hearing the crowd chanting his name, he was totally soaking it in. This was the King of Destruction, a level 4 superhuman. The King of Destruction looked at Junu and said with a smirk, "I didn't think you'd actually accept my challenge, kid. Looks like you've lost your mind." At the same time, Junu narrowed his eyes, sizing up his opponent. The King of Destruction was definitely on a whole other level. He was an SR-rank character who specialized in close combat with insane strength and fighting skills. In terms of throwing hands, he was the top dog, rocking 3 high-rank traits, but it was still possible to beat him. In the game, the King of Destruction was level 5, but here he was only level 4. On top of that, Junu was starting to feel like the diamond reward for this fight was kinda lame. Just as he was thinking that, the King of Destruction charged forward screaming, "I'm gonna smash that smiling face of yours. Get ready to be a pile of minced meat writhing and crying on the ground." And just like that, his fists were flying nonstop. And yet Junu still managed to dodge them all. He wasn't scared at all and even shot back a taunting smile. "I was about to say the same thing to you." At that moment, the King of Destruction rushed in to grab Junu, but Junu stayed completely cool, just like he expected. He knew this guy would charge in. The King of Destruction is a wrestler. Once he lifts his opponent, he immediately slams them to the ground. But the King of Destruction didn't know one thing. His opponent this time was Junu, a guy who wouldn't go down easy. And for real, just as the King of Destruction was about to pin him, he suddenly pulled off a sick spin. Junu had stacked giant strength, super strength, and power, then popped a perfectly timed counterattack. An absolutely cinematic spin from Junu went down in the ring, and then he drove his elbow right into the King of Destruction's gut. That one blow made him spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. But the King of Destruction reacted fast. grabbing Junu's arm, then trying to lock him in a chokehold. But Junu had already seen that move coming and slipped out of it easily. Next, he grabbed the King of Destruction's collar and violently threw him to the floor. And with that, Junu got the suppression trait, which made him pretty happy. The King of Destruction scrambled up, looked at him all confused, and asked, "How did you do that?" Junu just smiled casually and said, "You must be wondering how I managed to predict your moves and dodge." "Right, well, you're out of luck. I'm just getting started." After getting suppression, he had finally collected all 6 basic combat traits. And when you fuse these traits into one, they evolve and become a single trait, which was close combat. Junu raised an eyebrow and said with a smirk, "All right, let's test out just how strong you really are." Hearing those words, the King of Destruction was immediately floored. He frowned and muttered, "What are you trying to do?" Before he could even process what was happening, Junu rushed in to attack. The King of Destruction didn't dare to let his guard down quickly, raising his hands to block, but he still had to ask, all confused, "What the hell, what on earth did you do to completely change your whole vibe like that?" With a little laugh, Junu raised an eyebrow and said, "You're pretty sharp. No wonder your rank is so high." He was right. Compared to some rookie who had just walked into the arena, he shouldn't have had any experience, but he was a legit well-rounded warrior. After getting the close combat trait, equipping it allowed Junu's normal attacks to trigger the continuous combo trait and also added a few types of buffs to his strikes. The King of Destruction was getting pushed into a corner by him fighting back like a madman, but Junu was still dodging everything. Then he straight up snatched the King of Destruction's incoming fist. See, Junu was stacking this trait with a bunch of other basic ones. That's why even the King of Destruction wasn't even a challenge for him. In that split second, Junu used his legs to lock up the King of Destruction's arm against his neck, totally trapping him. He shot him a look and said, "Tap out unless you want a broken arm." Because the pain was insane, the King of Destruction cried out, his voice all shaky, "I'm done, I tap out." Right away, the ref boomed over the speakers, "The winner is Warrior Kim." To everyone's shock, he had just shot up to the #1 spot in the tournament for level 4 supers. Junu was totally stoked with how it turned out. Down in the stands, the crowd started screaming his name, even calling him the Warrior King. That nickname made Junu cringe so hard he could die. Just then, the ref got on the mic again. "Now we will begin the diamond creation ceremony." Junu gave the King of Destruction the side-eye, wondering if he was really going to give up all the power he'd worked so hard to grind for. The King of Destruction bit his lip so hard it almost bled. After thinking it over for a sec, he finally said, "I want to use the special contract." Hearing this, the ref was like, "You sure? You positive you want to play that card?" The special contract was a deal the organizers made with the King of Destruction, back when he became the #1 warrior. The condition was that if he ever lost, the organizers would foot the bill for the diamonds. But the winner had to be cool with it. So the ref turned to Junu and asked, "You good with that?" Before Junu could even answer, the King of Destruction jumped in again. "If you agree, I'll toss you 10 diamonds. But Junu just shook his head and said, "Nah, not even close." Those words totally stunned the King of Destruction and the ref. The magic power of B-rank and SR-rank supers was right there for the taking. So Junu had to shoot his shot. He started to lay out his terms. "I'm after something and it ain't diamonds." Junu said that if he got the Iron Fist, he'd be down with the deal. As soon as he said that, a flicker of panic crossed the King of Destruction's face. He wouldn't even look at Junu and just mumbled, "The Iron Fist, what's that?" It was way too late to play dumb. Junu had already caught his shocked face earlier. He smirked and was like, "I'm not saying yes without the Iron Fist and 10 diamonds. The King of Destruction chewed on his lip, stalling for a long time before asking, all suspicious, "How'd you know?" Junu didn't answer, just shot back coldly. "So what's it gonna be?" He knew the guy was trapped. If he went through with the diamond creation, he'd lose all his skills. The King of Destruction thought it over for a hot second before speaking. "Fine, you can have the Iron Fist, but you gotta come back to the arena later to fight me for it, winner take all." Without even hesitating, Junu grinned and said, "Deal. We'll figure out the time later." And boom, just like that, the Iron Fist was his. He bounced from the underground arena and went home. He was totally geeking out. "Check out this aura. This is insane. This thing even has damage reduction. It's basically a cheat code." On top of all that, Junu also scored a mountain of diamonds. "After I get the high-grade trait, I'll probably have a ton left over." So after that, he fused the healing trait from the necklace Priest Kim gave him. This wave of magic power just swirled around the necklace, and Junu's whole body started to transform. Before he knew it, he got a new trait. "Immortality," he exclaimed, totally hyped. "Okay, so I've got giant strength and immortality. I just need one more piece for my perfect warrior build." After that, Junu stashed the pile of diamonds. Gotta keep the goods safe. Right when he was celebrating, his phone buzzed, showing the name Jin Yong. Seeing the name, Junu's face fell and he muttered, "Isn't that the hunter who bought that fox?" A little later, over at the Hunters Guild, Junu showed up like Jin Yong asked. She took him to the top floor of the building, saying all gratefully, "Thanks for coming. Our guildmaster is dying to meet you." Junu was stoked to meet him too, cause the NPC guildmaster was famous for dropping the best loot. Next thing you know, they're walking into the room where this guy in a black suit is waiting. He smiled and greeted, "It's a pleasure to meet you. I am the master of the Hunters Guild, Bung Jin." Junu just stared, totally shocked. Wait, this isn't the guildmaster. He's the head of some hitman organization, so what's he doing here? He kept it to himself, though, playing it cool, shaking Bung's hand and saying quietly, "It's an honor. I'm Warrior Kim." Bung Jin kind of chuckled and said, "Haha, the honor is all mine." Then it hit Junu that Bung Jin gets booted from the Hunter Guild a few quests down the line. But weirdly, right then, some dude comes rushing in from outside, saying all apologetically, "So sorry I'm late." Bung Jin looked over at the guy and asked, "Director Kang, what's up? Is this about that disposal case?" Director Kang looked kinda awkward and scratched his head. "I heard the guy who took down the Mountain King was here, so obviously I had to hustle over. Plus today's the unification competition." Junu was secretly checking this guy out. This was the real guildmaster from the game. What in the world was going on? Just then, Director Kang came over to say hi. "I'm Director Kang, but you can just call me Kiok." Junu just shook his head, smiling. "Nah, I couldn't just call you by your first name." "Ah, you're too sweet." Seeing them getting all chummy, Bung Jin totally jumped in. You two done being besties. Let's get down to business." Junsu and Kiak both shot him a look. Bung Jin just laid it out there. "Superman Kim, we want to make it official and have you join the Hunter Guild." "I gotta think about that." Junsu shot back, frowning. Becoming an official member sounded cool, and all but the guildmaster was giving him bad vibes. Bung Jin then tried to sell him on it. "Look straight up, our guild is in the middle of building this epic high-level hunting ground in the Entrone. To be real, our guild's not on solid ground right now. We're only allowed to hunt in like 2 areas. But if those permits get yanked, we're basically screwed. That's why we want to set up our own turf where we can hunt without asking permission. And we need someone with your skills to make that happen, Junsu." After hearing all that, Junsu thought it actually sounded legit. But before he could say a word, Kiak cut in. "Guildmaster, that's not the whole story. Our guildmaster doesn't just want to set up a hunting ground. He's trying to get recognized as an army and build his own kingdom in the Entrone." Hearing that, Junu was like, "Whoa, isn't that way too much for one guild to handle?" The generals in those other 2 regions have major pull because they've been independent forever and have their own armies. Exactly, which is why it's impossible. Kiak nodded, totally agreeing. But Bungjin just shot him down coldly. "It's possible." He locked eyes with Junsu and made his pitch with total confidence. "Superman Kim, you lend us your power, and I can give you my spot as leader down the road." Junsu's brow furrowed, completely thrown by the offer. The guildmaster's spot. You could see the insane ambition burning in the guy's eyes. Kiak, though, wasn't about to be outdone, smiling like he had the secret. "You should just forget all that and team up with us. I'll make sure you're taken care of for real." Jin Young just scoffed at him. "Director Kang, you think I can't do that?" Kiak awkwardly scratched his head, stumbling over his words. Jinsu glanced at her, then looked back at Bung Jin. The guy was sketchy and a total wildcard. If something bad went down with Kiak, the guy who was supposed to hook him up later, it would be a huge mess. While Jinsu was lost in thought, Kiak basically pushed Jin Young out of the room. He still had this super bright smile on his face. "Superman Kim, if you join, you'll get a sweet tax break too. Plus, you get to check out the unification competition today." After thinking for a second, Junsu made his call. He had to protect Kiak, so he put on a smile and agreed. "That sounds awesome. I'm in." After that, Kiak gave Junsu a ride. The older guy was laughing his head off. "Ha ha, I totally owe you one now. I was so worried the guildmaster had already gotten to you that I had to book it over here. Honestly, I get super sketched out when he tries to get friendly with someone like you." Junsu sat in the passenger seat listening to Kiak go on, and just sighed. He was pretty sure this dude wasn't such a chatterbox in the game. With that in mind, he gave the director a skeptical look. "So why don't you just start your own hunting grounds?" Kiak answered without even hesitating. "It's because of the Entrone." Junsu was kinda lost. The older guy slowly broke it down. The guildmaster's whole crew, they couldn't care less about hunting. They're all about the political game. Hearing that, Junsu frowned and muttered, "So the guildmaster is just trying to get me to join his clique." Kiak gave a little nod and said, "You got it. He's got it all twisted. Shouldn't he be focused on what's actually important for the guild, instead of tripping over pointless stuff? But recently all the Fakey Shoke members got sent to other places, which is why my spot here is a little shaky." Hearing this, Junu had to admit to himself, "I always thought Kiak was just some cheerful, simple, happy-go-lucky dude. But he's actually way smarter than he looks." The car kept cruising through the empty wasteland. A little later, they finally pulled up to a camp. This was the Hunter Guild's private spot. Junsu stepped inside by himself. He looked around and was like, "Whoa, there are so many hunters here." Just then, Jin Yang came over to say hi. "Hunter Kim, you're finally here. Weren't you with Director Kang?" Jinshu gave an awkward smile and said, "Yeah." He suddenly said he had to use the restroom, so... But before he could finish, Jinny Yang cut him off cold. "Good, I need to talk to you." "Getting too close to Director Kang is a bad move." Jinshu frowned a little, asking, "You think I'm gonna pick his side or something?" Jin Yang didn't answer, just said flatly, "So it seems you already know about the different crews in our guild." Junu just nodded a little and said, "I'm getting the basic idea. You guys just don't see eye to eye," Jin Young stated. "That's right. He's the kind of guy who gets obsessed with the small stuff and misses the big picture." While they were talking, Junu was low-key sizing her up. Then he finally noticed a game-changing detail. Golden eyes and a scar. Jin Yang was part of Bong Jin's cleanup crew. It all clicked, then the Joanchong Guild was basically the original version of that whole assassination squad. Unaware of what he was thinking, Jin Yang kept talking. It's the same thing with the hunting grounds. He freaks out over any little thing that even bends the rules. Junshu let out a small laugh, a smirk on his face as he said, "But like I actually vibe with him. He doesn't trash talk people and is super real." Those words made Jin Yang's face totally fall. She just scoffed. "Whatever, just don't come crying to me later." And with that, she just bailed. Junshu didn't say anything else. Now that he had the situation pretty much figured out, it was go time. A little later, Junshu ducked into a chill-out tent and slipped into the bathroom to glob sunscreen all over his face. The smell was so gross it almost made him hurl, but Junshu had to power through it. He had to unlock the sensitive skin trait first. After waiting for what felt like forever, he finally got the trait and washed that gunk off. He'd finally collected enough traits. When you put them all together, they'd level up into a crazy good attribute for hunting, which was his sixth sense. Junshu grinned, totally satisfied. A sixth sense isn't just for hunting, it's literally perfect for stuff like this. So after getting himself together, Junshu headed back out. He mumbled to himself, "Guess I'll just walk around and scope out everyone's bad vibes." And right then he saw it. Up ahead, two guys were giving off major killing energy. And not just them, like everyone around them was on the same wavelength. Junshu was shook. What is this? Don't tell me most of the people here are demons. While he was still trying to process, Kizak walked up carrying 2 bottles of soju. He still had that same easygoing smile on his face. "Warrior Kim, I finally found you. Let's grab a drink before this whole competition kicks off." Behind the old guy were 2 others, both supposedly his most trusted guys. The 2 dudes quickly said hi. "Director Kang has been saying a lot of good things about you." Junshu just shook his head a little, turning it down. "I don't think I can drink." Because he was getting a serious scent off the guy Kizak called his trusted subordinate, the nasty smell of a backstabber. So after that, Junshu was stuck on grill duty outside while Kizak's group was living it up, eating and drinking. He sighed, feeling helpless. They were having so much fun, totally clueless about the snake in their group. He had to tell Kizak, but would the old dude actually believe someone he'd just met today? While Junshu was weighing his options, one of Kizak's trusted guys came over and suggested Warrior Kim. "Could you keep an eye on the director for a sec?" Junshu gave a little nod. Okay, by now Kizak was completely trashed. The old guy stumbled over, throwing an arm around Junshu's shoulder, and laughed. "Warrior Kim, how are you liking the team bonding? Isn't it a blast?" Junshu could only force a laugh back. "Haha, yeah, it's awesome. Even more fun with a traitor in the mix." The subordinate, who hadn't even been gone long, came back carrying a case of drinks. He started pouring and announced, "I'll have a glass of whiskey. Director Kang gets a soju bomb." "Of course, right. I'll make it extra special for you." Hearing this, Kizak got all hyped. Chief Choi's drinks are the absolute best. Chief Choi quickly filled a glass and handed it to Kizak with a smile. "Let's chug it." Kizak was totally down for that and reached out to grab it. "1 gulp. Sounds good to me." But just as he did, Junshu stepped in to block him. "Wait, you drink first." This totally threw Chief Choi off. He asked, all suspicious, "What are you even talking about?" Junshu narrowed his eyes at him. He said coldly, "What's the issue? Is there some reason you can't drink it?" "The best time to catch a snake is when they're making their move, like while they're pouring the drink." Chief Choi was giving off some seriously deadly vibes, and he looked super nervous. In a situation like this, poison was the perfect way to take Kizak out. With that thought, Junshu offered the glass to him again, calling him out. "Did you maybe slip some poison in this?" The question made Chief Choi flinch hard. He said frantically, "What are you talking about? Stop saying crazy stuff." Kizak was confused too. "Warrior Kim, what's gotten into you?" Junshu didn't answer, his voice staying dead serious as he ordered, "If nothing's wrong with it, then drink it." When he saw Chief Choi was still just frozen there, Junshu shoved the glass toward his mouth, ready to pour it down his throat. Seeing things were about to get real, he smacked Junshu's hand away, shouting, "Get away from me!" The drink spilled all over the ground, and Chief Choi, looking guilty as hell, just dropped his head. This scene totally stunned Kizak. The old man cursed, not believing it. "You son of a... Chief Choi, did you really poison it?" Seeing he was totally busted, Chief Choi dropped the act and went right at the old man. "You betrayed us first. I heard everything from the guildmaster. You blocked my promotion to director." While they were arguing, Chief Choi suddenly threw a kick at Kizak, but Junshu was way faster. He grabbed the guy's hand, twisted it behind his back, and put him on lockdown. He pressed his sword to Manager Choi's neck and scoffed. "Now that we've confirmed you're a traitor, what should I do with you?" The man was trembling, begging for his life. "Wait, please let me live." Junshu ignored him, looking up at Kizak, who was shaking with rage, and asked, "Or would you rather handle this yourself?" While Manager Choi was still trying to plead his case, Kizak pulled out his weapon. Without even hesitating, he swung it down. A spray of red mist filled the air as Manager Choi's head was literally severed from his neck. Kizak wiped the blood from his face and said in an ice-cold voice, "You fool. I knew you were greedy, but did you really think you'd get a promotion by taking me out?" Right after that, the 3 of them just drove away from the scene. Kizak was still fuming, cursing like crazy. That jerk Bungjin, does he hate me that much? So this is why he shipped all my guys to other places. What a total scumbag. Then out of nowhere, this truck pulls up right next to them, and guess who's driving Jin Yang? She gives them this wicked smirk and is like, heard you guys snagged something good. The second he sees her, Kyuk's whole vibe gets serious, but he plays it cool like, yeah, just a regular catch. Jin Yang just scoffs. Oh, please spill it. I heard you grabbed Manager Choi. Literally the second she says that, she whips out a piece and points it right at Kyuk. Junshu sees it go down, instantly pops his trait and just floors it, peeling out of there. And it wasn't just Jin Yang on their tail anymore. A whole crew of cars jumped into the chase. Junshu's ride busted through their formation, but then bullets just started flying at them from the back. Kyuk, never one to just take it, leans out the window and yells, "You absolute clowns, who do you think you're messing with?" And right after he chucks a freaking grenade their way, a massive explosion just goes off, lighting up the sky with smoke and fire, but Jin Yang's car was totally fine. Kyuk's all annoyed like, "Hunter Kim, can you chill on the speed a little?" But Junshu just grins and goes, "Wanna see how a pro does it?" Kyuk has no idea what he's talking about, and then he sees the kid leaning out the window, hoisting a rifle onto his shoulder, and taking aim at the cars behind them. Junshu had already fired up his marksmanship trait, adding a lightning effect and some major recoil control. With all three buffs stacked, he could basically predict their every move, then used his gut feeling to line up the shot. And then bam, Junshu pulled the trigger. The bullet ripped through the air with some serious heat. It smacked right into a tire, making the car totally spin out, and Junshu just kept on shooting. And pretty soon their whole squad was a chaotic mess of swerving cars. Kyuk's buddy was totally bugging out like, "That's nuts, the guy's a freaking deadeye." Kyuk just nodded. "For real, Warrior Kim, you're an absolute beast." But right then, Jin Young's car pulls up right on them again. She's giving them this killer death stare, like she could end them with just one look. Junshu just activates another trait. His ride does this insane 180, totally trapping Jin Young's car and making them freak. And just like that, they broke free from being pinned by two pickup trucks. Junshu's driving skills were seriously next level, and he just cruises away like a boss, leaving Jin Young absolutely losing her mind. She's screaming like a maniac. "Dang it, get them now!" Looking in the rear view, Junshu sees 5 cars are still right on his butt. So he flips on his expert driving trait and just books it. Junshu lets out a satisfied sigh. Whew, that was way too close. Meanwhile, the other 2 guys in the car look like they're about to puke. A little bit later, they pull up to another base. The guards outside are blocking them, not letting them through. Kyuk jumps in to explain, "Yo, this is Warrior Kim, a level 4 from the Hunters Association. We just got back from a mission." The guard just kinda listens and nods, totally unbothered. "Uh-huh. So what's with the circus following you?" Jin Young's crew had tailed them like a pack of lost puppies, tracking them all the way to this spot. Jin Young hops out of her car and tells her people to stand down. The guard squints at them and lays down the law. "Any drama you start inside Choan, territory will be seen as you dissing the general." Junu gave a small nod and said, "I get it. I'm not here to start anything." Just then Bangjin rolls up shouting like a madman, "Wait, don't let them in! They're criminals! They're killers!" But the guard just shrugs. The Choan army doesn't get involved in stuff that happens in the hunting grounds. You know the rules. Right, Mr. Chairman. Bangjin looked like he was about to argue, but the guard's face got super serious as he warned him. "Are you really trying to question the authority of the Eastern Army's general? Is that what you're doing?" Bangjin was totally stunned silent. His face went white as a sheet. After a sec, he turns to Kyuk and sneers, "Running away like that? You're nothing but a coward. What, did you hire a pro getaway driver or something?" Kyuk just laughed it off all chill. "Nah, that was all our boy Hunter Kim. The dude's a sick hunter, an insane driver, and a crack shot too. If I had a daughter, I'd totally be trying to set them up right now." Hearing that, Bangjin got seriously ticked off and spit out, "I can't believe the so-called superhuman Kim would team up with trash like you." Seeing things were about to pop off, Junu tried to be the peacemaker. "Director, let's just chill out. We don't need a bloodbath here." But Kyuk just whined, "I don't want it. Did you forget this is the real world? What's all this racket about?" Just then this super commanding voice boomed out, making everyone jump and look over. A seriously intimidating dude was walking out from inside. It was Gu Hyun-woo, a level 7 warrior and the general of the Eastern Army. The second they saw him, the whole crowd bowed their heads like, "General, my bad. We were just talking." Junu frowned, thinking, "He's here." Hyun-woo glared at everyone and yelled, "I don't care about hunters' beefs, and I don't care about the guild's drama either. You think this is a playground or something?" Kyuk and Bangjin got totally shut down and couldn't say a thing. Hyun-woo started to give them a cold warning like, "If this ever happens again." But he stopped mid-sentence and his eyes locked onto Junu. Hyun-woo just stared at him for a long, quiet moment. After a beat, he announced, "You know what? Forget it. Just this one time the Eastern Army is getting involved." Bangjin heard that and was totally floored. "General, this is 100% an internal Hunters Association thing." But Hyun-woo wasn't backing down and just boomed, "This is an order from the higher-ups." That line sent a chill down both Kyuk and Bangjin's spines. Hyun-W was pretty chill about it, just laying it down like tomorrow afternoon City Hall. A duel of honor, one-on-one. And with that, he totally stared at Junu, making Junu all like, "Why is he looking at me asterisk?" But Hyun W just glanced away and was like super cold. The loser has to give up their head. You refuse and I'm the one dropping the hammer. So the next day a huge crowd shows up at City Hall. It's pouring rain. Cole gave Junu this super worried look like, Hunter Kim, you sure about this duel? I know you volunteered, but this is don't worry. But Junu just cut the old guy off totally cold. Whatever. This whole duel of honor thing is just a test for me. This surprise duel was definitely set up by that dude, the level 8 superhuman watching from City Hall. The General of the East Hoang Guam. Thinking that Junu just smirked and was like, alright, let's see. You better watch what I can do. A second later, bam, in the middle of the square, Junu and Bung Jin start their duel. Bung Jin kinda squints at him and says all smooth, such a shame, Warrior Kim. If you'd just joined our Hunters Association, we could have been bros. Hearing that, Junu just busted out laughing. He waved him off like, yeah, but I'm not into teaming up with scum like you. Those words totally set Bung Jin off. He roared all mad. If that's how you want to play it, then I'm just gonna have to take you all out. The second he said it, Bung Jin let his magic loose. The crowd totally freaked. A vampire? Is he some kind of shapeshifter? Junu got why they were so shook. Vampires were supposed to be extinct, but he already knew this dude's deal and was totally ready. The night before, Junu had hit up Kurio to find something for him. The old man's right-hand guy brought him a little bit, then asked, kinda skeptical, I checked like every market around to get this much. You sure this is gonna be enough to handle that vampire loser? Junu just kinda pouted and was like, Manager Park, you're always in such a rush. Then he started merging his attributes and boom, Junu got the diamond body trait. This trait was like the final piece of his 3 main stats. Back to the fight, Bung Jin was going all out on Junu. Not about to mess up, Junu threw up his shield to block. The guy's eyes went wide like he couldn't believe it, muttering, no way, a little level 4 punk can just block my attack. Junu just snorted and said all cold, I'm not so weak I'd lose to some monster like you. Right after that, he let loose a sword strike that sent Bung Jin flying back. Bung Jin gritted his teeth, mumbling, what is this power? Don't tell me he was hiding his real level. This was the so-called OP combo, the trinity of traits, and Junu had all 3 of them. It maxed out giant strength, and when you mix it with diamond body and immortality, it basically gave him a major advantage. Junu rushed Bung Jin, just wailing on him, pushing him back step by step. In like a second, Bung Jin's claws got sliced right off. His eyes were blazing red. The dude screamed like a maniac. If this is how it's gonna be, then I've got no other choice. And just like that, Bung Jin's body started to morph. His fangs got way longer, and a new set of claws grew out. Weird pincers even popped out of Bung's back. Seeing this, Ko, who was watching, muttered in shock, no way, a mutated monster. That's a demon's second awakening from using the mutation trait. The risk is you totally lose control and become a monster. But once you awaken, you've got enough juice to wipe out a whole squad of level 5s. That's why you gotta take it down before it fully powers up. Just then, the mutated Bung Jin started attacking Junu. But Junu fought back with his black flames, but the guy's pincers just snuffed them out. Junu was stunned. Asterisk, it can handle the black flames. If this thing fully awakens, it's definitely gonna be stronger than a level 7. Right then, one of Bung Jin's legs kicked out. Junu couldn't even react and got slammed to the ground. He coughed up a bunch of blood, thinking, what kind of insane power is this? Asterisk. Seeing his chance, Bung Jin charged like a psycho. He said all smug, I really hate that it's come to this, Warrior Kim. To think I have to end such an amazing talent myself. A bunch of sharp pincers all shot out at Junu at once. With a huge crash, the ground totally exploded and dust went everywhere. Young Jin just stood there all proud, staring at the crater. He thought it was over, but then a sigh came out of the smoke, totally freaking him out. Junu stood up from the rubble and scoffed. Whoa, that was a close one. And you even pulled out the iron fist of the King of Destruction. Bung Jin yelled, not believing it. What the heck, with that awakened power, you should be totally dead, right? Yeah, that would have been true. But the black fire stitch is slowly stopping the blackening process. Junu just chuckled a little and said, now that you've had your fun, it's my turn, right? If the evolution stopped. Then there's only one thing left. Before it fully transforms, I just gotta slice its throat. With that thought, Junu unleashed a massive sword strike. A crazy bright slash of light just shot forward. He smirked and said, later, monster. Bung Jin just watched the insane sword light fly at him, totally terrified, but there was nothing he could do. He just got split in two. Once the light died down, a massive crack split the ground and Bung Jin was just gone. Kazuk and the other guy totally mobbed Junu, cheering, no way you actually beat a level 5 vampire. I saw it happen and I'm still bugging out. You're unreal. Meanwhile, Bung Jin's crew was in a full-blown panic, completely losing their minds and having no clue what to do. Jin Young was the same. She never dreamed Byung Jin would get wrecked like that. Jin Shu didn't even care. He just glanced at Kok and asked, so what's the move with the Hunters Association now? Koch thought about it for a sec before saying, how about you become the new president of the association? Hunter Kim Jun-shu just shook his head like, nah, director. You know the association better than anyone, so I'm sure you've got this. While they were talking, Hong Wong walked up and said, Warrior Kim, you're with me. The general wants to see you. Hearing that, Junshu cracked a smile just like he'd called it. Joe had been watching the whole fight. A little while later, over at the royal palace, someone was already waiting. When they walked in, Junshu bowed and introduced himself. Hey, I'm Warrior Kim. Then he looked up at the guy in the center. Asterisk. So this is General Joe of the Hua-rang. I figured he'd be over 100 years old, asterisk. Asterisk. But he doesn't look it at all right. Asterisk. While Junshu was zoning out, Joe suddenly spoke up. For real, your fighting style is something else. Who was your teacher even without letting out any mana? The pressure just from his presence was insane. Junshu took a deep breath and answered calmly, I don't have a teacher. Joe was surprised and asked, None, you're completely self-taught. The two guys sitting on either side of him jumped in too. Your moves are super unorthodox. Your sword skills are barely passing, and honestly, you're pretty clumsy. Junshu was not feeling that review at all. Joe, totally clueless to his vibe, just kept going. The more I look, the more interesting you get. Have you ever thought about being my student? This offer wasn't a total surprise. In the game, if you picked the warrior class, you'd get this exact quest. Becoming Joe's student was a guaranteed massive power-up, and the main prize was the martial arts of the Hua-rang sword general. But right now, Junshu just bowed his head and said no. I'm honored and seriously grateful, but I want to try and make it on my own. His answer totally stunned everyone else who started freaking out. How could he turn down father's offer? Are you out of your mind? Junshu stayed quiet and didn't say a thing. If he accepted, he'd be dealing with a ton of restrictions. Taking the easy route isn't always the right play. Joe was silent too, but the guys next to him wouldn't shut up, which made him lose his cool and unleash his aura, shouting, Silence, all of you, be quiet! Joe's aura was so intense it made everyone feel woozy, and even Junshu felt something super heavy pressing down on him. The pressure from him alone felt like it could crush him into dust, but he could handle it because of a certain trait he had. Seeing Junshu still standing his ground in the middle of all that killing intent, Joe was a little surprised. He pulled back his aura and said coolly, You can handle it and you've got potential. So why did you say no to being my disciple? Junu was trembling a little like he was standing in front of a tiger bigger than a mountain. He took a deep breath and said with total conviction, I have a dream to hit level 9 superhuman on my own and become a constellation. A level only 4 people have ever reached. Hearing this, Joe was a bit shocked, and he said slowly, To get as strong as a level 9 warrior, you'll need to learn advanced swordsmanship and the right training methods. More than anything, you need an awakening. When you hit level 7, your bad habits might totally screw you over. But Junshu stood his ground, saying, Even so. Whether it's the right way or the wrong way, I want to do it my way. That was his final answer. Hearing this, Joe couldn't help but laugh. All right, I respect that unstoppable spirit of yours. As soon as he said that, he grabbed the sword next to him and tossed it over to Junshu. The move made everyone in the room jump. Junshu looked at the sword in his hand, his eyes shining like stars. This was the SSR grade item, the Black Tiger Sword. Junshu was still totally confused with no idea what was happening. Joe spoke again. Come here and take this too. Junshu did as he was told, walked up and took what he was offered with both hands. Joe said slowly, This is the Hua-rang swordsmanship. He'd heard that Junshu's fighting style was all about pure power. The Hua-rang swordsmanship was the same, a mix of power and speed, so it was a perfect fit for Junshu. The surprise was coming on way too strong. Junu was just stunned for a beat before he managed to speak. Thank you, General. But why are you giving this to me? It's not that I'm not grateful, but getting this much is kinda a lot of pressure, you know. Joe just replied with a casual laugh. I'm giving this to you because I like your spirit, and I see your potential. If you can reach level 9 within 10 years, or even just level 8, the Eastern Army is all yours. As soon as he dropped that bombshell, Junu was in shock all over again. The guys next to him had the exact same reaction, each one trying to change his mind. General, that's crazy. He's just a foreigner. But Joe's mind was made up, and he declared it loud and clear. Listen up. Anyone sitting here who can reach level 8 will take my place. Hearing that, the group finally went silent. Then Joe looked back at Junu and said, You've got 10 years, and in that time you can do whatever you want. But if you don't hit level 8, you gotta give back the Black Fox sword. Hearing that, Junu's grip on the sword got way tighter. After a sec, he dropped to one knee and said super serious, I'll remember that and I'll show you results in 10. No, 5 years. Junu had zero plans to take over the Eastern Army, but keeping the offer on the table wasn't a bad play, and ghosting someone's kindness would just be rude. Anyway, the next day, Junu finally rolled back into the city. Chilling in the Hunter Association HQ, Cook was totally cracking up. Guess who's gonna be called Lord Black Fox from now on? But for real, why'd you turn down being his disciple? Junu just played it cool. I've got this dream of making it on my own and grabbing all 3 of the divine swords. Can't be tied down to some organization, you know. Soren's got a connection, so he just needs to wait for her to power up into her fiery warrior form. But Junu still hadn't run into Janet or Ki. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but sigh. Kyuk, though, was totally clueless about Junu's game plan and just kept on laughing. Haha, you're really something else. Honestly, If it wasn't for you, our association would probably be in some serious trouble right now. As he said that, the old guy suddenly paused, then grabbed Junu's hand and was like, seriously, since you passed on the chairman spot, how about becoming an honorary director? Hearing that, Junu frowned, totally caught off guard. An honorary director? Kuk just nodded all chill and slowly explained. You only have to show up for the quarterly meetings and all your benefits will be totally guaranteed. Junu's brow furrowed a little as he thought, is this for real? The dream job where you get paid for doing basically nothing? Seeing that he was quiet, Kisuk sweetened the deal. Of course, we had a feeling that wouldn't be enough, so we've got something else for you. Junu's eyes instantly lit up. Kazuk pulled out a suitcase, and inside were 2 long guns. Kazuk was all hyped, introducing them as the Dan guns. Junu stared at the guns, totally psyched. In the original story way back in the late Joshin era, some mad scientist named Dan created these things. Seeing that Junu was into them, Kazuk grinned and said, we'll give you both of the ones our association has right now. What do you say? While you're at it, why not try to collect the rest of the Dawn gun set I heard? If you get all 5, you can create Dawn's grimoire. Junu, of course, already knew all about that. It was a divine artifact that could unlock some top-tier traits for a marksman build. He was definitely going to collect them when he got the chance. Kisuk looked at him, giving him a wink as he said, so do we have a deal? The director title and all its perks were his for the taking, so obviously Junu wasn't going to say no. He nodded, all smiles. All right, I'll be in your care then. Director Kong. Whoops. Chairman Kang. After wrapping things up with the old man, Junu headed back to his private residence. He went straight down to the basement to get back to his swordsmanship practice. In, no time at all, Junu had already hit the 4th stage of the Huagwang sword technique. He was in the zone training like the world didn't exist, the light from his sword just dancing through the air. The whole key to the Huagwang sword technique was controlling his mana. If the form was perfect, the sword aura would get super dense. Junu took a deep breath, cleared his head, and once again ripped the sword from its sheath. In a flash, a massive beam of sword light shot out. With a huge boom, the area in front of him exploded, filling the air with smoke and fire. When the dust finally settled, a giant crack had split the thick wall in front of him. Junu muttered, totally in awe. This power is insane, but I'll need a lot more practice to get it completely under control. Thanks to the Black Fox sword, he was able to pull out a ridiculous amount of aura. It was totally worth it, though, as Junu smirked with a satisfied grin. He had just scored 2 traits, Quick Draw and Solitary Moon. Junu was so hyped. Getting 2 traits just like that makes all this grinding worthwhile. He was now super close to unlocking the Foxmaster trait. He just needed 2 more traits to hit his goal. He wanted to get right back to it, but decided to head up to the rooftop to chill for a bit. But of course, Junu's life could never be that peaceful. Before he knew it, a commotion from downstairs made him groan in frustration. What the heck is that? I was just trying to take 5. A black car was parked at his gate, and some guy stumbled out of it. It was Iron Fist. Only now he was a one-armed dude, covered in cuts and bruises, crying out tragically, Warrior Kim, please help me. No, please, you have to save my little brother. Seeing Iron Fist all busted up, Junu couldn't help but be shocked. He sprinted downstairs and asked, all worried, dude, what the hell happened to you? Later that night, up on the roof of a building, Junu and Iron Fist had shown up. Junu had heard his story and frowned as he asked, so your own crew double-crossed you because they wanted to start their own gang? Iron Fist gave a slight nod, pressing his lips together as he answered, they were secretly running a human trafficking ring behind my back. They were pissed because I punished the team leaders for it. Hearing this, Junshu frowned and shot back, nah, I don't think that's the real reason. This totally threw Iron Fist for a loop, but Junshu paid him no mind using his trait to scan the area. Even though Iron Fist got betrayed in the game, Junshu remembered this all ends when he drags out the traffickers. And even though Iron Fist was seriously hurt, the enemy still had a ton of armed guys standing guard. This meant that the person they were really gunning for was probably him. So those 2 psychos from the trafficking ring, the bomber and the demo expert, were probably in on this. With that in mind, Junshu was like, I'll hit the front gate, you go find your bro. Iron Fist totally freaked, yelling, the front gate, are you insane? It's a trap. But Junshu just gave a little smirk and said, just trust. I'm level 4 now for real. As he talked, he whipped out his piece. And just like that, Junshu strolled right through the front gate, not looking worried at all. The second they saw him, the guys lying in wait snapped into a fighting stance. Their leader sneered, this idiot really walked right into our trap, huh? Junshu narrowed his eyes at the guy, his voice low. So you're the snake who sold out Kim Iron Fist? The dude just clicked his tongue back. It ain't betrayal. Kim Iron Fist is the one who turned his back on the whole crew. Whatever, Junshu said, his voice ice cold. Still trafficking people? That's crossing a major line, don't you think? As he said it, he aimed his gun right at the guy. But the dude wasn't scared and just laughed all smug. What's that gonna do? This is a bulletproof vest, moron. Go on, shoot. I dare you. You asked for it. Junshu smirked and fired his gun right at him. The bullet tore right through the bulletproof vest and slammed into the guy's body. He went flying backwards, stammering in total shock. How did you get through my vest with just 1 bullet? Junshu was feeling it, because the weapon in his hand was the Dawn gun, famous for shredding through any kind of defense. That smug look on his face totally ticked off the traitor, who went ballistic screaming, "What are you staring at? Light him up!" Instantly, a hail of bullets flew at Junshu, but he was already moving, dodging every single one. Then he slapped in a new clip and started firing back. The Dan gun was the first piece he got from the Hunter Association, and it was all about raw power. So yeah, Junshu just went off wrecking the guys in front of him. It basically deleted anything it hit. But that wasn't even the best part. Junshu had stacked on some gunslinger traits. He was taking these guys down like it was nothing. He'd also unlocked the spread shot trait. Just like that, his gunslinger build was complete. He smirked and said, "Now I'm gonna use this to clear the board. Then I'm coming for the clowns running this whole show." And with that, Junshu put on a clinic. He unleashed a storm of bullets on the crew. Even with their bulletproof vests, they couldn't stop the Dan gun's rounds, and they dropped one by one. In no time, the whole squad was down except for one dude left shaken on the floor. He was staring at Junshu like he was some kind of monster. But Junshu couldn't care less. He scoffed, "Yeah, you're not the brains behind this operation. Where are they?" Before the traitor could even talk, a phone on the ground started buzzing. Junshu scooped it up. A voice on the other end was practically dripping with sarcasm. "Warrior Kim, I've got a little present for you." Hearing that, Junshu's brow furrowed, totally confused. "A gift." Before he could even process it, something came flying his way. A massive bang rocked the place, and an explosion went off right in front of him, all smoke and fire. The whole basement was about to come down. Luckily, Junshu used a trait to bail just in time. He made it out safe, but the entire building was starting to crumble like right now. Junshu gritted his teeth, totally pissed. These psychos used the entire building as a trap. It's time to teach them a lesson. Then he tapped into his sixth sense to track their mana. Bam! Their locations popped up like on a map. Junshu took off toward the next building over. He scoffed. "Yeah, go ahead and hide. With this trait, I could find you with my eyes closed." But as he was closing in, something else came flying at him from way out. Junshu dodged it easy. It smashed into the building behind him and just blew up. Staring at the wreckage, Junshu was seriously getting annoyed. He pursed his lips and muttered, "So that's how they want to play, huh? Fine. Today I'm ending this whole messed up cycle for good." The second the words were out, he whipped out his sniper rifle and switched his traits to sharpshooter mode. Junshu didn't waste a second aiming. He got this wicked grin on his face and said, "With this setup, it feels like I'm playing an FPS." And for real, Junshu instantly locked onto the two guys hiding out. He smirked and squeezed the trigger. The bullet sliced through the air and went clean through one guy's head. Watching his buddy drop, the other guy freaked out. He grabbed him totally confused, muttering, "I was hiding between two buildings on purpose." "So how did that dude still find me?" Far away, Junshu was still zeroed in his scope, picking up targets that were totally out of sight. And then Junshu pulled the trigger again, the bullet screaming through the air. It was a direct hit straight through the guy's head. But Junshu knew he wasn't gone for good, because this round hit the soul, not just the body. But this was way better, and the others would handle what was left. Just as the two goons went down, Iron Fist showed up. While he was just spacing out, someone suddenly yelled from behind him, "Boss!" Iron Fist whipped his head around and saw his guys running up. The dude in the middle was carrying another teenager on his back. A huge smile broke out on his face. "You're all alive." Iron Fist's guy jumped in like, "We totally had your little bros back." Iron Fist gave a small nod and a smile. "For real, you guys have no idea how much I was stressing." Seeing the dude passed out on his guy's back, Iron Fist could finally chill. He took a sec, then asked, "So where's the rest of the crew?" His guy immediately gave him the rundown. "The guys who got snatched, they're out and safe. So what's the move now?" Iron Fist paused for a beat, then was like, "All right, first we gotta clean up this disaster. But before that, we gotta handle the two clowns who thought they could mess with my crew." Iron Fist spotted the two dudes waking up and strolled over, looking seriously ticked off, making them shake like leaves. Meanwhile, after taking care of those two, Junu was just chilling in a corner waiting for Iron Fist, but the dude was taking forever. Junu mumbled to himself, "Seriously, what's the holdup with Kim Iron Fist?" And right then, Iron Fist's voice came out of nowhere from behind Warrior Kim. It totally freaked Junu out. He whipped around just in time to see the guy run up and drop to his knees in front of him. Totally confused, Junu was like, what's going on, you good?" Iron Fist looked down, and it took him a minute, but he finally mumbled, "Please, Warrior Kim, teach me how to be as strong as you." This whole mess really made Iron Fist see things clearly. To keep his family safe, he had to be powerful. And right now, he just wasn't. Iron Fist even said that if Junu trained him, he'd basically be his servant for life. When Junu heard that, Junu was totally floored for a second. Then he just kinda sighed like asterisk, seriously asterisk. He thought if Iron Fist was that grateful, a fat stack of cash would have been cool. It's not like he wanted the guy to owe him forever. But he couldn't lie. The dude definitely had the potential to become a way more powerful fighter. Seeing Junu just standing there quietly, Iron Fist spoke up again. "I'll even sign a magic contract with you. One that proves I'll be totally loyal." Junu kinda narrowed his eyes at him, asking, "For real?" Iron Fist nodded without even blinking. 100%. "Absolutely." A sly grin spread across Junu's face as he said, "All right then, starting tomorrow, get ready for hell." The second he heard Junu agree, Iron Fist bowed so low his head practically hit the ground. From now on, I'll do whatever you say, no questions asked. After that insane fight, the sun was finally starting to come up. The whole area was just a pile of rubble. Junu and Iron Fist were on their way somewhere. While they were walking, Iron Fist muttered, "Wait, is this that human mod lab we took over?" Junu gave a little nod. "Yep. And the same traitors who backstabbed you used this place to keep their messed up trafficking business going." Hearing that, Iron Fist totally freaked out. "Here, I told those scumbags this was just supposed to be a storage spot. Don't tell me you brought me here to, experiment on me?" Junu just casually shrugged. "Yep, that's the plan. This place is perfect for juicing up superhumans who can be upgraded. Today you're getting a biomod and prosthetic implants all at the same time." Iron Fist totally shivered, starting to panic. "At the same time, isn't that, super dangerous? I've heard stories about people totally losing control of their mana doing that." But before he could even finish his sentence, Junu just waved him off with a smile, "Don't sweat it. As long as the mod factor and the prosthetics are compatible, it'll be totally fine." And with that, the two of them headed deeper inside until they got to a basement. Junu told Iron Fist to get inside this crazy-looking machine while he controlled things from the outside. They didn't have a ton of materials, but it was more than enough to level up a rank 3 warrior. The theory for upgrading fighters is pretty basic, but the real trick is knowing how to create some wild new combos. With that in mind, Junu looked over at Iron Fist and warned, "This is gonna hurt a little. You ready?" Iron Fist gave a small nod. "I'm ready." "All right, let's do this," Junu said with a grin and immediately started clicking away. The second he did this, crazy magical energy started swirling all around the machine. Iron Fist took a huge breath trying to stay chill as he watched a buzzsaw slowly creep its way toward him. Instantly, it started digging into his body, and Iron Fist just screamed in pure agony. See, Xenon's Iron Fist uses prosthetic hands for close-up brawls and switches to a machine gun for anything mid-range. So instead of just using materials for close-up or long-range fighting picking, the dexterity attribute would totally unlock a new path for Iron Fist, turning him into an absolute demon. And for the final touch, Junu threw a magic core into the mix. In a flash, the whole machine started glowing super bright. Some weird fluid was pumped in and shot right into Iron Fist's body. In that exact second, his entire body started to morph. Junu was outside, basically holding his breath. After a super long minute, a satisfied smirk just spread across his face. The experiment was a massive success. The machine slowly hissed open and a set of gnarly claws reached out, followed by a mouthful of sharp teeth. Iron Fist had turned into a mutated wolf. Junu smirked and asked, "So how you feeling, Kim Iron Fist? Like the upgrade, see, pumping the prosthetic with mana using a werewolf mutation potion can trigger a change. A necessary step for any warrior who wants to get stronger." That was the trick Junu used on him. He watched him still smirking and said, "If you start evolving, you'll have zero trouble hitting your targets." Iron Fist grinned, totally stoked, and was like, "Oh my god, thank you so much. So what's the plan now?" Junu thought about it for a sec, then suggested, "Why don't you guys start making a name for yourselves all over District 1? He needs a crew to keep things in check and watch the other sketchy gangs." Just then, some dude comes running in. Iron Fist turns to look at him and is like, "Yo!" But when they saw what he looked like, the guys totally froze up, then started stammering all scared. "Boss, is that really your voice? What even happened to you?" Iron Fist just played it cool. "Just a little body mod upgrade. Anyway, what's the emergency?" The guy spilled the tea real quick. "We found the trafficking route that Snake Kong Boom was using, and we've also found signs of some messed up bio-experiments, but it's super hard to get close, cause some young mage who shoots lasers is guarding the place." Hearing that, Iron Fist frowned and mumbled, "A young mage!" Junu, standing right behind him, went quiet too. This could totally be the person he was looking for. In a building nearby, the inside was getting completely wrecked, with walls getting blasted through one after another. And inside a cage, a tiny figure was all huddled up. When Iron Fist and Junu got there, they walked in on this scene of total chaos. Iron Fist was legit impressed. Did that mage really do all this? If we're not quick, this whole building is gonna pancake. With this kind of power, there's no doubt about it. Inside that cage is one of the 3 most OP warriors in the game. Janet. If Soren had the crazy heavenly slaughter star, then Janet was just born with gifted energy. That's what let her level up and snag the title of one of the 3 most cracked warriors in the game. But the real tea is Janet spamming that insane ability means her life is on the line from mana drain. It's cause she's just instinctively using her powers to protect herself. While Junu was zoning out mana beams, suddenly blasted out of the cage right at him and Iron Fist. Not about to get caught slipping, Iron Fist dodged real fast, cursing like he was so over it. "Dang it, at this rate we can't even get near her." But Junu just charged forward, totally ignoring the mana beams locked on him. With a massive kaboom, the mana just blew up. Seeing this, Janet actually stopped her attack from inside the cage. But in that same second, Junu made it. He literally ripped the iron bars apart with his bare hands. Even though it hurt like crazy, he powered through to save her. But then, Janet raised her hand to attack again. Junu was totally caught off guard, and another explosion went off right in front of the cage, filling the air with smoke and dust. Iron Fist, watching from the side, was majorly freaking out. But before he could do anything, he saw a little potion bottle get tossed out. Then Junu walked out of the smoke carrying Janet's tiny body. He let out a huge breath, thinking he almost got fried. Seeing him, Iron Fist happily ran over to say something, but Junu quickly shut him down. Shh, I used a potion to chill her out. We gotta dip before it wears off. Iron Fist shot back. Should I tell my guys to take her to the hospital? Junu just shook his head a little. Nah, I'm taking her to my place. I'll handle her recovery. A little while later, back at Junu's house, Soren bounced down to the basement with her stuff saying, "All chipper master, I'm here." Junu glanced at her, and after a beat, he noted, "You already hit level 3. Soren grinned and replied, "I knew you'd notice. Anyway, what'd you call me down here to teach me today?" Junu kinda scratched his head awkwardly and said all hesitant, "Well, the situation is a little complicated, but my number 2 student candidate is kinda not doing so great right now." He then looked over at Janet, who was passed out in a chair with her eyes closed. Soren saw her too, and rushed over to check. "Oh my god, what happened to this girl?" Junu explained slowly. "Right now, she can't control her power." He told her he was planning on making Janet his student to unlock her true strength. He asked Soren if she could look after Janet. Soren agreed in a heartbeat. "If it's for you, master, of course I'll do anything." And just like that, she was staying at Junu's house. A few days later, into the basement, Junu and Soren had been throwing attacks at Janet nonstop for days. Her mana was still going wild, putting up a shield to protect her. In the middle of it all, Soren asked, "Master, for real, how much longer do we have to do this? It's been a whole week." Junu didn't really have an answer. He was just attacking on repeat too. After a bit, as the IV bag was about to run dry, Junu finally spoke up. "Her mana should be almost bottomed out now. She'll wake up any second. Let's keep pushing." So the two of them kept at it for a little longer, and finally all their work paid off. Janet's mana shield just fizzled out. The girl slowly opened her eyes, looking around all dazed. Janet mumbled, totally confused, "Where am I?" Soren zipped right over to her with a huge smile and said, "Hey, you're up. I was so worried you weren't gonna wake up again. Are you hurt anywhere?" Janet just shook her head a little. "No, I don't think so. But where is this place and why am I here?" Soren pointed over at Junu and explained, "That guy over there, he's the one who saved you. He patched you up too." When she heard that, Janet stood up and bowed to Junu. "Thank you so much for saving me. My name is Janet." Junu just kinda shook his head and replied, "It was no big deal. I'm just glad you're okay, but how'd you end up locked in there anyway?" When he asked that, Janet's voice got super sad. "My parents, they didn't make it when we tried to escape the Along Magic Tower, and then I got caught." Hearing her say that, Soren's heart just totally broke. Junu, though, wasn't that shocked since it was playing out just like the game's story. Knowing that, Junu walked over to the girl and spoke with total sincerity. "Janet, look, if you've got nowhere to crash, you're totally welcome to stay here. To be real, I actually want to take you on as my apprentice." Janet was completely shocked to hear this. "Me?" she asked, and Junu just gave a little nod. "You can get payback for what happened to your parents. I'll teach you how to become a superhuman." The young girl bit her lip and mumbled, "But I have nothing to give you in return. Don't even sweat it." Junu said, shaking his head with a small smile, "You can pay me back once you're strong enough." Janet hesitated for a sec, her eyes getting all watery, but she steeled herself and said, "Yes, then please help me become a superhuman and I promise I'll repay you in the future." Junu nodded slightly and replied, "All right, I'm looking forward to it." He was seriously hyped in that moment. Janet was a massive talent, the one who was going to teach him one of the 3 most OP sword skills in the game. But right as Junu was thinking, a bolt of magic suddenly blasted towards him. It zipped right by his ear and slammed into the wall behind him, making it explode. Janet said apologetically, "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Soren quickly calmed her down. "It's cool. No one got hurt." Junu, though, felt kinda helpless inside. "Janet, let's focus on getting your magic under control first." The young girl gave a small nod. "Yes, sir." After that, Junu started breaking down Janet's trait. "The name of the trait you've got is innate energy. Do you get what energy means in this case?" Janet shook her head a little. "No, sir." But Soren jumped in, all excited. "I know it's like Sword Kai, right?" Junu slowly explained that this trait is a lot like the Heavenly Killing Star, but he told her that Janet needs to train her body to handle all the magic she's packing, cause if the channels are too small, the water can't flow right. After hearing this, Janet hesitated and mumbled, "You really think my body can get stronger?" Junu shot back with total confidence. "Of course, I'll even teach you one of my own traits." He decided to use this as a chance to test the transfer system. This was the system he planned to use, later on to learn swordsmanship from Soren and Janet. The diamond body trait would train a person's body and mind to be way tougher. And that was literally exactly what someone like Janet, who'd been through so much physical and mental trauma, needed most right now. At that moment, a super excited Janet asked, "Master, what do we start with?" Junu gave a mysterious smile and then yelled enthusiastically, "What's first?" "Obviously, we eat as much as we possibly can. The training's gonna be brutal, so you need to fuel up." And with that, both Soren and Janet ate like there was no tomorrow. 2 weeks later, back in Junu's basement, Soren and Janet were going at it, sparring hard. Unlike the weak girl she used to be, Janet was now bursting with energy. Soren was no slouch either, and had improved a ton. Junu watched them train quietly and couldn't help but think, To get to this level in just 2 weeks, they're for real natural-born geniuses. Soren's also gotten a swordsmanship trait. With that thought, Junu spoke up. All right, that's enough. I'm going to train her in something else. Janet's body had gotten strong enough. So it was time to teach her how to use magic with deadly accuracy. Junu faced Janet's sword in hand and said with a smirk, I'm not going easy on you, so you better try and block my attacks. The second the words were out, he charged with his sword. Janet knew not to get cocky and blocked with her shield, but Junu's non-stop attacks immediately put her on the defensive. It wasn't long before they'd clashed a bunch of times. Junu could sense it now. Her slick moves gave off a stable aura, and the magic from her innate energy trait, and even her mana heart was flowing smoothly. With that in mind, he raised his sword and slashed. The arc of his blade ripped through the air. Janet was knocked back, but Junu smiled, totally satisfied. Janet could now control her magic with perfect precision. Just then, Soren ran over and gave Janet a huge hug, screaming with joy. You did it, Janet! This is amazing! Congrats on your awakening! Junu also showed he was pleased. Janet smiled gratefully and said, Thank you, Master. It was all because of you and Big Sis's help. As expected, an SSR-ranked character was on a completely different level. She had hit level 3 the moment she awakened. It wasn't that surprising compared to other top-tier people. Soren then declared with a burst of energy, I can't let my junior pass me. I have to go hunting right now. Hearing that Janet was right on her heels. Let me come with you, sis. Junu was, of course, super happy to see this. The faster they grew, the sooner he could learn one of the 3 most powerful sword techniques. He couldn't afford to get left in the dust either. So Junu pulled out his phone and stared at it. After a long pause, he finally said, Before my apprentice's personal quests kick off, I need to take care of a few things. A few days later, in a land completely surrounded by mountains, Junu had just gotten off a plane. This was the city of Aachen, the site of the Holy War. Underneath the shell-shaped buildings was this massive dimension-crossing labyrinth, a crazy dangerous place where the souls of forgotten gods are always trying to break through. But Aachen was currently being protected by humanity's strongest crew, the Guardian Alliance, so there was nothing to stress about. The reason he came to Aachen was to transfer the in-her cultivation technique here. Shortly after, Junu went to a bar called Diana's. When he walked in, a woman was waiting for him. Seeing Junu, the woman frowned and said, I don't think I've seen you around here before. You looking for something special? Junshu played it cool. You guys sling info with these drinks? The woman gave him a skeptical look. Info what kind? Junhu didn't miss a beat. I'm looking for a guy named Sigmund Sigurdsson. And I'll pay for it, he added. That got her attention. She just stared for a sec, then finally kinda awkwardly was like, sorry, but that's gonna be tough. His wife. She's super sick right now. Junshu's face tightened, but he kept quiet. Asterisk right asterisk, he thought asterisk the game lore said Sigmund had a tragic backstory with his wife. That clicked everything into place. So Junshu just came out with it. Ma'am, is there any way I could see his wife for a minute? Cut to a little house on the edge of town. The woman from Diana's bar had actually brought him there. She kept her voice down. You can head on in. Just so you know, Mr. Sigmund's like really on edge right now. Junshu gave a small nod. He got it. After she said that, the woman cracked the door open and stepped inside, speaking super carefully. Mr. Sigmund, there's a guest here who wanted to see how your wife is doing. But the second they were in, they saw these 2 priests by the bed doing some kind of ritual. The woman let out a breath she didn't know she was holding, relieved they weren't the only ones here. Oh good, she thought. It looks like some priests are already here to help. Maybe we should give them some space, she whispered. But she barely got the words out before a hand shot out and grabbed the priest's arm. It was Junshu. The priest totally freaked. What do you want? Let go of me. What are you even doing interrupting a healing ritual? Turns out these 2 guys were from the Order of T and the Order of Jur. When it came to healing magic, both orders were pretty much on the same level. But Junshu was totally unfazed. That healing is useless right now. The holy light is just going to make it worse. That really ticked off the priest from the Order of Theth, who shot back, what are you even talking about? And what makes you the expert? But before Junshu could answer, Sigmund, who'd been watching, snapped at him. Get out! What would some random superhuman like you know about this? Hearing that, the woman from the bar jumped in. Sigmund, wait! This guy says he knows how to cure Jordis. But he cut her off, totally furious. We don't have time for this, every single second counts. But right then, the woman on the bed just floated up into the air. Sigmund totally lost it and scrambled to her side. Jordis, no, I'm starting the treatment now. Junhu tried to stop him, but it was too late. The priest was already blasting more holy light into Jordis, and boom, she shot right back up into the air. The look on Sigmund's face went completely dark. In a flash, this creepy dark aura just swallowed Jordis' whole body. Sigmund was freaking out, yelling at the priest. What's happening to her? Keep treating her now. The priest just slowly shook his head. It's no use. The holy light, it can't stop this anymore. Sigmund looked completely crushed, but then Junhu's calm voice cut through the despair. She's not a lost cause. Your wife's sick because she's possessed by the evil spirit of Hakimaris, right? Sigmund looked totally shocked, staring at him. How did you know that? Can you for real cure her? Junsu just gave a casual nod. Yep, told you I wasn't lying. That was all it took. Sigmund dropped to his knees right there on the floor. His voice was shaking as he begged, "Please, I'm begging you. If you save my wife, I swear on my life I'll give you anything." All right then. A smirk played on Junu's lips. You better not go back on that promise. Right after that, he switched up his stats and started pouring magic into Jordis's body. Stigma is this nasty curse from the labyrinth demons. It's designed to literally shatter a person's soul, like one of the gnarliest debuffs out there. The evil spirit just slowly sucks the life out of you. But with Junsu on the case, Jordis started to calm down. Sigmund was so relieved. She stopped shaking. Junsu just nodded and said, "I just used some mana to help her rest." Right on cue, the two priests came back with the stuff. "Hey, superhuman, we got the things you asked for." Junsu looked pleased. "Awesome. Let's get this started then." In no time, a whole ritual was set up around Jordis's bed. Junsu was over on the side mixing up some kind of potion. Once the two priests were done setting up, they asked, not sounding too sure, "Okay, all the candles are lit." "Is this actually going to work?" Junsu answered, cool as ever. "Technically, we're not curing her. We're helping her fight back. Even in the game, this kind of debuff was no joke. The more you try to heal it, the stronger the demon gets. Pouring heals into Jordis is basically like feeding her HP straight to the evil spirit. To beat the possession, you gotta get rid of the seed it planted inside her." Just as he said that, the dark aura wrapped around Jordis again and she started floating. It didn't take long before 2 horns started sprouting from her head. Her whole body started to change too. Sigmund freaked out when he saw it. "Why is she turning into a demon? Did you mess something up?" Junshu just shook his head. "Nope, this is all part of the plan. Demons are dramatic like that. You gotta provoke them to get a reaction before you can do anything else." And with that, he pulled out a cross, and without a second thought, slammed it right into Jordis's stomach. A crazy bright light exploded from her body. Junshu's voice boomed, "Get out of her, you filthy demon!" The second the words left his mouth, a cloud of dark smoke shot out of Jordis's body. She fell back onto the bed, totally limp. Sigmund ran to her side to check on her. Jordis's eyes fluttered open. Seeing her husband crying, she looked super confused and asked, "Whoa, did someone die? Why the waterworks?" Sigmund explained through his sobs. "Dude, I was basically a puppet for 6 whole months and just snapped out of it. If he hadn't shown up, I'd be totally gone." With that, he just pointed over at Junu in the distance. Junu didn't even care, just glanced at the two priests and said, "All right, you're up. You reverends can handle the rest of the healing." And with that, he just bounced from the room. I guess it was the priest's time to be the heroes. A little later in the reception room, a super grateful Sigmund looked at Junu and asked, "Thank you like so much, but why'd you come all the way from Korea to get here?" Junu was super chill about it and was like, "I came for you, obviously." This totally threw Sigmund for a loop. Junu just kept smiling. "You said you'd give me anything, right? In that case, teach me the Sigus technique." So get this, Sigmund's ancestor was Sigus, the most legendary hero from all the Old Norse stories. The Sigus technique was this epic legacy passed down through his family. It was a power-up method that was way, way better than Ha. So as Sigmund started transferring the technique to Junu, he could literally feel every cell in his body wake up, and his whole mana vibe started to shift. It got stronger, tougher, and way more intense. Junu's heart was just swimming in this massive pool of mana. He sat cross-legged, got in the zone to level up, and finally got the hang of the Seuss technique's power. Junu's max mana shot up by over 30%. With a boost like that, he didn't even have to sweat about learning other sword styles anymore. Right then, the two priests strolled in. They announced, "Mr. Sigmund, Miss Jordis is all fixed up." Hearing that, Sigmund jumped up all happy. "For real," and then just bolted. The two priests then walked up to Junu, kinda nervous, and asked, "Warrior Kim, it's insane that you can fix possessions. Do you know how to deal with like other kinds of them?" Junu gave a little nod. "Yeah, I know a thing or two." Hearing that, the priests got super hyped and were like, "Could you teach us? We'll totally pay you, of course. If I play my cards right, I could totally get in good with this religious group. You know?" So yeah, Junu was on board instantly. I mean, the whole Guardian Alliance is full of legit heroes who've been holding back that giant labyrinth for everyone. He said he couldn't take cash from guys like them, so he'd teach them for free. When they heard that, the priests were even more stoked, calling him a total saint. But they had zero clue about the master plan cooking in Junu's head. Like, would these two groups really take this for free and just act like it never happened? No way. This was basically how you unlock a secret quest. So like a bunch of days later one evening, Atran City threw this huge party. Everyone was raising their glasses for a toast. Sigund and his wife were on either side of Junu, just constantly pushing drinks on him. Then they started chugging a ton themselves. Junu was just speechless, like, how much have they even had? He was so wiped he was about to pass out himself. Flashback to 1 week ago. Junu had given this big talk to everyone in the city. He shared the cure for this whole mess with both the church and the Guardian Alliance, and even went around saving other warriors who were possessed. Junu even told them what supplies they'd need. He basically changed Atron's entire future, so it makes total sense they'd throw a festival for him. But right now, Junu seriously needed a break. He was completely drained. After a bit, Junu finally managed to slip away. He let out this huge sigh of relief. Finally, I'm free. Man, that family really knows how to party hard. Right then, the director of the Guardian Alliance came over to say hi to Junu. He had this big smile and said, I was worried I'd miss my chance to thank you. I booked it over here as soon as I was back on my feet. You got a sec? Junu just shook his head a little. I'm kinda beat right now. I think we should talk later. Hearing that, the director couldn't help but sigh like he was totally bummed. Aw man, that's a bummer. Our president really wanted to meet you. The second he heard that, Junu froze. The Guardian Alliance director was still going on about it. If now's not a good time, I get it. I'll just explain things to him. But Junu had already done a total 180. He grinned and said, Nope, I'm suddenly feeling 100%. Please lead the way! If it was the president of the Guardian Alliance, then Junu knew exactly who this was. The youngest student of the freaking Heavenly Demon Blood King. A moment later, Junu got led to this seriously fancy mansion. He bowed to the guy sitting in the chair. It's a huge honor to meet you, sir. I'm Warrior Kim. The other guy was just as polite back. Nah, the pleasure's all mine. I'm Chinny. Junu gave him this intense look and started talking. Mr. President, I know all about how you've protected the labyrinth and everything you've done for the Guardian Alliance. Chinny gave this humble smile back. Thanks for the props. It was nothing really. Please have a seat. So Junu sat down. Then Chinny said with a smile, I heard you're the one who shared the cure for the spirit seal around Atrin. Is that right? You're seriously as awesome as everyone says. Junu was totally surprised and had to ask, You know about me? A little smirk appeared on his face as Chinny casually replied, There's pretty much nothing in this world the Guardian Alliance doesn't know. I hear you're like the next big thing in Korea. Ever thought about becoming my student? As soon as he said it, he just stared Junu down, waiting for an answer. Hearing that offer, Junu was completely floored like, What are you even talking about? Chinny started to explain real slow. It's kinda weird, but dude, your vibe is so much like my master's. It's like you can literally see the future. Junu kinda scrunched his face and was like, You mean the Heavenly Demon? Chinny just gave him a chill nod. Chinny kept going. Yeah, exactly. The absolute goat of his era. My master's skills were on another level like God tier. Even though he's been off the grid training for a few decades now, and I haven't gotten to see him. Anyway, the Heavenly Demon's top disciples, the Heavenly Lord Ghost Sovereign and Blood King are all SSR-rank and level 8. But the Heavenly Demon is on a whole other level. O-rank. And it's all because of his special technique, a style that's got insane offense and a totally unbreakable defense complete with mana control hacks and slick moves. The Heavenly Demon has like the most OP martial art in the entire world. At that moment, Chinny started talking again real slow. Though it's kinda a bummer that the Heavenly Demon's main technique went to my senior. Still, my Blood Fist technique is pretty sick too. Anyone who's trying to level up their power won't be sorry they learned it. After hearing all that, Junshu's eyes totally lit up. This is insane. The Blood Fist technique is a top-tier martial art. This is a huge opportunity, but Junshu spoke with some guilt. I'm super grateful for the offer. But I don't think I can be your student chairman. Chenny looked confused. Why? You don't think I'm good enough to be your master? Junshu just shook his head and was like, Nah, it's not that at all. It's just, I've already got a master, so I gotta turn down any offers to be someone's disciple. Then he whipped out his sword to show the guy. As soon as Chenny saw it, he nodded like he got it. Looked like he already knew about Grandmaster Gu. I can't just disrespect the guy like that. I mean, he's a total legend. At that point, Chenny couldn't help but click his tongue all annoyed. Just when I thought I'd found the perfect student, that old geezer had to get in the way. Guess I've got no other choice. After saying that, Chenny pulled out a medallion, dropped it on the table, and started talking again. Just a little something to show you we're cool. Whoa, isn't this the Heavenly Demon medallion? Junhu yelled, totally shocked. Wait, you're seriously giving me something this rare? Chenny said in a low voice. Only our master and his crew are allowed to have one of these. You better take care of it. Junu was super grateful. Thank you, sir. But it was totally obvious why he gave it to him. It was basically his way of saying, hit me up if you change your mind. Kinda like when the general gave him that sword. Still, Junu was absolutely loving it. Getting scouted by two crazy powerful dudes like this was a total rush. He was grinning so hard he was literally shaking. Seeing him, Chenny was like, why are you shaking all of a sudden? Junshu jumped to his feet, bowed super low, and said all respectfully, It's just, I'm so hyped about this gift. I'll totally treasure it. You take care, sir. Chenny nodded, looking pleased. All right, cool. I hope the next time we see each other it's as master and student. Junhu's heart was about to explode with happiness. It was finally time to check out the loot from that insane quest. The next day in some skyscraper downtown, a couple of priests from the two orders brought Junshu a whole chest of stuff. Even though he was freaking out on the inside, Junshu played it cool and was like, oh man, you guys really didn't have to. Which just made the two priests hype him up even more. After a little more of that back and forth, Junu finally opened the chest and inside was this massive hammer. The priest from the Order of Thor jumped in to explain. This is from the Order of Thor, the Mjolnir hammer. Then the Gaia Order handed him an SSR-rank item, a sick invisible shield you could shape with magic however you want. Junshu clutched both items, totally ecstatic. Seeing how happy he was, the priest asked, So you like 'em, sir? Junu looked up at them with a huge smile and said, "Are you guys for real giving me loot this epic?" If that was it, he would have been a little bummed, to be honest. But they didn't leave him hanging. They went ahead and opened up another chest. Inside were 10 vials of nectar of Yas 7 diamonds and even angel's tears. And there was something else too. Junu was confused. Huh, what's this, a demon's heart? The priest gave a little nod and started explaining. Yep, we got that for you to mix in with the nectar when you use it. Hearing that, Junshu's brow furrowed and he thought, all right, I guess I'm gonna have to push for a little more. With that in mind, he asked kinda nervously, so, you guys wouldn't happen to have a fire dragon's heart, would you? The priest from the Gaia Order heard him and shot back all confused. Isn't that for like fire mages? Junshu whipped up a black flame in his hand and said with a smirk, exactly. I can use black flames, so I kinda need it. The fire dragon's special thing is its inferno power. If I'm gonna win this bet I have with the tower, I'm gonna need it. As soon as the priest from the Order of Thor saw the black flame, he got it and nodded. Oh, I see. In that case, we're happy to give it to you. Super fast, he pulled out the fire dragon's heart for Junu. That was the last of the gifts. Junshu held it grinning like crazy as he said, thanks, y'all. Just then, the priest from the Order of Thor spoke up again. So we got direct orders from the higher-ups. You're now an honorary holy knight of Thor's Legion. The priest from the Gaia Order nodded along, totally agreeing. Junhu was totally cool with that. Getting stronger was the main goal, but there was no reason to say no to all these perks, so he just gave a chill smile and said, thank you. I'm so down to be an honorary holy knight. I mean, if Junshu ever wants to take over the Father's Order, he's gonna need the muscle from both our squads. By afternoon, the sun was already starting to dip. But the village festival was still in full swing. Junshu was trying to squeeze through the crowd to get home when he heard a voice he knew. A figure in a white cloak was like sprinting right at him. It was Priest Kim, and he looked totally freaked out. Junshu was about to ask what was up, but before he could even get a word out, Priest Kim slapped a hand over his mouth. He whispered, all panicked, "Shh, the Father's Order is on my tail right now. We gotta bounce like now." And for real, looking back into the crowd, you could see this group of sketchy-looking people scanning the area like they were hunting for someone. A little later, once they ditched them and found a hidden spot, Priest Kim finally let out a breath and said, "Phew, I think we lost him." For a sec there, I seriously thought I was toast. Junshu gave him a skeptical look and asked, "What's going on? Weren't you supposed to be in Levan?" Priest Kim started explaining, "Well, I did find the treasure, and thanks to the golden holy relic inside, I got bumped up to level 5. But then the Patriarch's Order found me. I mean, that place is basically their home turf." At this point, Priest Kim looked so scared. He was literally holding his head, mumbling, I have no idea how hard this trial is going to be. I need to hit level 7 for our god like ASAP. Junshu kind of narrowed his eyes at him and hesitantly asked, "So, is there anything I can do to help with that?" When he heard that, Priest Kim just frowned and went quiet. After a super long pause, he finally said, all awkward, "Actually, that's kind of why I was trying to find you." Hearing that, Junshu asked, confused, "What is it?" Priest Kim just blurted it out. "Can you get me into the Great Labyrinth?" Junshu's brow furrowed as he mumbled, "The labyrinth?" Priest Kim gave a small nod and replied, "Yeah, that's the one. To the starting outpost on the 10th floor." Junshu went dead silent. For Priest Kim's order to be legit, they had to rack up a ton more divine power. Using the labyrinth as a hideout to power up until then was actually a pretty brilliant idea. A little while later, they got to the labyrinth entrance where guards were on watch 24/7. Suddenly, the guards spotted something. It was Junshu and Priest Kim walking up, but their faces were totally covered. One of the guards called out, all suspicious, "Hold it right there. State your business." Junshu just played it cool. "We're here to enter the Great Labyrinth." The guard's face tightened up when he heard that. At this time of night, Junshu just calmly said, "I've got my reasons. With your faces covered, you look like criminals. The Great Labyrinth is a popular hideout for outlaws, you know. It's a total free-for-all down there where the surface laws mean nothing." The guard paused for a second, then said, "A level 4 superhuman, huh? Fine, you can go in. But just so you know, we'll be running an ID check on your way out." And just like that, they got into the labyrinth, no problem. Priest Kim looked kinda dazed walking in. But when you think about it, the guard wasn't totally wrong. From a normal person's point of view, Priest Kim was basically a religious outlaw. Once they were inside, Priest Kim looked over at him all confused and asked, "Hey, I thought you said you were a big deal around here? Those guys back there had no clue who you were?" Junshu just smirked. "Dude, don't ask stuff like that. If they recognized me, the gossip would start flying and then you'd be totally busted too." Priest Kim gave a sheepish grin and then spoke again. "Still, it's way quieter in here than I expected." Right then, Junshu's senses went on high alert. His pupils shrank instantly. He scowled and muttered, "Something in here smells nasty." Hearing this, Priest Kim asked, confused, "What smell?" With a serious scowl, Junshu's voice dropped. "There are demons hiding up ahead. No, scratch that. They're not hiding, they're charging right for us." And sure enough, just as the words left his mouth, a whole swarm of demons came pouring out. Junshu whipped out Thor's hammer and said, "Priest, hit my weapon with a blessing, would ya?" Priest Kim was on it, quickly zapping Junshu's hammer with holy light. In a flash, the whole thing was glowing. Junshu cracked a smile. Perfect timing. I was dying to see what this new toy could do. An SSR-rank weapon plus a golden blessing. Yeah, this was gonna be good. And with that, Junshu launched himself forward and just started wrecking the demons. It was over in the blink of an eye. They were all totally wiped out. Priest Kim was just in awe like, whoa, that's our golden warrior for you. But Junshu threw some praise back at him too. Your blessing is insane, man. With a little chuckle, Priest Kim beamed and said, not gonna lie, I was kinda terrified the Patriarch's goons would follow us in here. But once we get through this gate, we'll be on the 9th floor. But Junshu's face suddenly got all serious, which made Priest Kim ask confused, why the long face all of a sudden? Junshu said, I don't think it's gonna be that easy. And right on cue, the door in front of them creaked open. A woman stepped out with a whole crew behind her. She had this wicked smile and said, took you long enough. Savior! The second he saw them, Priest Kim started shaking and ducked behind Junshu. Junshu, though, was just trying to figure out how they got tracked. But then again, it kinda made sense. They must have been on Priest Kim's tail from the very beginning. So maybe that woman has a tracking ability just like him. No wonder they could follow them so easily no matter where they ran. Just then, the supervisor from the Patriarch's order totally laughed like, all right, this whole boring let's convince you thing is over. You're finally gonna join us. Junhu just scoffed and shot back. Join your crew seriously. What are you even talking about? She just smirked all smug and said, the saint blessed us with a holy message. If the savior agrees to join, you'll be treated just like her. You'll have to give your body and soul completely to the Patriarch's church. Hearing that, Junhu was freaking out inside. Are they actually trying to make it sound okay to sacrifice me? He thought. He totally snapped. Are you insane? Who the heck gave you the right to decide that? The woman just went tisk tisk and smirked. Oh, don't you worry about a thing. Because right now the whole ceremony for you, the savior is already all set up. As she said it, she gave him this totally evil smile. Junhu just scoffed. So what, you just decided to flush all of Westphalia's laws down the toilet? You know going rogue like this is going to cause a total disaster, right? Hearing that, the woman just got this wicked grin on her face. Then she just threw her head back and laughed like a psycho. This is a labyrinth, a huge no-rules zone where anything goes. And with that, she ordered the Holy Knights to take Junhu out. For a second, Junhu was totally stunned, and Priest Kim behind him was too freaked out to even breathe. But then Junhu got this smirk on his face and was like, you're right, no laws here, which means I can totally mess you guys up without thinking twice. Hearing that, Priest Kim got all nervous and was like, bro, for real, can we do this? There are 2 level 5 dudes and the others are all level 3 or higher. Junhu just answered totally confident, we got this. With that, he whipped out a grenade and yelled, Priest Kim, hit me with a blessing. Priest Kim immediately started chanting. All the insane skills Junhu had collected combined with all the weapons he'd gotten so far meant he was so ready to throw down. The grenade juiced up with the blessing went flying, glowing with this insane holy light. Then with a massive boom, a huge explosion just rocked the place. The sky was full of fire and smoke. But when it all cleared, the father's goons were still standing there, like without a single scratch. The woman in charge just sneered. What kind of lame trick was that? Your little toys can't even touch us. But right then, Junhu pulled out a freaking rocket launcher and pointed it right at them. He also flipped to his sharpshooter skill and just started blasting away. But the woman threw up this crazy shield so nothing could get through. She laughed like she'd already won. This is the true power of the father. The savior. Junhu just ignored her landing with a smirk on his face. That was just a warm-up. The real show's starting now. Right after that, Junhu switched skills again, this time to Sig's combat style. His mana totally cranked up so much that it felt like his blood was boiling. Then Junhu just blasted forward. He was moving so fast you literally couldn't even see him. He was just a blur as he started wailing on the Pontiff's crew. Junhu's senses were so jacked up, it felt like he could see everything in the world happening at once. He could pinpoint exactly where every last one of them was, so he whipped out his sword. Junhu unleashed his radiant light combo. In a flash, the father's crew had their whole formation completely wrecked. One of them totally panicked, yelling, "Wait, something's not right!" At the same time, Junhu started powering up his mana again. He shot a look at the few goons still standing, and went back on the attack with his Tiger King's twin strikes. Flashes from his sword were everywhere, like he was literally tearing space apart. The woman screamed at her knights, "Don't you dare fall back! The Great Father is watching us knights form a shield wall!" In a split second, the guys left made a solid line like a wall, but Junhu didn't even flinch, he just charged straight at them. He drew his sword again. This time it was the Tiger King's rupture. A wild slash of light shot out and then just exploded, totally taking down their wall. It was so close it even sliced off a few strands of the lead woman's hair. The freaked out holy knight screamed, "Supervisor, he's wiping the floor with us. What do we do? Give us an order." The woman just shot back coldly, "Accept a glorious death." The knights were totally confused, but she just ignored them and kept smiling. "Your deaths will make the Father in the divine realm so happy. This is his will. You don't get to say no." The fact that he was outnumbered and outleveled didn't mean a thing to Junhu. He was completely destroying the holy knights. Junhu just kept pushing forward without letting up. The aura from his sword just kept pulsing. The way he fought was kinda beautiful, but it was also making everything around him fall apart. Seeing this, the woman wasn't scared at all. Instead, she smiled, getting totally hyped. You are absolutely incredible, oh savior! It's such an honor to see this side of the light. Junhu just scoffed and asked coldly, So are you finally gonna bring out your heavy hitters? She just nodded calmly and replied like it was nothing. That's right. I'll send in someone who's actually a match for you. But there's just one thing I care about, you absolutely cannot die. The second she finished saying that, 2 high-level holy knights stepped up. But even with them there, Junhu looked completely unfazed, not a hint of fear on his face. Without even hesitating, the 2 holy knights charged in swinging. Junhu calmly blocked their swords with his shield. But weirdly enough, the knight whose sword hit the shield actually coughed up a mouthful of blood, looking totally confused. Dude had some serious internal injuries, and he'd only hit the shield 1 time. It's like the holy knight didn't even know what was happening before Junu sent him flying. Then the other guy tried to jump him from behind. Junu just leaned back Matrix-style to dodge, then he used that momentum to spin right into an attack. A massive hammer just slammed down on the holy knight. Junu gave a totally triumphant smirk. Seriously, this is your big test. This isn't even a decent warm-up. The holy knight was basically a wreck, just staring at Junu, getting more and more freaked out. How could this guy possibly be a savior? He's gotta be a disciple of the devil. With that thought, he just charged with his sword screaming, Begone, demon. Junu couldn't help but frown, totally confused. Still alive, the second he said it. He swung his sword, taking the dude's head clean off. He let out a cold huff. What a waste. I really didn't want to take it that far. So that just leaves you, right? With that, Junu looked over at the woman. She, however, just laughed like a total psycho. You've still got new power hidden in that body. You really are the savior from the father's prophecy. Junu completely ignored the crazy lady's rambling and quickly switched his weapon to a sword and even changed his own trait. Plus, he had Priest Kim behind him dropping buffs. Jun spoke, his voice like ice. Is that all you have to say? Hearing this, the woman started screaming like a maniac. What else is there to say now? I'll just wait for your soul to get to the divine realm. But as soon as she finished her sentence, a crazy flash of sword light slashed out and just exploded. When the smoke and fire cleared, the woman was just gone, completely vaporized. Priest Kim couldn't help but gasp in amazement. You seriously took care of all of them by yourself. June just played it cool. It was all thanks to your blessing. Nice job. With that, June glanced at what was left of the woman and scoffed. Did you hear her spouting total nonsense till the very end? That's exactly why you can't reason with crazy people. Right after that, they went to grab the loot, but everything in the area was completely trashed. June sighed, helpless. Man, I think I went a little overboard because I was so ticked off. All their gear is ruined. We can't get a single thing. What a bummer. But on the bright side, you got enough materials for the high-grade 1 against 1,000 trait. So it's all good. With no more roadblocks, June and Priest Kim walked right onto the 10th floor of the giant labyrinth. Priest Kim was totally stoked. We finally made it to the 10th floor. June nodded back in congratulations. Congrats on reaching your goal. Priest Kim turned to look at him and said, full of gratitude, Without you, I would have never gotten this far. I'd probably still be just some regular healer. June shook his head and smiled. Nah, you're the one who put in the work. I barely did anything. Just then, Priest Kim suddenly remembered something, reached into his pocket and pulled out a necklace to give to June. He said slowly, This is the heart of prosperity. Jun took it, his eyes lighting up. Whoa, this is an SSR-rank holy artifact. This is an awesome item. Seeing how much he liked it, Priest Kim added, I found it in that Levon's treasure valley you told me about. I thought it would be perfect for you. The more June heard, the more hyped he got. He patted the kid's head and said with a grin, Thanks, kid. Priest Kim was so happy to be praised and asked curiously, So, where are you planning on going now? June replied casually. It's time to head back to South Korea, and also time to find the final item to hit level 5. A few days later in a forest in Gangan province, South Korea, Jun went into this place right after he got back. It was a super lush forest, but it was also crawling with danger. Jun hadn't been walking for long when a blade was pressed against his neck. A figure in a black cloak appeared out of thin air and spoke coldly. What's an outsider doing here? Jun frowned a little as he looked back. This person was hiding their face, but he recognized them. This was the SL grade character Bony Serpent. Looked like he'd stumbled right into the mutant's hideout. Seeing that June wasn't answering, Bony Serpent's voice got even colder. I asked, why are you here? June replied calmly. I have some business here. But the creature just told him to scram. This is a restricted area. Get lost. A smirk just kinda appeared on Jun's face. He pouted a little and said, Isn't this the way to the Village of Hope? Hearing this, Bony Serpent froze on the spot. It asked confused, How do you know that name? The place June was looking for was called the Monster Village, but the mutants called it the Village of Hope. At this, Bony Serpent lowered its blade and said, acting all nonchalant, I didn't expect you to know the village's real name. I'll lead the way. Stay close. With that, it turned and walked away. June hurried to follow. Luckily, Bony Serpent was on patrol today. It was way more chill than the other mutants. A little while later, inside the Village of Hope, the trees were all blooming and vibrant, just buzzing with life, and the mutant creatures also seemed super happy. When Bony Serpent led June in, the other mutants saw him and immediately got suspicious. Before long, a pair of giant legs appeared, blocking their path. It was Ju, a huge bear. It narrowed its eyes at Bony Serpent and asked, "Why did you bring a human into the village?" Bony Serpent replied slowly, "He knows the name of this village and said he has something to discuss with you." Hearing this, the bear lowered its head to check June out, and after a long pause, it spoke with a ton of suspicion. "I've never seen you before. What is it?" June took a deep breath, centered himself, and said, "I'd like to ask for a favor." The bear just stared at him doubtfully. June totally hesitated for a hot minute before he finally spoke up. "So I need a magic core from a mutant beast. I don't even know if that's a thing." But before he could finish, the bear just went for it, swinging its paw and sending June flying. And for real, if it wasn't for his diamond body thing, he would have been knocked out cold. Seeing him still standing, the massive bear charged at him all aggressive-like. "Not bad. Now you've earned a serious beatdown. I'm gonna wreck you." Seeing this, June totally freaked, yelling, "Whoa, what are you doing? I'm not trying to hurt anyone." Then it clicked why the bear was so mad. A magic core. You can only get one from the body of a dead mutant. The giant bear swung its claws, roaring like crazy. "If these were the bodies of your family, would you sell them for a few silver coins?" June stared at the sword aura literally glowing from its claws, and was just completely baffled. A bear can use sword aura, is that for real? But this was so not the time to get hung up on that. He quickly said, "Hey, please just chill out. I'll pay a fair price. Seriously." At that, the huge bear roared back, totally annoyed. "I already said I don't want money. No money." Jun just kind of shook his head. Then he reached into his bag and pulled something out. The big bear was so startled it actually stumbled back. It stared at the thing in June's hand and mumbled, confused, "What even is that?" Thinking it was some epic artifact, the bear watched as June revealed a cup of instant noodles. He smirked and said, "A fair price." In a flash, the bear got super ticked off and roared, "Are you messing with me right now?" June stayed completely chill. He pulled out some hot water, poured it into the noodles, and said slowly, "Don't be like that. Just give it a try. We can talk after. There's no need to rush." Then he put the lid back on and slid it toward the massive bear. "This isn't just some regular instant ramen. I don't need it. Get lost or I'll totally wreck you." The big bear was trying to be all fierce and chase him off, but then the smell of instant noodles hit his nose. Just like that, he turned into a total puppy. Junshu had this smug little smirk. A mutant bear with a nose like that was never going to resist the scent of this legendary food. And yep, the huge bear plopped right down in front of the noodle cup, muttering all suspiciously, "Yo, I've never smelled anything like this before." Junshu just grinned and was like, "Word on the street is you guys in Hope Village have a tough time finding food." The big bear just snorted at him all cold. "Seems like you know a lot." Junshu just shrugged like whatever and pouted, "Dude, just eat it already. Don't you want to know why humans are so obsessed with instant noodles?" The bear hesitated for a sec, then totally switched up his vibe. "I'm the chief of Hope Village, so I'm only eating this for cultural research. Not 'cause it looks good or anything." And with that, he just dumped the whole thing in his mouth. The second the flavor hit, the bear's eyes went wide like he was totally shook. This taste was literally like heaven. The noodles were so chewy, and the hot broth just warmed him up from the inside out. It was a straight-up magical flavor that had him completely hooked. The bear's voice was all shaky when he mumbled, "How is something this good even real? You got any more?" Junshu gave a little nod and said, "I brought a ton of other food today. Hey everyone. Yo, come on, you gotta try some of this." With that, he busted out a ton of amazing food and passed it around to the mutants nearby. Not everyone was into the same stuff, so Junshu had already laced everything with some magic powder. And just as he planned it, the whole crew of mutants was chowing down like it was the best thing ever. Even the big bear was eating like he was in his own little world. Everyone was starting to vibe with Junshu, which made him super happy. But then out of nowhere, the snake skeleton held up a jar and was like, "Hold up, this is magic powder. Is this stuff even safe for us to eat?" The second he said that, the whole crowd of mutants started freaking out. The big bear shot Junshu another nasty glare, but Junshu just sighed. He couldn't even blame them for being careful. If you absorb it wrong, a mutant's magic core could literally go boom. But he was already one step ahead. Thinking that, Junshu just smiled and said, "If you're all so worried, why not just ask your guardian deity, the one who can see the future and all that? You know, the one you call the grandmother of the monster village, the Divine Tree. The Divine Tree was the guardian of this place. Sure, she was kinda weaker than other gods, but she was still a legit god. So basically every decision about the mutants was her call." The big bear immediately took the magic powder to the Divine Tree for her to check out. After he got an answer, he still asked kinda doubtful for real godmother. The Divine Tree answered slow and steady. "Yes, the powder he's using is unpurified tier 0 core powder. It's an amazing supplement for all of you. The big bear used a translator thingy so everyone could hear. The moment they heard that, all the mutants around them totally lit up. Then they all started bowing down to the divine tree. Thanks for the wisdom, godmother. Just then, the snake skeleton walked up to Junshu and said, So I guess that clears things up. My bad, I was kinda out of line. Sorry about that. Junshu just waved it off with a smile. It's all good. I get it. No need to apologize. Now that we've cleared the air, let's have a barbecue party or something. And just like that, Junshu started grilling up meat for everyone. It was a super chill meal, and Junshu scored some major points with them. The divine tree was also really happy watching the whole scene. Hope Village finally had a cool guest. And it wasn't just food, Junshu brought drinks too. The big bear took a sip of soju, then let out this huge laugh and said, Okay, now I get why humans love to drink. This stuff is awesome. Junshu smiled and said, Glad you like it. But hey, Chief, aren't you human too? Why do you talk like you're some other species? The bear just replied all casual. Just a habit, I guess. Honestly, it's been a hot minute since anyone treated us like actual humans. Back during the occupation, they saw us as talking animals. And hunters were always coming after us. Junshu kinda narrowed his eyes, then gave a big laugh. But even with all that, you're still a legend. I heard you were in the war and did some seriously epic stuff. Which is how you mutants finally got some rights. The big bear gave a small nod and replied, That was something we all did together. It's been way too long since the village has been this cheerful. He said he'd been wanting to hear laughter like this for forever. Hearing that actually made Junshu feel some type of way. What a pure village. All he had to do was poke at their old wounds a little, and he could totally ace this reputation quest. After they'd all opened up, the big bear spoke up again. Oh yeah, didn't you say you needed magic cores? Take these. As he finished talking, he pulled out 4 magic cores and handed them to Junshu. Inside, Junshu was totally freaking out. Reputation quest complete. Come to Papa Magic Cores. On the outside, though, Junshu kept his cool, friendly vibe and said with a smile, Thanks, sir. Now that he had what he came for, Junshu quickly made up an excuse to dip. He was in a super good mood. They totally made the right call, giving him something so valuable. But before he could even get out of the forest, the snake skeleton suddenly blocked his path. He stood there facing Junshu and slowly said, You're leaving already. Dude, I haven't even had a chance to thank you for real yet. Junshu just scratched the back of his neck, kinda embarrassed, and was like, Nah, it's all good. You guys already hooked me up with a super valuable gift. The snake skeleton said flatly, I'm getting a vibe that you're after something more from our village. Junshu figured that made sense since this was their first real meal in decades. But then plot twist. Skullnake was totally cool with it and even made a super serious offer. If you need more mutant cores, just say the word. I'm willing to give you mine. Junu was totally floored by this and threw his hands up like, Whoa, hold on. Dude, don't say crazy stuff like that. I'm not asking you to literally tear out your own core, you get me? But Skullsnake was dead serious and said, No, for real. My godmother had a prophecy that it's my destiny to give a piece of myself to the person who can make me whole again. Junu was once again completely shook. Is getting your body back really that big of a deal? This was basically the start of Skullsnake's own epic quest, but he'd never even heard of a so-called magic core. Thinking it over, Junu spoke up again. Hey, maybe it's just a metaphor, you know? Like it's something else entirely, not an actual magic core. Skullsnake gave a little nod and replied, You're right. I guess I'll know when the time is right. The two of them chatted for a bit longer, and then Junu bounced from the Village of Hope. He got back super fast, and the first thing he did was picked out a new crib. The second he saw it, Junu's eyes totally lit up. The massive house in front of him was finally going to be his new spot. The garden alone was a whopping 3,000 square meters, and it even had a pool in the yard. But that wasn't even the best part. The real reason Junu snagged it was the private secret training ground down in the basement. This place was way bigger than his last one, and was totally decked out with everything. Junu was seriously vibing with it. He was so hyped he never in a million years thought he'd make it this far. Just then, Chiso strolled in from outside and seeing Junu laughing his head off, he asked, kinda confused. Superman Kim, you seem pretty stoked. What's up? Junu rubbed the back of his head looking a little shy and said, Director Choi, thanks a million for recommending such a sick house to me. Hearing that, Choi just waved his hand and laughed. It's nothing, man. But hey, can I ask why the sudden move? Junu started explaining. My students are going to be coming over to train now, so I wanted to give them a better place to practice. And I also needed my own private space. Oh, and about that room I asked for. Choi gave him a wink and a grin. Oh yeah, it's all set. There's also a huge laboratory inside the house for you. The second Junu walked in, a spirit just appeared out of nowhere. Hello, Master. I am the magic spirit here to assist you. What can I do for you? Junu stepped into the testing machine and said, Sweet. Let's run a full diagnostic first. From here on out, leveling up is going to get way more complicated. To get the best results, I'm going to need your help. As soon as Junu was inside the machine, the spirit snapped its fingers, and a current of magical energy swirled around him, starting a full scan of all his stats. But it wasn't long before the system suddenly spit out an error which left Junu a little confused. The spirit sounded worried too. Master, an error popped up while we were checking your mana circle. Junu thought about it for a second before replying, that's probably my bad. I can totally switch my mana circle whenever I want. Keep that on the down low, okay? The spirit was kind of stunned, muttering to itself, is that for real? There's nothing like that in my data. Junu just said casually, see for yourself. That's why you've got to find a level 5 elixir that actually works for someone like me. At this, the spirit went quiet again, and after a long pause, it totally lit up with excitement. A normal elixir won't cut it. But if we make one ourselves, that might just work, right? Junu nodded like it was no big deal. Exactly. Sounds pretty valuable, doesn't it? The spirit then started asking for all the deets on Junu's abilities and plugged everything into the system. It finished up in no time, and the spirit happily announced, you have a total of 136 abilities. The constellation design is complete. After hearing that, Junu asked, confused, a constellation, what the heck is that? The spirit slowly broke it down. It's a type of elixir that up until now was pretty much just a theory. Are all the ingredients to create it ready? He frowned a little. It wasn't the exact elixir he was thinking of, but it should be fine. Junu had told the spirit to prep whatever was most compatible with him. Thinking that, he gave a small nod and answered, of course. Seeing that Junu was good to go, the spirit started creating the level 5 elixir, and just like that, Junu was busy for the entire day, and night had already fallen. Soren and Janet walked in from outside carrying all kinds of stuff, and said with huge smiles, congratulations on hitting level 5. Junu looked at them totally lost and asked, how did you two even know? Soren pointed outside and explained, the person out there told us. Junu peeked outside and saw Chiso and Teach Quinn standing there in sharp suits holding wine and fruit. Junu just gave them the helpless look, but Chiso wasn't having it. He ran over laughing. I invited them. We couldn't just let a huge day like this slip by. But the thing that really blew Junu's mind was still on its way. He saw the afterimage of Ewan's family of 3 celebrating with fireworks and turned bright red. Why is Ewan even part of this? Just then Choi spoke up again. Come to think of it, I saw a massive flower wreath in front of your house. Junu gritted his teeth and muttered angrily, so this is what happens after you reach level 5? Everything I do is like under a microscope, so I gotta be super careful. Are you guys seriously trying to mess with me with these gifts? Then he just ripped the wreath apart. And right then, out of nowhere, this slick black car rolls up to Junu's place, totally catching him off guard. A super classy-looking woman gets out. Junu's like, okay, who is this now? Seriously, did everyone get an invite to this party or what? While he was still trying to figure things out, the woman started talking. You're Warrior Kim, I assume congrats on hitting level 5. Junu just gave a polite nod and went, thanks. But who are you? The woman's eyes widened like she forgot something, then she smiled. Oh my bad, I should have led with that. I'm Zan Han from the Kumo group. That name clicked for Junu instantly. He thought, wait, isn't that the youngest daughter of the Kumo group? He was skeptical, asking, so what's the Kumo group doing at my door? Hai Yi Hang just shrugged super chill and said, I'm here to offer you a job. Junu was totally thrown. What kind of job? He asked, not sure what to think. Then it hit him. Oh right, the Kumo group is in the middle of some crazy succession war. Getting mixed up in that sounds like a massive headache. Yeah, hard pass. While Junu was weighing his options, Hyang jumped back in. We want you to fight for us. Be our champion in the 5-round succession battle for the inheritance. And the actual prize, it's gonna be way better, she said, and then pulls out a freaking gun. Junu's eyes went wide. No way! Is that a Dawn-made gun with the destruction attribute? Okay, this changes everything. With that thought, a grin spread across Junu's face. Alright, where do I sign? Looks like I'm about to score some seriously epic loot again. The next day, they're in some high-rise office. Hyang's chilling on a long couch talking to the person opposite her. Figured you'd say yes since you've already got 2 Danon guns? Junu couldn't stop a smirk from showing. Okay, if the reward's this good, what's the victory bonus? Hyang didn't even blink. We'll throw in another Danon gun, this one with the stasis attribute. She basically said if he kept winning, the prizes get better, but she warned him not to get cocky. All the opponents are level 6, so even winning a single match would be a huge deal. Junu just frowned, staying quiet. The next day, Hyang brought him to this massive arena. A guy over there saw her and smirked. Well, look who showed up. Didn't think you had it in you to compete, little sis. You're just getting lucky, he added. Hyang completely ignored him, just walked right past and went to her seat. The guy was clearly annoyed and scoffed. What's with the attitude? It turns out this dude was the oldest son of the Kumo group, Sun Haijun, a level 6 superhuman. And the guy next to him, the second son, Sun Haichun, also a level 6 superhuman. He sighed like, dude, just drop it. This is really a fight between you and me anyway. Junu came over and sat by Hyang, saying quietly, so the first match is between the oldest and the second brother's fighters. Hyang just gave a small nod. Yep, and they're both seriously strong. Hearing that, Junu looked down at the arena. One fighter was an SR-rank ironclad warrior. The other was the flame demon, also SR-rank. Junu watched for a second, totally impressed. Wow, a major corporation really doesn't mess around. They only bring in the big guns. Hyang got super serious. You need to pay close attention to this fight. The ironclad warrior is fighting for my second brother, and he's supposedly the toughest competitor here. Down on the arena floor, the ironclad warrior charged, ready to attack the flame demon. But the flame demon just smirked and then suddenly screamed, "Solar flare!" The ironclad warrior was totally caught off guard. Before he could even move, a massive fireball was hurtling right at him. Seeing it, Hyang totally freaked out. Then with a huge boom, the whole area just exploded. Smoke and fire were everywhere. The ironclad warrior got swallowed by the flames, and like in a split second, he was just gone. Turned to ash. When it cleared, only the flame demon was left standing. Hyang looked absolutely terrified. Hai-chun jumped to his feet, grabbing his head like he couldn't believe it. The only one happy was Hun, who had this smug grin. But at that same moment, something clicked for Junu. He thought, that flame, it was weird. That flame demon isn't a level 6 warrior, he's just a mage slinging fire spells. But hold on, isn't taking someone out forbidden in the Tower of the Sun. With that in mind, Junu activated his perception skill to get a better look at the flame demon. And then he saw it. Is that the power of the solar eclipse? No way. That guy can't be who I think he is. After a heavy silence, Junu looked over at Hyang. So am I up? She just gave a small nod. You are. Hearing that, Junu was instantly on his feet. All right, I'm going in. You might want to brace yourself. Hyang looked super worried. Are you sure? She asked, sounding unsure. Maybe we should send in a level 6 superhuman. Junu just shrugged, totally chill, and said with confidence, I got this. That dude knows exactly what he's up to. It's Hongdu, the guy who got kicked out of the Tower of the Sun, so this is where he ended up, with the Kumo group. Back in the stands, the 3 Kumo siblings were watching for the next round. Haijun shot a look at Hyang with a smirk. Let's see if our baby sister's little warrior can actually beat the flame demon. Right then, Junu walked into the arena holding the Black Fox sword. Haijun looked a little surprised, but he was still sure some swordsmen had no chance against the solar flare. Looks like we're about to have another body to clean up. Junu stared down Hongdu, his voice ice cold. Never thought I'd run into you again, especially not like this. Hongdu squinted, looking kinda sus. Wait, you know who I am? Junu just shrugged, all casual. Yep. That move you just pulled is straight from the Tower of the Sun. Does your boss, Madame Du, know you're out here playing with her toys? Hearing that, Hongdu just smirked. Then he threw his head back and started laughing like a total psycho. Oh, my master knows asterisk everything asterisk. Before this whole mess started, Junu had gotten the lowdown from Chiso. The word on the street was right before the power struggle for the Kumo group kicked off, the chairman was suddenly taken out. And in this country, only 2 people could pull off a hit like that, the head of the Tower of the Sun, and 1 other person. Could that old hag Madame Du actually be mixed up in the Kumo group's family drama? It was a seriously scary thought, but Junu knew that once this was over, he was going to have to find her and get some answers. While he was lost in thought, Hongdu snapped him out of it. Well, since you've already figured me out, I can finally get my payback. I'm about to show you the power I cooked up just for you. And the second he finished talking, insane flames just exploded everywhere. But Junu's silhouette was still standing there, totally unfazed. This made Hongdu absolutely furious. He roared, so the rumors are true, you can take sunfire, but sunlight is on a whole different level. Now just sit still and turn to ash. And right on cue, another blinding flash of fire shot out. Seeing it, Hyang freaked out. Impossible! A level 6 superhuman using a divine skill. How was a level 5 superhuman supposed to walk away from that? But when the smoke finally cleared, Junu was still standing there looking totally defiant. He shot a cocky smirk. Is that all you got? Guess it's my turn now, huh? He said it like it was nothing but real talk. Junu almost got totally roasted. With that thought, he grinned and said, Mind if I borrow that fire for a sec? The moment Junu finished his sentence, the sunlight swirled around his axe, making Hongdu scream in pure terror. No way! How can you have my sunlight? Junu completely ignored him, raised his axe high, and lightning instantly cracked down from the sky. In that same moment, Junu had also switched up his trait. With a deafening boom, the lightning from the axe slammed right into Hongdu, making him yell in a panic, Wait a minute! But it was way too late. His whole body was swallowed by lightning. By the time the light faded, Hongdu's body was completely gone. The 3 Kumo Corporation heirs were just staring, completely shook by the scene. Junu, on the other hand, was all amped up. So are we ready for the next round? That evening at the Kumo headquarters, Junu was chilling on a sofa, looking up at Hyang as she said, Thank you for doing what I asked, and this is a little something extra for your win. Junu's eyes instantly lit up. He finally got the 4th bullet gun. Seeing how stoked he was, Hyang spoke up again. And that's not all. We did promise you one more thing, didn't we? It was a pair of shoes, and she handed them over like it was no big deal. On the inside, Junu was freaking out, but he played it cool and asked, For real, can I actually take something this awesome? She just replied casually, You more than earned it. Junu's 3 straight wins were no joke, an insane performance. But they kicked him out of the competition after that. The other fighters battled it out, and the winner was exactly the person Hyang wanted. Junu totally could have kept on fighting, but he had 0 plans to show all his cards just yet. The entire world was watching the Kumo Corporation's succession battle. Keeping that in mind, Junu asked, So does this mean you're the heir now? Hyang just shook her head a little, answering, Not quite. This fight was just to get the board of directors on my side. They're not going to give up that easily. Junu nodded calmly, totally getting it. I get it. A young CEO is going to have a ton of disadvantages no matter how you slice it. Hearing him say that, Haiyang clenched her fists. After a long pause, she finally said, That's true, but I can't just sit here and take it. Now that it's come to this, I need to ask you for one last favor, Pincer Warrior. Junu frowned and asked her, What is it? I mean, who could say no to a reward that huge? She hesitated for a second, then touched her earring and slowly started to talk. There's one way to turn this whole situation around. In a flash, the ghost-like image of a black raven appeared in front of them. Haiyang slowly explained, The Raven Chip. It's a chip with a mutagen that only reacts to my family's DNA. If I use it, I can hit level 7 and flip the script on them. Hearing that, Junu understood immediately. So Haiyang was ready to risk it all on the mutagen. Thinking it over, he nodded without a second thought. All right, let's do it. Haiyang looked at him surprised and asked, Really? Of course, Junu replied softly. Only a total fool would say no. And so late that night in the basement of the Kumo Corporation, a black raven flew around in total silence, completely unseen. Junu was sitting on its back, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, We found it. Flashing back a few hours, Haiyang had made Junu a deal. If you can get me the raven chip, I'll pay you double this. Then she stacked a literal mountain of gold bars on the table worth about 10 billion. Junu was just staring stunned. She said calmly, And if I become the chairwoman, I promise I'll give you the helmet and armor that my brothers have. As she was talking, Junu couldn't help but let out a little snort, which made her look confused. He quickly covered, Sorry, my nose was just itchy. In reality, Junu was just beyond ecstatic. The Kumo equipment set that all three of them had would automatically go to the new chairman. That meant the Kumo set, which basically has the same power as an SSL-grade item, would be all his. But he couldn't let Haiyang see just how hyped he was. Haiyang, though, didn't seem to notice and just continued, My brothers can't find out about this. So, keep this on the down low, okay? If you need anything to make this happen, just say the word. Junu paused for a sec, then shot her a wink and a smirk. Oh, for real. In that case, how about some diamonds? So, right after that, Junu bounced to the rooftop of the Kumo building to check out the scene. He got this huge grin and was like, I can see all of Gangnam from up here. Cash is seriously king. Junu was now totally kitted out with some high-tier gear, a tracking helmet supersonic kicks the demon's rage, and a crisis detection ring. It was time to absorb the stats from these epic items. And just like that, this insane stream of magic energy just zapped into Junu's body. A second later, bam, he'd unlocked the airstrike trait. Junu was definitely feeling it. His mobility skill went live. Prep was done, it was go time. And with that, Junu just yeeted himself off the building. But obvi before he could go splat. This black raven swooped in and caught him. Junu was grinning like, Yup, these Kumo shoes are next level for real. Now it was time to hit up his client. Without even thinking, Junu hit up Haiyang just like we saw before. When she heard the news, she was totally freaking out. Where is it where? He just casually goes, right in front of the crow statue, in the main lobby. But there's one tiny little problem. Haiyang's face dropped and she was like, A problem. Junu kinda slowly explained, I'm gonna have to make a bit of a scene to get the chip. So you're gonna have to own whatever happens next. And the second he finished talking, he just brought a hammer down and wrecked the statue in the main lobby. The raven chip popped right out. Junu snatched it up and hit up Haiyang. Got the raven chip. Where to next? Haiyang was all rushed. To the body modification. Room on the second floor. I'm on my way. Junu didn't waste a second and just bolted, yelling back at her. Your bros have probably clued in by now. You better hustle. A few seconds later, up in the mod room on floor 2, the sealed door just gets shoved open and the person inside is all confused. Youngest president, what are you doing here so late? It was Haiyang. She didn't have time for chit-chat and just barked an order. Fire up the modification room. The lab tech was totally stunned for a sec, but then scrambled over to the computer. After she was done, she kinda nervously asked, But what are you gonna do with it? Haiyang didn't say a word, just looked at the door with a smirk and said, You're right on time. I'm ready. The guy walking in was Junu. He grinned and was like, So is the chip. Let's get this show on the road. Then he handed the raven chip over to Haiyang. She took it and stepped into the mod machine, saying, All cool. All right, I'm leaving the rest to you. Junu just nodded back. Yeah, don't sweat it. I'll be right here watching the whole thing go down. That totally put Haiyang at ease and she used the chip. She stood tall in the machine looking hella determined. Haiyang was all in on this. Right then, this angry shout echoed from outside, making Junu jump. The new arrivals, none other than Haiyang's two older brothers, Haijun stormed in screaming, You little brat! You really pulled a fast one behind my back. Stop her now! But Junu stepped up and blocked both of them, saying calmly, Sorry, can't let you go any further. Haijun gave him a death glare and said in this icy voice, So you took down a few supers and now you think you can step to me? Do you have any idea who I am? Junu just gave him a chill smile and said, Oh, I know exactly who you are. You're the president of Kumo Corp. Or wait, I guess I should say. The *X* president. That comeback made Haijun's face turn bright red. He gritted his teeth and spat, You little punk. And right then, Haijun stepped up to stop the guy with the black fox sword. Haijun shot him a look, but Haijun totally ignored it. He just said all nonchalant, "Look, it doesn't matter how good you are. You can't take on me and my brother, two level 6 superhumans at the same time." He said he'd match whatever Haeyang was paying Junu so they could make a deal instead of throwing down. Jun even threw in the vice director of security job at Kumo. After hearing all that, Junu went quiet for a sec, but then he let out this nasty smirk. Wow, what a garbage offer. Asking me to ditch a client who can't even defend herself right now? That's some straight-up goon logic. His words totally set the two brothers off, but before they could even pop off, Junu kept roasting them. "And you call that matching her offer? Pfft! You'd have to double or triple it for me to even think about it. Not that I'd take it anyway." Finally, Jun snapped and just charged at him with his sword. Junu threw his shield up fast to block. Whoa, that's got more kick than you'd think. So this is what a level 6 superhuman feels like. And just like they said, there was no way Junu could fight both of them at once. But a one-on-one wasn't a guaranteed L. Cause right then, a slice opened up on Jun's stomach with fresh blood pouring out. Junu just smirked and was like, "Whoops, my hand slipped." Seeing things were going south, Chun whipped out his gun and aimed it at him, but Junu instantly popped up a shield to block it. Looks like at that exact moment he unlocked a new trait. Junu totally smirked like, "How'd my shield get so buff?" He was thinking, yeah, they can shoot all they want now. He ain't moving. But while Junu was facing off with Chun, that other dude, Jun, made a break for the modification machine. But right as his hand was about to touch it, bam, a bullet glowing with blue light hit. Chun totally freaked when he saw what happened. Jun was literally frozen solid, couldn't even twitch. Chun figured it out and just lost it, screaming, "You jerk, where'd you even get a gun like that?" But the guy was already gone like poof. Vanished. Next thing you know, Junu pops up right behind Jun. In a split second, Junu flipped his trait to airstrike. It was this insane jump powered up by his airstrike ability, totally taking advantage of their slip-up and just raining down bullets like a legit airstrike. After dropping both of them, Junu got this cocky grin and was like, "So had enough yet?" But get this, Jun just smirks right back and goes, "Seriously, you think you can win with that little bit of power?" The second he said that, this gnarly red aura just exploded around him, making Junu jump back like, whoa! Turns out Jun was using an item, something called the Eternal Dark Fruit. And just then, a bunch of shadowy guns were suddenly pointing right at Junu. And that other guy, Chun, had backup too. Things were getting super sketchy. Junu gripped his sword tighter, not even sure if he could get out of this in one piece. But then, someone straight up yelled, "Everybody freeze!" At the exact same time, the modification machine started glowing with this insane golden light. Everyone just stopped dead, completely shocked. Junu, though, was totally stoked. Talk about perfect timing. The two brothers looked seriously ticked off. Haeyang walked out from the machine and she looked completely different. She was now a level 7 superhuman, rocking 2 pairs of wings on her back. Haeyang's new title was the Sun Crow. She said with zero emotion, "You're late." Seeing this, Chun started shaking, whispering the Sun Crow. But Jun was being a total hardhead, yelling, "You think that scares me? Bring it on." However, right then, some middle-aged dude walked in and put a hand on his shoulder and was like, "Knock it off. If the youngest chairman actually throws down, this whole building is coming down in less than 1 minute." This guy was Dongcheong Jun, one of the people who started the Kumo group. He said with total ice in his voice, "I thought we settled this last time we faced off. And yet here you are acting like this. Are you just gonna ignore the rules the shareholders agreed on?" Jun started shaking when he heard that and tried to backpedal. "Father-in-law, that's not it." But before he could even get the words out, Kong Jun shut him down cold. "If that's not what you meant, then are you maybe planning something else, like taking out the chairman?" That shut Jun up real quick. His face got all dark and he couldn't say a thing. Then Kong Jun turned to Haeyang and said, "Congrats on hitting level 7 chairman, Sei Haeyang. I'll see you at the shareholders meeting where we'll vote for the next chairman." The second he finished talking, he gave her a respectful bow and then took off with his guys. Fast forward a few days, Haeyang's chilling on the balcony of her private place sipping some wine. She's like, "So, like tradition says, my brothers have backed out of all the business stuff and moved to the US. Junu was grinning from ear to ear and said, "That's awesome, congrats. You're gonna be the new head of the Kumo group." Haeyang replied gratefully, "I seriously couldn't have done it without you. Hey, did you get those items for my two brothers like they promised?" "Oh yeah, for sure," Junu said with a little nod. "And hey, if you need anything else down the line, just hit me up. 'Cause of you, I finally finished the KO set." When she heard that, Haeyang paused for a sec before she was like, "Actually, now that you mention it, there is one more thing I need." Junu got super hyped like, "Oh yeah, what is it?" But then Haeyang pulls out this dude's ring, an SSR-A item no less, and he was just totally thrown. Before he could even process it, she got down on one knee and was like, "Warrior, will you marry me?" Junu just completely short-circuited. He started waving his hands all frantically like, "I'm so sorry, but I can't." Haeyang was totally shocked. "What, but why, I'm like the total package." And she wasn't wrong. The girl had cash and looks for days, but Junu just shook his head and said, "You're just not my type." Haeyang was floored, muttering to herself like, "That's insane. Why does something so small even matter to people like us?" "It matters," Junu said super firm. "I want to marry someone who's actually into me, not someone like you who's just using me to lock down her power." Hearing that, Haeyang was just stunned, and finally let out a sigh like she was giving up. "Man, you're impossible to figure out." Then she raised her glass and was like, okay, then how about a partnership? We help each other out when we need it. Deal. Sounds good to me. Junu agreed in a heartbeat. They quickly clinked glasses, making their partnership official. Later that night, Junu finally hopped in a car to head home. He couldn't stop thinking about the proposal and just sighed, feeling like he'd just tossed away a ticket to the good life. He kind of regretted it a little. I mean, Junu was still in his lively 20s. So yeah, marriage was way too much. But just like dating Haeyang, whoa, before he could even go there, Junu literally slapped himself. He needed to get his head straight and focus on Elder Do of the Sun Tower. Cause what that Hong Yu dude said was super sus. Was that old lady for real? Just as Junu was totally lost in his head, his phone started buzzing. So boom, a call from the Sun Tower. Talk about perfect timing. The next day, Junu rolls up to Phoenix Valley right on schedule. But like it was a total ghost town, not a single phoenix in sight. Then the Tower Master starts walking over from way off, with Mage Kim right behind him. He's all smiles like, hey, long time no see, Superhuman Kim, or should I say Master of the Black Fox Sword? The Tower Master just kept going on, until a super annoyed Mage Kim cut him off like, sir, can we maybe just get to the point? The Tower Master finally shut up. Mage Kim looked straight at Junu and was like, Superhuman Kim, I'm pretty sure you already know why you're here, but we need a huge favor. Junu, who totally saw this coming, frowned and asked, this is about all the phoenixes vanishing, isn't it? The Tower Master gave this super serious nod and said in a low voice, yeah, I have zero clue where they went. I'm thinking some kind of mythical beast snatched them all. Junu crouched down to check out the ground for a sec, then was like, that's one theory, but did you ever think they might have been, illegally poached? The Tower Master just shook his head, totally not buying it. No way. Our security is legit impenetrable. Junu kind of squinted at him and said firmly, but what if it was someone on like an Elder's level from the Magic Tower? Mage Kim was seriously thinking that over, all deep in thought. An Elder, I guess that could happen, but who would even try something that crazy? The Tower Master, on the other hand, was totally losing it. He gritted his teeth and said, messing with the phoenixes is a major violation of the rules. Master of the Black Fox Sword, can you find the person who did this? Junu didn't even blink. Bet, I'll find every single one of the missing phoenixes and hunt down whoever is behind this. But Tower Master, it's gonna cost you extra. A little later, they were out on the ocean near Phoenix Valley, on a speedboat just slicing through the waves. They were going so fast it was making Junu feel sick. Mage Kim, who was driving, was all cheerful. So for real, why'd you pick this boat as your down payment? I wouldn't even think about driving this thing. My grandpa is obsessed with it. Junu just shrugged. Needed it for the mission. We've got to have something super fast to catch that thing. And by that thing, he meant a blue-feathered phoenix. See, a little while back when Junu was doing his thing, Mage Kim spotted it. He walked over and was like, sir, what asterisk is asterisk? That Junu smirked and said, you know what it is? It's a phoenix, even though the one you made looks nothing like it. But Junu didn't really care. The system had just hooked him up with a new crafting trait. A second later, Junu was like, all right, kiddo, I need some of your blood. And before Mage Kim could even react, Junu walked over, grabbed his hand, and took some blood. So back to now. Mage Kim was totally freaking out. I seriously can't believe a few drops of my blood turned a piece of wire into a fake phoenix. Junu started explaining it to him. Your blood has the whole phoenix vibe in it, so we can use its homing signal to find the rest of them. A little bit later on Ulongo Island, Junu and Mage Kim were tailing the robot phoenix. And what do you know, they found the whole flock, but they all looked super sick. Seeing them, Mage Kim mumbled, these guys are supposed to live for like over 20 years, but they look totally drained. Junu thought about it for a sec, then suggested, can you scan their mana? Mage Kim nodded and got to work. Using his magic, he could literally see their hearts were empty. Mage Kim was shook. Whoa, their mana is completely gone. From their hearts to their veins, it's all just fried. But then, like right away, Mage Kim saw something else. He gasped. Hold up. These traces? They're from the Zhang Chunshik. When Junu heard that, he was low-key stoked, thinking, nice, this kid is sharp. With that, he told him they should hit up the Tower Master. Turns out the culprit was none other than Elder Du of the Yang Chunshik. When the Tower Master got the news, he came tearing over, totally raging Duok Bun. That psycho, Mage Kim, could see he was so mad he was basically steaming and rushed to chill him out. Grandpa, you need to calm down. But the Tower Master was still fuming, yelling, she got caught trying to jack all the phoenixes. I swear if I ever see her again, I'll... But before he could even finish, Junu cut in. So Elder Du is MIA from the tower too? The Tower Master gave the little nod and replied, yup, I checked her office, but she'd bounced, left nothing but a clone behind. The more he talked, the more pissed he got. Like he really wanted to punch something. Good thing Mage Kim was there to hold him back. Junu, not even paying attention to that drama, just frowned and muttered, a clone! Mage Kim started explaining. It's this magic thing that makes a body exactly like the real one, but it just like poofs out of existence after a while. Junu thought for a second and then said, maybe she's just stalling for time. When the Tower Master heard that, he totally froze. Chairman Ko dying with a torched heart. That exiled mage coming back as some kind of souped-up warrior. All the phoenixes getting poached to power someone up, and now Elder Du is gone. It was like way too many clues to ignore. Junu made himself focus. After a minute, he looked at the Tower Master and was like, "Tower Master, you thinking what I'm thinking?" The Tower Master just stared at him, all confused, and mumbled, "No way. Don't tell me Du got her hands on that asterisk thing?" And by that thing, he meant the totally off-limits ritual of the Jangchunshik, the Forbidden One, is one that totally torches mana to block out the sun. It's supposed to be part of the solar optimization quest, but that quest shouldn't even be a thing yet. Junu was totally bugging trying to figure out why this was happening. It had to be the butterfly effect. Mai and Hyundu totally messed with the timeline. Hearing all this, Mage Kim was like, what exactly is it?" The Tower Master slowly explained, "She's using the Phoenix's power to literally drain the sun's mana. And it's not just the sun. It's the land, the sea, everything. Basically, OK Boon was siphoning the mana from every living thing." Mage Kim was totally shook like, what if the magic tower collapses from all this? But before he could finish, Junu cut him off. "We have to find OK Boon and fast." Just then, the Tower Master spoke up. "I'm picking up on a huge monolink nearby. Follow me. I think I know where she is." A little while later, they ended up at a house just chilling on a cliff, where the three of them started a spell to track OK Boon's exact spot. When he saw it, Junu was shook. "She's hiding in there to do the ritual." The Tower Master gave a slight nod and said, "Exactly, but the labyrinth is super sturdy. So we can't just smash the entrance gate right away. It was literally designed to survive solar fire." Then the Tower Master told Junu and Mage Kim to hang back while he went to deal with OK Boon himself. But Mage Kim stopped him cold. "You can't go." Junu nodded, totally on the same page. Mage Kim added, "Exactly, this is way too dangerous. Let me handle it instead." Hearing that, the Tower Master was like, "Wait, asterisk, you asterisk wanna go in?" Junu just calmly said, "Yeah. To get her to lower her guard, it's better if an outsider like me goes." The Tower Master had to admit it made sense, and reluctantly agreed. "Guess I owe you another one. Take this." With that, he whipped out a few items and gave them to Junu, including some magic dice and an escape ring. Junu snagged them without a second thought. That escape ring was basically a one-up, so risking his neck was totally worth it, especially since OK Boon had one of the 8 treasures of the magic tower. A second later, he was inside the spatial labyrinth. Junu had just gotten in when he realized Mage Kim had tagged along. He totally freaked. "What are you doing? Why'd you follow me into the labyrinth? You'll get yourself killed." Mage Kim just pursed his lips and muttered, "But this is a magic tower problem and 2 heads are better than 1. Plus, it'll be a total nightmare if enemies ambush us while we're using the dice to shut down this interdimensional space." After hearing that, Junu had to admit he had a point. He thought for a second, then asked, "So is the Eclipse faction like always causing this much drama?" Mage Kim answered super awkwardly, Yeah. The Eclipse faction's whole deal is black magic." As they were talking, Kim completely missed a magic beast creeping up from behind. Luckily, Junu had lightning-fast reflexes, throwing his sword and nailing the thing. That's when Mage Kim finally reacted, completely stunned. Junu just said calmly, "A second slower and we would have been its lunch. I guess they've caught our scent. Stay right on my tail." Saying that, he ripped his sword out of the beast's body, held it tight, and started moving again. At the same time, Junu had already switched up his attributes and took the lead, warning him seriously, "From here on out, dozens of them are coming for us." And no joke, the words were barely out of his mouth when a whole swarm of magic beasts swarmed them. Without missing a beat, Junu vanished. His sword was just a flash of light, relentlessly cutting through the magic beasts, hitting every weak point for massive extra damage. Then with a huge bang, all the magic beasts just blew up. Mage Kim, watching from the back, was totally panicking, muttering, "These monsters are..." But before he could even finish, a loud shout cut through the air. "Stop!" They both whipped their heads around to see an old woman standing on a cliff. It was OK Boon, of course. She pointed her staff at them and raged, "How dare you step foot in here? The price for interfering with my masterpiece is not going to be cheap." And as she spoke, bolts of lightning started raining down on top of them. The nearby cliffs were just getting blasted to pieces by the lightning. Junu knew OK Boon was the real deal, but he was not about to get taken out on a side quest like this. With that, he grabbed Mage Kim's shoulder and yelled for him to hold on. Junu had seen this attack pattern 1,000 times in the game, so he could predict every move. In a split second, he switched his equipment's attributes and launched into the air with Mage Kim, dodging every last one of OK Boon's attacks. In a flash, the air was just non-stop crackling explosions. A whole section of the forest got completely scorched by the lightning. Junu held on to Mage Kim while they were getting away and asked, "You all right?" Mage Kim shook his head a little and replied, "Yeah, I'm good, but..." "Where is this?" Junu slowly explained. "This is the place where all the mana is concentrated. Go install the neutralization device." Mage Kim immediately nodded and bolted. "On it. I'll be quick and get right back." But he didn't even get far before OK Boon popped up and blocked him. She totally shrieked, "You little rats, you're just digging your own graves!" And right after she said it, "Okay," Boon started casting her magic again, and a thick wall of lightning blasted out again. Seeing it, Junu screamed a warning, "Mage Kim, get back!" Luckily, Mage Kim jumped out of the way just in time, or else he would have been totally toast. Junu narrowed his eyes at the old woman across from him, thinking, "Figures for a level 7 mage. If I take a direct hit from that, I'm literally dust. There's no way I can take that attack head on." Knowing this, Junu was like, Mage Kim, I'll get her attention. You gotta move now. Mage Kim shot back, got it, and took off. Seeing him bolt okay, Boone's face totally twisted up. She gritted her teeth, hissing, where did that little rat scurry off to? But right then Junu yelled out, hey, okay, Boone, you old hag. Hearing him okay, Boone shot him a death glare. But Junu didn't even flinch and kept taunting her. You get this sudden power-up, and I'm guessing you jacked the Kumo group chairman's mana circle to do it right? Or are you just going senile? Okay. Boone bit her lips so hard it could have bled, her voice dripping with venom. I was gonna use my own disciple to get the Sun Crow, but you ruined everything. But it doesn't matter now. That Black Crow is more than enough. The second she finished, she unleashed her magic again. Insane lightning bolts shot straight for Junu, but he was quick enough to dodge them all. This just made OK Boone curse, totally frustrated. You think you can just keep dodging the power of the eclipse forever? Lightning bolts were like zapping straight for Junu, but he dodged them easy. Okay. Boone got super ticked and yelled, you think you can just keep dodging the power of the eclipse forever? Meanwhile, Mage Kim had already started setting up the magic device. It didn't take long at all, and soon the magic was activated. Okay, Boone spotted this from a distance and muttered, confused, since when was that thing a neutralization device? Mage Kim looked up at the sky and whispered, Grandfather, the device is working. It's releasing mana that's cutting through space and making this whole dimension weaker. The Tower Master watching from the outside saw this and got super hyped. Looks like it's my time to shine, right after he started casting a spell of his own, causing the whole labyrinth to start cracking and breaking apart. Inside, Mage Kim was grinning big time. Superman, the labyrinth is falling apart. Junu nodded. You're right. Looks like the Tower Master is coming in clutch. The eclipse in the sky was also starting to fade. This sent OK Boone into a total panic. She just kept muttering, this can't be happening, my magic, my power, my world. In like a split second, the old hag's body shriveled up and got super frail. A layer of her skin literally peeled off her face as she mumbled over and over, I was so close to finishing it. This is all your fault. All because of you! Then she channeled all her rage into her magic for one last attack. Junu knew he couldn't mess up quickly blocking with his iron fist, but he was still way slower than OK Boone. This power is nuts! Without giving him a second to breathe, OK Boone went on the attack again. Junu dodged in a hurry and a bunch of explosions went off right behind him. This made OK Boone roar with fury. Dang it, why can't I hit you? Just die already! With that, she kept blasting Junu with lightning magic. Bolts rained down without stopping like they were trying to smash him into a million pieces. When the lightning finally faded, there was just a huge crater where he'd been, but no sign of him, leaving OK Boone totally confused. In that same moment, Junu had already used his weakness detection skill. He had seen it. The vital point right on OK Boone's back. Junu had a smug smile. Found your weak spot, you old hag. With that, he charged forward with his sword and slashed her across the back. OK Boone's weak body just collapsed. As blood started pouring out, she muttered, not wanting to accept it. No, I can't die like this. I have to at least be the one to kill you. Then she raised a trembling hand to attack Junu. But at that exact moment, another hand shot out, grabbing OK Boone by the neck. It was the Tower Master. He was here. He just scoffed and said, you worthless old hag, just die for me. Then he just torched her with flames. In that very instant, light came flooding back into the Sun Tower. After they got back, the Tower Master couldn't stop gassing Junu up. Before, he was just like a trainee warrior, or some kid with a little magic talent, but today he was a full-on battle-ready warrior. Junu scratched his head, kinda embarrassed by all the praise, but the Tower Master just kept going. No wonder the general gave you the Black Fox sword. This is what they call the Peerless Myriad Star. I think the magic spirit mentions something about this too. Thinking about it, Junu asked, kinda confused, what is that? The Tower Master slowly explained that it's a name for people who have endless potential and 10,000 superhuman energies. With that, he pulled out a ring and said, well, this is your reward from me. It's an Eclipse Ring, one of the 8 great treasures of the Magic Tower, and also the most OP holy relic of the Eclipse School. Junu was so psyched he took it and put it on. The ring's main trait is Eclipse, and it can even devour, absorb, and store mana. After everything was finally over, he headed home totally buzzing with excitement. At his private place on the edge of the city, time went by and winter showed up. Soren had started practicing how to use the energy of the heavenly killing star. Meanwhile, Janet was working on the steel energy inside her, and was getting stronger and stronger. Junu was obviously really happy about it. Soren will probably hit level 5 pretty soon. The day she learns the fire. Star Sword style isn't far off. As for Tich Quan, he also hit level 4. He started to expand his influence all over the country. And for Junu, it was time for December 24th. That evening, Junu took Soren and Janet to a festival. The two of them were just wide-eyed, looking at everything as they walked. Junu smiled and said, let's live it up tonight because starting tomorrow. Later that night, Junu took Soren and Janet to this awesome festival. The girls were like totally blown away by everything. Junu just smiled and was like, let's go all out tonight because starting tomorrow. We're back to training? The second he said that, Janet's smile totally dropped and she was like, guess I'll head out then. Soren piped up and ran after her. Janet holed up. And just like that, the two of them bounced. So December 24th is the God-Slaying Festival, which is the day the Pope was officially declared a goner, and also when the Treaty of Westphalia kicked in. So yeah, this festival is a worldwide thing, kind of like Christmas, because in this world, there's no Christmas. Anyway, while Soren and Janet were just strolling around, Soren totally spotted someone. She freaked out like, Janet, look, it's the Holy Knight Chan. Janet checked out the handsome guy and couldn't help but sigh. OMG, he's so hot. As for Junu, he was totally in his own world. During the God-slaying festival, the Holy Knights from every nation have their own big meetup. He got an invite as an honorary Holy Knight of the Thorangar sect. Right then, a family of 3, who were with some diplomat, walked up to Junu to say hi. Well, if it isn't the master of the Black Fox Sword, I'm Aim Kurat, India's diplomatic representative to Korea, Junu answered politely. I'm Kim, a level 5 superhuman warrior. Thanks so much for inviting me. Aim gave a little chuckle, pointing to the 2 people behind him. This is my wife and my daughter. Aim's daughter bowed and was like, It's awesome to meet you, Warrior Kim. Asterisk. Whoa, there she is, asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, the last of the top 3 from the Kikarat warrior class. She's supposed to become, asterisk, the master of the Karachi. Should I use Janet to get an in with her? He wondered. After hesitating for like a second, Junu pointed over to Soren and Janet and introduced them. These are my students. And funny enough, my number 2 student and your daughter. But before he could even finish, someone yelled out, OMG, isn't that the master of the Black Fox Sword? And just like that, every single person's attention snapped to Junu. They totally swarmed him, hyping him up, which just made Junu feel completely stuck. Asterisk. This was my chance to get close to Key. How did it end up like this, asterisk? But even without him, Soren and Janet were already hitting it off with Key. A super long time later, a wiped-out Junu finally escaped the crowd. The second he got back, he saw the 3 girls all huddled up, chatting and having a great time. He let out a sigh of relief. Well, guess that's good. Outside, snow had started to fall, a real sign that the year was almost over. Junu really wished things could just stay this chill. As he was taking a walk, he suddenly heard a hello from behind him. Junu glanced back and saw a woman walking up to him, a slight smile on her face. She spoke up, May I have a word, successor? Junu knew who she was. Asterisk. Wait a sec, isn't that the saintess from the pontiff's army, asterisk? He narrowed his eyes at her and asked suspiciously, What are you doing here? Aren't you like swamped getting ready for the God-slaying festival? The saintess's face went totally dark and she shot back, It's not the God-slaying festival. It's the rebirth festival. Hearing that, Junu just scoffed. Fine, call it whatever you want. And with that, the 2 of them started talking as they walked. The saintess started off coolly. You do realize I'm being super generous with you, right? Junu pouted and said, Generous? What are you even talking about? With a little laugh, the saintess asked, Don't you think it's weird that you took out one of our overseers and are still, breathing? Junu was legit stunned. Even though it all went down in the labyrinth, she still knew everything. The saintess totally ignored his reaction and continued with a wicked smile. If I had made a move, your sorry butt would have been toast a long time ago. The only reason you're not is because I'm pulling the strings behind the scenes. Got it. Junu squinted at her, super suspicious. Why would you do that? It's not like I asked you for help. A smile just kinda appeared on her lips. Then the saintess leaned in close to his ear and whispered, It's simple. A soul that amazing could become the savior of our legion and lead us to the light. Junu was completely dumbfounded. Don't tell me she's talking about my soul from the real world. Back home, Junu was just one of a million screw-ups, a total loser with no wins, no luck in love, no luck in life. The more he thought about it, the more he started to panic. Asterisk. Is this some new kind of con? Why are these people doing this to me? Could it be because of my trait change, asterisk? I mean, if the saintess saw a trait change as an ability tied to the soul, then yeah, maybe it could be considered an amazing soul. While Junu was lost in his head, the saintess spoke again in a low voice. I really hope you grow stronger so you can become the perfect vessel for that soul of yours. Before Junu could even figure out what she meant, the saintess smirked and said, It's today. Her words left him totally clueless. The saintess kept on with her cryptic rambling. From this day on, everything starts. We're counting on you, savior. She said that while Junu was running around making a mess, they'd also get a lot out of it. The more Junu listened, the more confused he got. What is all this nonsense you're suddenly spouting? The saintess just chuckled and shook her head. You'll find out soon enough. Right after that, a magic circle flared up under her feet. She gave him a nasty smile and said, Stay safe until we meet again. And with that, the saintess vanished right before Junu's eyes, leaving him completely lost. That crazy lady shows up, spouts a bunch of weird stuff, and then just disappears. What on earth is she plotting? Everything begins today. The game wasn't even officially live, so like a huge main quest from Chapter 1, no way that was happening. But then a crazy thought hit him. He whipped out his phone and saw today was the God-slaying festival, which totally lined up with Chapter 10. In the game, the saints made the same exact announcement, so like, could it actually be happening? While Junu's mind was racing, the clock was ticking down. The second the clock hit 12 midnight, a massive explosion rocked everything, and the whole festival just descended into chaos. Junu looked up at the smoke and fire thinking, crap, it's go time. Chapter 1. The Sion crisis was officially on. Monsters and demonic beasts just popped up out of thin air, swarming everyone in insane numbers. Junu didn't even think twice. He just charged in gun ready. He yelled out orders, Hold this flank with the other holy knights. The guy nodded like, got it, but what are you gonna do? Junu just said, real chill. There's someone I have to protect first. And then he was gone. Literally every corner of this place was getting wrecked by monsters. Soren and Janet were doing everything they could to take them down. See, in the game when the Sion terror attack went down, Callie's parents were killed in the chaos. That whole thing totally broke her and was the reason she pushed herself to become a transcendent. But this time they had a protector. Soren and Janet saw him show up and were so hyped, yelling, Master! It was Junu, of course, and there was no way he was letting that tragedy happen on his watch. At the same time, Callie, safe in her parents' arms, saw Junu appear like some kind of hero, and her eyes were just full of stars. Right after that, the three of them, Master and students, teamed up to wreck some monsters. In the middle of all the chaos, a car was tearing through the streets. Junu was behind the wheel, hitting up John on the phone. On the other end of the line, John picked up and was straight to the point. Warrior Kim, I'm kinda swamped with this sun attack. Can we talk later? But Junu cut him off. No, this can't wait. Even though this attack was hitting all of Seoul, it was all a distraction for one target. Realizing this, he said, the president is in serious trouble. His words made John freak out. What are you, for real? But I heard the Blue House is locked down tight. Junu was super calm. It's real. He's not there. I'm sending you his location now. And with that, he floored it. During the Gods Festival, there was only one place the single president would be: his secret girlfriend's house. A second later, Junu's car was hovering in the air right over the high-rises. The magic spirit was a little unsure. We're here. Should we, land on the roof? No time, Junu shot back, shaking his head and climbing onto the side of the car. Wherever the president was, security was going to be insane. To get past all that and get there fast, he only had one move: jump down and smash right through the special glass. With a massive crash, Junu busted through the security glass, landing in total chaos. A guy was pulling at a girl hiding in the corner. It was the president, and he looked totally terrified. When he saw Junu, he scrambled to ask, Are you a swordsman? Junu totally ignored him and rushed to the couple, asking, You guys okay? The president didn't answer, just screamed, Look out behind you. Someone was trying to jump Junu from behind. Luckily, he was fast enough to spin around and block with his sword, but the force of it still knocked him back a few steps. Junu narrowed his eyes at the person in front of him. So she finally decided to show up the main boss from the Seiyun Terror chapter. The Executioner Queen, a level 7 superhuman. She said, her voice like ice. Well, Kim. Looks like I just hit the jackpot. Junu just stayed quiet, his face dead serious. The Executioner Queen didn't give a crap, and just kept talking with this creepy smile. If I take you out and dump your body in Gwangwon, that old tiger is gonna be absolutely crushed. Then she whipped out her blade, the Japanese sword Yodo Masamune. Every time that thing hits an enemy, it slaps them with a random curse. Junu knew all about this sword's nasty trick. While his mind was racing, the Executioner Queen yelled aggressively, Let's see what you've got! Let's see if that old geezer actually taught you anything. And just like that, she unleashed this insane blood-red slash that flew right at him. Junu knew better than to mess around and blocked it with his shield, but even so, he still coughed up a mouthful of blood. He couldn't believe how much power was in just one blocked hit. In contrast, the Executioner Queen just smirked and said, Not bad. Let's see you block this one. And she swung her sword down again. This time Junu couldn't stop it and got sent flying. He bit his lip hard. The Queen's whole deal wasn't defense. It was all-out attack. To last even one more second, he had to fight fire with fire. Going at this half-assed wasn't going to cut it. With that thought, Junu charged straight at her like a moth to a flame. In a flash, he was right behind the Executioner Queen. Yet she just stood there super chill with this look of total disgust on her face. So pathetic. Just drop dead. Then the Executioner Queen spun around and lunged with her sword. But Junu was a step ahead. He'd already thrown up a shield to block her. In the same move, he switched up his stats and blasted her with a counterattack that sent the Queen flying. Not giving her a single second to breathe, Junu rushed in again, just hammering down on her relentlessly. The Executioner Queen was totally on the defensive now. Grinding her teeth, she hissed, You little punk! But Junu was completely unfazed. He was laser-focused on the Executioner Queen's one and only weakness getting up in her face. One wrong move and he was toast, but he had to go for it. They clashed like crazy swordlight and mana exploding everywhere. Watching it all go down, the president was just standing there completely frozen in terror. Even deep in the fight, they were totally deadlocked. Junu bit his lip, thinking, Dang it, it's because of the Queen's ridiculously OP passive talent. And none of my attacks are doing a single thing. Just then, Junu's non-stop pressure finally made the Executioner Queen snap. She screamed, You're like a cockroach that won't die. This ends now. After that, she sent Junu flying back with a massive slash from her sword, then gave him a death glare. The Queen's voice was ice cold. Not bad. You're tougher than I expected. Got any last words? Junu didn't say a thing. Instead, he yelled, Red, get the president out of here, like right now! While they were fighting, the car had already scooped up the president from his hiding spot and was speeding off. By the time the Queen noticed, it was already too late. She made a last-ditch effort to stop them, but the car had already peeled out and disappeared. Junu let out a little laugh, totally taunting her. So what's your next move? It looks like your target got away. That one line was enough to make the Executioner Queen absolutely lose her mind. She seethed, "You little snake, this was your plan from the start, wasn't it?" As she spoke, she started swinging her sword like a maniac. This was it, the Executioner Queen's ultimate skill, heaven and earth annihilation. Junu watched the terrifying wave of blood-red mana creep toward him, feeling a tiny bit of worry creep in. The curse had him totally pinned down. But was he out of options? As if Junu suddenly smirked as the ring on his finger started to glow. It was the escape ring, his one-time ticket out of any battle. Junu gripped the ring and yelled, "It's been real, you crazy old hag!" A wave of mana instantly surrounded his body. When the queen's sword finally came crashing down, Junu was gone, and it just smashed into the dirt. This made her absolutely scream with rage. That freaking kid! The next thing Junu knew, he was splashing around in his own bathtub. Junu came up for air, gasping. Man, that was way too close. If the Tower Master hadn't given me that escape ring, I'd be so dead right now. Such a relief. Junu frowned and mumbled to himself. Okay, the general should have gotten to the building by now. I wonder if they managed to catch the Executioner Queen. With how strong she is, it's probably a long shot. But I can't worry about that right now. First things first, I need to heal. So Junu just kicked back in the tub to chill. He was only pulled out of it when his phone started buzzing. Annoyed, he picked it up and answered, totally exhausted. Hello? Soren's panicked voice immediately exploded from the other side. That scream totally snapped Junu out of his daze. Soren just kept going. Sir, why haven't you been picking up my calls? It's been a few days, Junu mumbled back. I was just resting. But then it hit him, and he sat up straight. Wait, did you say days? Soren's voice was full of irritation. You heard me. Do you have any clue how worried I was? You sent those bizarre messages and then just completely vanished? Confused. Junu opened his phone to check his texts. Okay, yeah, the messages were pretty weird. He felt kinda bad and apologized, but Soren totally ignored him and kept going. Whatever, that's not the important part. Do you have any idea where I am right now? Hearing that, Junu frowned and asked where. Soren's voice dropped to a whisper. I'm at the Blue House with Janet. The president wants to see you. Junu just casually replied as he was getting out of the tub. Okay, I get it. I'll be right there. Time to go collect his reward. A little later at the Blue House, the president greeted Junu like a hero the second he walked in. He said, full of gratitude, "Thank you truly for risking everything to save my life." Are you feeling all right? Junu just smiled and said, I'm 100% recovered. I mean, the Mystic Scroll and the elixir did most of the work. Right then, a massive hand slapped him on the back. It was John. He'd just gotten there and was laughing. See what I tell you? The kid shows up without a single scratch, am I right? The Tower Master was there too, laughing happily. It looks like that elixir worked like a charm, eh? Make sure you remember to thank our magic tower for it. Junu was just like, seriously, why are they all being so nice to me all of a sudden? He thought. Just then, the president came over and said, Thank you again, Warrior Kim. This is just a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Then he held out a box. Inside was a full SL-grade Star Painter armor set. Its trait was, you guessed it, Star Painter. This thing was seriously overpowered. It could change its whole setup to give you an advantage with every single trait switch. If you switch the trait to Swordsman, it boosts your attack and agility. If you switch it to the Warrior trait, it jacks up your strength and durability. And if you switch it to Sharpshooter, your attack and movement speed get a huge buff. It was like this thing was practically custom-made for Junu. Totally top-tier stuff. Thinking that, Junu happily took it and said, Thank you. I'll make sure to put it to good use. Just then, another hand landed on his shoulder, making him jump a little. Before he could even figure out what was happening, both the Tower Master and John shouted excitedly, All right, time to get down to business. And just like that, Junu found himself dragged into a conference room with the two of them and the president. The president stood in the middle of the room and announced, We are. So they were tracking Shiny, the leader of this whole rogue crew, the one they called the Executioner Queen. Junu just stood there, scoping out the map on the table. He'd seen this thing a million times. It was basically the quest map for Chapter 1. If this was just a game, the whole thing would have been over in a flash. But this was the real deal, involving the commander of the Western Corps, a total war hero, just like the big boss of the Eastern Corps. A bunch of cultural big shots and even the Superhuman Association strike team had all joined up. For real, having the government on your side makes a huge difference. So that's why the bishop's army wanted to take out the president. And then there was what the saint said that day. Junu kinda wanted to see what she'd do next. Now it feels like Chapter 1 ended way too fast. Over the next few days, news hyping up Junu was all over the papers and every website. Seeing it, Soren and Janet were totally freaking out like, Teacher, the internet is blowing up about you right now. Looks like that whole showdown at the Indian embassy got a ton of attention. Luckily, it seems like Chapter 1 is a wrap. Junu needed to get back to focusing on his own training. So, he drove the two girls back to his private spot. But the second they hopped out of the car, Janet saw something. It was Aim with his wife and daughter. They were right in front of Junu's house. Seeing him, Aim rushed over to say hi. Greetings, Master of the Black Tiger Sword. I came to show you how grateful I am. Junu gave a little nod and replied, Yeah, I get it. This was the golden opportunity to recruit Ki. He had to say something. But before he could even get a word out, Ki suddenly stepped forward. She looked at Junu with this super determined expression and said, "Teacher, I want to be your student." Junu was totally floored. He hadn't even done a thing. He asked all confused, "A student? What are you talking about?" Callie slowly started to explain. During that whole recent mess, she realized that people need strength, so she wanted to be just as strong as Junu's other two students, Soren and Janet. Callie was 100% serious, bowing her head super low to Junu. "I'm begging you, please teach me." Before Junu could even answer, Assam cried out totally alarmed, "Callie, are you sure you won't regret this? Please really think about it." Junu understood why Kaylee's parents were so freaked out. Kaylee's grandmother was once the master of the Karatri, and she was turned into some kind of twisted creature while she was exploring a rift. When members of the ambassador's family come of age, the whole destiny of the goddess Kali thing kicks in. And if they try to fight their destiny, it's pretty much the end of the line for them. Because of that, they've got no choice but to follow the same path as their ancestors. But like, what century are we living in? With that thought, Junu immediately jumped in. "Mr. Ambassador, no Kali's father." This was his chance to snag the last of the top 3 warriors. He had to take it right. So Junu spoke with total conviction. "I get your good intentions for humanity, and I also get the whole destiny thing that's been passed down in your family." Hearing those words, Aim couldn't help but gasp, totally shocked. "How do you even know about that?" Junu just ignored him and kept going cool as ever. "I understand your concerns, but Kaylee has the potential to protect herself." Hearing this, Aim asked doubtfully, "Are you saying you know a way for our Kali to not have to suffer through that?" Nodding like it was no big deal, Junu replied casually, "That's right. To do that, Kali has to become a superhuman. He said that if they trusted her with him, he would definitely make that happen." Aim still wasn't buying it, hesitating and muttering, "She's an innocent kid who's never even held a sword. She can't become a superhuman. There has to be another way." But worried sick about her kid, his wife spoke up to try and convince him. After a moment of silence, Aim looked at Callie and asked, "Has your decision changed?" Callie shook her head dead serious. "No, I'll do great. Please just believe in me." Aim walked over and patted her shoulder, his voice filled with so much love. "This is going to be a really hard path. But if you're prepared, then you have to follow your heart. You have to beat your fate and survive." Hearing him agree, Callie cheered, "Yes, I will." Later at the training ground, Junu squinted at Callie and asked, "So you've made your final decision?" Callie, who had no idea what was coming for her, nodded eagerly. "Yes, sir." Hearing that, Junu threw his head back and let out a huge laugh. "Well then, Callie, your personal training from hell starts tonight." His smile was so terrifying it made Callie tremble and mumble, "I'm in your care, teacher." A few days later, upbeat music was blasting in the training room as Callie, decked out in comfy clothes, danced like her life depended on it. A Kalarachi is both a dancer and an assassin, all rolled into one. Junu had already unlocked her stealth trait, so now only the dancer trait was left. It was time for Callie to unlock it. Callie just kept dancing like that until this magical energy wrapped around her body and bam, the dancer trait was unlocked. Just as Junu thought Callie was a total natural, and the groundwork to fight her destiny was officially laid. All that was left was to level up. Junu walked over, handed Callie a towel and said, "You're seriously crushing it. You've already hit level 3. Callie took the towel, nodded and said, "Thank you, teacher." Then she started to wipe her face. Seeing how totally wiped Callie was, Junu suggested, "Let's take a quick break. Your stamina is still pretty low. It's better not to push yourself too hard." But she shook her head and shot him down. "No, I'm fine. Please let's start the next training session right away." Callie wanted to get as strong as Soren and Janet ASAP, but Soren was already level 5 and Janet was level 4. She was pushing herself like crazy, not even realizing how intense it all was. Junu tried to calm her down like, "Yo, you've got the same raw talent as those two." So he told Callie to just take it steady with her training and everything would totally work out. No need to rush it. If you totally overdo it, you're just gonna mess yourself up. Hearing that, Callie quickly nodded and was like, "Okay, got it." Just then, Junu's phone blew up, so he stepped outside to take the call, telling Callie to catch a break. The caller was Chunbok, and dude was so hyped you could hear it through the phone. "Kim, no master of the Black Tiger Sword. This is Kim Chunbok." Junu frowned a little like, "Hey, long time no see, what's up?" Chunbok shot back, "Okay, so someone just threw down a challenge for the Black Tiger Sword. You remember him, right? The King of Destruction?" Junu got it immediately. So this guy wanted to challenge him and put his fist authority on the line. Thinking that he just gave a chill nod and said, "Yeah, I remember." Chunbok went on, "This time they're putting up diamonds as the prize and also a fragment of Mars." Hearing that, Junu's eyes totally widened. A fragment of Mars. Of course he knew exactly what that was. The Martian combat arts were locked inside it. Junu was instantly hyped. This was basically the quest to get his hands on it. Chunbok spoke again. "The big match is going down in 2 weeks, and it's gonna be a 4-on-4 battle. You and—" Junu answered without skipping a beat. "Of course. See you then." With that, he hung up. He had 2 weeks to put a team together. Junu needed a squad that could guarantee a total win against that King of Destruction. He had a few decent people in mind like Soren or Ewan, but he'd never run with them in a team fight, so it'd be kinda tricky. But Junu had another team lineup in mind. He put his phone away and smirked. Just as I thought. That other formation is the best. 2 weeks later at the underground arena, the match referee announced in this huge voice, "Today's battle is about to begin. Warriors enter the ring now." And the King of Destruction's team stepped forward. Right behind him were 3 old dudes, the Flying Dragon King, the Demon King, and the Heavenly King. The Flying Dragon King checked out his opponents and sneered, "You little brats, I may be old, but I've still got plenty of fight left in me, so you better bring your A-game." Junu squinted at the 3 old guys in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. He expected the King of Destruction to bring some heavy hitters, but he couldn't believe the guy brought 3 level 6 masters into the arena. But it was whatever. Junu had a way to win. His squad today was made up of Fist Authority, another dude Priest Kim, and the last one was Mage Kim. Back when he played the game, he'd never used this trio, the Kim clan team. With this lineup, Junu knew exactly what strategy to pull. He was 100% getting that Mars fragment. A few days ago, after taking the King of Destruction's challenge, Junu had called 3 people to his house Fist Authority. Priest Kim and Mage Kim. They didn't have any issues and showed up right away, all of them happy to help out. This was a totally standard team with a warrior, a catalyst, a mage, and a priest. Junu used this lineup pretty often, but the Kim team had one weak spot. Thinking about it, he said seriously, "Okay, first up, our team's biggest problem is defense." Hearing this, Priest Kim nodded and was like, "Don't worry about that, I've got support abilities." Mage Kim suddenly raised his hand, muttering all bummed out, "Ahem, so am I the weakest link?" Junu shook his head, trying to reassure him. "It's fine. You don't need to blame yourself. I mean, our opponents are total vets in the arena, so going head-to-head with them is going to be a little tough." Iron Fist looked at him, super focused, and asked kinda hesitantly, "So what's your plan?" Junu just chuckled and replied, "There are 2 things to remember. The first is how to attack, and the second is that this is a total free-for-all. So right now, a brawl has totally broken out in the arena. Pretty simple strategy, right? But man, it's giving those old geezers a seriously hard time." The 3 of them each locked down an opponent, completely disrupting the enemy team's whole flow, and Junu was facing off against the Flying Dragon King. He was hovering in the air, smirking as he said, "I can't believe you'd pull such a lame-o move. Do we look like easy targets to you?" And with that, the Flying Dragon King started his attack. Junu was super chilled, just as he'd expected. They were totally underestimating his squad and starting to break their formation. The Flying Dragon King stuck out his prosthetic arm, getting ready to fire. Instantly, a pitch-black cannonball shot straight for Junu. He knew that aerial attacks were the Flying Dragon King's signature move, but he had a plan. A second later, Junu switched his attribute to air cannon. In the blink of an eye, the sky was just filled with a bunch of small explosions, smoke, and fire. Meanwhile, Junu safely took off and flew high into the air, making the Flying Dragon King totally freak out. "You can fly!" But before he could even process it, Junu had already sliced the cannonball in 2. At the same time, a huge slash of sword energy shot forward. The Flying Dragon King freaked when he saw it, but it was way too late. The sword energy just exploded in a flash. Seeing this happen, the Celestial King was totally stunned. The Destruction King also cried out, all worried, "Uncle Flying Dragon." But in that split second he was distracted, Iron Fist threw a punch, sending the Destruction King straight to the ground. Iron Fist then took his chance and aimed the gun barrel in his prosthetic arm right at him. Seeing all this, Junu smiled, totally satisfied. I mean, compared to Iron Fist's raw power, the Destruction King was a total pushover. So next up were the other 2. Priest Kim and Mage Kim were still throwing down with the Celestial King and the Sorcerer King. Junshu kinda had to laugh. Everyone was following his plan and totally nailing it. A little while ago, he'd told the 2 of them not to use any magic. Back then, they were both totally shocked, like, what? How are we even supposed to fight? Junshu just calmly told them, "First, just stay on them and mess with their flow. You'll see an opening. That's when you use your magic." So back to the fight, the Celestial King started casting some huge attack spell. In a flash, this crazy bright light filled the whole arena, making Priest Kim and Mage Kim shield their eyes. At the same time, the Sorcerer King unleashed his own magic. He screamed, "Game over, time to die," and bam, this insane crimson beam of magic shot right at them. In that insane down-to-the-wire moment, Junshu jumped in and threw up a shield to protect them. Right after he yelled, "Priest Kim, bless me now!" Priest Kim totally jumped on it, nodding like, "You got it, just like we planned." Outside the shield, the magic beams just kept hammering them. It didn't take long for Junshu to get the barrier attribute. Seeing them just defending, the Sorcerer King sneered, "Is hiding all you little punks know how to do?" But the Celestial King sensed something was off and yelled, "Wait, Sorcerer King! I'm feeling some seriously weird energy." Meanwhile, Junshu was just standing there like a total boss, completely untouched. Mage Kim walked up to him and asked, "Ready to wrap this up?" He gave a little nod and replied, "Yeah, let's finish this." The second he said it, Junshu whipped out Thor's hammer, and Mage Kim started pouring his magic right into it. And just like that, a fire phoenix burst into existence. Junshu charged forward with the hammer and the fire phoenix. He smirked and said with total confidence, "This is Team Kim's win." Then with a massive bang, the whole arena just exploded, covering the place in smoke and fire. The ref immediately announced, "The match is over. Victory goes to Team Kim." Right then, Junshu also unlocked the Fearless attribute. The requirement was to beat 3 high-level enemies in a row. and thanks to that Destruction King dude, he totally met all the conditions to get it. While Junshu was kind of spacing out, the Destruction King walked up and said, "We lost." Junshu just gave a small nod and replied, "It was a good fight." The Destruction King, being a man of his word, pulled out a piece of the fire crystal and handed it to Junshu. He said coolly, "Here's what I promised. The rest goes to each of your team members." Junshu was so hyped to see it. He finally got his hands on the fire crystal fragment, the one thing that could awaken Soren's swordsmanship. He was so stoked he couldn't help but say, "Hey, if you ever want a rematch, just hit me up." The Flying Dragon King just laughed and said, "Nah, I don't think so. I think it's about time for me to retire." He was like, "Our time is over. A new age has started." Junshu's crew just watched them walk away without saying a word. The next day over at Junshu's place in the training room, the sound of swords clashing was non-stop, as Soren and Junshu were sparring. The two of them were totally locked in a fierce battle, and after a minute, they both jumped back. Junshu gave her a serious look. Soren stood up straight and said clearly, "Master, you're not getting tired yet." "Are you 'cause I'm coming again?" And just like that, she charged forward with everything she had. A crazy amount of mana was just swirling around her. This was the power of the Heavenly Slaughter Star. A few hours before, after they got back, Junshu had pulled Soren aside and gave her the fire crystal fragment. She was totally shocked, like, "Huh, you're giving this to me?" "Yep," Junshu said all casual. "In my hands, the fire crystal fragment is basically useless. It only reacts to you, Soren." Soren held it looking kinda serious as she mumbled to herself, "But just looking at this is giving me a weird vibe." Junshu just shook his head and reassured her, "It's cool, don't fight it. Just let the mana inside you do its thing." Taking his advice, Soren sat down cross-legged and started to connect with the Mars fragment. The three great sword styles weren't just about fighting. They were also about growing your mana. That's exactly why Junshu couldn't just teach them a specific way to control their mana. After a little bit, Soren's eyes snapped open. Without even hesitating, she drew her sword. The whole vibe in the room got super intense, and then this blood-red magic energy just appeared. This was the true form of the Heavenly Killing Star, the power of Mars, the god of war, the Heavenly Killing Star god. Soren had basically unlocked all the core traits of the Mars sword style. She still couldn't believe it, mumbling in a total daze. "This is unreal, but I keep getting all these bad feelings in my head." Junshu kinda chuckled, patting her shoulder. "Chill, that's totally normal. That's the power of the Heavenly Killing Star for ya. Just roll with it and focus up. The more you fight, the stronger you'll get." Soren nodded like, "Thanks. Seriously, how can I ever pay you back?" Junshu got this sneaky grin and said all mysterious, "You can pay me back right now," which left her totally clueless. Junshu grabbed his sword again, raised an eyebrow and was like, "So what if I became your asterisk student, teach me the Mars sword style?" And just like that, they started training together. Once she got the hang of the Mars sword style, Soren was crazy fast and hit like a truck. Plus her stamina and mana were bouncing back super quick, so Junu was on the ropes in no time. He was like, "For real, this sword style is totally broken." If Key's moves were like a graceful dance, then Soren's was a straight-up war dance. The second their swords hit, Junu started feeling this vibe like the whole world was drowning in a sea of blood. In a flash, Soren just froze, her eyes bugging out. Junu's whole aura had flipped, and so they kept going at it. It didn't take long for Junu to flip the script and send Soren flying. She smashed into the wall behind her and bam, it just exploded. Junu had finally unlocked the perks of the Mars sword style. He smirked all satisfied. "So this is the Heavenly Killing Star, huh?" But then it hit him. Soren, the one he just launched, was still just laying there. He got worried and was like, "Yo, Soren, you good?" She just snapped back all ticked off. "Do I look good?" And yeah, that was pretty much the end of training. So Soren went to crash. As for Junu, after hitting the shower, he went out on the balcony to chill with some tea. He was so close to hitting level 6 but just needed a little more. Looked like he needed to get out there and grind for more XP. Thinking that, Junu whipped out his phone. He looked at it and grinned. Times like these, you gotta call in the right person. The next day over at Cho's office, Junu rolled up to grab a mission. The second Cho spotted him, he started laughing. Well, look what the cat dragged in. The pride of the org. Our top earner and cook's here too." Junu just blew past them, plopped down and cut to the chase. "Anyway, you said something about a big mission." Cho gave a little nod and switched into broker mode. "I'll give you the rundown." He asked Junu if he'd heard the terrorist alliance got totally wiped, right? Junu nodded like, "Yeah, I know. That alliance was the crew behind the whole Chapter 1 disaster. But unlike in the game, the government led this huge crackdown and just annihilated them. Trying to rebuild that whole org now would be like super hard. Right now, the executioner Queen Shinyarin and what's left of her crew are scattered and getting wrecked all over the place." Then Cho was like, "So the military hit us up, and we finally pinned down their location." Kizak sighed and chimed in, "But one of them is holed up somewhere we can't get to." Junu kind of frowned, asking, "Is this place a major pain or something?" Kook just shrugged. "The monster village, yeah. One of those terrorists is a mutant." Hearing that, Junu just felt this wave of course. In the monster village, all mutants are basically family. Kizak shook his head. "But these terrorists are seriously dangerous. Still, that bear keeps protecting them, which makes things impossible for us. But man, I really didn't expect Hunter Kim would have a connection to the monster village. Talk about fate. Junu nodded, getting it. So that's the deal. Still, he couldn't just jump on it to get to level 6. He couldn't just go charging into the monster village, but saying no wasn't a good look either. While Junu was thinking it over, Cook slid a photo across the table. In the pic was a salamander. The guy slowly explained, "That's his pic. The salamander mutant hiding out in the monster village. Doesn't he just scream terrorist?" Junu grabbed the photo and checked it out. For a good minute before frowning and shooting back, "You're telling me this thing is a mutant?" Cook just nodded. "Yeah, what's the issue? Thing is, this salamander was not a mutant. This was the mid-boss of Chapter 1 Salamander Senior, a high-tech biocriminal. This dude was playing the big bear, so Junu took the mission. And just like that, Junu traveled all night to get to the Village of Hope. He was pretty sure that once Big Bear found out the truth, he'd be on board. It wasn't a guarantee he'd listen, but it was worth a shot. But right when he was getting close, a massive explosion just ripped through the air, totally freaking Junu out. Isn't that where the Village of Hope is? So that salamander guy already made his move. Smoke and fire just filled the sky way out there. All the creatures in the village were totally drained, just shaking uncontrollably on the ground. Even the big bear couldn't stop trembling. He struggled up. Something was caught in his throat as he mumbled out, "What's happening? It's a mana bomb." Junu came running in from a distance, yelling. When the big bear saw him, he was like, "Swordsman Kim, what are you doing here?" Junu shot back. "Heard there was a terrorist here. This has got to be his doing. He's a criminal faking being a mutant." Hearing that, the big bear was totally shocked. What? He was faking it? But before he could even process it, some creature ran up yelling, "Chief Snakebone is gone, and the salamander vanished too." The big bear just froze, completely clueless about what to do. Junu was all urgent. "We're out of time. At this rate, everyone's gonna turn into a bomb and blow up." And for real, the creatures in the village were in so much pain. So Junu yelled, "Quick, put up a barrier." The big bear didn't even hesitate. "Got it." Then he booked it over to the divine tree. The big bear dropped to his knees, his voice pleading, "Godmother, oh great mother, you gotta protect us." The second he said it, the divine tree started glowing. Then these streams of mana just shot out from it, covering the whole village in a flash. The creatures started to chill out too. Seeing that Junshu was like, "Yo, keep this barrier up. I'm gonna go find that psycho in Snakebone." The big bear looked all worried and asked him, "You sure you're gonna be okay by yourself?" Junshu gave a slight nod. "I've already changed the sixth sense trait," he said, sounding super confident. "I'll find him fast and be right back." And with that, Junshu took off deeper into the village. The whole area was covered in this nasty fog. He scrunched up his face and mumbled, "Yeah, this has got to be the spot." But then, like out of nowhere, a voice from behind him yelled, "Teacher!" making Junshu totally jump and spin around. It was Soren. He frowned all confused and was like, "What are you even doing here?" Soren just smiled and said, "You called me, remember to help." Junshu was like completely shocked. "Huh, I did?" But then it clicked, and he got this little smirk. "Oh yeah, that's right. That's why you're here to back me up." But the second he said it, he like stumbled, and Soren had to catch him. She sounded super worried. "Teacher, are you okay?" Junshu grabbed his head, gritting his teeth. "I'm fine, but this is so weird. My body feels like jelly." As she helped him walk, Soren said, all concerned, "You seriously need to rest. Let me go check things out." Junshu looked a little doubtful, asking, "You sure you got this?" Soren smirked and was like, "Totally. Just leave everything to me. And rest in peace." The moment she said that, she whipped out a knife and went right for him. The smell of blood was suddenly everywhere. But when she looked again, Soren's eyes went wide. She couldn't believe it. Junshu was standing there totally fine. The knife was like knocked right out of her hand. He smirked. "You really thought I'd fall for a lame illusion like that?" Then a vial of holy water just appeared in Junshu's hand. He'd actually stabbed his own leg just to stay awake. Right then, the Soren in front of him just poofed into a cloud of black smoke. When the smoke cleared, Junshu's eyes narrowed at what he saw, like on instinct. Because Snakebone was tied to a pillar with a bunch of IV bags pumping stuff into his body. Seeing it, Junshu totally lost it and roared, "You sicko, are you trying to turn a mutant into a bomb?" The salamander back in his real form just sneered. "These mutants are so dumb. Thanks to them, I get to pull off the perfect little disaster. And now I've finally got you, you annoying swordsman." Junshu's eyes got real thin, and he said with total disgust, "You think this asterisk is enough to stop me? Guess it's time to break out the new toys. Fresh out of the box, Fury, Fortitude, Assault, Destruction, Peerless, and Massacre. You mix those 6 traits together, you get the Firestar Sword style. We're talking 1 against 1,000. Junshu was a total pro at using the synergy of his Firestar style. In a split second, the salamander's goons were blasted with these red mana beams, and they all started freaking out. Junshu's eyes were literally glowing with this crazy light as he scoffed. "You seriously picked the wrong dude to mess with." As soon as he said it, Junshu charged a sword in one hand and an axe in the other. In like a blink, his sword was covered in blood. The whole crew, salamander included, was totally wiped out. Junshu cracked a satisfied smile. "Now that's some insane power." Right after that, he rescued Snakebone and carried him back to the Village of Hope. Seeing the state he was in, the big bear freaked out. Snakebone, what did they do to you? Junshu's face was grim. He's lost way too much mana. He's about to go totally wild. You gotta take him to the godmother. Okay. The big bear nodded fast, then carried Snakebone over to the divine tree and pleaded, Godmother, please, you have to save Snakebone. But the voice from the translator was the divine tree's, and it sounded so sad. It's too late. There's nothing else I can do. Hearing that, the big bear was just horrified, stuttering, No way. Just then, a super weak Snakebone lifted a shaky hand and called out, Bear, bear! The big bear rushed to his side, asking all worried, Are you okay? You're awake? Snakebone was shaking as he begged, Bear, you have to end it for me. Instantly, the big bear looked totally horrified. He yelled super angry, What are you talking about, end it? Junshu felt pretty helpless too. It was probably the only way. If Snakebone's mana core goes wild, the explosion would be big enough to wipe out the whole village. But the big bear just cried out, completely wrecked. I just can't do it. Even if it meant my own life, I could never. Just when everyone was losing all hope, Junshu spoke up, I might have a way. The big bear's face totally lit up as he yelled, For real. But Junshu didn't want him to get his hopes up, so he said kinda cautiously, There's like a 90% chance it'll fail. And if something goes wrong, I could get hurt too. But what Snakebone said the first time they said goodbye was still stuck in his head. Maybe it was worth risking everything to save him. Even with the risks, the big bear was determined, saying, Even if there's only a 1% chance to save Snakebone, I don't even care. Just do it whatever it takes. Junshu gave a little nod like, Got it. First get a bathtub ready for me. The people outside totally bolted. Then Junshu looked over at the giant bear and was like, Hey, the Hunters Association is waiting outside the forest. You gotta let them through. The bear did exactly what he said, clearing a path so Keok's crew could get in. The old dude handed Junshu a suitcase and said, Here's the stuff you asked for. You good or you need something else? Junshu slowly answered, Nah, Mr. Chairman, I'm all set. Did all the top-tier soldiers get the mana cores and lubricants out of their prosthetics? Keok asked, frowning a little. Like, how much of that stuff do you need? Junu shot back, I need every last drop. The only way to save Bone Snake was to give her a human body, so Junsu was brewing up some crazy potion for her. After that, he dropped Bone Snake's body right in. This was a long-shot move. Something from way after the nuclear war chapter, but it was totally worth a try. All he needed was a sacrifice from someone who'd hit like god level. And lucky for him, a divine tree was right there. With that thought, Junshu got real serious. Divine tree, I need some of your blood to save Bone Snake. Are you in? Those words made the great bear totally freak out. Whoa, hold up, the godmother's blood. The divine tree paused for a sec, then was like, Fine, you can have it. She then poured her life force right into Junu's vial. Junu quickly downed one mouthful for Bone Snake and saved the other for himself. Then Junu fired up 3 traits: Divine Power, Holy Light, and Aura. With those 3, he could totally match their power even if it was just for a second. And then Junu would phase into the space the divine tree let him enter. And just like that, everything around him warped. This was the divine tree's personal realm, and she'd brought guests, 2 actual gods. Junsu felt totally insignificant next to them, but their sacred relics were like buzzing for him. As long as these 3 gods were together, Junu could totally shatter the probability correction system and instantly level up. A second later, the sky over the Village of Hope was covered in these insane black clouds. Then 2 more epic streams of magic showed up. All 3 of them zapped right down onto Junsu and Bone Snake's bodies. Seeing this, the great bear couldn't help but yell, No way, lightning is hitting Bone Snake head on. Keok was just as clueless. Nobody had any idea what was going on. Meanwhile, Junsu was still wrapped up in all that magic. Before long, lightning kept hammering down from the sky, lighting up a whole corner of the village like crazy. When the storm finally died down, the bathtub where Bone Snake was chilling was letting off a ton of steam. Junu smirked and said, All right, Bone, rise and shine. The second he said that, a hand slowly reached out from the tub. A moment later, this girl with crazy gold shimmering hair appeared. Junshu smiled, totally satisfied. It actually worked. She's for real in a human body now, or more like an artificial one. Bone Snake in her new human form hopped right out of the tub looking completely human. Junshu quickly grabbed a cloth to cover her up, smiling as he said, Congrats, you got a new body. Bone Snake looked at him so grateful and whispered, Thank you. This feels so unreal. The wind on my skin, the smell of the grass, and the fresh air. I haven't felt this in so long. It's like a dream. I actually have a body now. But as soon as she said it, her body just wobbled, and the great bear totally freaked out. Is Snake you good? Tell me you're okay? Junu was getting a weird vibe too. Asterisk strange. This should have worked. While everyone was confused, Bone Snake suddenly coughed, and this round treasure just materialized in her hand. Junu knew what it was instantly. That was the SSR ring of prophecy from the end of her personal quest. Bone Snake stared at it. Her eyes narrowed and she whispered softly, So this asterisk is what the godmother prophesied. Hearing that, the great bear was totally lost, scratching its head. A prophecy. What even is that? Bone Snake put the ring in his hand, then smiled and said, "You gave me back my body. Now it's my turn to give a piece of myself to you." The Ring of Prophecy was exactly what it sounded like, basically a cheat code that could give you any info in the game. For instance, it could spill the tea on what's in a treasure chest, or even pull up maps for related random dungeons. Junu was totally floored by this reward. While he was still processing, Bone Snake pulled out a manicore and handed it to him. "You should probably take this too." Jun couldn't help but ask, "Wait, this is a manicore, right? Even if you're not a mutant, don't you still need this?" Bone Snake just shook her head and said, "It's cool. If you're trying to hit level 6, you're gonna need my manicore." That's what she told me. Right then, the divine tree started shaking and a single leaf floated down into Bone Snake's hand. She unfolded it real quick and saw there was writing on it. After reading it, she announced, "The Godmother just gave us the cheat sheet for hitting level 6. Junshu was like totally speechless when he heard that. Bone Snake started breaking it down. "According to this, you're gonna need manicores from other mutants too." As soon as she said that, the Great Bear immediately jumped in. "Dude, you're the hero of our village. This is the least we can do. Take all the manicores I've been saving up." And right after that, everyone else in the village started shouting that he could have theirs too. Junshu couldn't help but smile. He knew these were probably super important keepsakes from their teachers' parents or friends. But they were giving them up anyway. He was seriously so grateful to them. The next day, Junu was back in the city heading for this massive skyscraper. His 3 disciples were trailing right behind him. Storin was just staring at everything for a minute before she finally asked, "Wait, for real, you own this whole building?" Junu just gave a little nod and said, "Yep, just bought it. Cash is king, you know." Just then, Choso came running up from across the way, waving and yelling, "Hey, Superman Kim!" Junu laughed a little and said, "Director Choi, you're here bright and early." Choso had this huge grin on his face and was like, "You bet I'm the manager of this place now? Seriously, it's an honor. So, all right, let me show you guys around this place." Hearing this, Soren's crew was totally hyped. They were all stoked to hit the cafeteria, but then Junu was like, "Nah, let's hit the training room." And just like that, the vibe totally died for Soren's crew. A few minutes later in the training room, Junu and his 3 trainees were getting down to business. Kai was a level 3 superhuman, Janet was a level 4, and the top dog was still Soren, a level 5 superhuman. On top of that, Junu jumped into the training too. His speed was insane. Like so fast you literally couldn't even see him. Junu had switched his trait to swordsman, and had even ascended to level 6. After a super intense session, Junu paused to watch his 3 students. They were really starting to build a solid foundation. Now he could finally focus on his own grind. Thanks to the Ring of Prophecy, Junu managed to snag all the items he needed to hit level 6. Plus, he totally mastered the Eastern Army's ultimate moves, the Black Fox sword style and Hellfire. After stacking up so many new skills like this, the high-tier Swordmaster trait was basically in the bag. But to actually use that trait, his current training routine just wasn't going to cut it. That's why he was having a super hard time controlling the Fire Essence sword style. Junu figured it was probably time for him to head to Asterisk, that Asterisk place the home of the gods. A few days later at this huge palace in Sweden, Junu rolled up to the main gate. But just as he was about to go in, the guard outside stopped him like, "Warrior Kim, I'm sorry but you can't enter here." Junu was totally stunned, asking, "Wait, what, I'm an honorary holy knight here, right?" The guard just gave him a cold look and said, "Even so, you're only level 6. It would be way too dangerous. Please come back when you reach level 7. Junu just sighed, totally helpless. He kind of saw this coming, and honestly, it made sense. There's this saying that anyone below level 6 will literally die if they come face to face with a god, but it wasn't like there was no way around it. Then he pulled out a branch of flowers. Junu gave a chill smile and said, "This is a mythical item from Norse mythology, Mistletoe's regret." The angel guard couldn't help but mutter, "No way you actually got it. Okay, I get it now. Allow me to lead the way." Hearing that, Junu cracked a satisfied smile. That did the trick. Good thing he came prepared. A little while back in a Swedish square, Junu was wandering the streets, but he was totally on a mission. Before he met up with Thor, he needed to prep something first. There was a quest where the main reward was Mistletoe's regret. He had to clear it first. As Junu remembered it, he had to find some specific people in this market area. While he was lost in thought, someone came up from behind and threw an arm around his shoulder. It was Sichin laughing. "Dude, it's been forever, right? I seriously never expected to run into you here." Junu gave a polite smile. "Yeah, it's been a minute. What a coincidence." Sichin laughed and said, "It's all thanks to the new member of our family. We have a kid now. We brought him here to get a blessing." Seeing the couple looking so happy, Junu couldn't help but smile. Thinking about it, this place used to be a sacred spot for the Norse people. Wait, the god who blesses babies in Norse mythology. Isn't that Asterisk her Asterisk? With that thought, Junu quickly cut in. "Hold on a second. Are you two here for Fry's blessing? But I heard she's dead." Sichin's wife nodded slightly and replied, "That's right. But there's a prophecy. It says that in the castle floating in the sky and in the deepest abyss you have to find the gem that holds the sunset. Bring the gem to the empty field. Get on the flying ship and put the world back in order. Only then will the gods smile." Junu frowned a little. According to the prophecy, the floating castle had to be the giant palace, and the lowest abyss was probably this place right here. While he was thinking, Sitchin offered, "We found the gem. You want to see it?" With that, he handed the item over to Junu. Junu took it, muttering in shock. This is the gem. So the gem here also had another meaning: forbidden knowledge. It's just that in the picture, Junu saw something that looked crazy familiar. Seeing his reaction, Sitchin asked, a little confused, "What's up? Is something wrong?" This was the birth of the purest and most innocent god, the birth of mistletoe. The special people Junu was supposed to meet were Sitchin and his wife, weren't they? He had to help them get Free's blessing to complete the quest. Realizing this, Junu immediately switched up his attitude and said enthusiastically, "Bro, let me tag along on your journey." And so the three of them headed to the field from the prophecy. The only problem was, there were a ton of monsters down below. Sitchin, sitting in the driver's seat, pointed into the distance and said, "That's the flying ship from the prophecy. The legendary ship built by the king of the dwarves." Junu looked where he was pointing, and sure enough, he saw two flying ships just hovering in the air. Junu was instantly psyched. He recognized it. It's a mobile fortress you can fold up and stick right in your pocket. A flying mobile fortress. Sitchin, seeing him totally speechless, went on. It's pretty amazing to see it with your own eyes, isn't it? And to be honest, Junu was already scheming how to get it, even though he couldn't in the game. Sitchin and his wife sat in the car, constantly looking around because, according to the prophecy, so the mission was to get the jewel to the fields, jack the airship, and basically save the world. Only then would the gods finally be happy. That meant they had to snag Skit the Blader and wreck the Titans. Just thinking about it made Sigmund sigh. So many people had died trying to take that ship. This was not going to be easy. But hearing that, Junu just clenched his fists. Not easy, please. For him, this was a total cakewalk. Just then, a bunch of cannons aimed right at Junsu's ride. In a flash, a whole volley of magic cannonballs came flying at them. The system in the car immediately started blaring a warning. Projectiles detected ahead. Junsu was like, "It's my time to shine." In the same breath, he activated his expert driver skill, floored it, and the car shot forward. The magic cannonballs were right on his tail, blowing up one after another. But Junsu's car just kept pushing forward like a beast, even with the cannons firing at him like crazy, making the system freak out with non-stop warnings. Junu just ignored it and hit the gas harder, driving straight into a wall of smoke and fire. Seeing that Sigmund and his wife were totally terrified. Inside all that thick smoke and fire, something was glowing like crazy. What else could it be but Junsu's car? He drove straight up into the sky. It was a seriously cinematic move by Junsu. Because of that stunt, he unlocked the unification skill, basically becoming one with his ride. Right after that, Junsu gunned it straight for the airship. The car screeched to a stop right above it, which sent the guards into a total panic. But before they could even figure out what was up, a huge explosion went off, sending them flying. The general, who just walked out, was horrified to see all his soldiers were already down. When he saw who did it, he immediately yelled, "Why would a holy knight of Thor like you pull a stunt like this?" Junsu just sneered back. "What are you even talking about? I don't believe in any gods." After saying that, he tightened his grip on his hammer, completely ignoring the general's screams. Without a second thought, he charged forward, looking deadly. With a massive boom, another explosion rocked the airship. And just like that, in the blink of an eye, Junsu cleared the deck and took control of the whole thing. After they got on board, Sigmund couldn't help but say, "That was an awesome fight, my young friend. Now we just gotta fly this thing." Junu gave a little nod and said, "Yeah, but how do we even pilot it?" As he was wondering what to do, the AI in his car spoke up. "Master, I can control it." So Junsu grabbed a cable from his ride and plugged it straight into the airship. In a second, the system started linking up. Sigmund looked at the map on the screen, frowning and mumbling. "To get Freck's blessing? We need to find Fenrir." Junsu immediately volunteered. "I'll help you find it." And with that, he let the system fly the airship away, but not before it dropped a bunch of bombs on the fields below, taking out Titans left and right. Seeing that, Junsu smiled, totally satisfied, and said, "So now we can finally finish this prophecy, right?" Sigmund nodded and said, "Thanks a ton, kid. I won't forget this. Now check this out." After he spoke, he pulled out the jewel from before. Instantly, a beam of light shot out of it. And just like that, the goddess Frigg appeared. The goddess Frigg didn't say anything, just slowly raised her hand and then gently touched Jordis's stomach. Just as quickly, the goddess was gone. Sigmund then said with total sincerity, "The blessing you have left behind, I accept it with all my thanks." Junsu was pretty pumped himself, so quest complete. As a reward, he scored an item with a 1% drop rate from the game, the Regret of Mistine. Junsu clutched the branch in his hand, cheering on the inside. He was ready to face the gods now. Back in reality, Junsu had walked into this gigantic palace. The second he stepped inside, an invisible force field popped up in front of him, blocking his way. Junsu bit his lip, annoyed. He tried to push through the barrier, but just getting close made it hard to breathe. But since he had that special item, even though he was underleveled, Junsu could handle the insane divine pressure from the gods. It was all because he was carrying a one-time use item. And because he was so persistent, Junsu finally came face to face with the god of thunder, Thor. He was chilling on a huge throne and raised an eyebrow and said with a smirk, It's a pleasure to meet you, outsider. Junsu was shocked. He knows who I am. With that thought, he asked, totally stunned, how did you know I'm from another world? Thor just chuckled and replied like it was no big deal. How do I know these eyes of mine can see everything, you little human? Hearing that, it finally clicked for Junu that even the gods knew his story. Just then, Thor asked, so why'd you come looking for me? Junsu played it cool and answered, I just want to ask a few questions. Do you know who summoned me here? If it was a power big enough to change the world, then you would have to know about it. But Thor just shook his head and said, I do not know. That answer made Junsu freeze up. Thor glared at him. I'll say it again. I said, I don't know. How could I possibly know that? Junsu frowned and muttered, then could the Pope have summoned me? Hearing this, Thor's brow furrowed. He thought for a long moment before answering, impossible. If any god used that kind of power, there's zero chance I wouldn't know about it. Junsu frowned hard and thought, so it seems it wasn't a god. He remembered his talk with the saintess that day. Her words totally had a hidden meaning. Junsu's brow furrowed as he thought hard. Okay, so it's not a god. Then who was it? Thinking back to his chat with the saintess, it was totally obvious her words had a double meaning. Okay, I get it now. After mulling it over, Junshu silently asked, so why'd she call me a vessel? Though took forever before finally answering. It's probably your soul. Seriously, its power level is off the charts. Junshu, still not getting it, asked, is it 'cause I can mix and match different traits? Tho nodded and was all casual about it. Yep, that's it. The skill to learn and fuse all kinds of powers, that's something only a transcendent being can pull off. Over in the East, they call it something crazy, like the one above 10,000 stars, right? Junshu remembered the Tower Master talking about that, so he kept going. Yeah, I've heard that. Have you ever met anyone else like me? Tho started drumming his fingers on the chair, and after what felt like forever, he said, there was one, the Heavenly Demon. Hearing that name made Junshu flash back to Chenwei saying he was just like the Heavenly Demon, and suddenly, everything made perfect sense. While Jun was processing all this, Tho made a wild suggestion. How about you ditch the father from that nasty order and I'll make you my angel instead? Jun was totally stunned and shut that down fast. I'm not exactly looking to check out yet. Tho gave him a seriously annoyed look and snorted. I meant after you bite the dust, you mortal. But for real, it wouldn't matter, even if that old fossil came back to life. Junshu rolled his eyes and shot back. You can't be serious. Tho sighed like he was over it. I'm so sick of being cooped up in this stupid palace drinking wine forever. Tho's not just the god of thunder, he's the god of war. And if you remember the stories about the gods slaying war after the father was gone, all the losing gods were permanently deleted and the winners got locked away. So of course, it makes total sense for Tho to be ticked off about being stuck here. Just then, Tho started talking again. When you think about it, the god slaying war only really helped you humans outright, so I guess I might as well root for you. That comment left Junshu totally lost, but Tho didn't explain, just held out a hand to him and said, you want the juice to escape the father, don't you? Junshu didn't say a word, just gave a firm nod. Tho cracked a satisfied smile, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, that power, I'm more than happy to give it to you. The second he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning came crashing down from the sky. Jun's whole body was swallowed by electricity, and the pain made his veins pop. He finally couldn't handle it anymore, and just threw his head back and screamed. Tho just sat on his throne looking completely bored and casually said, use it well. After surviving that crazy amount of pain, Jun finally got Tho's power-up technique and his lightning. Right then, Tho slowly opened his mouth. So are we done here, little human? The hammer in Jun's hand was now crackling with its own electricity from the lightning strike. Even though it was seriously painful, the results were definitely worth it. Jun bowed his head to thank Tho. Thank you, God of Thunder. Tho gave a little nod and said, you can go now, off-worlder. Jun couldn't help but grin. Yeah, this trip was so not a waste of time. He then left the palace, jumped on his airship, and headed back to South Korea. A few days later, Jun was flying over South Korean airspace. He just calmly stared down at everything below. The trip might have been a little long, but it was 100% worth it. Even though he didn't plan on it, Jun scored the god-slaying Mistletoe, which can totally shut down the invincibility trait, and he even managed to grab Skidbladnir. The more he thought about his haul, the more stoked he got. Junshu smiled to himself and said, maybe I should take my apprentices out for a little vacay. But right then he heard some major chaos in the distance. He frowned a little and mumbled, why does it sound like something's rumbling? Sure enough, he saw a huge explosion just ahead. Junshu's face went completely grim. That's my building. What the hell, why did it explode? A second later, ambulances were already swarming the scene to get the injured to the hospital. As soon as he landed, Jun sprinted over to the scene. He moved so fast he scared the nurses, but Jun didn't even notice running straight for Choi's room. Mr. Choi was all banged up, just lying there on the hospital bed with Iron Fist next to him. Jun's expression hardened as he asked, Director Choi, who are the scumbags that did this? Iron Fist's jaw was tight as he answered, We're still looking into it. But it looks like the work of some leftover terrorist goons. As soon as he heard that, June's face went stone cold. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Terrorists. They have no idea what they've just started." Choi wasn't just some partner to Jinshu. He was way more than that. In the messed up, selfish world of Yunong, he was the first person to ever show him any real kindness. Choi was his right-hand man, his guy. That guy, the one who was always smiling, was now lying here completely still. Jun bit his lips so hard he could taste blood, his eyes filled with guilt. Damn it. This is all my fault for making him manage the building. Just then, a shaky voice suddenly called out, "Superman Kim!" The corner of Jun's eye twitched. He snapped his head down to the man on the bed and gasped, "Director Choi, you're awake!" Choi just weakly shook his head and said, "I'm okay." Then, his hand shaking, he held up a small vial of blood and whispered, "But there's something way more important. This is my blood. Take it." Jun frowned, completely confused. "Why are you giving this to me?" Choi answered calmly. "Because a while back I put a nano device into my bloodstream, and I managed to splash some of that blood on the terrorists. With this, Jun, you can find them." Hearing that, Jun immediately grabbed Choi's hand, his voice thick with thanks. "I'm so glad you're alive, Director Choi. I swear I'm going to use every trick in the book to get you healed up." Choi Seo just gave a small nod, rocking that same genuine smile. Seeing he was going to be okay, Jun turned to bounce a look that could kill on his face as he said, "And this time I'm ending them all. Period." A little later at the Guro base, Junshu and Iron Fist rolled up. After scoping out the area, Iron Fist spoke up. "Yo, Superman Kim, I tracked that nano thingy in Director Cho's blood. And get this, they're holed up right here." Junu and him rushed inside. Junu looked kinda annoyed and asked, "Wait, so you're saying the trail just goes cold right here?" The Quinn nodded like, "Yep, guess I'll just smash this whole place up." Most of the folks in Guro are either just living their lives or straight up trouble nothing. The Kwan's Iron Fist can't handle. Hearing that, Junu just frowned and went quiet. I mean, it was the logical move. But this time he was dead set on taking down the leader of these troublemakers, the assassin Queen Ayarin. Thing is, their whole crew originally started out as the Rights Alliance. It was actually an org founded to get back the rights for people society had kicked to the curb. That is until they teamed up with the Father's Congregation. If we just go in guns blazing and smash this place, it could totally backfire and make them think they're some kind of heroes. Thinking this over, Junu finally said, "Look, violence isn't always the answer. We could end up hurting innocent people." The Kwan's face scrunched up. "Yeah, no doubt. So you got a better idea." With a little chuckle, Junu smirked and said, "We're gonna tear it all down and build it back up." The Kwan was totally floored, asking, "What are you even talking about?" Junu just raised an eyebrow and grinned. "From now on, we're giving the Guro district a complete makeover." The Kwan was even more confused, and the cigarette literally fell out of his mouth. Junu just smirked, his voice dripping with confidence. "That's the plan." And for real, the whole Guro district redevelopment went super smooth. It was all because the president fast-tracked the approval for fixing up a place that was a total mess. Plus, we got some serious cash from big shots like the Tower, the Master of the Magic Tower, Hei Yang, and the General. On top of that, something else went down. Junsu finally located the bad guy's main headquarters on the edge of Dareem, and obviously once he found it, he was all in on going, and Yuan was right there with him. He totally worked his magic on the lock, smiling as he said, "All open, boss." Seeing that Junu was like, "That's my guy," knew the #1 security company was legit. And not only is Yuan a pro at security, he's a beast at breaking it too. Yuan got a little red from the praise and mumbled, "But isn't this like crazy dangerous? You're about to go up against the legendary assassin queen?" Junu couldn't help but smile, saying super casually, "Oh, it's totally dangerous. This is no walk in the park, which is exactly why I called in the whole squad." Turns out he wasn't alone, the whole crew was there. You had the Quan Mage Kim and Priest Kim, all of them already level 5 superhumans. Junsu's 3 apprentices were right there with him, clocking in at levels 3, 4, and 5. Meanwhile, Junsu and Yuan were both level 6 superhumans, which is just insane talent right there. Their leveling up speed was off the charts. Junu honestly didn't expect Yuan to be on his level already. Thinking about it, he just grinned and said, "All right, then everyone here is more than strong enough to deal with these guys, so no sweat." The second they heard that Soren and the other 2 were totally hyped, yelling, "Master, we got this!" Yuan got all fired up too, declaring, "I'm gonna give it my all too as a fellow level 6 superhuman." Once they were all set, Junu shoved the door open and walked in. The second that door swung open, a crazy gust of wind just blasted them all in the face. When they could finally see again, a freaking portal was just hanging there. Seeing that scary black void, Soren's crew instantly lost all their hype. Soren kinda hesitated, muttering, Master, you sure we're gonna be okay in there?" Junu just shot him a confident wink and was like, "Have I ever steered you wrong? Let's roll out and take down this assassin queen." Elsewhere, in some creepy dark basement, a deep voice echoed, "Those fools just walked right into their own trap." As the words hung in the air, a blood-red sword was lifted. "Fact." She let out this wicked smirk and said, "Well, since they're already here, I might as well help them find a nice burial spot." A moment later, on a huge open plain, Junu's team had stepped through. But the super weird scenery left everyone totally confused. On the ground was a giant magic circle with 3 bizarre formations. Gamers used to call this place minigame hell. You had to beat 3 minigames to break the spell on the Executioner Queen. In the game, it was just a side-scroller, so it was a piece of cake. But now, doing it for real looked like it was going to be a whole different story. But hey, this was exactly why Junu brought his apprentices along. With that thought, he looked over at everyone and laid it out. All right, we're splitting into 3 teams to clear this mess. Team 1 is you and the Quan Mage Kim and Priest Kim. Team 2, you've got Soren, Janet, and Key. After hearing the lineup, Soren asked, looking doubtful. Huh, what about the last team? Junu just cracked a smile full of confidence and said, I'm flying solo. He was a total pro who'd grinded his way through all the minigames, so he could totally handle it on his own. First up was Yuan's squad, and their game was to smash a bunch of falling blocks to get to the checkpoint. It looked kinda tricky, but it was a whole other story if you had magic that could sense mana. Which is totally where Mage Kim came in. He found what they needed super fast. Thead Quan immediately jumped in and smashed him with his fists. And just like that, Yuan's team breezed through their first game. But you could tell something was bugging Yuan. He started looking all serious. The second game was for Soren's team. They had to find these hidden cloud steps to walk across the sky to the finish line. All they had to do was follow a specific pattern to get through. Since they had Callie, who's a total boss-level gamer, it was a complete cakewalk for them. And the last game was all on Junu. He gave everyone a look and was like, I'm handling this solo, so don't even stress. If you get there first, do not open the door. Just wait. Good luck. Then a second later, Priest Kim was standing at a door smiling yo, looks like we're the first ones here. The assassin gave Mage Kim a big hug, laughing. It's all thanks to this kid. Your timing was perfect. Mage Kim said kinda shy. I'm just glad I could be useful. The 3 of them were just vibing and chatting, while Yuan stood off to the side looking totally down. Just then another group popped up. It was Soren's crew of 3. They were super psyched about winning. Soren hugged Callie, gushing, our Callie is so crazy smart. The 3 girls had a group hug, laughing and messing around, looking like total besties. And once again, Yuan felt like a complete outsider. He had this whole plan to show Junu how much he'd leveled up. But what was he even doing now? This was not it. As the only level 6 warrior here, he decided he should be the one to face the Executioner Queen head-on. With that thought, Yuan confidently marched toward the door right in front of them. Soren, who was mid-conversation, saw the whole thing. Yuan was literally about to push the door open. Soren totally freaked and yelled, What do you think you're doing? Get back here now. Priest Kim also tried to stop him. You can't go in, Junu isn't here yet. But it was way too late. The door was already open. Yuan just smiled confidently and said, It's all good, guys. I'm level 6 too. I can handle some of it. And just like that, they totally blew off Junu's orders and went into Yaren's hideout by themselves. The second they stepped inside, this massive wave of mana slammed into them, making Yuan shake a little. The others weren't doing any better. What is this terrifying pressure? Yuan felt his whole body lock up. He couldn't move at all. The person behind it was obviously the Executioner Queen Yaren. She started walking slowly toward the trembling Yuan. Seeing this, Soren totally lost it and screamed, You moron, Junu told us to wait. Right after Soren's group of 3 charged forward together. Yuan was floored when he saw they could actually move. How were they resisting this curse? Yaren, on the other hand, wasn't even fazed. She calmly handled the 3-on-1 attack from Soren's party and just sneered at them. Are you guys that desperate to get wiped out? Fine, wish granted? As soon as she said it, Yaren started swinging her sword. A storm of blade attacks shot out, sending all 3 of them flying. Yuan was still fighting the curse, a scowl on his face. This chick was impossible from the start. At the same time, Yaren slowly closed in on Soren. Yuan saw how bad it was and screamed out a warning, Run, Soren! Yaren just let out a nasty smirk and said, Bye-bye, kiddo. But before her sword could hit, a figure appeared and blocked her path. Yaren's eyes narrowed and she looked seriously annoyed. The new arrival was none other than Junu, who used his assassin's dagger to block Yaren's sword. He gave her a defiant eyebrow raise. Hey, Executioner Queen. Long time no see. It's been over a month, right? Seeing it was him, Yaren's face twisted with pure hate. She asked with an ice-cold laugh. You have the nerve to show up here. Then let's cut to the chase. I'm gonna end all of you. The second she finished, Yaren started her sword dance. A wild flurry of light beams flew through the air. Seeing this, Yuan immediately started to freak out. No, even if it's Junu, this is... He was so worried he was about to lose it. But before he could even finish his thought, something totally unexpected happened. Junu was actually holding his own against Yaren. Not only that, he even pushed her back several meters. In a flash, she went totally ballistic, charging forward and screaming, I am definitely going to end you. Junu, on the other hand, was super calm. He put away his sword, smirked, and said, You've got that wrong. The one who's getting taken out today is you. With that, he pulled out Thor's hammer and struck with a massive flash of lightning. The sound of crackling thunder was everywhere, but Yaren just charged right through it. Ha! She scoffed. You think you can stop me with this garbage? Hitting me 1,000 times would do nothing. Of course, Junu already knew this. During the whole terrorist incident in Seoul, he'd learned the hard way about Yaren's invulnerable passive skill. Back then, Junu couldn't lay a single scratch on her. But now things were way different. Junu could actually go toe-to-toe with Yaren. This was seriously ticking her off. How could he have leveled up so much in such a short time? Of course, Yaren wasn't about to quit. She vanished in a flash and reappeared right behind Junu. Without a second's thought, Yaren slashed with her sword. Too bad for her, Junu was one step ahead, throwing up a shield to defend himself. But it didn't last. His shield was totally shattered by Yaren's attack. She went straight for Junu full-on attack mode. Yaren was all like, time to finish this, the so-called master of the Black Tiger Sword. But then out of nowhere, a tree branch just totally impaled her. And what did it? The Godslayer Mentanin. The aura it was putting out just completely nerfed Yaren's invulnerability. You should have seen Junu's face. He was rocking this epic gotcha smirk. Nerfed. It's totally over now.